Reborn back to the eve of the era when beast taming became universal. I decisively abandoned the boring awakening ceremony. I preemptively bound the heaven-defying treasure that could see through the evolutionary paths of all things, the sacred Codex of Myriad dragons. What's this about being an F-grade trash talent? I see nothing but untapped potential. The campus belle appears to be a mere B-grade pretty face. Her true identity is actually an S-class Zetton girl with explosive combat power, whose hidden evolution chain leads directly to a cosmic annihilation-level empress. While others are still scrambling for D-tier beast girls, I've already begun planning how to transform all the battle beasts and beast girls around me, step by step, into world-ending SSS tier existences. However, this alien campus belle seems to be hiding quite a secret herself. Chapter 1, Who goes for awakening like a normal person? Might as well go crash into the teacher first. Zhang Xinghe, are you out of your mind? All the students have gone to the flag-raising square for the awakening ceremony. What are you doing wandering around the school history museum? Even if your foundation as a beast tamer is weak and your academic performance is terrible, you still have to participate in the awakening ceremony. The homeroom teacher of Class 9, Senior 3, by way, was so furious that she stood with one hand on her hip, her delicate body trembling. At this moment, she was almost driven to the brink of explosion by Zhang Xinghe. Not far from her, a tall, thin boy in a white tracksuit was sprinting away at full speed. It was Zhang Xinghe, who had ignored her calls to stop for quite some time. The brat, upon hearing her tell him to halt, not only failed to turn back from his misguided path but actually ran even faster, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xinghe didn't dare delay for a second. He knew perfectly well the school history museum would soon be locked down. If he couldn't get inside now, there'd be no chance again anytime soon. He couldn't begin to understand what was happening to him either. Just moments ago, he had been on the blood-soaked battlefield, serving as cannon fodder with his weak battle beast. As luck would have it, his fortune hit rock bottom when an alien energy cannon blasted him to smithereens shortly after reaching the battlefield. Zhang Xinghe had thought he was doomed, that everything was completely over. Yet unexpectedly, for some unknown reason, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the classroom just before the senior year awakening ceremony. As for the awakening ceremony, Zhang Xinghe couldn't muster the slightest interest. What is there to expect from an F-rank weakling beast tamer like him? The most urgent matter now is to rush to the school history museum immediately and make a contract with that mysterious crystal book. Who would have thought that the relic left behind by that legendary alumnus of Nanming No. 1 High School would actually be an overpowered treasure? In his previous life, Zhang Xinghe only accidentally discovered the secret of the mysterious crystal book 3 days before his death in battle. What a regretful realization it was. Unfortunately, he was on the battlefield at that time, with only 3 days left before his death. Despite possessing a priceless treasure, he had no chance to use it, leaving him utterly frustrated. Things are different now. Now he is a carefree high school student, and that world-destroying Great War won't arrive until 25 years later. A full 25-year grace period was enough for him to rewrite his own destiny. Zhang Xinghe sprinted all the way and quickly reached the entrance of the school history museum. Coincidentally, even the old caretaker of the school history museum had gone to the flag-raising square to join in the excitement. Zhang Xinghe slipped into the school history museum without any hindrance. He didn't have time to look at other exhibits and rushed straight to the display case at the end of the school history hall. There lay the mysterious crystal book he had long dreamed of. Before long, Zhang Xinghe caught sight of the crystal book with shining eyes, his heart pounding so wildly it nearly leaped out of his throat. The crystal book was translucent, as if carved from a single piece of transparent black crystal, with faint mysterious patterns faintly visible on its surface. To the untrained eye, they might appear as mere decorative designs, but Zhang Xinghe knew better. Those were no ordinary patterns, but an ancient script from 40,000 years ago, the dragon language. Roar! Zhang Xinghe took a deep breath, his atoms apple bobbing, then emitted a series of eerie syllables from his mouth. At times deep and resonant like rolling thunder over mountains, at others high-pitched and clear as if splitting clouds and shattering stone, and occasionally gratingly unpleasant like metal scraping against metal. The strange incantations of dragon speech reverberated through the empty school history hall. Even more miraculously, the mysterious crystal book trembled slightly in response, resonating in harmony. Immediately afterward, a jet-black streak of light flew out from the mysterious crystal book, flashing briefly in midair before vanishing directly into Zhang Xinghe's forehead. Zhang Xinghe felt his entire body tremble as an inexplicable tingling sensation instantly coursed through his limbs. His body trembled slightly as a peculiar transformation began to take place within him. In the blink of an eye, a mysterious black crystal book appeared in his mind. The crystal book in the display case had now completely dimmed, turning into an ordinary object without any trace of its former uniqueness. Mission accomplished. Zhang Xinghe was both shocked and overjoyed, wishing he could howl at the sky 3 times to vent his excitement. Through the information in his mind, he learned that this mysterious crystal book was called the Myriad Path's Dragon Emperor's Sacred Codex. Its wonder lies in its ability to tailor an evolutionary path for any living being. With the right evolutionary methods and knowing how to grow and transform, even an ordinary F-level husky can be nurtured into an SSS-level hellhound with 3 heads. Zhang Xinghe was just overjoyed when the rapid clicking of high heels and a woman's breathless, angry shout came from behind him. His beautiful homeroom teacher came chasing after him. Bai Wei was now filled with deep regret. Had she known Zhang Xinghe would pull such a stunt today, she would never have worn these 9-centimeter sky-high heels. The moment Bai Wei saw Zhang Xinghe, the fury in her chest surged uncontrollably. She glared at her student in exasperation, gasping for breath as she demanded, "Zhang Xinghe, instead of attending the awakening ceremony at the flag-raising square, what's the meaning of you running here howling like a ghost?" When Zhang Xinghe used Draconic to form a contract with the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred codex, those strange syllables he uttered were clearly heard by Bai Wei standing at the entrance of the school history museum. Only she didn't realize those were the mysterious ancient Draconic words. She simply thought her troublesome student, overwhelmed by awakening pressure, had come here to scream and shout like a madman. Seeing the usually dignified and beautiful homeroom teacher now drenched in fragrant sweat and panting heavily, Zhang Xinghe couldn't help but blush, feeling somewhat ashamed in his heart. He could only hurriedly force out a smile, racking his brains to come up with a random excuse to quickly smooth over the current situation. Bai Wei, on the other hand, had no time for further words. While still catching her breath, she swiftly stepped forward, intending to first seize this disobedient student before Zhang Xinghe could cause more trouble and run away again. The awakening ceremony was no trivial matter. If he missed this opportunity, Zhang Xinghe would have to wait a whole year. Bai Wei grew increasingly anxious, her strides becoming longer and faster, yet she failed to pay attention to the path ahead. As she passed by a small flight of steps, her foot caught, and in an instant, she lost her balance, hurtling straight toward Zhang Xinghe. Zhang Xinghe was still racking his brain, trying to come up with a convincing lie to gloss over the situation, when suddenly he looked up and saw the beautiful teacher plummeting toward him as if descending from the heavens. He didn't even have time to react before Bai Wei collided with him, sending them both sprawling to the ground. With a dull thud, Zhang Xinghe felt his back make intimate contact with the floor. At the same moment, an exquisitely beautiful face rapidly enlarged before his eyes. The next second, Bai Wei's warm, soft red lips pressed directly against his mouth. For a moment, their lips met and their eyes locked, both experiencing a seismic shock in their pupils, their minds utterly blank. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Bai Wei was the first to snap back to reality. She scrambled up from Zhang Xinghe's body, feeling both ashamed and furious, her entire face flushed crimson, almost as if blood might drip from it. She inwardly wailed, "My first kiss, just like that, gone." It should be noted that Bai Wei had become the homeroom teacher for Class 9 of Grade 12 right after graduating from university. Back in school days, her mind was completely preoccupied with getting into prestigious universities and graduating early. She simply had no time for romance. Who would have thought that among all those suitors vying for her affection, none ever got close, yet her own student accidentally ended up plucking the peach. Under Bai Wei's murderous glare, Zhang Xinghe unconsciously licked his lips. The lingering fragrance from the teacher's lips still tantalized his senses, making him replay that fleeting yet exquisite moment in his mind again and again. Not only that, but he also stole a glance at his right hand out of the corner of his eye. In the heat of the moment, he instinctively extended his right arm to shield himself. And the second he hit the ground, his hand seemed to have grabbed onto something indescribable yet incredibly soft. Bai Wei's face flushed red to the tips of her ears. Struggling to maintain a stern expression, she snapped at him as harshly as she could, "No wild thoughts. And don't you dare tell anyone about what just happened. Now come with me to the flag-raising square for the awakening ceremony." Did I make myself clear? Zhang Xinghe could tell that teacher Bai Wei was trying her best to put on a stern and authoritative expression to intimidate him. However, her soft almond-shaped face and watery peach blossom eyes were simply too gentle and harmless. No matter how much she frowned or glared, she couldn't muster any fierceness. Fortunately, Zhang Xinghe had already accomplished his goal and didn't want to make things harder for teacher Bai Wei. So he immediately nodded obediently, raising his hands in surrender as he said, "Teacher Bai, I'll go with you to the flag-raising square for the awakening ceremony." Chapter 2, Not a Rebellious Disciple. This guy's here for the awakening ceremony. The flag-raising square at Nanning No. 1 High School was bustling with noise and excitement. When Bai Wei arrived belatedly with Zhang Xinghe, the awakening ceremony had already been underway for quite some time. In Class 9 of Grade 12, over a dozen students had already completed their awakening. Zhang Xinghe had just steadied himself when his gaze was immediately drawn to a stunning figure with silver hair and ample curves not far away. That was a beast-eared girl with waist-length snow-white hair and a smoking hot figure. He immediately connected with the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred codex in his mind to check the detailed information about this beast-eared girl. Name, Lin Lulu. Age, 18 years old. Qualification, D-level White Fox. Evolution path C-level Snow Fox, view details. B-class Snowstorm Fox, view details. A-level Arctic Fox, view details. S-class Arctic Ice Fox, view details. SS-class Celestial Demon Fox, view details. SSS-class Nine-tailed Fox, view details. SSSR-class Nine-tailed Celestial Fox, view details. After reading Lin Lulu's profile, Zhang Xinghe couldn't help but feel some sympathy for her. Lin Lulu was already the most beautiful girl in the class, with an exceptionally well-developed figure. After awakening her D-grade White Fox bloodline, Her appearance gained an additional touch of fox-like charm, a slender waist, long legs, and curves in all the right places. A pair of fox-like eyes, slender and alluring, seemed capable of stealing one's very soul. Unfortunately, the combat prowess of the D-grade White Fox bloodline was rather mediocre. Most girls with D-grade White Fox bloodline quickly become playthings for the wealthy or powerful beastmasters after leaving school. Through the Sacred Tomes interface, Zhang Xinghe saw that Lin Lulu actually possessed a long series of evolutionary paths. But Lin Lulu herself, and everyone in the world except Zhang Xinghe, had no idea she could evolve all the way from a D-grade White Fox to an SSSR level 9-tailed Celestial Fox. Forget about evolving into a 9-tailed Celestial Fox, most people didn't even know how to help Lin Lulu advance from a D-grade White Fox to a C-grade Snow Fox. In this world, many awakened individuals spent their entire lives unable to advance their bloodline further, making such stagnation almost the norm. Effort determines the lower limit, while talent determines the upper limit. This holds true for any beastmasters, beastgirls, and war beasts alike. Zhang Xinghe, the possessor of the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred codex, stands as the sole exception, for he can shatter the growth limits of any living being. No sooner had Zhang Xinghe and Teacher Bai Wei taken their positions at the back of the classroom than they were met with several jeering taunts. Zhang Xinghe, that idiot, actually thought he could avoid embarrassment by skipping the awakening ceremony. What a joke. It's mainly because Teacher Bai Wei is so diligent and responsible that she caught him and brought him back. I just spotted him sneaking off toward the school history museum at the back of the line, most likely trying to climb the wall and skip class. Do you think you can avoid this? Even if you delay awakening until next year, you'll still end up with an F. It's easy to stand and talk without feeling the pain. Of course you'd say that with your C-grade talent. If you were F-grade like him, you'd probably be even more cowardly. As one of the few underachievers in the class, Zhang Xinghe had already become the subject of many classmates' jokes and gossip. Many people knew he had just tried to evade the awakening ceremony. With Zhang Xinghe at the bottom of the ranking, many classmates felt much more relaxed. Even if they only awakened with D-grade potential, it was still far better than Zhang Xinghe, who had only awakened with F-grade potential during the simulation. The awakening ceremony at Nanming No. 1 High School uses white aerospace capsule-style awakening pods. Each student took only about 10 seconds to enter and receive their results. Male students awaken as beastmasters of a certain rank, while female students awaken as specific types of beast girls. In just a short while, many more students from Class 9 of the third year had completed their awakening. However, in Zhang Xinghe's view, the awakening results of these unfortunate classmates weren't particularly impressive. Sun Ming, C-rank Beastmaster. Dong Jia, Class D White-eared Dog. Zhang Haoren, C-level Beastmaster. Zhao Yuanji, B-level Beastmaster. Zhou Mingting, a Class B Scarlet-pupiled White Tiger. Among these classmates, although a few Beastmasters and Beastgirls with B-grade qualifications emerged, Zhang Xinghe still regretfully wanted to tell them. If you don't know how to continuously evolve your initial potential, then anything below S rank is nothing but ants. You must understand that in the terrifying Great War 25 years later, even A-grade Beastmasters and Beastgirls were nothing more than cannon fodder who barely survived a little longer on the battlefield. In his previous life, out of more than 60 students in senior class 9, fewer than 5 managed to elevate their innate talent all the way to S rank. Many classmates didn't even live long enough to reach their full potential, falling one after another on the path of advancement. Zhao Yuanji, currently surrounded by a crowd offering congratulations, was a prime example. This guy ventured into danger zones for training after high school and ended up getting himself killed before university even started. Zhang Xinghe observed the line for a while longer when suddenly his gaze froze, then shifted towards the school belle Xin Yue. Xin Yue had already completed her awakening and was now standing quietly by the side of the crowd, exuding a solitary beauty. Zhang Xinghe noticed Xin Yue not because he had some auto-aim ability that automatically locked onto her snow-white, straight legs and white stockings, but because he had accidentally stumbled upon something astonishing. Name, Xin Yue. Age, 18 years old. Grade, B-class Snow Charm Rabbit. Hidden grade, S-class Zetton Girl. Evolution path, Standard grade. Grade A Snow Enchanting Rabbit, view details. S-class Mystic Frost Charming Rabbit, view details. SS-grade Dazzling Charm Rabbit, view details. SSS Rainbow Glamour Bunny, view details. SSSR 9-colored Cold Soul Mystic Rabbit Ice Goddess, view details. Evolution path, Hidden Potential. SS level Death Scythe Zetton Girl, view details. SSS level Bloody Demon Moon Zetton Queen, view details. SSSR class Cosmic Annihilation Queen Zetton, view details. Damn, what's going on here? Xin Yue's condition left Zhang Xinghe utterly dumbfounded. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he encountered such an absurd situation. But it's not a big problem. With the 10,000 Dragon Emperor Sacred Codex in hand, Zhang Xinghe can still continue to check Xin Yue's detailed condition. However, after Zhang Xinghe meticulously examined Xin Yue's details using the Sacred Codex, even his gaze couldn't help but turn peculiar. Simply put, the campus belle Xin is an alien. Xin Yue and the S-class Zetton Girl are actually the same entity. Because she possessed a human body, she was able to complete her awakening like an ordinary student with the help of an awakening pod. This way, Xin Yue effectively possesses two types of qualifications. On the surface, her qualification is a B-level snow bunny, but her true qualification is actually an S-level Zetton girl. The S-level Zetton girl's appearance is that of a coldly elegant, noble, and voluptuously curvy poker-faced Wani-san. Her combat prowess is formidable, and her growth potential is even more astonishing. This Zetton girl primarily possesses 7 innate abilities: teleportation, Zetton barrier, energy absorption, Zetton light bullets, 1 megaton fireball, Zetton ultimate beam, and ultimate combat skills. After reading the details of the Zetton girl, Zhang Xinghe could only scream inwardly, Xin Yue, the school beauty, has a hidden potential so strong it's downright terrifying. An S-rank Zetton girl is practically an invincible terror among peers. Other S-class war beasts and beast girls typically possess only 3 to 5 talents at the S-class stage, yet Jidanya starts with 7 right from the beginning. Moreover, each of these 7 innate abilities of the Zetton girl is absurdly powerful. Many renowned S-rank battle beasts or beast girls only need to possess 1 or 2 talents comparable to Zetton-chan's to already stand out as legendary among S-ranks. And Zetton girl actually possesses 7 such heaven-defying talents. After learning about Zetton-chan's terrifying strength and immense growth potential, Zhang Xinghe couldn't help but cast another deep glance in the direction of the school beauty Shun. However, Xin Yue wasn't in her Zetton girl form now, but had transformed into a white stockings bunny-eared girl after awakening her snow charm rabbit bloodline. At this moment, Xin Yue wasn't displaying the coldly elegant and noble mature charm of Zetton girl. Instead, she stood quietly by herself, docile and well-behaved. Since the B-ranked snow charm rabbit is considered more of a decorative type among B-ranked battle beasts, its combat ability is quite weak. As a result, after Xin Yue awakened her B-level snow bunny aptitude, she also became the subject of many people's jokes. Upon learning the truth, Zhang Xinghe could only sigh in amazement. His adorable, yet dumb, classmates truly couldn't recognize a towering figure right before their eyes. These guys had all mistaken Xin Yue, the campus beauty, for a weak B-level snow rabbit, completely unaware that her hidden potential was actually that of an S-level Zetton girl with explosive combat prowess. Zhang Xinghe didn't have time to keep mocking others, because it was finally his turn to enter the awakening pod for the initiation ceremony. When the teacher operating the awakening pod called Zhang Xinghe's name, many classmates from class 9, grade 12 immediately gloated with schadenfreude. Even students and teachers from other classes couldn't help but look in this direction. After all, during the simulated awakening, Zhang Xinghe's aptitude was ranked at the shameful F-grade, the lowest in the entire grade. Thus, everyone was well aware that there was a 90% chance his awakening result this time would still be an F grade. Although the awakening pod's display screen wouldn't show the disgraceful F-grade, the homeroom teacher could see the actual data clearly in the background. Many people were waiting to see a joke, but Zhang Xinghe was secretly laughing in his heart. There's indeed going to be quite a show later, just not the kind these classmates and teachers are imagining. Chapter 3, There's something good, but not what you think. Under the gaze of his classmates, Zhang Xinghe took a deep breath and stepped into the white capsule-shaped awakening pod. After a dozen seconds, the results appeared on the pod's display screen. Teacher Zhao, in charge of the pod, glanced at the back-end data and announced with a hint of sympathy, Senior 3, Class 9, Zhang Xinghe's awakening complete. Qualification, F-rank Beastmaster. Hearing this result, no one was surprised. By way, the homeroom teacher of Senior 3-9 sighed inwardly, already contemplating how to console Zhang Xinghe later. With only an F-grade awakening, Zhang Xinghe's prospects were utterly bleak. Xin Yue, the school beauty whom Zhang Xinghe had secretly observed for so long, now cast a faint glance toward the awakening chamber. A hint of sympathy flickered in her beautiful, jade-like eyes. To date, Zhang Xinghe remained the student with the lowest aptitude among all 12 senior classes. But what no one knew was that while a grade and S-grade aptitudes were rare, F-grade aptitudes were equally uncommon. In his previous life, Zhang Xinghe had initially believed himself to be a genuine F. Later, he learned that he actually possessed growth-type aptitude. Growth-type aptitude referred to beast masters possessing a certain potential for advancement, typically capable of advancing 3 times. An F-tier Beastmaster's 3 growth stages would be, first becoming an E-tier Beastmaster, then a D-tier Beastmaster, and finally reaching C-tier. While a C-rank Beastmaster isn't particularly formidable, they are still far superior to an F-rank. Additionally, growth-type Beastmasters don't necessarily start with an F rating, but those who do are guaranteed to be growth-type. In his previous life, Zhang Xinghe didn't know how to activate his growth potential, so he was treated as an F-grade Beastmaster. Beside the awakening chamber, after announcing Zhang Xinghe's F-tier aptitude, Teacher Zhao prepared to open the chamber door for him to exit. He couldn't help but feel sorry for Zhang Xinghe, the only growth-type talent in the entire grade, yet his initial talent was F-grade. Had Zhang Xinghe's initial rating been even C-grade, he would have soared to the top by now. After all, a C-tier aptitude could reach S-tier after just 3 growth cycles. But Zhang Xinghe's initial rating was F-grade, leaving everyone utterly helpless. While Teacher Zhao silently lamented Zhang Xinghe's starting aptitude, the students and many teachers nearby erupted in chaos. Holy crap! Zhang Xinghe isn't an F-grade waste, he's a rare growth-type talent. Too bad his starting talent is F-tier. He'll max out at D tier at best. For many of us, our starting point is his endpoint and will even surpass his endpoint. Otherwise, we'd really have to look up to him in the future. Phew. Thank goodness I'm a C tier talent. Otherwise, I'd actually be on equal footing with Zhang Xinghe someday. Who do you think you're looking down on? Give Zhang Xinghe 50 years, and I bet he'll break through D rank and reach C rank. The last speaker was clearly a simpleton. 50 years just to climb from D rank to C rank? Might as well not bother trying at all. However, after Zhang Xinghe demonstrated his growth potential, someone genuinely felt happy for him. That person was none other than his beautiful homeroom teacher, Bai Wei. Even if Zhang Xinghe reached D rank, he'd still be weak, but it was infinitely better than being stuck at F rank. At least now there was a glimmer of hope for Zhang Xinghe. He wasn't completely without prospects. Who knows? A miracle might just happen. Zhang Xinghe could potentially reach B rank, or even a rank potential. Of course, that was all yet to be seen. When Zhang Xinghe emerged from the awakening chamber, teacher Bai Wei, in an unprecedented move, stepped forward to greet him. Amid countless envious gazes, she gave Zhang Xinghe a big hug. Usually, when students made progress, teacher Bai Wei would hug the girls and high-five the boys to celebrate. But Zhang Xinghe had truly overcome immense hardship. This time, teacher Bai Wei made an exception and gave him a warm embrace. Hugging the beautiful teacher made Zhang Xinghe feel utterly delighted. To him, teacher Bai Wei was no different from an older sister 4 years his senior. If he were to pursue a relationship with an older woman, dating his sister 4 years his senior wouldn't bother him in the slightest. Following the awakening ceremony came the contract ceremony. Once the contract ceremony was complete, everyone could pack up and head home. During the contract ceremony, girls would sign contracts with boys. Girls could choose boys from their own class or seek out boys from other classes to sign contracts with. The same applied to the boys. Indeed, many boys were already rushing to other classes to volunteer themselves to the girls they admired. Of course, some choose not to sign a contract, but such individuals are few and far between. After all, a beastmaster without a battle beast or beast maiden to fight for them would see their combat effectiveness drastically weakened. Similarly, battle beasts and beast girls who can't find suitable tamers to help them grow steadily will face countless problems and pitfalls along their path. Therefore, if a girl awakens an F-rank beast maiden and no one wants her, she'll definitely pick an F-rank beast tamer to sign a contract with rather than remain alone. At this point, talented beast girls and beast masters become incredibly sought after. Those with average talent, however, were left scratching their heads in frustration. Zhang Xinghe didn't approach other girls but headed straight for the school beauty, Xin Yuwei. Xin Yuwei possessed B-rank snow beauty rabbit potential, which was considered ornamental within the B-rank tier. However, with sufficient investment of money and resources, her potential could be cultivated to reach the A-grade ice snow charm rabbit level. Beast girls with ice snow charm rabbit potential not only excelled at warming beds but also carried a high probability of bearing offspring with potential exceeding B-rank. Thus, a grade ice snow babe beast girls earned a rather unflattering nickname, financial conglomerate breeding machines. Elevating a B-grade snow beauty rabbit to an A-grade ice beauty rabbit was a game only tycoons could afford to play. Ordinary people simply couldn't burn through that much money. The boys currently swarming around campus beauty Xin Yuwei were all wealthy young masters. Some weren't even there to form a contract for themselves, but to act as intermediaries for influential figures within their families. What puzzled everyone was that despite clearly only awakening B-rank snow beauty rabbit potential, Xin Yuwei displayed an attitude of refusing to contract with anyone. It was at this moment that Zhang Xinghe approached the outer edge of the crowd, intending to have a proper talk with the school beauty, Xin Yuwei. Chapter 4. You don't want that school beauty thing to get out either, do you? Ever since the contract ceremony began, Xin Yuwei had been surrounded by male students. Yet she rejected every single one of their contract invitations. She had no desire to form a contract with any beastmaster. Even if forced to sign, she would never agree to a contract with any of these men before her. Yet these boys, each either wealthy or privileged, were full of themselves. They all assumed her refusal was merely because the price hadn't been agreed upon yet. Before long, the scene resembled an auction house as the boys began publicly bidding against each other. It should be noted that beast girls and beast tamers were supposed to be equal partners. But right now, Xin Yuwei felt like this crowd was treating her like some toy to be bought and sold at will. Standing apart from the crowd, Zhang Xinghe felt his eyes were truly opened. The absurd remarks from this group of adorable classmates grew more ridiculous by the second. Miss Shun, the Luo family's standing speaks for itself, doesn't it? Not even 10 families in all of Nanning City can match ours. Sign a contract with me, and the Luo family will treat you exceptionally well. Miss Shin, don't listen to young Master Luo's empty promises. Sign a contract with me instead. We can even add a special clause: if you're willing to bear me 5 or more children, the Zhou family will provide every resource needed for your evolution from a B-grade snow beauty rabbit to an A-grade ice beauty rabbit. Enough! Your offers are nothing compared to what the Zhao family can offer. My father has made it clear, if Miss Xin Yaowei signs a contract with him, she becomes my stepmother and the mistress of the Zhao household. How could your measly trifles compare to half of the Zhao family's empire? The moment the boy who called himself Zhao Yueming spoke, the other boys immediately fell silent.
It was said that Zhao Yueming's grandfather had a nickname, Zhao Bancheng, meaning the Zhao family's wealth at its peak could buy half a city.
Though the family wasn't at its peak now, half of the Zhao fortune remained an offer impossible to refuse. Moreover, Zhao Yueming's father had only ever had 3 wives. For a tycoon of that caliber, having just 3 wives was practically a testament to his self-restraint. The other boys now fixed their gaze on Xin Yue. Many believed Xin Yue would be unable to refuse Zhao Yueming's offer. Zhao Yueming was equally smug, for one simple reason: his father's health was failing. His father had privately promised him that once he passed away, everything belonging to the Zhao family including Xin Yue would become Zhao Yueming's. So the school beauty Xin Yue only needed to endure a little hardship with his father for a while. After that, she could renegotiate the contract and throw herself into his arms. What surprised everyone, however, was that Xin Yue once again shook her head expressionlessly. I believe I've stated this many times already. I have no interest whatsoever in the terms you've offered. Nor will I sign a contract with any of you or any of your elders. You'd be better off not wasting your time here. Go discuss contracts with other girls instead. Despite Xin Yue's words, the crowd around her refused to disperse. They clearly harbored an extraordinary obsession with this snow-skinned, exquisitely sculpted, and explosively curvaceous white-stockinged bunny-eared girl. Some boys even began adjusting their tactics, preparing to play the emotional card. If Xin Yue didn't care about material things, surely she cared about love? This even drew some average-looking but handsome guys from modest backgrounds to quietly gather around Xin Yue. Money could run out, but good looks lasted a lifetime. But before these handsome guys could step forward to showcase their charm, Zhang Xinghe forcefully pushed his way to the front, blocking Xin Yue. He even had the audacity to lean close to Xin Yue's ear and whisper in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Miss Xin, you don't want everyone to find out you're Jiedun's mother, do you?" Zhang Xinghe stopped at just the right moment, then calmly stepped aside. But the impact of his words was devastating. Her deepest secret exposed by Zhang Xinghe, Xin Yue froze in place as if struck by lightning. She never imagined Zhang Xinghe would know about this. After all, the enemies ravaging Deep Blue Star were all alien beasts and races from the dimensional rift. As Jiedun's mother, she was not a native of Deep Blue Star, but a visitor from beyond the heavens. But unlike those alien races pillaging and plundering Deep Blue Star, she had never done anything wrong. Yet Xin Yue knew all too well, if her alien heritage were exposed, she would be doomed. After all, alien spies had long been infiltrating Deep Blue Star's human beast masters and beast girls in disguise. The more powerful beast tamers and beast girls would likely treat her as an alien spy. As far as Xin Yue knew, the fate of such alien spies was, at best, death by slow torture. Though Xin Yue still didn't know exactly how Zhang Xinghe had discovered her true identity. She made a decisive choice: form a contract with Zhang Xinghe first to secure his cooperation. As for whether she would ultimately collaborate with Zhang Xinghe or eliminate him to silence him forever, that could be decided later. With this thought, Xin Yue gracefully walked toward Zhang Xinghe amidst the puzzled stares of her classmates. What followed was a single sentence from Xin Yue that transformed the expressions on everyone's faces from confusion to utter shock. She bit her moist red lips slightly, then said somewhat reluctantly, "Classmate Zhang Xinghe, I agree to sign the contract with you. We can begin now." Xin Yue's words exploded like a nuclear bomb on the school plaza. No one could have imagined that after rejecting countless suitors, Xin Yue would ultimately choose to sign a contract with Zhang Xinghe. The thought of Zhang Xinghe spending every day with the campus beauty Xin Yue, even having the chance to share intimate moments together. Many eyes fixed on Zhang Xinghe, their envy practically dripping with venom. The crowd still couldn't fathom why Xin Yue had chosen Zhang Xinghe. Though Zhang Xinghe possessed growth-type talent, his potential ceiling was lower than the starting point of many here. Not only the students, but even many teachers at Nanming First High School couldn't fathom what was happening before their eyes. All they could do was stare dumbly as Zhang Xinghe slowly raised his palm toward Xin Yue's fair, smooth forehead. The next moment, a contract formation materialized. This contract array only manifested when both parties were fully consenting and of sound mind. This signified that Xin Yue had entered into a Beastmaster contract with Zhang Xinghe entirely of her own free will. The instant Zhang Xinghe sealed the pact with Xin Yue, the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon within his mind trembled violently. A vast torrent of pitch-black evolutionary energy began surging forth endlessly. This evolution energy was precious stuff, sufficient to drive any beast girl or battle beast to evolve to a certain degree. However, directly using such pure, universal evolution energy for evolution was far too extravagant. A better approach was to condense this supremely pure energy into universal evolution crystals, then trade them for vast sums of money. Then, with the money earned, one could tailor-make the evolution materials needed for each battle beast and beast girl, evolving them according to their specific requirements. Chapter 5: Steal from my house, but don't touch my study materials. Zhang Xinghe wasn't the least bit surprised by the omnipotent evolution energy suddenly appearing around the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon. He'd seen this stuff before in his past life. This universal evolution energy was a valuable resource. Whenever a battle beast or beast girl signed their first beastmaster contract with him, he would receive some of the scattered evolution energy from the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred scripture. Additionally, whenever a battle beast or beast maiden advanced in rank, he would also receive some of the universal evolutionary energy that seeped out from the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred scripture.
Zhang Xinghe now needed to utilize the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred scripture to aid Shen Yue's evolution.
On the other hand, he also needed to find ways to acquire cultivation resources so that he, a Tier 1 Beastmaster, could quickly grow into a Tier 2 Beastmaster. A Tier 1 Beastmaster could only contract one battle beast or one beast maiden, while a Tier 2 Beastmaster could contract two, and so on. Only upon breaking through to the 9th rank could this limitation be overcome, allowing the binding of more beast girls and battle beasts. After Zhang Xinghe and Shen Yue formed their contract, an event unfolded that was entirely within Zhang Xinghe's expectations, yet utterly unexpected to everyone else. A golden orb descended from the sky, enveloping a female corpse as it crashed directly into the historical museum of Nanming First High School.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as half of Nanming No. 1 High School's history museum collapsed. The golden orb that had streaked across the sky not only demolished the museum but also gouged a massive crater several meters deep into the ground. This sudden catastrophe left everyone at Nanming No. 1 High School except Zhang Xinghe utterly stunned. Many students and teachers turned pale with fear. After all, if that golden orb hadn't targeted the museum but instead landed on the flag-raising plaza, who knew how many casualties it would have caused? Shortly after the golden orb struck the ground, police vehicles from the Nanming Public Security Bureau and special operations vehicles from the Nanming Military Command swiftly arrived at the scene. The school history museum was immediately cordoned off, with no unauthorized personnel permitted to approach.
The faculty and students of Nanming No. 1 High School were utterly baffled by the golden orb that had fallen from the sky. Zhang Xinghe, however, understood perfectly well. That golden orb contained the lifelike corpse of a woman. The deceased appeared to be a king-level beast girl, whose death resulted from being ambushed by multiple king-level alien warriors. But these details were only revealed years later after official investigations in his previous life. Zhang Xinghe had also heard some rumors suggesting that the lifelike corpse was not a king-level beast girl, but one of a rank even higher than king. The cause of death, it was said, was murder to silence her. Both beast masters and beast maidens were ranked using the same system of tiers and qualifications. Both beast masters and beast maidens are rated from F rank to SSSR rank, spanning 10 tiers. Their cultivation realms, however, are divided into 9 tiers, Tier 1 to Tier 9, followed by Transcendent, with King tier existing only above Transcendent. King tier beast masters and beast girls were already supremely powerful beings. The assassination of a beast maiden above the King tier was beyond Zhang Xinghe's comprehension. Even in his previous life, he had never encountered a powerhouse beyond the King tier. However, considering he had contracted Jieduan Chan and possessed the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon, Zhang Xinghe remained deeply intrigued by that deceased king-level beast maiden. If he could gain some advantage from this king-tier beast maiden, he might be able to leverage the strengths of both Jieduan Nu and the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon to rapidly snowball his development. After the senior high students completed their contract ceremonies, the school announced the start of vacation. After a brief exchange with Shen Yue, Zhang Xinghe prepared to take the school beauty to his home for a visit. After all, his house was quite spacious. The school beauty Shen Yue could even stay long-term, living and training alongside him. But Zhang Xinghe knew deep down that such a wonderful scenario was unlikely to happen. At best, the school beauty Shen Yue would just see where he lived and then leave. As for any romantic developments with the school beauty, that was completely out of the question in the near future. Meanwhile, in a modest courtyard not far from Nanming First High School, a seductively dressed beauty appeared, her face filled with confusion. To say she was lightly dressed wasn't quite accurate. This beauty wore nothing at all, wrapped only in a curtain panel she'd just torn down. Had Zhang Xinghe been present, he would have instantly recognized that this breathtakingly beautiful woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the mysterious female corpse. But one thing was certain, the enchanting beauty before him was definitely not the corpse. She was a living, breathing human being. The rumors Zhang Xinghe had heard in his previous life were indeed true. The one who destroyed the Nanming First High School History Museum was not some king-tier beast girl, but an emperor-tier beast girl. Above the king tier was the emperor tier, and above that lay the emperor tier. An empress-tier beast girl represented the pinnacle of combat power on Deep Blue Star. This empress-level beast girl, named Yulinglong, bore the imperial title Linglong. She possessed the strength of the 3rd tier of the emperor realm and was an SSS-grade dream-eating shadow dragon in terms of innate talent. Yulinglong's demise stemmed from accidentally uncovering secrets she shouldn't have known, leading to her being silenced. However, Yulinglong did not truly die. With her last breath, she shed her old form and was reborn. But she was no longer the Empress Linglong with SSS-grade dream-eating shadow dragon potential and 3rd tier emperor realm strength. The Yulinglong of today is merely an ordinary woman possessing a few special abilities. Her strength is that of a Tier 1 beast girl, and her talent is that of an F-grade dream spirit. Even a random thug with ill intent could brutally violate this once mighty empress.
No matter how much Yu Linglong pondered it, she couldn't make sense of it. She had clearly sensed a faint resonance of an ancient dragon emanating from the direction of Nanming First High School's History Museum. Yet now, inexplicably, that resonance had vanished without a trace. After a moment's thought, Yu Linglong decided to find a weakling beastmaster to sign a contract with, settling down temporarily. Once she recovered a bit, she'd turn that weakling into her puppet before hunting down the next one. By milking 100 or so beastmasters with this scheme, she could eventually operate independently without relying on any of them. Yu Linglong soon discovered something that delighted her immensely. Just as she was pondering where to find a weak beast tamer to target, one conveniently walked right into her path. The reason for this uncanny coincidence was that the place Yu Linglong had broken into was none other than Zhang Xinghe's home. And now she appeared in Zhang Xinghe's bedroom, so the weakling beast tamer she saw was naturally Zhang Xinghe. Spotting Zhang Xinghe and Shen Yuwei approaching nearby, Yu Linglong's lips curved upward in a faint smile. Just what the doctor ordered. An F-rank, Tier 1 beastmaster like this is a rare find indeed. She lightly licked her red lips, murmuring to herself, this empress is currently a dragon in shallow waters, so I'll have to start with this little shrimp. I wonder how much enhancement this empress will gain after devouring this little brat completely. While Yu Linglong schemed over how to deal with Zhang Xinghe himself was a bit dumbfounded. He lived in an old family apartment on the ground floor of a dilapidated residential complex. When Zhang Xinghe brought campus beauty Shen Yuwei into the courtyard, he was stunned to discover his room's curtains had been stolen. But the little thief didn't seem too bright after stealing the curtains. He'd actually hidden in Zhang Xinghe's room and hadn't left. Zhang Xinghe was now worried, had the hundreds of gigabytes of precious study materials on his computer hard drive been compromised? It wasn't so much that he feared losing the important study materials themselves, but rather that he'd rather be torn to shreds than have his reputation tarnished. If that little thief in his room had touched his study materials, things would get awkward when he brought campus beauty Shen Yuwei in to catch the thief. What if he and campus beauty Shen broke down the door only to witness something they shouldn't? Where would he hide his face? Chapter 6, Things keep getting better, and then a mature woman falls from the sky. Is anyone else home? Standing at the entrance to Zhang Xinghe's small courtyard, campus beauty Shen furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze fixed on Zhang Xinghe with suspicion. Zhang Xinghe had clearly stated he lived alone, yet the house now carried the distinct scent of another presence. Shen Yuwei suspected he hadn't been entirely truthful. Seeing the confusion on her face, Zhang Xinghe forced a light-hearted smile. It's nothing. Just a little pest that snuck in. Don't mind it. While chatting with Shen Yuwei to stall for time, Zhang Xinghe silently communicated with the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon in his mind, discreetly checking the situation in his room. He thought to himself, if it was truly just a petty thief, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But if the intruder turned out to be a formidable opponent, he couldn't afford to act rashly. This time, Zhang Xinghe didn't just glance at the basic profile like before. He pulled up the detailed information on this little pest, afraid to miss any crucial detail. Name, Yu Linglong. Age, unknown. Talent, F-rank Dream Spirit. Realm, Tier 1 Beast Girl. Detailed description 1, the target originally possessed the Imperial Realm, 3rd tier. It is currently in a weakened state following a rebirth through Nirvana. Detailed description 2, the target's original potential was an SSS-grade dream-eating shadow dragon. Due to an erroneous choice in its evolutionary path, it is unable to break through the constraints of the SSS-grade dream-eating shadow dragon stage. Detailed description 3, the target's soul is severely damaged at present. Using purple flower incense will most effectively complete the current stage of soul restoration. Detailed description 4, the target's current condition is critically poor. Employing a sleep induction array will induce a brief period of slumber. More detailed explanations hidden. Evolution path. E-rank Purple Dream Spirit, view details. D-grade Phantom Dream Spirit, view details. C-rank Dream Eater, view details. B-rank Dream Eater Dragon Maiden, view details. A-rank Dreamweaver Dragon Lord, view details. S-rank Nightmare Dragon, view details. SS-class Dark Moon Shadow Dragon, view details. SSS-class Dark Star Dragon Maiden, view details. SSSR rank Dark Star Dragon Empress, view details. As soon as he finished reviewing the data, Zhang Xinghe's heart sank. This time, he had truly misjudged the situation. He had assumed the intruder in his bedroom was just a petty thief, never imagining it was the fallen Empress reborn from her ashes. Furthermore, the records revealed that during her last evolution, Yu Linglong had veered off course at the E-rank Purple Dream Spirit stage. She should have evolved smoothly from F-grade Dream Spirit to E-grade Purple Dream Spirit, but through a series of unfortunate events, she instead became an E-grade Dark Dream Spirit. That single misstep caused every subsequent step to go awry. Although Yu Linglong's potential soared all the way to SSS-grade, she ultimately failed to become an SSS-grade Dark Star Dragon Maiden. Instead, she evolved into an SSS-grade Dream-eating Shadow Dragon. Whether it's a beast maiden or a battle beast, their evolutionary paths are rarely singular. Choosing the wrong path spells trouble. Take Yu Linglong as an example. Before her rebirth, her cultivation level was permanently stuck at the SSS-grade Dream-eating Shadow Dragon stage, leaving her unable to advance or retreat. Even with her terrifying cultivation at the third tier of the Emperor realm, she still couldn't elevate her potential any further. That said, it wasn't entirely her fault. After all, evolving from an F-grade dream spirit to an E-grade purple dream spirit required a rare spirit herb called the purple dream grass. Yet the purple dream herb had become extinct 10,000 years ago. Without access to purple dream grass, Yu Linglong naturally couldn't evolve into an E-ranked purple dream spirit. Back then, Yu Linglong had no solution, but Zhang Xinghe now possessed one. At this moment, he had made up his mind to claim the Linglong Empress. With her current F-rank dream spirit potential, Yu Linglong was the perfect candidate for farming universal evolution energy within the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon. As long as Zhang Xing has signed a contract with Yu Linglong, he could immediately obtain one portion of universal evolution energy. Moreover, every time Yu Linglong's rank increased, he would gain another portion of universal evolution energy. The question now was how could he possibly form a contract with this once feared empress? After a moment's thought, Zhang Xing had decided to first purchase several sticks of purple flower incense from the materials shop to test Yu Linglong's disposition. Lowering his voice, Zhang Xinghe explained to Xin Yue, I carefully sensed it earlier, the one hiding in my bedroom is a powerful beast girl in her weakened state. If I can sign a contract with her, we both stand to gain. I plan to buy some items from the nearby materials shop to gauge her attitude. Xin Yue blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of skepticism flickering in her gaze. After all, Zhang Xinghe had instantly recognized her as a Zetton beast girl, a fact that had long made Xin Yue aware of his unusual nature. Yet the situation he was describing now still caught her completely off guard. Xin Yue had indeed sensed another presence in Zhang Xinghe's room, and that person's strength didn't seem particularly formidable. Beyond that, however, she could detect nothing further. Zhang Xinghe's situation was clearly different from hers. Zhang Xinghe even specified that the other person was a powerful beast girl in a weakened state. Xin Yue was deeply curious about how Zhang Xinghe had come to know all this. She didn't press him further, merely filing the question away mentally as she resolved to remain by Zhang Xinghe's side and observe developments. At that moment, in Zhang Xinghe's bedroom, Yu Linglong had intended to reveal her trump card. She planned to control both Zhang Xinghe and Xin Yue, turning these two youngsters into puppets under her command. Yet somehow, after exchanging a few brief words at the courtyard gate, Zhang Xinghe and Xin Yue had walked away together. A dozen minutes later, the pair reappeared in Yu Linglong's sight, each carrying a shopping bag. Clearly, they had just gone together to a nearby hardware store to pick up some supplies. This time, Zhang Xinghe didn't linger at the gate but walked to the center of the courtyard and lit a purple flowered incense stick with a hiss. This purple flower incense resembled a piece of pale purple dried twig. As soon as it was lit, wispy strands of pale purple smoke began to rise, carrying a delicate fragrance as it drifted slowly toward Zhang Xinghe's bedroom. This scene naturally caught Yu Linglong's attention. A mocking smile touched Yu Linglong's lips as she murmured to herself, purple flower incense merely possesses a faint anesthetic effect. It might work on most F-rank beast maidens and battle beasts. But these two little ones, surely they don't naively believe such petty tricks could affect this empress? Ridiculous. Before Yu Linglong could finish her sentence, the mockery still lingering in her heart, the smile on her lips suddenly froze. The purple flower incense brought by Zhang Xinghe proved harmless to her. On the contrary, its wispy fragrance nourished her wounded soul, greatly benefiting her current weakened state. Yet Yu Linglong, a formidable former empress, was learning for the first time that purple flower incense possessed such remarkable properties. What shocked Yu Linglong even more unfolded in the very next instant. Immediately after, Zhang Xinghe's unhurried voice drifted in from outside the courtyard, sounding almost indifferent, your current state is quite dire. However, this purple flower incense can slightly repair your damaged soul. I hold no ill will towards you, I merely wish to speak with you. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong froze, her narrow, phoenix-like eyes deepening with confusion. Like Xin Yue, she couldn't fathom what kind of person Zhang Xinghe truly was. However, seeing that the purple flower incense he brought was indeed beneficial to her, Yu Linglong decided to grant this weak beast tamer a chance to speak. Yu Linglong immediately switched to her signature coquettish tone, speaking lazily, little one, what do you wish to discuss with this empress? Chapter 7, I'm a professional, let me tailor it to your needs. If Yu Linglong's situation was similar to that of campus beauty Xin Yue, then Zhang Xinghe could say to Yu Linglong, miss you wouldn't want your identity as the empress revealed to others, would you? However, Yu Linglong's situation was clearly far more complicated than Xin Yue's. Therefore, Zhang Xinghe could only bring up the topic that most piqued Yu Linglong's interest to capture the empress's attention. After Yu Linglong asked, Zhang Xinghe made no attempt to conceal the truth, getting straight to the point. If an F-grade dream spirit evolves into an E-grade dark dream spirit, its ultimate achievement will only reach the SSS-grade dream-eating shadow dragon. Before Zhang Xinghe could finish, Yu Linglong's expression darkened dramatically. She blurted out, interrupting him, who are you? Zhang Xinghe's words had indeed succeeded in capturing the empress's attention, and it was clear she was deeply unsettled. After all, Yu Linglong had only recently narrowly escaped death. She was clearly unwilling to encounter anyone who knew her true identity at this moment. Typically, those capable of recognizing her were of terrifyingly high status. And in her current state, any one of them was far beyond her ability to provoke. Of course, Zhang Xingha's goal wasn't merely to send Yu Linglong into a panic, drenched in cold sweat. He wasn't seeking to show off before the Empress, but to secure her for himself. As Yu Linglong pondered how to handle this unexpected turn, Zhang Xingha spoke again. Simply sign a Beastmaster contract with me, and I can evolve you from an F-rank Dream Spirit into an E-rank Purple Dream Spirit. I can even grant you the opportunity to evolve into an SSS-rank Dark Star Dragon Sovereign Empress. Yu Linglong snorted derisively at his words. At this moment, she still couldn't figure out what kind of person Zhang Xingha truly was. But one thing she could be certain of: this Zhang Xingha was an absolute master of exaggeration. Evolving an F-rank Dream Spirit into an E-rank Purple Dream Spirit required a spirit plant called Purple Dreamgrass, a species extinct for 10,000 years. Where on earth would Zhang Xingha get Purple Dreamgrass to help her evolve into an E-rank Purple Dream Spirit? Zhang Xingha understood perfectly why Yu Linglong scoffed. So he calmly continued, actually, besides Purple Dreamgrass, there's another way to evolve an F-rank Dream Spirit into an E-rank Purple Dream Spirit. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Linglong's eyes before she scoffed coldly. Another method? As if you could possibly access it. Even if you were a 9th tier Beastmaster, not just some lowly 1st tier one, you'd never obtain such an incredibly precious resource. Zhang Xingha merely smiled at her words, replying with unhurried ease, that's where you're mistaken. I happen to possess the purest form of universal evolution energy. Impossible. Yu Linglong dismissed Zhang Xingha's claim without a moment's hesitation. After all, universal evolution energy was extremely susceptible to contamination. The omni-evolution energy contained within existing omni-evolution crystals all contained impurities. For an F-grade Dream Spirit to successfully evolve into an E-grade Purple Dream Spirit, absolutely pure omni-evolution energy without a single trace of impurity was required. Yu Linglong simply couldn't believe Zhang Xingha would possess such an incredibly rare resource. Zhang Xingha knew that mere words would be hard for Yu Linglong to accept, so he decided to prove himself without boasting. With a flicker of his thoughts, he silently communicated with the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon. Instantly, a flickering strand of omnipotent evolution energy, resembling a tiny black flame, materialized in his palm. Impossible. How could you possibly have this? Yu Linglong looked as if she'd seen a ghost, completely losing her composure. To be fair, her reaction was understandable. The scene before her was utterly beyond comprehension. Her doubts snowballed within her mind. Initially, she had assumed Zhang Xingha was nothing more than an utterly ordinary Tier 1 beast tamer, weak in power and mediocre in talent. Yet Zhang Xingha's relentless string of astonishing maneuvers left her dazzled and filled with doubts. For instance, the purple flower incense could heal her damaged soul, something she, an Empress-level powerhouse, knew nothing about, yet Zhang Xingha somehow possessed this knowledge. Then there was the question of how Zhang Xingha had obtained that ball of pure, all-purpose evolutionary energy in his palm. Yu Linglong couldn't fathom it either. Logically, a weakling like Zhang Xingha shouldn't possess treasures of such caliber, yet there it was, firmly in his grasp. Another thing that baffled Yu Linglong: how exactly had Zhang Xingha discerned the severe damage to her soul? Logically speaking, with her disguise techniques, unless she encountered a heavenly realm powerhouse, she shouldn't have been exposed. At this moment, the Linglong Empress's mind was clouded with doubts. She even felt as though, in Zhang Xingha's presence, she had become a transparent being with no secrets, while her own understanding of him remained pitifully scarce. Yet Linglong Empress could at least confirm one thing. Despite his many peculiarities, Zhang Xingha was undeniably just a weakling, a mere first-tier beastmaster. Once she grasped this truth, the Linglong Empress gradually recovered from her initial shock and regained her composure. As an empress of her generation, even if she now found herself somewhat like a dragon in shallow waters or a tiger fallen from its mountain, manipulating a mere first-tier beastmaster should be effortless, shouldn't it? More crucially, Zhang Xingha held immense value for her. He seemed to possess knowledge beyond her grasp, wielded peculiar methods of perception, and held a small amount of universal evolutionary energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to discern her current state, much less think to use purple flower incense to heal her wounds. Moreover, Yu Linglong had a distinct feeling this kid Zhang Xingha was actually a bit foolish. This guy clearly carried non-crystallized, pure universal evolution energy on him, yet he dared to casually flaunt it. Were it not for the wall separating them, the Empress Linglong might have suspected Zhang Xingha of harboring ulterior motives, perhaps even lustful intentions toward her. To seal a contract with her, he'd even risked exposing the existence of such a precious treasure. After reassessing Zhang Xingha's worth, the Linglong Empress smiled sweetly and asked in a coquettish voice, "So, little one, you want to sign a contract with this Empress, huh?" Hearing that little one, Zhang Xingha instantly rolled his eyes inwardly. The Linglong Empress hadn't even seen his true strength, yet she kept calling him little one. This was outright slander. Despite his internal ranting, Zhang Xingha remained professional on the surface, nodding earnestly. "That's right. I do wish to form a contract with you. And from what I can tell, I'm the only Beastmaster who can truly help you right now." As for the latter part of that statement, Zhang Xingha had made a sudden, sharp turn, skillfully smoothing over his original words. After all, what he'd originally intended to say was that he was the most suitable Beastmaster to contract with Yu Linglong. But remembering she was, after all, a powerful empress, he cleverly changed his words to avoid offending this empress sister and causing her to refuse the contract. As it turned out, both Zhang Xingha's weak combat prowess and his quick-witted, high EQ speech came in handy this time. Moments later, Yu Linglong's uniquely seductive voice drifted lazily through the air. Alright then. But first, you must prepare a set of clothes for me. It's rather inconvenient for me to step out of my room to meet you lot right now. Zhang Xingha immediately sat up straight, his tone solemn and righteous. As a conscientious and responsible beast master, I must fulfill my duty to every beast maiden I contract with. Please allow me to professionally measure your 3 key dimensions before purchasing clothing that fits you perfectly. The Empress Linglong couldn't be bothered with his flirting. She merely gave a coy smile and coldly replied, "Come if you dare." Chapter 8, No way. This can actually help someone advance? An outstanding beast master must constantly strive for perfection and scale new heights. He needed to conduct the most detailed research possible on as many beast girls and battle beasts as he could. Zhang Xingha naturally yearned to delve deeply into studying an exceptional beast maiden like the Empress Linglong. However, the gap in power between him and the Linglong Empress was vast, and there was the high risk of being swatted to death by her. After careful consideration, Zhang Xingha ultimately abandoned his heroic sacrifice for the sake of his beast mastering career. Besides, once the Empress Linglong signed a contract with him, he'd have ample opportunity to study her inside and out. There was no rush. As for the task of selecting suitable clothing for the Linglong Empress, it was ultimately entrusted to campus beauty Xin Yue. About half an hour later, Zhang Xingha finally got to speak face-to-face with the Empress Linglong. The Linglong Empress was a stark contrast to the innocent Xin Yue, radiating a mature, alluring charm of an older sister. At that moment, the Empress Linglong wore a white, flower-collared, form-fitting blouse on top and a light gray, body-hugging pencil skirt on the bottom. Her long, shapely legs were encased in a pair of 0D ultra-thin black stockings. Her feet were perched atop 8-centimeter black stiletto heels, accentuating her perfect 9 head-to-body ratio with a fiercely alluring poise. Zhang Xingha never imagined that Empress Linglong, merely changing her outfit and tidying up a bit, could elevate her beauty to such breathtaking heights, a level so stunning it felt suffocating. She was no longer just an ultimate mature beauty, she was the ultimate among ultimate mature beauties. Zhang Xingha secretly studied her for a long moment before tentatively asking, "That golden orb that fell into our school earlier, it contained a female corpse." "That corpse, well..." Before Zhang Xingha could finish, the Empress of Linglong waved dismissively, unconcerned. "It was merely a lifelike puppet. Don't give it a second thought." Zhang Xingha fell deep in thought upon hearing this. He opened his mouth to speak, then hesitated and closed it again. Empress Linglong was undeniably formidable, but according to rumors Zhang Xingha had heard in his previous life, she also had an extremely powerful rival. By leaving a puppet in the large pit of Nanming First High School's History Museum, the Empress Linglong might be attempting to mislead that rival. But now, Linglong Empress's appearance was identical to that puppet. If she appeared in public looking like this, she could easily be recognized by someone with ulterior motives. What if her rival tracked her all the way to Nanming City? Wouldn't all 3 of them be doomed? Empress Linglong naturally understood Zhang Xingha's concerns. Originally, she intended to turn both Zhang Xingha and Xin Yue into her puppets, so she didn't care if they saw her true face. But now, things had become a bit tricky. The visage she displayed at this moment was not her true form, but a meticulously crafted disguise. Even at the peak of her Imperial Realm cultivation, maintaining such a high-level disguise had been exceedingly difficult. Now that her cultivation had fallen, she was utterly incapable of wielding such profoundly mysterious disguise techniques. A casual disguise might fool ordinary people, but encountering even a moderately skilled beastmaster would instantly expose her ruse. With that realization, the Empress Linglong steeled her resolve and decided to reveal her true face. After all, outsiders only recognized her disguised face and knew nothing of her true appearance. She revealed her true appearance, yet it was surprisingly difficult to recognize her. Thus, under the stunned gazes of Zhang Xingha and Xin Yue, the Empress Linglong's features began to gradually transform. Her already stunningly beautiful face now became even more breathtakingly gorgeous, a beauty beyond compare. Her almond-shaped face transformed into a perfectly defined oval. Her features grew more exquisitely defined and sculpted, as if reworked by a master artisan. Her exquisite eyes reached the pinnacle of beauty, their gaze shimmering like autumn waters flowing within. The phrase "eyes like pools of water" found its perfect embodiment in her. Zhang Xingha also noticed that Empress Linglong seemed to possess an innate, alluring bone structure, radiating natural charm. Even when unsmiling, the corners of her eyes and brows seemed to carry a subtle, alluring smile. Her luscious, red lips were so tempting that Zhang Xingha couldn't help but feel an irresistible urge to taste them, though the thought would have to remain a fantasy. After restoring her true form, the Empress Linglong's perfect 9-headed figure did not grow any taller. Yet her curvaceous, fiery figure became even more exaggerated and explosive than before. The perfect, peach-like curves of her behind had ripened to full, rounded perfection. The snow-white peaks before her were genuine, surging like waves, a magnificent sight towering skyward, seemingly unreachable. Zhang Xingha's gaze swept over her, catching sight of the Linglong Empress's white blouse stretched to its limit, her exquisite form seemingly poised to burst forth at any moment. Snap! A sharp snap echoed as a button flew off her white shirt. Fortunately, the Empress Linglong was battle-hardened, reacting with astonishing speed as she instinctively raised her hand to shield her chest. Yet to Zhang Xingha, even with her timely block, the scene still carried a hint of spring's beauty cannot be contained. Empress Linglong was well aware of the perfection bordering on unfairness of the body beneath her true form. Her eyes, usually seductive and slanted, suddenly turned icy as she glared fiercely at Zhang Xingha. If you want to die, keep staring. Faced with the Empress Linglong's threat, Zhang Xingha decisively chose to be a man who knows when to bend. He silently noted this debt in his mind before swiftly steering the conversation back on track. I'm currently only a Tier 1 Beastmaster and can't sign a contract with you immediately. I plan to spend about 3 weeks raising my rank from Tier 1 to Tier 2 before signing a contract with you. Once our contract is formed, I can accelerate the repair of your soul damage and provide the universal evolution energy needed for your F-grade dream spirit to evolve into an E-grade purple dream spirit. Empress Linglong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A look of disbelief flashed across her face as she hurriedly asked, Your Beastmaster talent, could it be that you can refine small amounts of universal evolution energy? It was well known that, much like how an S-rank beast tamer like Zetton possessed 7 innate talents, beast tamers themselves were born with innate abilities. Unfortunately, Zhang Xingha's current Beastmaster qualification was a mere F rank, meaning his innate talents had yet to awaken. Still, it didn't matter if the Empress Linglong made such a harmless misjudgment. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xingha nodded in tacit agreement. Upon receiving his confirmation, the Empress Linglong's eyes lit up with a smile, her excitement palpable. So, if I wait a little longer, you can evolve my F-rank dream spirit into an E-rank purple dream spirit? Wonderful. In that case, there's no need for all that hassle. I'll personally elevate you to a Tier 2 Beastmaster right now so you can sign a contract with me immediately. Zhang Xingha was puzzled. How did the Empress Linglong plan to instantly elevate him by an entire tier? Next, he watched as the Empress Linglong rose from the sofa across from him and glided toward him. She reached out, her delicate hand resting on his shoulder, and then her moist red lips pressed directly against his. Zhang Xingha instantly felt a warm current of pure energy surge through his mouth and into his body. In an instant, it circulated through his limbs and meridians, triggering a profound transformation and upgrade throughout his entire being, from the inside out. Chapter 9, Campus Beauty, You haven't lost, you still have room to grow. Zhang Xingha never imagined the Empress Linglong would employ such a method to rapidly enhance him. He clearly sensed that this advancement was not forcing growth prematurely, but rather allowing him to ascend perfectly while solidifying his foundation. However, Zhang Xingha had no time to marvel at the Empress Linglong's miraculous technique, nor to linger on the soft touch of her red lips. After all, instantly elevating him by 1 tier while ensuring his foundation remained solid had clearly taken a significant toll on the currently weakened Linglong Empress. Her slender frame swayed dangerously, nearly toppling to the floor. But she was, after all, once an Empress-level powerhouse. Her reflexes were lightning fast. With a swift thrust of her slender hand, she steadied herself against the nearby cabinet, leaving Zhang Xingha no chance to exploit the opening. The moment Zhang Xingha's hand touched the delicate softness of her waist, she had already regained her balance. Zhang Xingha couldn't help but grumble inwardly, there really are more faulty cabinets in this world than good ones. Why did his house have to have so many cabinets? What a pain in the ass. At that thought, he suddenly felt that Teacher by Wei was much better. Teacher by Wei. Though Teacher by Wei was a gentle older woman, she mastered the ultimate lowly technique tripping on flat ground. Zhang Xingha had witnessed Teacher by Wei fall flat on her face twice, both times seemingly tripped by her high heels. Thinking of Teacher by Wei, he couldn't help but recall that unexpected kiss. The refreshingly sweet fragrance of Teacher by Wei was something he could savor for a lifetime. Before Zhang Xingha could drift off in thought again, the Empress Linglong gave a cold snort. Where do you think you're putting your hands? Zhang Xingha nonchalantly withdrew his hand and grinned. I just saw you almost fall. I instinctively reached out to steady you. Poof. Linglong Empress gave a light snort, choosing not to dwell on the subject. As for Zhang Xingha's little scheme, she saw right through it. In the long years before her rebirth, countless men had tried to take advantage of her, yet this little brat had succeeded. But the immediate priority was to get Zhang Xingha to sign a Beastmaster contract with her, so he could provide her with the universal evolution energy. Empress Linglong spoke up, alright, you've now successfully advanced to a 2nd-tier Beastmaster. Hurry up and sign a contract with this Empress, then provide me with that universal evolutionary energy. Zhang Xingha nodded slightly before instructing the Linglong Empress, bend over. Linglong Empress's beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. Though she said nothing and did not truly bend over, she leaned forward slightly, allowing Zhang Xingha to place his hand on her fair, smooth forehead. Noticing Linglong Empress kept one hand pressed over her collar, Zhang Xingha muttered under his breath, guarding against petty people is one thing, but guarding against gentlemen too? Empress Linglong shot him a withering glare and snapped, if you don't want to get beaten later, stop wasting my time. Zhang Xinghe had absolutely no desire to be beaten, so he immediately began the process of forging a beast taming contract with the Empress Linglong. Though Zhang Xinghe, this upright gentleman, was being guarded like a hawk. Sitting quietly beside them, sipping tea, campus beauty Xin Yue witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of this mature woman. From Xin Yue's perspective, the Empress Linglong's figure was truly a sight to behold, peaks gathered like mountains, waves surging like storms, each angle revealing new contours. Xin Yue was utterly convinced, in her normal state, her figure prowess only reached about 70% of the Linglong Empress's level. After transforming into her B-rank Snow Beauty rabbit form, she could reach 80%. As for her most prized S-rank Zetton form, it could only reach at most 90% of the Empress Linglong's level. At that moment, Xin Yue fully realized the sheer terror of an emperor-level powerhouse far exceeded her wildest imagination. The school beautician, who had always been supremely confident in her looks and figure, now found herself experiencing severe body anxiety in the presence of the Linglong Empress. Though Zhang Xinghe was busy signing a contract with the Linglong Empress, he still noticed Xin Yue's expression and the fleeting glimpse of defeat in her eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Xinghe desperately wanted to tell Xin Yue, "School flower, you haven't lost. You still have room to grow," while Empress Linglong has already hit her growth ceiling. The instant Zhang Xinghe and the Linglong Empress completed their contract, the 10,000 Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon in his mind hummed with a powerful vibration. Immediately, vast quantities of pitch black, profound, and unfathomably mysterious universal evolutionary energy surged forth endlessly. Seeing such a massive reserve of this mysterious universal evolutionary energy suddenly appear, Zhang Xinghe couldn't have been happier. From the Linglong Empress's earlier reaction, it was clear just how extraordinary this treasure truly was. At this moment, the universal evolutionary energy within his mind had coalesced into a massive mass, roughly the size of a water barrel. With this quantity, merely extracting a single strand to crystallize and solidify could yield over 100 universal evolution crystals. And any single universal evolution crystal could fetch over 100,000 credit points at auction. With this batch of mysterious universal evolution energy, Zhang Xinghe could confidently say that for a considerable period, neither he, Xin Yue, nor the Empress Linglong would ever lack for money or resources again. After the contract ceremony concluded, the Linglong Empress turned her beautiful eyes, as clear as water-cutting blades, toward Zhang Xinghe with eager anticipation. Though his mind still held vast reserves of the energy, Zhang Xinghe feigned profound reluctance. With deliberate effort, he gathered a strand of the energy dark, profound, and enigmatic in his palm and offered it to the Empress Linglong. Seeing this pure, unadulterated universal evolution energy once more, the Empress Linglong still found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, she wasted no time. Leaning forward, she opened her mouth and sucked the strand of energy resembling a tiny black flame directly from Zhang Xinghe's palm into her belly. Immediately, the mysterious universal evolutionary energy began to exert its influence within the Empress Linglong's body, subtly and gradually optimizing her physique. Xin Yue witnessed this scene and slowly approached Zhang Xinghe, extending her snow-white jade-like hand. The meaning behind Miss Xin's gesture was crystal clear. She wanted a share of the universal evolution energy the Linglong Empress had just received. As a master of balancing relationships, Zhang Xinghe certainly couldn't show favoritism and risk losing more than he gained. However, as Zhang Xinghe glanced sideways at both the Linglong Empress and Miss Xin, he instantly realized that the phrase favor one over another, losing the bigger picture for the smaller, couldn't be casually uttered. It should be rephrased as losing the smaller for the bigger instead. The delicate Empress is certainly captivating, but the school beauty Xin is no less stunning. After all, a seductive older woman shouldn't overshadow an innocent campus beauty to the point of making her seem utterly worthless. Thus, Zhang Xinghe once again gathered a strand of universal evolutionary energy in his palm, awaiting Miss Xin's indulgence. However, Xin Yue didn't follow Linglong Empress's example by bending down to absorb it herself. Instead, she simply parted her lips slightly, waiting for Zhang Xinghe to feed her. Zhang Xinghe paused slightly, then mimicked feeding a small animal, gently guiding the strand of universal evolution energy into Xin Yue's mouth. As the benefits of the universal evolution energy dissolved within her body, a look of blissful contentment spread across Xin Yue's pure and beautiful face. Her flawlessly exquisite profile, paired with her porcelain-like, flawless skin, naturally drew Zhang Xinghe's gaze, making him unable to look away. He even found himself wanting to lean closer for a better look. Chapter 10, Empress, is there more? This Empress wants more. Seeing Xin Yue receive a strand of the universal evolution energy, the Empress Linglong fixed her gaze on Zhang Xinghe and demanded, is there more? This Empress wants more. Zhang Xinghe shook his head decisively. None left. This universal evolution energy is extremely rare. At my current stage, I can only refine this tiny bit each day. Not a single drop remains now. Of course, Zhang Xinghe was lying through his teeth. He still had a considerable stockpile of universal evolution energy stored in his mind. Moreover, he himself was incapable of actively refining universal evolution energy. He could only obtain large quantities during the initial contract signing with a battle beast or beast girl. As for day-to-day, whenever his contracted battle beasts or beast girls made progress in their growth, he'd also gain a small amount of universal evolution energy. Such a precious resource, Zhang Xinghe planned to save up and use sparingly. Feeding it to Principal Xin and Empress Linglong once a day was sufficient. Of course, if he could contract Teacher by Wei as well, that would be truly perfect. However, achieving that would be extremely difficult. Unless Teacher by Wei voluntarily terminated her current Beastmaster contract, the only other option would be hoping her current Beastmaster met an unfortunate demise, causing the contract to dissolve automatically. As far as Zhang Xinghe knew, Teacher by Wei's current contract Beastmaster was a powerful figure from the Dawn base. After taking the college entrance exams, high school students are assigned to different Beastmaster universities based on their scores. These universities ranged from ordinary institutions to prestigious schools. Elites from these prestigious schools, after passing rigorous selection processes, are sent to municipal, provincial, or even national-level Dawn bases for advanced training. Even the Dawn Guardians stationed at municipal-level bases are exceptionally elite beast tamers or beast girls. As for the Dawn Guardians stationed at provincial and national-level bases, they represent the cream of the crop, the absolute elite. Though Zhang Xinghe possessed the game-changing Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon and had two powerful beast girls Xin Yue and Linglong Empress by his side, he wasn't so desperate as to scheme against the Dawn Guardian at the base just to covet Teacher by Wei. The realization that he couldn't form a contract with Teacher by Wei anytime soon left Zhang Xinghe feeling a pang of regret. But he didn't intend to dwell on thoughts of Teacher by Wei forever. He began contemplating what to do over the next 2 days, and how to handle the Empress Linglong when he returned to school on Monday. On Monday, Xin Yue would naturally accompany him to school. As for the Linglong Empress, it seemed he'd have to temporarily leave her at home. High school regulations didn't actually restrict beast masters to contracting only one beast girl or one war beast. However, during class hours, beast girls and battle beasts from outside the school were not permitted on campus. Only when the school organized trials in dangerous areas could students bring their off-campus beast girls and battle beasts along. So when he and Xin Yue headed to school on Monday, Linglong Empress would have to stay home alone. The thought of Linglong Empress being left alone at home to roam freely made Zhang Xinghe immediately decide to transfer his several hundred gigabytes of study materials to a more hidden location. He didn't want Linglong Empress to stumble upon them and ruin the reputation he'd worked so hard to build. As Zhang Xinghe pondered these matters, Xin Yue's sweet, seductive voice reached his ears. This weekend, shall we go explore the outer perimeter of the danger zone? Empress Linglong shook her head. The outer edges of the danger zone offer little reward and are extremely hazardous. If we encounter a powerful beast or alien race, I might survive, but you too would be in serious trouble. My suggestion is we head to the city's simulated trial zone to gather some benefits. Of course, if you prefer, you can stay put in this little courtyard and focus on your own cultivation until my innate talent advances and my power returns. Once I regain even a fraction of my strength, you won't have to worry about cultivation resources or anything else. In his previous life, faced with such an opportunity, Zhang Xinghe would have immediately groveled, "Sis, I'll be counting on you from now on." But now, he certainly wouldn't be so passive. With the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon in hand, he naturally intended to take Xin Yue and the Linglong Empress along for a frenzied leveling spree. After careful consideration, Zhang Xinghe decided to follow Linglong Empress's suggestion. I know the simulated trial zone in Nanming City quite well. Let's grab a bite to eat first, then head over to check it out. The so-called simulated trial zone was a highly advanced facility. It represented the pinnacle of technological array and special ability integration. The spatial environment created within the simulated trial zone was virtually indistinguishable from a genuine danger zone. However, in actual wilderness danger zones, encountering powerful beasts or alien races could prove fatal. In the simulation training zone, if you face a lethal threat, the system will teleport you out of the training ground immediately. Nanming City possesses 3 large-scale simulated trial zones. The first is the large-scale simulation training zone at the garrison headquarters, the second is the large-scale simulation training zone at the military headquarters, and the third is the large-scale simulation training zone at the Dawn base. Of these 3 major simulated trial zones, Zhang Xinghe was very familiar with the first 2, but he had never set foot in the third one at Dawn base. The so-called garrison headquarters was essentially the municipal system from before the cataclysm. The position formerly known as mayor had now been reclassified as guardian. The current guardian of Nanming City bore the surname Lin. Rumor had it that this Guardian Lin was a king-class beastmaster. Zhang Xinghe knew little about this Guardian Lin, as it wouldn't be long before he met his end. Half a year later, a dimensional rift would suddenly appear in Nanming City, unleashing hordes of monstrous beasts and alien races that would swarm into the city. Governor Lin, along with numerous beastmasters, beast maidens, and battle beasts from the governor's office, participated in that battle. Elite forces from the Security Bureau, the military headquarters, and the Dawn base were all thrown into the fray. The outcome was devastating. Commander Lin succumbed to his severe injuries, and Nanming City suffered massive losses in its defensive forces. In his previous life, when the beasts and alien races suddenly appeared in the city, Zhang Xinghe had been utterly powerless. This time, however, he could do much more. Even if he only managed to tip off the garrison headquarters in advance, it could have reduced casualties significantly. After quietly committing this to memory, Zhang Xinghe led the two beauties, one tall and one petite, out of his home to dine at a nearby restaurant. Arriving at the entrance of a restaurant he frequented, Zhang Xinghe turned to Xin Yuwei and the Linglong Empress and asked, "Is it okay if we eat here?" After all, Linglong Empress was an empress-level powerhouse. He wasn't sure if she partook in mortal fare. As for Xin Yuwei, though she held the S-rank title of Jiadun's mother, she still possessed a human identity. Xin Yuwei's family ranked well within the top 30 clans in Nanning City, though not quite among the top 10. Therefore, Zhang Xinghe wasn't sure if this Miss Xin was particular about her food. No sooner had Zhang Xinghe finished speaking than the Linglong Empress strode straight into the restaurant, casually remarking, "As long as it tastes good, nothing else matters." Xin Yuwei shook her head slightly, indicating she wasn't overly particular about food either. Seeing that neither of the two beauties had any objections, Zhang Xinghe naturally had none either. However, the moment they stepped inside, Zhang Xinghe immediately sensed something amiss. To be precise, the problem lay with two diners seated in the corner. These two weren't human at all, but alien spies disguised as humans. Chapter 11, Surprised? All three things are connected to me. The disguise techniques of the alien races were no joke. Whether it was human beast tamers or beast girls, without the special talent to spot disguises, it was nearly impossible to uncover the disguised alien races infiltrating human society. The two alien middle-aged men before Zhang Xinghe looked exactly like ordinary humans, showing not a single flaw. But Zhang Xinghe had already confirmed beyond doubt through the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon, these two men in Public Security Bureau uniforms were indeed alien imposters. In the age of catastrophe, every city housed 5 major institutions. These were the Garrison Headquarters, the Public Security Bureau, the Military Command, the Dawn Base, and the Beastmaster Association. The Garrison Headquarters functioned as the city's municipal nerve center, effectively the highest authority in the entire city. The Security Bureau, in plain terms, was the city's security department, responsible for handling all safety incidents within the city. The military headquarters and Dawn Base were tasked with safeguarding the city's security. Their primary duties include eradicating large-scale alien invasions around the city and eliminating powerful individual alien threats that could endanger the city's security. Additionally, should new dimensional rifts suddenly appear within the city, they are the first to intervene, suppressing and sealing them. As for the Beastmaster Association, nearly all matters concerning Beastmasters or Beast Girls fall under their jurisdiction. During the Cataclysmic Era, most cities became isolated islands cut off from one another. Beyond city walls lay perilous zones overrun by monstrous beasts and alien races. Within city limits lay the only safe space for residents to operate, though even that safety was relative. Globally, cities fell to alien races with alarming frequency. Of course, some fallen cities were successfully recaptured through joint operations by multiple human departments, returning them to human habitation. In short, across the globe, the human alliance and the invading alien beasts and races remain locked in a protracted tug-of-war. Zhang Xinghe was quietly pondering at that moment. During this period in his previous life, had the Nanning City Public Security Bureau encountered any major incidents? It was actually quite easy for alien races to disguise themselves as ordinary humans and infiltrate human society, though they typically only blended in among the common populace. But for an alien to infiltrate an institution like the Public Security Bureau or even the military headquarters, they would need the cooperation of a human traitor acting as an inside accomplice. After all, security clearance for agencies like the Public Security Bureau was extremely rigorous, leaving no room for error. Unless an alien possessed extraordinary camouflage abilities, ordinary disguised aliens would struggle to pass such rigorous vetting. That said, the human faction during the Cataclysmic Era wasn't entirely united. Some Beastmasters and Beast Maidens held no interest in safeguarding human civilization. These individuals preferred to rely on their own strength, resorting to any means legal or otherwise to satisfy their own interests and desires. A portion of Beastmasters and Beast Maidens have outright defected to alien factions. Faced with the relentless onslaught of alien armies, they had grown desperate, embracing the philosophy of if you can't beat them, join them. Zhang Xinghe paused briefly, then recalled that the Nanning City Public Security Bureau had indeed handled a major incident around this time. Though its name included the character for bureau, the Public Security Bureau operated without the bureaucratic hierarchy typical of government departments during the Cataclysm era. Its structure comprised tiers: public security officers, senior public security officers, public security chiefs, deputy public security commanders, and the public security commander. Zhang Xinghe recalled that around this time in his previous life, a deputy chief of the Nanning City Public Security Bureau had apparently been involved in an incident. Typically, a city's public security bureau had only 2 deputy chiefs, but Nanning City had a full 4. What gave Zhang Xinghe a headache was that he had no clue which of these 4 bigwigs had actually caused trouble. This situation was entirely different from hunting down alien spies. The official in question was a genuine human beastmaster. Even the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon couldn't directly expose him. Zhang Xinghe had brought along campus beauty Xin Yuwei and the Linglong Empress this time, intending to test their skills at the simulated training ground managed by the Garrison Headquarters and pick up some perks while they were at it. Little did he expect that casually grabbing a meal by the roadside would lead to such a major incident. Though troublesome, Zhang Xinghe couldn't stand idly by. Inside the restaurant, the two alien beings disguised as security officers had finished their meal. After settling their bill, they walked out together. Their every movement was indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Once these creatures infiltrated human society, they were extremely difficult to detect. After leaving the restaurant, the two non-humans disguised as security officers did not proceed together but split up. One headed back to the Public Security Bureau, while the other went to the Ujinjiwan Villa District. The Imperial View Villa District housed the residences of most of Nanning City's high-ranking officials. The residences of the 4 deputy chiefs of security in Nanning City were also situated within this villa complex. However, the alien using the alias Mufeng was only seeking out one of those 4 deputy chiefs of security on this trip. This man was Wang Xiangdong, the youngest deputy chief of security in Nanning City's history, having ascended to such a high position at just 30 years old. At this moment, Wang Xiangdong was not alone in his villa. Besides Deputy Chief Wang himself, a beautiful female security officer was present. Wang Xiangdong was basking in his success, his arms wrapped around Chen Suya, the campus beauty from his university days. Back then, he couldn't even dream of sharing a bed with Miss Chen, let alone having a meal with her. Had it not been for someone pulling strings behind the scenes, he'd still be a pathetic nobody at the bottom of the ladder. Of course, nothing in this world comes for free. Paying a price was inevitable. To save his own life and earn the trust of the alien race, he had personally killed his mentor, his girlfriend, and every single classmate who had journeyed with him. But none of this was known to the outside world. All anyone knew was that their expedition had been ambushed in the dimensional rift, suffering near total annihilation. Only Wang Xiangdong was rescued while barely clinging to life. After days of emergency treatment, he ultimately clung to life. Since then, he had learned from his bitter experience, becoming increasingly ambitious and daring on any battlefield, repeatedly distinguishing himself in combat. Step by step, he rose to become the youngest deputy chief of security in Nanning City's history. However, most of his renowned achievements known to the outside world were merely staged performances orchestrated in collaboration with alien factions. Under normal circumstances, Wang Xiangdong wouldn't be sitting here quietly sipping tea with Chen Suya in the living room. He should have been deep in conversation with her in bed by now. But today was different. Wang Xiangdong had 3 urgent matters to attend to. The first was investigating a student named Zhang Xinghe at Nanning First High School. Though his innate talent was rated F-grade, it was classified as growth type. At first glance, an F-grade growth type talent seemed indistinguishable from a complete waste of talent. However, the alien race had conducted extensive research on this type of growth-oriented aptitude. Therefore, the alien collaborators working with Wang Xiangdong understood clearly Zhang Xinghe possessing this growth-oriented aptitude was either a genuine waste of talent or a genius with immense potential. Wang Xiangdong had already dispatched personnel to gather detailed intelligence on Zhang Xinghe. The second matter involved investigating a peculiar alien. This alien was hiding somewhere in Nanning City, but her life frequency differed from all known humans and aliens. Wang Xiangdong was currently baffled by this matter, utterly at a loss. The third matter pertained to his long-standing mission. The ancient dragon aura he had been relentlessly pursuing had briefly surfaced not long ago, only to vanish completely like a fleeting flower. He must continue pursuing this lead. Chapter 12, What's the Fuss? Send me to investigate some brat. At this moment, Wang Xiangdong hadn't yet realized that these 3 investigations were, in a sense, one and the same. The extraordinary being with an unusual life frequency he sought was none other than Jie Dun, the incarnation of campus beauty Xin Yue. Xin Yue had now formed a beast contract with Zhang Xinghe, becoming his beast companion. Therefore, if Wang Xiangdong kept investigating Zhang Xinghe, he might eventually discover that Xin Yue, the girl by Zhang Xinghe's side, was the very special alien he sought. The third matter Wang Xiangdong was investigating also involved Zhang Xinghe. It was precisely because Zhang Xinghe had used the dragon language contract, the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon, that it triggered the ancient dragon resonance, allowing alien factions and others to sense the aura of the ancient dragon. However, neither Wang Xiangdong, the alien faction's high command, nor any other major players had anticipated that Zhang Xinghe would become entangled with both the special alien race and the ancient dragon's aura simultaneously. As Wang Xiangdong pondered the 3 tasks entrusted to him by the alien race's leadership, his hand gently caressed Chen Suya's flawless, snow-white cheek so tender it seemed it could be squeezed to produce water. Chen Suya, like him, had turned 30 this year. Many women inevitably show signs of aging and weariness by this age, but Chen Suya was different. She possessed a naturally youthful face that showed no signs of aging, and with meticulous care, her skin remained in impeccable condition. Even if someone claimed she was a recent college graduate, people would absolutely believe it. Chen Suya wasn't just beautiful, her figure was also perfect, curves in all the right places, a graceful silhouette that made her entire body appear elegant and alluring. Her most celebrated asset, however, remains her skin as smooth and flawless as white jade. This former campus beauty, blessed with natural grace and further nurtured by Wang Shangdong's care, always radiated a healthy glow, her skin looking almost unreal. Holding such a stunning beauty in his arms, especially since Wang Shangdong was never one to be a paragon of virtue. Even with important business to attend to today, Wang Shangdong couldn't help but grow restless. His rough hands, which had been gently caressing Chen Suya's cheeks, now began to wander restlessly downward. Unlike Shin Yue, Chen Suya was the quintessential beauty, a mere ornament. She possessed average talent and showed little interest in cultivation or improving her strength. Thus, after graduating from university, Chen Suya essentially relied on attaching herself to accomplished men to secure a life of material comfort. Wang Shangdong wasn't the first accomplished man she'd latched onto, and he likely wouldn't be the last. Having navigated relationships with so many elite men, Chen Suya might not be battle-hardened, but she was undoubtedly a woman who understood men intimately. When Chen Suya saw the burning desire in Wang Shangdong's eyes, she knew exactly what he wanted without needing to think twice. Under normal circumstances, Chen Suya rarely refused any requests Wang Shangdong made of her. After all, she needed Wang Shangdong to sustain her lavish lifestyle and pave her path upward. But today was different. She couldn't let Wang Shangdong continue his reckless behavior, because his right-hand man would be arriving shortly. Chen Suya reached out her delicate hand to stop Wang Shangdong from undoing her buttons, her voice soft and persuasive. "Deputy Chief, surely you haven't forgotten we have important business to attend to today?" Wang Shangdong chuckled lightly. "Even if I have important matters to attend to today, I can still spare some time and energy to accompany you in handling some important matters." Chen Suya shot him a playful glare. "You've certainly had plenty of important matters with me. But that genuine matter I asked you to help with? Still no progress. I don't want to be stuck waiting until next year to get promoted to senior security officer." Hearing this, Wang Shangdong sneered inwardly. In his eyes, Chen Suya was nothing more than a pretty ornament, fit only to be a man's accessory. Her abilities and aptitude were utterly mediocre by rights. She shouldn't even have qualified to join the Public Security Bureau as an officer. It was only because Wang Shangdong had pulled strings for her that she'd managed to become a security officer at the Nanning City Security Bureau. Who would have thought this woman had such big ambitions? Barely a year in, and she was already eyeing a promotion from regular security officer to senior security officer. Wang Shangdong could certainly pull strings to get her promoted, but only if she delivered more favors to please him. Just as Wang Shangdong was scheming how to dismiss Chen Suya this time, his gaze suddenly flickered. He then shot her a meaningful glance. As soon as Chen Suya caught his glance, she immediately understood someone was coming. She promptly rose from Wang Shangdong's embrace, quickly adjusted her clothes, and stood quietly behind him. After all, within the Nanning City Public Security Bureau, Chen Suya served not only as an ordinary security officer but also as the secretary to Deputy Director Wang. No sooner had Chen Suya taken her place than Mu Feng appeared in the villa's living room. As Wang Shangdong's confidant, Mu Feng had unrestricted access to the villa. Although Mu Feng belonged to a different race, he wasn't serving as a liaison between Wang Shangdong and the alien race. Instead, he was a mole planted by the alien race's high command within Wang Shangdong's inner circle. To this day, Wang Shangdong remained unaware that Mu Feng was actually an alien. The moment Wang Shangdong saw Mu Feng, he cut straight to the chase. "How's the investigation going?" Mu Feng responded immediately. "I've thoroughly examined Zhang Xingha's awakening records. He is indeed an F-rank beastmaster with growth-type aptitude. As for whether he is the person you seek, Vice Chief, further observation and testing are required to make an accurate determination. Regarding the special alien incident, I have no new developments at this time. However, I visited more monitoring agencies, and their instruments did indeed capture unknown life frequencies. This indicates that at some point in the past, and possibly even now, an unknown alien entity has been present somewhere within Nanning City." Wang Shangdong had always been confident in Mu Feng's competence. Mu Feng's progress on these two matters largely satisfied Wang Shangdong. Before Mu Feng could continue his report on the unknown alien, Wang Shangdong cut in. "Any leads on that ancient dragon aura matter?" Mu Feng did not disappoint Wang Shangdong this time either, reporting truthfully, "I visited multiple monitoring agencies. The conclusion is that the source of the ancient dragon aura is at Nanning First High School. The ancient dragon aura appeared approximately 15 minutes before the Golden Orb incident. Therefore, we can largely rule out any connection between the aura and the female corpse inside that Golden Orb. That's all I've uncovered so far. Should I proceed with the investigation as originally planned?" Wang Shangdong didn't respond immediately to Mu Feng's question. After a moment's thought, Wang Shangdong glanced at Chen Suya before addressing Mu Feng. "Zhang Xingha is just an ordinary high school student. There's no need for you to personally handle matters involving such a youngster. Moving forward, you will focus exclusively on investigating the ancient dragon aura incident. Additionally, notify Zhou Wenbin to take full charge of investigating the unknown alien race incident. As for the Zhang Xingha case, Secretary Chen will handle it." Chapter 13, Still here filling out forms and waiting in line? You're being watched. From the very beginning, Wang Shangdong hadn't considered Zhang Xingha to be a top-tier talent with exceptional potential. But since the alien faction was watching this case, he had no choice but to investigate. Still, Wang Xiangdong had no intention of assigning his right-hand men to investigate such a minor case involving a mere kid. Mu Feng and Zhou Wenbin both had more valuable work to do. The task of investigating Zhang Xinghe could be handed over to Chen Suya. No matter how much of a figurehead Chen Suya might be, she was still a top graduate from a prestigious university. Having worked alongside him for over a year, she couldn't have made no progress at all. Mu Feng naturally had no objections to Wang Xiangdong's arrangement, but Chen Suya was a bit displeased. She thought to herself, even if my skills are lacking, does that really mean I have to be demoted to babysitting some 18-year-old kid? As soon as Mu Feng left, Chen Suya immediately voiced her dissatisfaction to Wang Xiangdong. She sighed softly and said, "Deputy Director Wang, aren't you underestimating me? Even if I can't contribute much, surely I don't need to be assigned to investigate an ordinary 18 or 19-year-old student?" Wang Xiangdong smiled. "I know you want to work on projects that will look good on your resume. But I'm not the only leader in the Public Security Bureau, and I don't make all the decisions. This investigation into Zhang Xinghe isn't about babysitting a child. It's a project being researched at the Dawn Base Institute. I'll have the researcher in charge of this matter coordinate with you. Getting involved with a Dawn Base Institute project? Worried about your resume lacking highlights? Honestly, I specifically secured this investigation for you." Wang Xiangdong was a seasoned actor, and his words were flawless. Chen Suya couldn't find a single fault. Her woman's intuition told her Wang Xiangdong couldn't possibly be this genuinely kind to her. Yet Wang Xiangdong was undeniably correct. Working with Dawn Base would be immensely beneficial for her. What if the researcher visiting from Dawn Base turned out to be someone truly remarkable? She could seize the chance to network with a big shot. This thought instantly lifted Chen Suya's spirits. But before her joy could linger, Wang Xiangdong's strong arm swept around her waist, lifting her effortlessly as he strode straight toward the bedroom. As he carried her forward, Wang Xiangdong chuckled, "Happy now? Since you're pleased, it's my turn to have some fun." Deep down, Chen Suya actually felt a bit repulsed by Wang Xiangdong. But outwardly, she still cooed sweetly, "Deputy Director Wang, haven't I always made you completely satisfied and happy?" However, no sooner had Chen Suya finished speaking than Wang Xiangdong's phone rang. After exchanging a few brief words with the caller, his expression shifted slightly. After ending the call, Wang Xiangdong couldn't help but curse under his breath. Those Research Institute people sure know how to pick the worst possible time. But it seems the Institute is taking that little brat seriously. They've actually dispatched a research team to conduct long-term observation and study on him. You coordinate closely with the Institute folks and make sure the work gets done properly. Give me a brief daily update on their progress. Even now, Wang Xiangdong still didn't take Zhang Xinghe too seriously. Had the Research Institute not gone to such lengths to dispatch a research team, he wouldn't have even considered having Chen Suya report to him daily on the team's activities concerning Zhang Xinghe. Thus, Chen Suya had narrowly escaped a crisis, and her mood instantly lifted. Wang Xiangdong felt the Institute's arrival was terribly ill-timed, but Chen Suya believed it couldn't have come at a better moment. While Chen Suya wasn't exactly a chaste maiden, she was far from being the kind of woman whose red lips had been tasted by thousands or who would sleep with just anyone. Somehow, even though she owed everything to her dependence on Wang Xiangdong, she harbored an inexplicable aversion toward him. If she hadn't been utterly without better options, she never would have stayed by his side this long. Wang Xiangdong, of course, wasn't one to take a loss lightly. The Research Institute was already waiting for Chen Suya, so there was no time to let her experience the sensation of her knees hitting her shoulders again. Still, he had other ways to make her suffer a little and amuse himself. It took her about 5 or 6 minutes to finally slip away from Wang Xiangdong's villa. Her face darkened as she walked away, adjusting her slightly disheveled hair and clothes. Upon exiting the villa complex, she spotted the Research Institute's work vehicle in the distance. Only then did she glance down at her own attire. Since it was off-duty hours, she wasn't wearing her security guard uniform but instead a white loungewear set. She worried that Wang Xiangdong's filthy hands might have left traces on her clothes, potentially giving away the game when she met the Institute staff later. However, her glance quickly confirmed her worries were entirely unnecessary. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinghe and his 2 companions arrived at the General Affairs Office of the Nanning City Garrison headquarters. Beast Masters and Beast Maidens could enter the simulation training grounds for trials completely free of charge. During the trials, those meeting certain standards could even receive prizes provided by the garrison. However, to use the simulation training grounds, one must first fill out an application form. Zhang Xinghe led Xin Yue and Linglong Empress into the main hall and immediately joined the queue to collect the forms. In this age of catastrophe, nearly everyone pursued constant growth in strength. Every ounce of increased strength meant a greater chance of survival when facing crisis. Thus, individuals from all walks of life visited the garrison's simulated training grounds daily to undergo trials. Within the simulation arena, participants could not only hone their skills and gain combat experience, but those who performed exceptionally well could also receive generous rewards provided by the garrison. These rewards are exceptionally generous for the vast majority of participants. After completing and submitting his trial application form, Zhang Xinghe waited with Xin Yue and Linglong Empress in the General Affairs Hall for the trials to begin. The garrison's simulated training ground could accommodate up to 1,000 beast masters or beast maidens simultaneously. When Zhang Xinghe's turn finally came up, he couldn't enter immediately. He had to wait until 3 spots opened up in the trial arena before he could enter with Xin Yue and Linglong Empress. While waiting for the trial, Xin Yue suddenly thought of a question. Her large, watery eyes turned to Zhang Xinghe as she asked, "You've never been to the garrison simulation training ground before, right? Yet you claim to be very familiar with this place earlier. Why is that?" Chapter 14, Facing the Ultimate Physical Limit, Fighting to the Utmost Without Victory. Zhang Xinghe hadn't expected Xin Yue to ask this question. And it was a tricky one to answer. After a moment's thought, however, he knew how to respond to Xin Yue. "I haven't been here myself, but an elder of mine is a regular here. He's not particularly strong, yet he's participated in many trials, so he knows the simulation training ground very well. I used to listen to his stories about the place all the time. Even though I've never been here myself, hearing about it so often made me pretty familiar with it." Xin Yue rolled her eyes upon hearing this. She had initially suspected that Zhang Xinghe must have visited the simulation arena multiple times before his awakening, which explained his familiarity. Now Xin Yue understood, Zhang Xinghe's knowledge of the simulation arena was nothing more than hearsay. What if that elder of Zhang Xinghe's wasn't reliable? His understanding of the simulated trial ground might be mostly wrong. The Linglong Empress, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. After all, she had once been a formidable empress, battle-hardened by countless conflicts. Not only was a simulated battlefield nothing to her, but even a real battlefield held little challenge. After waiting about half an hour at the General Affairs Hall, Zhang Xinghe and his 2 companions successfully entered the simulated training ground. Passing through a teleportation portal, the trio found themselves in a world that felt almost 100% real. Every blade of grass, every tree, even the blue skies, white clouds, gentle breezes, and light rain, everything here mirrored the outside world perfectly. The only difference between this place and the real world is that death here isn't permanent. However, trials conducted within the arena may not offer the same freedom as those in the real wilderness. During trials within the arena, numerous regulations must be observed. Some of these rules are perfectly reasonable, but others are utterly absurd, like the prohibition against attempting to procreate within the arena. This might sound absurd, but someone must have tried it otherwise. Why would they make a rule specifically prohibiting it? Zhang Xinghe could understand why someone might do something so absurd in the trial grounds. The trial grounds are globally interconnected. With permission from the Great Xia government and the Nanning City garrison, foreigners can also access the garrison's trial grounds. Take, for example, a long-distance couple. In the Cataclysm era, opportunities for face-to-face intimacy were scarce. If they met in the trial grounds and, overcome by passion, acted impulsively, it wouldn't be entirely unforgivable. Zhang Xinghe, a frequent visitor to the arena in his past life, had long grown accustomed to everything around him. Shen Xiaohua, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity about this brand new world before her. She clearly hadn't expected the simulated training ground to be a world nearly indistinguishable from reality. Not long after Zhang Xinghe and his 2 companions entered the simulation arena, Qin Menjing, one of the 2 deputy commanders of Nanning City's garrison headquarters, spotted them from the monitoring room. Compared to Commander Lin, Zhang Xinghe was undoubtedly more familiar with this deputy commander Qin Menjing. After Commander Lin's death in the previous life, Deputy Commander Qin Menjing had been promoted to commander of Nanning City, presiding over the city for a full 12 years. The reason it was 12 years was because Deputy Commander Qin Menjing also died in the line of duty during a battle 12 years later. Qin Menjing could see Zhang Xinghe's basic information in the back-end system. Upon learning he was a novice beastmaster entering the simulation arena for the first time, she found herself intrigued by this newcomer. Watching newcomers flounder and struggle in the simulation arena was one of the beautiful deputy commander's favorite pastimes. But no one else knew the truth. Everyone at the garrison headquarters assumed that the reason this high-ranking official paid such close attention to new beastmasters entering the simulation arena each time was out of concern for the newcomers and the future of Nanning City. But the truth was far more cruel. Qin Menjing, deputy commander of Nanning City, had been a scheming prankster since childhood, delighting in both witnessing others' embarrassment and teasing them. Qin Menjing now had her secretary fetch a specially brewed coffee as she watched with keen interest, anticipating the performance Zhang Xinghe was about to deliver. Just as she anticipated a spectacular show, the name Zhang Xinghe suddenly struck a familiar chord. The beautiful deputy commander immediately pondered where she had heard this name before. After a moment's thought, her beautiful eyes lit up as she recalled the connection. She thought to herself, so that's the F-rank rookie under the spotlight at the Dawn Base Research Institute. This just got more interesting. But why did this rookie come to the simulation training ground to join the fun right after awakening? As Qin Menjing pondered these thoughts, her younger sister and personal secretary, Qin Menghan, couldn't help but clear her throat softly, reminding her elder sister to rein in her thoughts and mind her image. Qin Menghan felt compelled to intervene because her sister was being downright reckless or perhaps just too unrestrained. While deep in thought, Qin Menjing leaned back against the single sofa, her stunning figure on full display. She even placed her coffee cup right on her chest, effectively using those two snow-capped peaks towering and majestic as her personal coffee table. After Qin Menghan's gentle cough, Qin Menjing froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. But instead of picking up the coffee cup, she shot her sister a mischievous glance. Qin Menghan, catching her sister's malicious gaze, knew exactly what this scheming woman was implying, mocking her for being tall but lacking curves. Whenever this topic came up, Qin Menghan pretended not to care, but deep down, it bothered her immensely. Qin Menghan thought to herself, all that small is cute nonsense was complete bull. It wasn't cute at all, nor was it attractive. But Qin Menghan couldn't understand they were biological sisters, so how could the difference in their figures be so vast? Qin Menjing didn't eat any better than she did. Right now, Qin Menghan wasn't about to give this sister who sometimes drove her absolutely crazy another chance to flaunt her figure. She reached out and snatched the coffee cup Qin Menjing had casually placed on her chest, downing her sister's favorite specialty cappuccino in one gulp. After finishing the coffee, Qin Menghan didn't linger in the monitoring room. She washed the sinful coffee cup clean and returned it directly to Qin Menjing's office, determined to prevent that annoying sister from flaunting this guilty pleasure in front of her again. Fortunately, Qin Menjing's office wasn't far from the monitoring room, so Qin Menghan was back in no time. But in truth, Qin Menghan faced the same dilemma as campus beauty Xin Yue. Both Xin Yue and Qin Menghan possess truly impressive figures. But when confronted with the slender goddess and Qin Menjing contestants whose figures were in a league of their own, it was clear they couldn't compete no matter how hard they tried. Chapter 15, What's there to say? One move and it's over. After returning to the monitoring room, Qin Menghan also turned her gaze toward Zhang Xingha's location. Birds of a feather flocked together. Like Qin Menjing, Qin Menghan was a cunning beauty. She too relished watching those overconfident rookies panic in the simulated trial arena. As a rookie beastmaster with only an F-rank aptitude, and having just awakened today, even if he'd undergone grueling special training before awakening and prepared everything possible, he was bound to make a fool of himself today in the simulation arena. Many of Zhang Xingha's former friends from his past life would light up whenever Qin Menjing's name came up. This wasn't something to be ashamed of, for Qin Menjing was undeniably stunningly beautiful. She carried herself with an effortless charm that endeared her to everyone, and as the guardian of all Nanming City, it was easy to develop a fondness for her. But this time, Zhang Xingha was destined to disappoint his goddess Qin Menjing. He knew the simulated trial ground inside out. He knew every trick in the book and wouldn't fall for any of them. In his previous life, Zhang Xingha's pursuit was simple, just catching a few more glimpses of Qin Menjing guarding the city in his daily life was enough to satisfy him. But in this life, armed with the heaven-defying 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon, his pursuit naturally needed an upgrade. At the very least, he wanted Qin Menjing to know that knees could actually touch shoulders. Qin Menjing could never have imagined that this F-rank rookie before her harbored such grand ambitions toward her. As Zhang Xingha and his companions passed a small pond, Qin Menjing couldn't help but let a hint of anticipation flicker across her face. Beside her, Qin Menghan remained outwardly composed, but inwardly she thought mischievously, it's coming. I wonder how scared this F-rank rookie will be. No sooner had the thought crossed Qin Menghan's mind than two dazzlingly colorful water snakes emerged from the previously empty pool. Waterflower snakes were E-rank beasts, typically possessing 3 innate abilities: water escape invisibility, water slime arrows, and entangling stranglehold. The water escape invisibility talent allowed the water snakes to become completely transparent, perfectly concealing themselves within clear waters. The two water snakes had been using this ability to remain hidden beneath the surface. The moment Zhang Xingha approached, they suddenly attacked, catching him completely off guard. Many novice beast tamers would be utterly terrified in such a situation. Those with weaker nerves might faint outright upon seeing the water snakes suddenly coiling around them. Snakes were inherently frightening creatures, and the waterflower snake's dazzlingly colorful appearance made it all the more terrifying. The moment these two water splash snakes appeared and began coiling toward Zhang Xingha, Xin Yue and Linglong Empress immediately sensed the danger. Xin Yue immediately prepared to activate her bloodline power, transforming into her Great Snow Beauty Rabbit Beast Maiden form to intervene. Empress Linglong extended two slender jade-like fingers, gathering energy to form a sword between them. With two swift swipes, she sliced both water snakes into several pieces. In the backstage monitoring room, the scheming sisters Qin Menjing and Qin Menghan were already primed for a hearty laugh. Before Zhang Xingha, numerous beast tamers and beast girls had already fallen victim to the waterflower snakes. If Zhang Xingha had truly lost his nerve to the water snakes, it wouldn't be anything to be ashamed of. However, neither Xin Yue, the Empress Linglong, nor Qin Menjing and Qin Menghan could have imagined what happened next. The two waterflower snakes launched a sudden ambush, yet Zhang Xingha showed no sign of panic, let alone being utterly terrified. The moment the water snakes surfaced, Zhang Xingha struck with lightning speed, both hands moving simultaneously. Qin Menjing and the others watched in stunned silence as Zhang Xingha seemed to have anticipated everything, his hands curved into claws, suspended midair, waiting for the two water snakes to collide with them. Though the simulated training ground closely mimicked the real world, it remained an artificial realm, a copy that could be reset countless times. The simulation training ground at Nanning City's garrison headquarters reset weekly. For a long stretch in his previous life, Zhang Xingha had come to grind this instance every single week. These two stupid snakes had died countless times at his hands. But since the simulation arena wasn't real, these two beasts almost identical to actual water snakes were merely abstract data. Therefore, no matter how many times Zhang Xing had dispatched these two water snakes, they would be alive and kicking again the following week. The experience gained from countless water flower snake hunts in his past life now came into play. The two stupid snakes slammed straight into Zhang Xingha's claw-like hands. With a gentle squeeze, he crushed their vital points, instantly turning them into a stream of blue data. As a seasoned dungeon grinder from his past life, Zhang Xingha remained calm and composed at this familiar sight, taking it all in stride. Xin Yue, the campus beauty standing nearby, couldn't help but glance curiously a few extra times. Xin Yue was intrigued by the wonders of the simulated training ground, but she was also genuinely astonished by Zhang Xingha's astonishingly skillful move just now. Although Zhang Xingha had only dispatched two insignificant water snakes, Xin Yue still gave him a perfect 100 points for his performance, fully confident he wouldn't let it go to his head. Empress Linglong watched Zhang Xingha effortlessly eliminate the two water snakes, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Xin Yue, the campus beauty, possessed innate intelligence and a graceful, wise demeanor, yet she also carried an air of innocent cuteness. Thus, she failed to discern the hidden intricacies at play. Yet Linglong, the former empress of the female realm, recognized many of the subtleties. Zhang Xingha's technique for instantly killing the water flower snakes was clearly the result of dedicated training. Otherwise, with Zhang Xingha's mere second-tier beastmaster strength, it would be nearly impossible to so cleanly and effortlessly kill two water flower snakes with a single strike. Yet Empress Linglong couldn't fathom why Zhang Xingha would deliberately train to kill water flower snakes, let alone master the technique to such perfection. How many snakes would one need to slay to achieve that level of skill? Meanwhile, in the backstage monitoring room, every beastmaster and beast maiden who had been watching Zhang Xingha earlier stared at the screen in utter shock and disbelief. They had imagined countless scenarios, but never the outcome unfolding before their eyes. Moreover, before Zhang Xingha, no rookie beastmaster had ever casually killed two E-rank, first-stage waterflower snakes. Forget novices, even seasoned tamers like themselves couldn't achieve that under surprise attack. Even back in their novice days, when they were at their most vigilant and spotted the water snakes immediately, their performance could never have matched Zhang Xingha's flawless execution. Chapter 16, The Empress's Next Stage Fusion Technique, Nightmare Armament. In the backroom monitoring center of the simulation training ground, Qin Menjiang's eyes widened, her small mouth slightly agape, her pretty face frozen in utter astonishment. She never imagined that Zhang Xingha, a mere F-rank rookie, would deliver such a stunning performance this time. By comparison, Qin Menghan's expression was far more exaggerated. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared speechless at Zhang Xingha on the monitor. She had witnessed it with her own eyes, yet it still felt unbelievable, a newly awakened beastmaster achieving this level of prowess. After regaining her composure, Qin Menghan couldn't help but exclaim to her sister, "That F-rank rookie? How is he so powerful?" Qin Menjiang folded her arms and pondered for a moment before replying, "He must have undergone special training before his awakening." While a beastmaster's strength primarily depends on their innate talent, the combat beast they possess, and the contracted beast maiden, some beastmasters also undergo additional specialized training to enhance their abilities. Qin Menjiang's explanation instantly made everything clear to Qin Menghan. On Deep Blue Star, awakening to become a beastmaster or beast maiden was the mainstream path of cultivation. However, beyond this mainstream path, Deep Blue Star also offered other methods to enhance one's strength. For instance, long-term physical training could grant one superior physical constitution and reflexes compared to peers. Alternatively, mastering a specialized combat system could grant one exceptional fighting prowess. However, such specialized training offered very low cost-effectiveness and was only useful in the early stages of cultivation. No matter how well one trains their body or hones their combat skills, the ceiling for such methods is very low. 3 to 5 years of grueling combat training often yields less benefit than casually awakening a single innate talent. Therefore, after awakening their talents, the vast majority of beast masters and beast maidens focus their cultivation around their innate abilities. After all, any innate ability can channel energy within the body, whereas ordinary combat techniques cannot achieve this, making their utility inherently limited. Zhang Xingha's sudden display earlier was indeed impressive, but it was clear he wasn't using any innate ability, just ordinary combat techniques. Such methods might suffice against ordinary Tier 1 beasts, but against slightly stronger Tier 1 beasts or even Tier 2 beasts this combat technique would be virtually useless. Qin Menghan shook her head and sighed. It's like picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon. Having awakened as a beast master, one should cultivate and improve based on their innate talent. These ordinary combat techniques cannot mobilize internal energy, rendering them practically useless against even slightly stronger first-tier alien creatures. Qin Menjiang nodded in agreement. True. Most beasts possess physical prowess far surpassing humans. Such combat techniques, unable to channel internal energy, become utterly ineffective against thick-skinned, powerful first-tier beasts. However, she shifted her tone. Have you considered that this F-rank rookie might not have awakened any Beastmaster talent at all? That's why he has no choice but to spend his time practicing ordinary combat techniques? Qin Menghan paused slightly upon hearing this, then cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Xinghe on the surveillance screen. Whether it was Beastmasters, Beast Maidens, or Battle Beasts, higher aptitude meant greater advantages, while lower aptitude brought more drawbacks. Even if Zhang Xinghe possessed the rare growth-type aptitude, his initial rating was a mere F-grade. This meant he likely hadn't awakened any Beastmaster talent at all. For a Beastmaster seeking to enhance their strength, the optimal path was to focus solely on cultivating their awakened innate abilities. But Zhang Xinghe clearly hadn't awakened any talents, leaving him with no starting point for cultivation. He could only spend his time practicing ordinary combat techniques. Seeing Zhang Xinghe's pitiful situation, Qin Menjing and Qin Menghan felt too embarrassed to gloat any longer. Still, the sisters were both curious about what this greenhorn Zhang Xinghe would do next. Devoting so much time to ordinary combat techniques was indeed putting the cart before the horse, a case of losing more than he gained. Yet, knowing full well his mediocre aptitude and the high likelihood he wouldn't awaken any innate abilities, he still drilled relentlessly in combat techniques. This, in itself, was a testament to his positive mindset and diligent effort. Meanwhile, in the simulated training ground, Zhang Xinghe remained unaware that Qin Menjing, the town guardian he had admired in his previous life, was keeping a close watch on him. Of course, since Commander Lin hadn't yet sacrificed himself, Qin Menjing currently held the position of deputy commander of Nanning City, effectively the second in command with real authority. After casually dispatching 2 water snakes, Zhang Xinghe continued forward with Xin Yue and the Linglong Empress. He now yearned to merge with the Linglong Empress. This fusion, of course, was not the kind of adult-only, lewd connotation, but a proper merging of power. Once the Linglong Empress's potential evolved from an F-rank dream spirit to an E-rank purple dream spirit, she would awaken a talent called Nightmare Armament. Once Empress Linglong possessed this talent, he could merge with her. Nightmare Armament grants Zhang Xinghe comprehensive enhancement and protection, while also unlocking access to the Nightmare series of innate abilities. Unfortunately, Linglong Empress still has a long way to go before advancing to E-rank purple dream spirit. That said, if the Linglong Empress were willing, Zhang Xinghe could actually fuse with her right now. But if he dared to joke about it, the Empress Linglong would most likely wring his neck. As they continued their journey, Zhang Xinghe pondered, which other beast girls in Nanning City possessed fusion-type talents? After all, among the myriad talents bestowed upon beast girls, fusion-type talents were exceptionally rare. After deep contemplation, only one name came to mind, the younger sister of Deputy Commander Qin Menjing. She seemed to possess a fusion-type talent. However, for some reason, in his previous life, he had rarely seen this beautiful elder sister, Qin Menghan, utilize her fusion talent. Zhang Xinghe didn't dwell on the sister's affairs. At that moment, he had arrived before a large expanse of puppets. Each puppet stood life-sized, their bodies engraved with mysterious inscriptions that glowed with a faint blue light. Gazing at the assembly of puppets before him, Zhang Xinghe couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This place was known as the Puppet Forest, housing a total of 108 puppets, each mastering different combat styles. Powerful beast masters or beast maidens could plow through with brute force, breezing past this stage. But those of average strength would endure a beating, gradually accumulating experience through repeated encounters with these combat puppets techniques before barely scraping through. In his previous life, Zhang Xinghe had been beaten black and blue by these combat puppets countless times. His combat prowess was honed through countless battles against these dummies, forged bit by bit through relentless practice. Chapter 17, a pity his talent was too low, even with natural combat ability. The moment Zhang Xinghe entered the puppet forest with Xin Yue and Linglong Empress, the expressions in the monitoring room shifted. Qin Menghan sighed helplessly, this kid's luck is just terrible. Whether it was the invisible water snake in the pond earlier or this puppet forest now, they're all insanely difficult trials. The simulation training grounds are full of easy challenges. The combat puppets in this puppet forest aren't designed for an F-rank rookie like him at all. Qin Menjing merely stretched lazily upon hearing this, then chuckled, no big deal. He'll learn his lesson after this beating. Next time he encounters a puppet forest, he'll know to steer clear. Fortunately, these combat puppets were meticulously engineered. They would match the combat level of the challenger. For instance, since Zhang Xinghe was currently a second-tier beast master, the puppets would only display second-tier strength when fighting him. Inside the monitoring room, Qin Menjing and Qin Menghan were both watching Zhang Xinghe's every move. Numerous other beast masters and beast maidens in the room were also watching Zhang Xinghe's progress. Though the simulated trial ground held over 1,000 challengers, true novices were few. Zhang Xinghe was the only one in the entire arena who had rushed to the simulated trial ground immediately after awakening as a beast master. Concerned that the puppet forest might be too challenging for Zhang Xinghe, someone in the monitoring room approached Qin Menjing, the deputy town guardian, to ask whether they should intervene in his trial. The person approaching was a refined young beast master, appearing to be around 25 or 26. Deputy Commander Qin, Beastmaster Zhang Xinghe only awakened today. The Puppet Forest challenge might be too difficult for him. Should we give him a heads up? As soon as the young Beastmaster finished speaking, several Beast Girls and Beastmasters in the monitoring room turned their gaze toward Qin Menjing. Qin Menjing paused briefly before nodding slightly. After all, for a newly awakened Beastmaster with only an F-rank aptitude, the Puppet Forest was indeed a bit too challenging. While the simulated training ground wouldn't lead to any irreversible safety incidents, it wouldn't hurt to give Zhang Xinghe a heads up. Seeing Qin Menjing's nod, staff in the monitoring room quickly prepared to alert Zhang Xinghe through the back-end audio transmission system. However, before the staff could utter a word, Zhang Xinghe had already engaged in combat with the battle puppets within the Puppet Forest. Qin Menghan rolled her eyes helplessly at the sight. Qin Menjing couldn't help but smile wryly. They had both been ready to warn Zhang Xinghe to spare him some hardship, but since he'd already started fighting the combat puppets in the Puppet Forest, there was nothing they could do. What unfolded next, however, once again surpassed everyone's expectations. Somehow, Zhang Xinghe displayed remarkably impressive combat skills. Not only that, but he seemed exceptionally familiar with the fighting styles of these combat puppets from the Puppet Forest. Even with only an F-grade aptitude and no awakened talents, he effortlessly parried every strike, sparring with the combat dummies with remarkable ease. This scene left everyone in the monitoring room utterly speechless. But the real shock was yet to come. After a brief exchange with the first combat puppet, Zhang Xinghe had already identified its weakness. While the crowd remained speechless, Zhang Xinghe suddenly accelerated, unleashing a punch that slammed into the combat puppet's left shoulder. Snap! A crisp cracking sound echoed as the combat puppet's left shoulder absorbed the blow. Instantly, the entire puppet dissolved into a stream of blue data, vanishing without a trace. These combat puppets in the Puppet Forest were specifically designed to hone the combat skills of Beast Masters, Beast Maidens, and War Beasts. Therefore, each possessed a unique combat style and was deliberately engineered with specific vulnerabilities designed to hone Beast Master's observational skills and precision targeting abilities. Judging by Zhang Xinghe's performance at this moment, his observational skills were clearly extraordinary. In barely half a minute, he had pinpointed crucial information about the opposing combat puppet's vulnerabilities. Such keen observational skills were not something an ordinary beast tamer could possess. Not only was Zhang Xinghe meticulous in his observations, but his ability to strike enemy weaknesses was also outstanding. After pinpointing the hidden weakness of a combat dummy, he swiftly dispatched it in no time. Everyone could confirm that Zhang Xinghe's earlier performance was no coincidence, nor was it a fluke that he destroyed a combat puppet. After eliminating the first combat puppet, Zhang Xinghe pressed his advantage and destroyed the second one. As the second combat puppet dissolved into a stream of blue data under Zhang Xinghe's hands, Qin Menjing couldn't help but sigh regretfully, murmuring, "What a waste." Beside her, Qin Menghan sighed helplessly, "This kid possesses such astonishing combat talent, and it's the developing type too." But his initial rating was only F-grade? Both Qin Menjing and Qin Menghan could now see that Zhang Xinghe's combat talent was exceptionally outstanding, even deserving the label of genius. The only regret was that his Beastmaster aptitude was simply too poor. Otherwise, with his genius-level combat talent, he could very well have been specially recruited by Dawn Base. Those who gained entry through special recruitment to Dawn Base were invariably individuals with bright futures and boundless potential. Under Dawn Base's cultivation, these geniuses and elite talents invariably became the backbone of the human faction, adding layers of assurance to the continuation of human civilization. Unfortunately, though Zhang Xinghe possessed genius-level combat talent, his Beastmaster aptitude was too poor, dooming him to miss out on Dawn Base's special recruitment. However, the observers in the monitoring room were unaware that Zhang Xinghe had no intention of entering Dawn Base at this stage. After all, Dawn Base subjected its specially recruited geniuses to a fully closed, hellishly intense training regimen. Chapter 18, This Can't Be Right. What does Deputy Commander Qin want with me? In the Puppet Forest area, Zhang Xinghe didn't fight every single combat puppet. After consecutively destroying over a dozen combat puppets, reducing them all to streams of blue data, he, Xin Yue, and Linglong Empress were teleported back to the General Headquarters General Affairs Hall. This occurred because their trial points had already reached the maximum score. Whether entering the simulated trial arena alone or in a team, all actions of Beast Masters or Beast Maidens were automatically recorded and scored by the arena. Once they faced a life-threatening crisis or achieved the maximum trial points, the simulated trial arena would teleport them back to the General Affairs Hall. The maximum score for the simulated trial ground, whether for individuals or teams, was 100 points. However, there was a distinction between achieving 100 points individually and as a team. Take Zhang Xinghe's three-person squad as an example. They must accumulate 300 trial points to achieve the squad's maximum score of 100 points. After entering the simulation trial arena this time, campus beauty Xin Yue and the Linglong Empress didn't lift a finger throughout the entire trial. Yet Zhang Xinghe performed like a pro player, effortlessly leading the pair to max out their team's trial points. Individuals achieving a perfect score in the simulated trial arena receive a personal trial gift box. A team achieving full marks received a team-sized trial gift box. The moment Zhang Xinghe and his two companions teleported out of the simulation arena, a bespectacled male staff member from the General Affairs Office appeared carrying 3 tote bags. Each bag contained a trial gift box, their trial rewards. The bespectacled young man handed the 3 bags to Zhang Xinghe with a smile. You can have your companions hold these trial gift boxes for now. Deputy Commander Qin saw your outstanding performance in the simulation trial arena on the monitors earlier. She wishes to meet you. Deputy Commander Qin? Zhang Xinghe froze for a moment, his expression turning slightly peculiar. The Deputy Commander Qin the young man mentioned was clearly the goddess of his past life, Commander Qin. However, since Commander Lin hadn't yet been implicated in the incident, Qin Menjing currently remained the deputy commander of Nanming City. Though Nanming City had 2 deputy commanders, Qin Menjing was undoubtedly the second most powerful figure in the city, second only to Commander Lin. After Commander Lin died in the line of duty in his previous life, Qin Menjing swiftly took over his duties, holding the position for 12 years. The chance to meet Deputy Commander Qin Menjing now filled Zhang Xinghe with both surprise and delight, stirring a flutter of excitement within him. In his previous life, the closest he had ever come to Deputy Commander Qin was on the eve of her sacrifice. At that time, when he and other beast masters, along with numerous beast maidens, were being relentlessly pursued by the alien race, Deputy Commander Qin descended from the heavens. Single-handedly, she held back thousands of enemy troops. Qin Menjing had slain countless enemies in that battle before finally succumbing to exhaustion and death. It was precisely because of Qin Menjing's desperate, final stand that he, along with many beast masters, beast maidens, and countless civilians from Nanming City, managed to escape the city and flee to neighboring towns to survive. Upon learning of Qin Menjing's death in battle, he grieved for a long time. However, in his previous life, he had merely been a weak beast tamer, utterly unworthy of fighting alongside Qin Menjing. As these memories flashed rapidly through his mind, Zhang Xinghe suppressed the surging emotions within and followed the handsome young man leading the way to pay his respects to Deputy Commander Qin. Along the way, he quietly pondered why Qin Menjing would choose this moment to meet him. He also noticed that the handsome young man wasn't taking him to the deputy commander's office, but to the training grounds within the command headquarters. The garrison contained numerous training grounds, and the one he had now reached was Qin Menjing's private training area. The floor was covered in thick foam mats, and shoes had to be removed before entering. Though Zhang Xinghe couldn't fathom why Qin Menjing had him brought here, he obediently removed his shoes and entered her private training ground with proper decorum. At that moment, Qin Menjing was nowhere to be seen on the training grounds. The handsome young man who had brought him there had also departed after completing his task. Fortunately, Qin Menjing didn't keep him waiting long. Within 2 or 3 minutes, her figure appeared before Zhang Xinghe. Zhang Xinghe noticed that the Qin Menjing before him now appeared much younger and more beautiful than the one he remembered from his previous life. Her face showed none of the exhaustion and haggardness that had marked her in his past existence. As it was still work hours, Qin Menjing wore a sharp, professional outfit, a well-tailored black pencil skirt suit. Qin Menjing already possessed a stunningly curvaceous figure, and this form-fitting black suit accentuated her voluptuous curves, making them seem almost ready to burst forth. Zhang Xinghe dared to take small liberties with his words and glances toward the Linglong Empress. After all, at this stage, the Linglong Empress was only a first-tier beast girl, her deterrent limited. But Qin Menjing was different. Even if she wasn't yet a king-tier powerhouse, she was undoubtedly a top-tier extraordinary being. Upon seeing Qin Menjing, Zhang Xinghe respectfully greeted her with a proper "Good afternoon, Deputy Commander Qin," then stood still and waited for her to speak. Qin Menjing had no idea that Zhang Xinghe's current docility stemmed from his own fantasies. She assumed the 18 or 19-year-old youth was simply nervous in the presence of a king-tier powerhouse like herself. Qin Menjing gave a soft chuckle. No need to be nervous. I observed your performance in the simulated trial arena. Your combat talent is exceptional, though your beastmaster aptitude leaves something to be desired. As for the special recruitment for Dawn Base, well, that's out of the question for you. However, given your combat talent, it would be a waste not to cultivate it specifically. Therefore, I wish to gain a more comprehensive understanding of your combat abilities. If you meet my requirements and are willing to study combat techniques under me, you may address me as teacher and come to learn combat skills once a week. Chapter 19, That Woman's Got Guts. After Qin Menjing finished speaking, Zhang Xinghe blurted out without hesitation, "Hello, teacher." How could he possibly refuse the chance to learn combat techniques from Qin Menjing? Qin Menjing's current strength was at least top-tier extraordinary, and she might have even stepped into the king-level realm. Having such a formidable figure as his combat instructor was a rare stroke of luck, like finding a needle in a haystack. Qin Menjing raised an eyebrow. Zhang Xinghe had seemed somewhat reserved when they first met, yet here he was, already acting bold after just a few minutes. But Qin Menjing didn't get angry. She just chuckled lightly. "You're calling me teacher a bit early, aren't you? I said earlier that while you're willing to learn from me, you also need to meet my requirements first before I'll be your combat instructor." Seeing Qin Menjing wasn't upset, Zhang Xinghe's courage grew a little. He pressed on, "Teacher, what exactly are your requirements?" Seeing Zhang Xinghe was even more cheeky than she was, Qin Menjing, though not truly angry, felt a mischievous urge. She decided to teach this kid a little lesson. Her response to Zhang Xingha's question came swiftly and was utterly unexpected. My requirement is this: under equal conditions, and without me using any innate abilities or personal energy, you must survive 10 rounds against me. Only then will you qualify to be my student. Ha! Zhang Xingha froze on the spot. In his previous life, he had only managed to reach a B-grade Beastmaster qualification, with his actual strength at the 7th tier level. Yet both his B-rank Beastmaster qualification and his 7th tier combat prowess were utterly insignificant in Qin Menjing's presence. Even if Qin Menjing hadn't yet reached her peak state from his previous life, she now possessed top-tier extraordinary combat experience and combat awareness. Under these circumstances, even if Qin Menjing refrained from using her innate abilities or expending energy, and merely fought him with her 2nd-tier strength, he would absolutely not last 10 rounds against her. If Qin Menjing were replaced by some decrepit old man, Zhang Xingha would have surrendered immediately. After all, he possessed the heaven-defying treasure, the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon. Even without guidance from a peak-tier expert, he could still achieve extraordinary heights. The problem was, Qin Menjing was no decrepit old man. She was the object of desire and the dream lover of countless beast tamers in Nanming City. If he could just find a way to pass Qin Menjing's trial, he'd receive her personal, one-on-one guidance every week from then on. After pondering briefly, Zhang Xingha suddenly realized that with his current abilities, passing Qin Menjing's test was utterly impossible. Unless he had been a king-tier powerhouse in his previous life, possessing king-tier combat experience and awareness, he would never last 10 rounds against Qin Menjing. He quickly considered another possibility: perhaps surviving 10 rounds against Qin Menjing was merely a superficial test, while the true challenge lay elsewhere, perhaps in the courage to confront such a formidable opponent. After his thoughts raced, Zhang Xingha spoke. Given the deputy commander's strength, you are at least at the peak extraordinary level, possessing peak extraordinary combat experience and awareness. Under these circumstances, even if the deputy commander and I were identical in all other aspects, I could not possibly last 10 rounds against you. However, I still wish to attempt it. At the same time, I earnestly request that the deputy commander grant me one more chance to challenge you. Upon returning, I will train with even greater diligence, striving to last 10 rounds when I challenge you next, and then I will call you my teacher. Interesting. Qin Menjing listened, her exquisite face lighting up with genuine curiosity. Zhang Xingha had guessed correctly. This trial tested not only innate talent but also wisdom and courage. For any beastmaster with merely F-grade aptitude, receiving guidance from a king-tier powerhouse was an opportunity of immense significance. If Zhang Xingha couldn't seize this chance himself, Qin Menjing wouldn't force it upon him. While Zhang Xingha possessed commendable combat talent, his beastmaster aptitude was simply too poor for Qin Menjing to insist on taking him as a student. Qin Menjing gave Zhang Xingha 2 satisfied glances before nodding. I agree. I'll grant you one more chance to pass the trial. Furthermore, if you can last 3 rounds against me this time, I'll also accept you as my student and teach you combat techniques. Are you ready to face me? Zhang Xingha nodded solemnly, his entire being shifting into a state of heightened readiness. Though he had defeated all 108 combat dummies countless times in the simulated training ground, their skill level was incomparable to that of Qin Menjing, who was at least a top-tier extraordinary. As Zhang Xingha prepared for battle, Qin Menjing casually slipped off her top and tossed it aside. Seeing this, Zhang Xingha's eyes flashed with a peculiar expression. He had assumed Qin Menjing would change clothes or something before fighting him, but now it seemed she had no intention of doing so. Yet she was currently wearing a skirt suit, and her skirt was a one-piece style that couldn't be moved freely. Zhang Xingha couldn't fathom how Qin Menjing planned to fight him while wearing a one-piece skirt. Moreover, when he entered this indoor training facility, he had removed his shoes beforehand. Qin Menjing, however, was different. The woman had actually entered wearing high heels. If Qin Menjing truly intended to fight him in a straight skirt and 8-centimeter heels, he genuinely couldn't fathom what she was trying to accomplish. But Zhang Xingha soon realized Qin Menjing was indeed prepared to fight him seriously this time. After shedding her suit jacket, Qin Menjing swiftly removed her high heels and casually tossed them aside. She glanced toward the changing room, hesitated slightly, but ultimately didn't go in to change out of the ultra-thin 0D black stockings wrapped around her legs. After all, she was a king-tier powerhouse. Dealing with a second-tier Beastmaster rookie didn't require such seriousness. However, the black stockings did feel a bit slippery on the foam mats of the indoor training ground, though it wasn't a major issue. Next, Qin Menjing did something Zhang Xingha hadn't anticipated, yet it was precisely the kind of thing she was capable of. Her original pencil skirt only allowed limited movement, making it difficult for her to maneuver flexibly against Zhang Xingha. Therefore, Qin Menjing casually tore the side of her skirt, instantly modifying it into a high-slit style. Chapter 20, defeated, yet guided one-on-one by a beautiful instructor. Qin Menjing's actions left Zhang Xingha utterly speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. He couldn't help but admire how uniquely bold this woman was. Once ready, Qin Menjing glided gracefully to face Zhang Xingha. Her red lips parted as she said, "You may attack me now." Zhang Xingha wasted no time, launching his attack immediately. The gap in their abilities was vast. Whether he struck first or second, it made little difference. This time, he attacked without any hesitation, unleashing a full power punch that sliced through the air. This punch, Zhang Xinghe unleashed without restraint, aimed straight for Qin Menjing's chest. The speed and power of Zhang Xinghe's punch reached an extreme. Yet before his fist reached its target, Qin Menjing's hand blade struck like lightning, slashing cleanly across his arm. Though his speed was swift, Qin Menjing's counter was faster still. The strike to his arm caused his punch aimed at Qin Menjing's chest to be successfully parried away. His punch ultimately struck only the air beside Qin Menjing. Before he could even withdraw his fist, Qin Menjing decisively sidestepped and thrust her knee forward, delivering a fierce kick. Faced with Qin Menjing's offensive, Zhang Xinghe immediately performed beyond his usual capabilities. Almost simultaneously with Qin Menjing's movement, he instantly abandoned the idea of retracting his fist to strike again. He abruptly arched backward, executing a perfect iron bridge. Qin Menjing's lightning-fast kick was successfully evaded by Zhang Xinghe's extraordinary reflexes. Unfortunately for her, Qin Menjing possessed immense combat experience. Failing to land the strike, she instantly shifted her technique. One moment she was executing a fierce sidekick with a raised knee, the next she transformed it into a fierce downward strike from above. Startled, Zhang Xinghe twisted his legs, coiling around Qin Menjing's descending leg like a dragon wrapping around a pillar. Qin Menjing was taken aback to see Zhang Xinghe counter her kick in this manner. Logically, he should either dodge or counterattack with a delayed strike. But Zhang Xinghe seemed utterly certain she wouldn't truly harm him this time, which was why he dared to counter directly. This maneuver also granted Zhang Xinghe a crucial advantage, controlling one of her legs. Had he mastered grappling techniques, this leg lock would have placed him in a dominant position. Unfortunately, Qin Menjing's combat experience and awareness far surpassed Zhang Xinghe's. The moment Zhang Xinghe executed his coiling dragon around the pillar technique, she had already devised a winning strategy in her mind. Zhang Xinghe had no idea what move Qin Menjing would make next, but he was thrilled that his strategy had worked. His legs coiled like two black dragons, instantly wrapping around Qin Menjing's black silk leg as it descended in a downward strike, securing it firmly. Simultaneously, he surged with explosive force, aiming to flip upward in an instant. His right hand had already formed a claw, intending to seize Qin Menjing's throat the instant he sprang upward. But before he could brace his waist to spring up, a wave of perfume-scented air swept toward him. Despite having one leg immobilized, Qin Menjing had leaned forward and brought her elbow crashing down toward him. Zhang Xinghe knew full well that if she truly went all out, that elbow strike would absolutely split his skull open. He realized in an instant that having her leg caught was merely a feint, her true killing blow was coming. After Qin Menjing thrust forward, Zhang Xinghe could no longer use his waist strength to propel his upper body off the foam mat. Now he had to fight against not only his own weight but also the weight of Qin Menjing pressing down on him. Fortunately, Qin Menjing was merely sparring with him, not truly intent on killing him. Thus, when her elbow crashed down, she held back some of the force and didn't aim directly for his head. Instead, it slammed into his shoulder. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Zhang Xinghe felt his shoulder instantly go numb from the pain. Had he not heard the absence of cracking bones, he might have suspected Qin Menjing's fierce elbow had shattered his shoulder joint. The excruciating pain in his shoulder was so intense that even with Qin Menjing's entire weight pressing down on him, Zhang Xinghe felt nothing of the romantic atmosphere, let alone appreciate the warmth and softness of her embrace. He could only silently thank his luck. Thank goodness Deputy Commander Qin Menjing had shown mercy and not delivered a full-force elbow strike. Otherwise, he might have ended up in prison by now. This sparring session had come to a definitive end. Even though Qin Menjing hadn't fought seriously, he still couldn't withstand more than 3 moves from her at their current level. Through this sparring session, Zhang Xinghe gained a deeper understanding of Qin Menjing's combat prowess. He gloomily realized that even lasting 3 rounds against her would be incredibly difficult. As for lasting 10 full rounds against her, the difficulty was beyond his wildest imagination. After the sparring ended, Qin Menjing shot Zhang Xinghe a disapproving look. "Get your legs off me." Zhang Xinghe immediately released his legs, allowing Qin Menjing to rise. Earlier, he had attacked with a coiled dragon wrapping around a pillar technique, effectively using his legs like chains to entangle one of Qin Menjing's legs. Unfortunately, the gap in their abilities was too vast. He failed to recognize it as a feint and ended up getting stunned by Qin Menjing's elbow strike. After the sparring session, Zhang Xinghe wasn't particularly satisfied with his performance. Little did he know, however, that Qin Menjing's regard for him had actually risen several notches at that very moment. Qin Menjing had no idea that Zhang Xinghe's combat skills had been honed through relentless training in his previous life. To her eyes, his ability to execute such swift and precise responses in combat was all down to innate talent. After a moment of serious contemplation, Qin Menjing also made her decision. She spoke up, "Although you couldn't last 3 rounds against me just now, your improvisational skills impressed me. Moreover, I've gained a more comprehensive understanding of your talents. I've decided to formally take you on as my student. Starting next week, you'll come to me once a week to study combat techniques. Once you've solidified your fundamentals, I'll find a way for you to learn combat-related innate skills. Zhang Xingha's heart surged with joy at these words. This was truly a triple blessing. Not only would he gain a powerful and beautiful teacher, but he would also receive one-on-one instruction from her every week. Moreover, once he solidified his foundational combat skills, Qin Menjing seemed to have connections and methods to help him master combat-related innate talents. Under normal circumstances, innate abilities could only be obtained through awakening. However, Zhang Xingha had heard some rumors in his previous life suggesting that through certain special means, one might inherit another's innate combat skills without awakening them. But these methods were far too advanced in his previous life, he'd never had the chance to explore them. Chapter 21, The Gentle Auntie Has Another Side. Zhang Xingha unexpectedly passed the assessment set by Deputy Commander Qin Menjing, officially becoming her student. His heart swelled with joy, bordering on ecstasy. In this age of calamity, having a top-tier powerhouse as a patron was like grabbing hold of a golden opportunity. The benefits were too numerous to count. Not to mention that Deputy Commander Qin Menjing herself was a stunning beauty of unparalleled grace. Even if his patron turned out to be some decrepit old king, Zhang Xingha would still consider himself incredibly fortunate. Yet while Zhang Xingha basked in euphoria, another person's mood had soured to the point of being as dark as a pot bottom. That person was none other than Chu Yubing, chief researcher of Azure Biotech Group. Of course, Chu Yubing held another identity. She was Zhang Xingha's aunt. Strictly speaking, however, Chu Yubing was not Zhang Xingha's biological aunt. After all, Zhang Xingha was merely an adopted son of the Zhang family and the least conspicuous among their many adopted children. The Zhang family of Nanming City was a sprawling, deeply entrenched top-tier aristocratic clan. But none of this had anything to do with Zhang Xingha. His adoptive parents had one biological son and two biological daughters, and they had also adopted 3 sons and 2 daughters. As a prominent clan, the Zhang family had 4 main branches. His adoptive father was the eldest son of the 4th branch. The heads of the other 3 branches, like his adoptive father, had also taken in numerous adopted sons and daughters. As for Zhang Xingha's biological parents, they were reportedly friends of his adoptive mother. But shortly after Zhang Xingha was born, they tragically perished during a journey to a dangerous zone. The small courtyard where Zhang Xingha now lived was the ancestral home left behind by his adoptive mother's family before they rose to prominence. Zhang Xingha had always been of average aptitude since childhood. In the annual aptitude assessments held by the Zhang family, he either scored a pitiful F grade or showed no discernible aptitude whatsoever. His results were unbelievably poor. With such low aptitude, it didn't matter that he was an adopted child. Even if he were the biological child of his adoptive parents, he would still be marginalized. Moreover, since he wasn't considered part of the Zhang family's main lineage, he didn't even have the qualifications to be deliberately marginalized. No one took him seriously at all. By the time he reached middle school, the Zhang family politely invited him to leave the estate, relocating him to a small courtyard near Nanming First Middle School to live alone. That said, while he was socially neglected, his adoptive parents never skimped on his living expenses. The Zhang family of Nanming was immensely wealthy. Even the crumbs that fell through their fingers could have sustained an ordinary person. Naturally, they saw no need to skimp on the living expenses of their adopted son, Zhang Xingha. After moving out during junior high, Zhang Xingha had scarcely seen his adoptive parents. Only during the annual family reunion did he get to see them, along with his distant older siblings. However, Zhang Xingha always held a favorable impression of his aunt, Chu Yubing. Not only did she deliver his monthly allowance punctually on the first day of every month, rain or shine, but she also made time to check in on him regularly. Whenever Zhang Xingha encountered trouble, his aunt would rush to his side immediately to smooth things over. He never dreamed that this aunt, whom he saw as pure as ice and jade, could have another side to her. 3 generations prior, the Chu family had been a prominent clan in Nanming City. Yet, starting with Chu Yubing's grandfather's generation, the family's fortunes had steadily declined. It wasn't until the sisters Chu Yusin and Chu Yubing came of age that the declining family began to show signs of revival. Among them, the elder sister, Chu Yusin, was Zhang Xingha's adoptive mother. Chu Yusin possessed a cool and aloof demeanor, renowned as a cold beauty. It was said that in her youth, her adoptive mother possessed extraordinary beauty, revered as the city's foremost beauty during her time. Her beauty was truly breathtaking back then, and as her biological younger sister, Chu Yubing's beauty was equally remarkable. At that moment, in a research lab of the Azure Bio Group, Chu Yubing was carefully reviewing a stack of documents. That stack of documents contained detailed information on every Beastmaster in Nanming City with an initial F-grade qualification. An F-grade qualification represented the lowest tier among Beastmasters. The vast majority of Beastmasters didn't awaken with qualifications as low as F-grade. At the very least, they would have an E-grade. Furthermore, F-rank Beastmasters were often deemed to have little potential for cultivation. Therefore, Chu Yubing's deliberate focus on F-rank Beastmasters appeared highly unusual to outsiders. Of course, Chu Yubing had her reasons for zeroing in on these Beastmasters, whom ordinary people saw as useless. By chance, she had unearthed a dust-covered box of ancient research manuscripts in the ancestral home of the Chu family. Research revealed these scandalous manuscripts belonged to Chu Yubing's great-grandfather. The primary reason for the Chu family's decline back then was precisely because this ancestor had staked everything on an extremely high-risk research project. That research project was divided into two sub-projects. The first sub-project focused on unlocking the full potential of growth-type beast masters like Zhang Xinghe, enabling them to evolve into more powerful practitioners. The second sub-project focused on acquiring the aptitudes of other beast masters, particularly those who were near death or had recently passed away. Chu Yubing's great-grandfather was a researcher of extraordinary boldness and brilliant talent. Although neither research project ultimately achieved complete success, Chu's great-grandfather confidently asserted that his work was nearing its final breakthrough. Like grandfather, like granddaughter, Chu Yubing seemed to have inherited her great-grandfather's talent, becoming an equally outstanding researcher. After discovering her great-grandfather's research manuscripts, Chu Yubing immediately began conducting a series of verification experiments on their contents. Then, to her delight, Chu Yubing realized that her great-grandfather's research was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet for some unknown reason, as the research neared its conclusion, her great-grandfather had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 22, No Deal Unless We Sign a Slave Contract. In the laboratory, Chu Yubing rapidly flipped through the documents in her hands while her mind raced with thoughts about the movements of the Dawn Base Research Institute. She couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it! Why are those guys at the Dawn Base Research Institute suddenly interested in F-grade beast masters? Could it be that they also obtained research materials related to the Perfect Growth-type Beast Master project through some channel? Simply put, a Perfect Growth-type Beast Master referred to someone with growth-type talent, an initial F-rank qualification, and a growth potential exceeding 100 after undergoing a series of tests. Chu Nanhui, Chu Yubing's great-grandfather, discovered through research that any F-grade Beast Master could be transformed into a growth-type Beast Master. However, even after becoming growth-type, not all of these Beast Masters would necessarily achieve a growth potential exceeding 100 in subsequent tests. Chu Yubing couldn't be certain whether those old codgers at the Dawn Base Research Institute had also uncovered the secret of the perfect growth-type Beast Master. In the past, she could afford to proceed with her research quietly and at her own pace. But now that the Dawn Base Research Institute had also begun focusing on F-grade Beast Masters, she had no choice but to accelerate her efforts and beat them to it. She must find a Beast Master with perfect growth potential before the Dawn Base researchers did, then quietly seize that potential for herself. Under normal circumstances, females could only awaken as Beast Maidens, not Beast Masters. But building upon her great-grandfather's research, Chu Yubing had taken it a step further, discovering a unique method that allowed her to possess both Beast Master and Beast Girl talents simultaneously. Of course, the cost of such an operation was extremely high. Moreover, once she seized the potential of a perfectly developed Beast Master, that individual would be utterly ruined. After all, without such intervention, they would naturally progress to become at least an Emperor-tier Beast Master. Chu Yubing swiftly scanned through the pile of documents before her, her gaze finally settling on Zhang Xinghe's page. A sharp gleam flashed in her eyes. All other F-tier Beast Masters showed unremarkable F-tier results in their assessments. Yet Zhang Xinghe's report was marked distinctly growth-type F-tier. Upon discovering Zhang Xinghe's unique trait, a flicker of excitement crossed Chu Yubing's eyes. Yet she wouldn't show mercy simply because he was her nominal nephew. She had already made up her mind. Tomorrow, she would personally bring Zhang Xinghe to the laboratory for thorough testing. If Zhang Xinghe was indeed the perfect growth-type Beastmaster talent she had been desperately searching for, she could seize the opportunity during the lab tests to secretly strip him of his talent and make it her own. In that case, possessing both top-tier Beast Maiden and Beastmaster talents, she would surely ascend to heights unimaginable to ordinary mortals. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinghe had already left the General Affairs Office of the garrison headquarters and returned to his own small courtyard. Only, the household was now missing a beautiful woman. At that moment, only Linglong Empress remained in Zhang Xinghe's courtyard. As for the school beauty, Xin Yue, she had already returned to her own home. The moment Xin Yue arrived home, Linglong Empress decided to confront Zhang Xinghe directly. Now, both Linglong Empress and Zhang Xinghe were in the living room, sitting on opposite sofas, facing each other. Idly swaying her long, shapely legs encased in sheer black stockings, the Empress of Linglong addressed Zhang Xinghe, "I wish to rapidly evolve from an F-class dream spirit into an E-class purple dream spirit. If you can make it happen, feel free to state your terms." Zhang Xinghe hadn't anticipated that the Empress Linglong would be so impatient. Moreover, the implication in her words made it clear she had guessed that Zhang Xinghe truly possessed a method to rapidly evolve her from an F-grade dream spirit into an E-grade purple dream spirit. Her guess was indeed correct. At this moment, Zhang Xinghe still possessed a significant amount of the universal evolutionary energy emanating from the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon. If he were to give her roughly 1/5 of the universal evolution energy he currently possessed, it would be more than enough to allow her to evolve from an F-grade dream spirit into an E-grade purple dream spirit. However, whether such a sacrifice was truly worthwhile required careful consideration. After carefully weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Zhang Xinghe tentatively presented his conditions. Zhang Xinghe carefully phrased his words, "I can indeed help you rapidly evolve from an F-grade dream spirit to an E-grade purple dream spirit. But the cost I must pay is unimaginable. If you insist on evolving now, you must sign a slave contract with me. There were two types of contracts between beast masters and beast maidens or war beasts. One is called a beast master contract, and the other is a slave contract. After signing a beast master contract, the battle beast or beast girl could not betray the beast master. Furthermore, if the beast master died, they would suffer the contract's backlash. However, if a slave contract is signed, the beast master gains absolute control over the beast maiden and battle beast. Moreover, should the beast master die, the beast maiden and battle beast would also perish due to the backlash of the slave contract. Conversely, if a beast girl or beast companion bound by a slave contract dies, the beast master only suffers a certain degree of backlash from the contract and does not perish. Under normal circumstances, nearly all beast girls and battle beasts can only accept an equal beast master contract. In truth, the vast majority of battle beasts and a small number of proud beast girls refuse even an equal beast master contract, let alone an unequal slave contract. The moment Zhang Xinghe finished speaking, the phoenix-eyed Empress Linglong across from him grew suddenly icy. Her voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. Boy, have you grown tired of living? As the esteemed Empress, even in her current predicament where she had fallen so low that a dragon in shallow waters was mocked by shrimp, she would never stoop to signing any slave contract with Zhang Xinghe. Had she truly vowed to sign such a contract, she would never have faced the fate of being hunted down and silenced in the first place. She certainly wouldn't have needed to resort to the golden cicada shedding its shell tactic to achieve rebirth. Zhang Xinghe understood this all too well. He knew he could never truly make the Linglong Empress sign any kind of slave contract with him. Even if he were an emperor-tier beastmaster, he could never subjugate an empress as his slave. Chapter 23, Thrilling. Tempting death by provoking the empress. After the Linglong Empress flatly refused, Zhang Xinghe calmly picked up the teapot from the coffee table and poured himself a cup of water to moisten his throat. At this moment, Zhang Xinghe had no desire for Empress Linglong's power to grow too rapidly. Don't be fooled by her current polite demeanor. Who knew if this woman was just putting on a show? Once she regained some strength, she might not indulge him and Xin Yue in luxury anymore. She could easily swat them both like whack-a-mole, eliminating him and the campus beauty in one fell swoop. Therefore, she must either agree to sign a slave contract with him now, granting him greater control, or she would have to level up slowly at least a month, maybe even 2 months before evolving into an E-grade purple dream spirit. Seeing Zhang Xinghe's unflappable demeanor, the Linglong Empress understood that she was the one in need of his help now. She had to make some concessions. Signing a slave contract with Zhang Xinghe? Absolutely impossible. However, she could compromise by opting for a symbiotic contract with Zhang Xinghe instead. A symbiotic contract was a special type of agreement. Both Beastmaster contracts and slave contracts fell under the category of conventional contracts. Any contract not falling within the conventional framework was classified as a special contract. A symbiotic contract could be seen as a weakened version of a slave contract. After signing a symbiotic contract, the beast tamer and the beast girl or battle beast would become bound to each other in life and death. However, unlike a slave contract, after signing a symbiotic contract with a beast maiden, the beastmaster cannot exert any coercive control over her. Empress Linglong proposed the symbiotic contract for another crucial reason. Through certain special means, it is actually possible to break the symbiotic contract. Her plan was that this weak beastmaster, Zhang Xinghe, surely knew nothing of these hidden details. Thus, the Empress Linglong shot Zhang Xinghe a sidelong glance and remarked casually, "You want me to sign a slave contract with you? Impossible. Unless one day you break through the shackles of the Emperor realm and become a god-tier powerhouse beyond it." Zhang Xinghe nodded solemnly, understood. "Once I become a god-tier powerhouse, I'll make you sign a slave contract with me and become my slave." The Linglong Empress burst into laughter, exasperated. "You, a mere F-grade ant? If you manage to climb to a 7th rank beast tamer in this lifetime, that would be impressive enough. Yet you dare fantasize about breaking through the Emperor realm's shackles? I'll give you one final choice." The Empress Linglong's tone turned icy. "I'll sign a symbiotic contract with you. In return, you must immediately help me evolve from an F-grade dream spirit into an E-grade purple dream spirit." A symbiotic contract? Zhang Xinghe's eyes narrowed in contemplation. It wasn't that Zhang Xinghe had never heard of symbiotic contracts. He simply didn't understand them deeply. He wasn't sure if, after signing a symbiotic contract with Empress Linglong, she would have any means to break it. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xinghe concluded that signing a symbiotic contract with the Empress Linglong wouldn't necessarily be disadvantageous. Besides, he could consult his aunt later to see if there were any hidden catches to this symbiotic pact. His aunt, Chu Yubing, as the chief researcher of Azure Bio Group, was well-traveled and knowledgeable. If there truly was something fishy about the symbiotic contract, she would likely be aware of it. However, Zhang Xinghe had no intention of granting the Empress Linglong her wish so easily. Her power was rising far too rapidly, offering Zhang Xinghe no advantage whatsoever. On the contrary, if her growth could be slowed to a measured pace, it would greatly benefit him. At that moment, Zhang Xinghe suddenly conceived an audacious plan, one that barely qualified as a solution. Taking a deep breath and risking being crushed by the Empress Linglong, Zhang Xinghe tentatively spoke, "Beyond signing the symbiotic contract, I also want you to be the first woman in my life. If you agree, I'll pay a tremendous price to let you evolve from an F-rank dream spirit to an E-rank dream spirit within a single day. The Linglong Empress had recently undergone rebirth. This meant that if she became the first woman in his life, he would likewise become the first man in hers. At that point, his relationship with the Empress Linglong would naturally become exceptionally intimate. You're asking for death. Zhang Xingha's words had barely left his mouth when the Empress Linglong's figure shot before him with a whoosh. Her left hand clamped around Zhang Xingha's throat like lightning, while her right hand formed a slender sword with 2 fingers. A strand of purple energy had already gathered at her fingertips, pointing straight at Zhang Xingha's heart, poised to pierce through at any moment. Put. Having genuinely intended to kill him just now, the Empress Linglong suffered a backlash from the beast taming contract. A sweet taste filled her throat as she spat out a jet of blood, her entire aura instantly weakening considerably. Zhang Xingha was startled by the Empress Linglong's sudden outburst, but he forced himself to remain calm, steeled his nerves, and said, "Allowing me to help you evolve into an E-grade purple dream spirit within a single day will require a price far beyond your imagination. If you insist on such rapid advancement, you have 2 choices: either sign a slave contract with me, or accept my earlier terms and forge a deeper bond with me." While speaking to the Linglong Empress, Zhang Xingha secretly communicated with the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon. Beyond containing boundless evolutionary knowledge and vast universal evolutionary energy, the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon possessed other profound uses. For instance, Zhang Xingha could sacrifice the Dragon Emperor's sacred canon to unleash a dragon soul shockwave. If the Linglong Empress persisted in attacking him despite the severe backlash risked by the beast taming contract, he would sacrifice the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon to unleash the dragon soul impact, instantly slaying her. Seeing Zhang Xingha's utterly composed expression, the Linglong Empress ultimately refrained from attacking further. In that instant, she had indeed been consumed by fury, desperate to kill Zhang Xingha immediately. However, the backlash from the beast taming contract instantly sobered her. Before her rebirth, Linglong Empress had been unable to advance her own dream spirit from F-rank to E-rank purple dream spirit. This limitation prevented her innate talent from breaking through to the SSS-rank dream-eating shadow dragon. If Zhang Xingha could truly help her rapidly evolve into an E-grade purple dream spirit, it would mean she could potentially strive for even greater achievements in the future. Compared to the prospect of potentially breaking through to SSS-grade dream-eating shadow dragon potential and rapidly ascending to greater heights, Zhang Xingha's demand was nothing at all. Of course, that was assuming Zhang Xingha wasn't playing games with her. With this thought, the Empress Linglong looked at Zhang Xingha and slowly said, "I can agree to your earlier request. However, I demand greater benefits in return. Not only must you help me rapidly evolve into an E-rank purple dream spirit, but you must also sign a maintenance contract with me, providing every possible resource I need for growth to the utmost extent." Chapter 24, Signing a Symbiotic Contract, Gaining an Empress Wife? Agreed? But what exactly is this support contract? Zhang Xingha stared at the Empress Linglong in utter disbelief, muttering to himself. Forget finding an Empress-level powerhouse as a wife. Even if it were a transcendent-level powerhouse, he'd never dared to seriously consider it before. After all, the path from a second-tier beastmaster to stepping into the transcendent realm was undoubtedly a long one. Seeing Zhang Xingha's dazed expression, the Linglong Empress couldn't help but sneer coldly, "Look at you, so pathetic. Only weak ants would delude themselves into thinking they could bind a powerful being with such laughable methods. But let me tell you this, unless we can continuously provide each other with equal benefits, this binding means nothing to me. Likewise, you may reconsider my earlier proposal. I will only enter into a symbiotic contract with you, offering no additional benefits. In exchange, you assist me in rapidly evolving into an E-grade purple dream spirit." Zhang Xingha shook his head, outwardly calm but inwardly tense, yet he persisted, "I stand by my proposal. You can tell me what this sustenance contract entails." Utterly foolish. Linglong Empress shot Zhang Xingha a withering glare and snorted coldly. "You likely possess no other resources of interest to me. Therefore, the terms of the sustenance contract are this: you must provide me with 10 units of universal evolution energy daily." As for the figure of 10 portions per day, it was actually something the Linglong Empress had made up on the spot. She had no idea how much universal evolution energy Zhang Xingha could actually refine in a day. Empress Linglong laid out her terms, and Zhang Xingha refused without hesitation. His refusal wasn't due to inability to afford it, but because he absolutely couldn't allow Empress Linglong to grow so rapidly. Supplying her with that much universal evolution energy daily would allow her to evolve from an E-rank purple dream spirit to a D-rank phantom dream spirit in no time. The higher her innate talent, the faster her strength would grow. Zhang Xingha reasoned that with the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon in his possession, his own growth rate must outpace hers. Even if he couldn't surpass her, he had to find a way to keep pace with her. Otherwise, once the Linglong Empress's power far surpasses his own, it will lead to endless trouble. Zhang Xingha immediately argued his case: "I can't possibly provide you with that much universal evolution energy every day. This stuff isn't like mud from the fields or water from the river, endless and limitless. At this stage, I can give you a maximum of 2 portions of universal evolution energy daily. Not one more. Empress Linglong narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. Then make it 3 portions. Give me the one originally meant for Xin Yue too. Of course, you could also figure out a way to give me 3 portions daily and Xin Yue 1. In return, I won't tell Xin Yue or anyone else about receiving 3 portions of universal evolution energy each day. Zhang Xinghe frowned. 1 portion of universal evolution energy crystallizes into 100 universal evolution crystals, each worth 100,000 credit points. Where am I supposed to find 30 million credit points daily to support you? For Beast Masters, before reaching the King level rank, the currency used for daily transactions is credit points. However, the resources required for both King-tier Beast Masters and King-tier Beast Girls were far too high-end to be measured in ordinary credit points, necessitating a higher-tier monetary system. In Nanming City, for Beast Masters below the Transcendent rank, dedicating resources worth 30 million credit points daily to cultivate a Beast Maiden was utterly unimaginable. Some Beast Masters or Beast Girls with poor aptitudes simply chose not to invest much time or resources into cultivation. Instead, they participated in Nanming City's development as ordinary citizens. After a month of hard labor, they might earn between 30,000 and 50,000 credits. If Zhang Xing had truly provided Linglong Empress with 3 servings of universal evolution energy daily, the resources she consumed in a single day would be equivalent to Zhang Xinghe hiring 1,000 ordinary people to work for him for an entire month. Of course, ordinary people's contributions were inherently limited during the cataclysmic era, making such comparisons largely meaningless. Regardless, providing the Empress Linglong with 3 doses of universal evolution energy daily was simply excessive. As Zhang Xinghe weighed his options internally, the Linglong Empress, who had been standing before him, now lazily drifted to his side and plopped down. Her mesmerizing phoenix-like eyes, seemingly capable of speech, fixed on Zhang Xinghe with a hint of amusement. She spoke slowly. If you provide me with 3 portions of universal evolution energy daily, I may permit you to engage in some minor, reasonable actions toward me. This. Zhang Xinghe was momentarily speechless. He truly hadn't anticipated that the issue of universal evolution energy would lead to such a stalemate with the Empress Linglong. Her stance was now crystal clear. Her bottom line was obtaining 3 portions of universal evolution energy daily. Given Zhang Xinghe's current circumstances, the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon could ferment roughly 20 portions of universal evolution energy for him daily. Additionally, if he contracted new beast maidens or battle beasts, or if his existing contracted beast maidens and battle beasts increased in strength, the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred scripture would also provide him with a large amount of universal evolution energy at once. By this calculation, paying 3 universal evolution energies daily to keep the Empress of Linglong in check seemed like a pretty good deal. Zhang Xinghe weighed the options carefully and ultimately nodded in agreement. Once this opportunity was gone, it might never return. Who knew how long he'd have to wait to freeload off the Empress again? However, Zhang Xinghe didn't immediately agree outwardly. Instead, he feigned deep thought. Give me some time. I need to think this through carefully. Hearing this, the Linglong Empress furrowed her delicate brows. At this moment, she had no leverage over Zhang Xinghe, and she desperately needed the universal evolution energy to rapidly enhance her innate talent and restore her strength. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Agree now, and I'll extend my tolerance for you accordingly." Watching the Linglong Empress grit her teeth yet yield, Zhang Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking he'd truly struck gold this time. The Linglong Empress's rapid power growth offered Zhang Xinghe no advantage whatsoever. On the contrary, her slow and steady progress served his interests perfectly. By his calculations, providing her with 3 servings of universal evolution energy daily effectively bought him an Empress-level girlfriend, beautiful, obedient, and at his beck and call. And she was breathtakingly beautiful, with a fiery figure and perfect 9-head proportions, truly a super premium older woman. Without further delay, Zhang Xinghe proceeded to sign a symbiotic contract with the Linglong Empress. The process of signing the symbiotic contract was straightforward. The Empress Linglong touched Zhang Xinghe's forehead with her finger, causing a drop of blood to fly from his brow. Immediately after, a drop of blood also flew from the Empress Linglong's forehead. The 2 drops merged midair, coalescing into an ancient, mystical crimson seal. Simultaneously, the specific terms of the symbiotic contract materialized within both Zhang Xinghe and the Empress Linglong's minds. Chapter 25, Sis, does your husband still need a Beast Girl contract? The symbiotic contract was actually quite simple. Once Zhang Xinghe and the Empress Linglong signed the contract, if either party died, the other would perish instantly. After confirming the symbiotic pact's terms were accurate, Zhang Xinghe hesitated no longer and formally sealed the symbiotic pact with Empress Linglong on the spot. Unless Empress Linglong regained her king-tier strength and used special means to break the contract, she and Zhang Xinghe would henceforth be bound by a relationship of life and death. After the contract was finalized, the Empress Linglong looked at Zhang Xinghe and said indifferently, "Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Zhang Xinghe shook his head. "Not yet. I must secure the other benefit first before fulfilling my promise." A chill flashed in the Empress Linglong's phoenix-like eyes as she fixed him with a piercing stare for a long moment. Ultimately, she silently acquiesced, offering no further refusal. Seeing this, Zhang Xinghe plucked up his courage and cautiously reached out to take the Empress Linglong's hand. Seeing his cautious yet feigned composure, the Empress Linglong couldn't help but snort derisively, muttering, "Such a weakling." Without waiting for Zhang Xinghe to take her hand, she rose and strode purposefully toward his bedroom. Reaching the bedroom door, she turned back and warned him fiercely, "Kid, you better not try any tricks. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a miserable death." After delivering this threat, the Empress Linglong entered Zhang Xinghe's bedroom without hesitation, her expression complex. Zhang Xinghe's heart pounded wildly as he hurried after her toward his room. He couldn't help but feel excited. After all, he was about to truly possess an Empress-level wife worthy of the title. While Zhang Xinghe and the Empress Linglong were immersed in their private world, campus beauty Xin Yue was facing a triple interrogation at home. The so-called triple interrogation meant Xin Yue was being questioned simultaneously by her parents and her younger sister, Xin Yadong. Like Xin Yue, Xin Yadong had also just completed her awakening today. Moreover, the Xins possessed exceptionally strong genes. Not only was the elder sister the school beauty, but the younger sister, Xin Yadong, held the same title. The difference was that Xin Yue was the campus beauty of Nanming No. 1 High School, while her younger sister was the campus beauty of Shuguang Affiliated High School. Shuguang Affiliated High School, also known as Shuguang Base Affiliated High School, is a key high school in Nanming City, with teaching quality even surpassing that of Nanming No. 1 High School. The reason Xin Yue faced a joint interrogation from her parents and sister was that after awakening, Xin Yadong had not signed a contract with any beastmaster. Instead, under Zhang Xinghe's coercion, she had formed a contract with this beastmaster possessing only an F-grade aptitude. Thus, her parents and sister were determined to understand why she would bind herself to a beastmaster of such low caliber. But the real reason? Xin Yue obviously couldn't tell the truth. Fortunately, the campus beauty had prepared her response before returning home. Thus, even facing this three-way interrogation, she didn't stammer or falter. As soon as Xin Yue entered the door, she casually placed a gift box on the coffee table in front of her parents and younger sister. Xin Yadong reached out to take it while sternly demanding, "Xin Yue, explain yourself honestly. Don't think you can bribe Mom, Dad, and me with gifts. I'll hold on to this box for now." Hearing this, her mother, Yin Wenqian, shot her youngest daughter a disapproving glance. She thought to herself, of course the rest of the family wouldn't be swayed by gifts from the eldest daughter, but this youngest daughter had clearly been won over by her sister's presence. Hold on. At that moment, the sister's father, Xin Nanqing, reached out and pressed his hand down on the gift box. Xin Yadong froze at the sight, then quickly protested, "Dad. You're the head of this household, don't let your sister's gift offensive defeat you." Xin Nanqing shook his head. "This isn't just any gift box. It's a trial gift box from the simulated trial ground, and it can only be obtained by a team that achieves a perfect score." "Ha?" Xin Yadong's expression turned astonished once more. She admitted her sister was slightly better than her in every way, but surely she wouldn't have formed a team right after awakening to score full marks in the simulated trial arena? By now, Yin Wenqian and Xin Nanqing, the married couple, had also sensed something unusual. Xin Nanqing paused briefly before asking in a solemn tone, "Yue, what's going on here?" This time, Xin Yue held nothing back. She omitted the details of Zhang Xinghe coercing her into signing a contract using his other identity, then recounted everything she and Zhang Xinghe had experienced together to her parents and sister, leaving nothing out. After Xin Yue finished speaking, Xin Nanqing and Yin Wenqian exchanged stunned glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Xin Yadong, however, had long since gone speechless. She stared dumbstruck at the trial gift box on the coffee table, doubting her own ears. She had just heard her sister mention that although Zhang Xinghe possessed an F-grade aptitude, it was a growth-type F-grade. Moreover, Zhang Xinghe had clearly only awakened today, yet through some unknown method, he had managed to sign a contract with a powerful beast girl who had unexpectedly appeared at his home in a weakened state. The reason Zhang Xinghe could bind that weakened, powerful beast girl was because she kissed him. Through some inexplicable means, she instantly elevated him from a Tier 1 beast tamer to Tier 2, enabling him to contract with 2 beast girls or 2 battle beasts. But that wasn't all. Zhang Xinghe went on to deliver a series of dazzling, almost miraculous performances in the simulated training grounds. So much so that the moment he emerged from the trials, he was personally received by Qin Menjing, the deputy commander of Nanming City. If Zhang Xinghe hadn't lied, he had also passed Deputy Commander Qin Menjing's assessment, becoming her student. Not only that, despite his F-rank aptitude, the Beastmaster talent he awakened was the ability to refine pure universal evolutionary energy. After a moment's thought, Xin Nanqing couldn't help but press Xin Yue for details about this universal evolutionary energy. Xin Yue naturally shared everything she knew, recounting the details to her father exactly as they had occurred. After listening, Xin Nanqing's expression turned peculiar. If Yue's account is accurate, and that young man can truly provide her with that level of universal evolution energy daily, it would mean that after Yue contracts with young brother Zhang, she gains growth resources worth 10 million credit points every single day. After hearing her father's analysis, Xin Yadong could no longer sit still. Without a moment's hesitation, she blurted out, "Sis, does your husband need any more beast girls? Or maybe you need a sister-in-law?" What about that Zhang Xinghe I told you about? Don't you think he and I would make a great match? Shin Yadong's remark was, of course, meant as a joke. Even with their family's wealth, it was simply impossible to afford the luxury of providing each sister with 10 million credit points worth of growth resources daily. Across all of Nanming City, only the top 4 elite families could afford to supply such vast quantities of cultivation resources daily to their most promising direct descendants. Chapter 26, He's not my brother-in-law? Then wait for him to become your sister's husband. Ahem. Yue, about Yadong's situation, could you mention it to Brother Zhang? Shin Nanqing cleared her throat lightly, turning to her eldest daughter as she tentatively asked. Upon learning that Zhang Xinghe possessed the Beastmaster talent to refine universal evolution energy, 2 thoughts instantly flashed through Shin Nanqing's mind. His first thought was to seize control of Zhang Xinghe outright, coercing him into endlessly refining universal evolution energy for the Shin family. However, the moment this thought surfaced, Shin Nanqing immediately dismissed it. 2 reasons. First, according to Shin Yue, Zhang Xinghe was the adopted son of the Zhang family, one of the 4 major clans of Nanming City. The Shin family's combined strength barely placed them within the top 20 families in Nanming City. How could they dare to challenge a colossus like the Zhang family? Shin Nanqing knew full well that even if all the families ranked 5th to 20th in Nanming City were combined, they still couldn't shake any of the 4 great families. Second, if Zhang Xinghe were detained and deprived of his freedom, he might not cooperate willingly. If Zhang Xinghe chose death over compliance, the Shin family would gain nothing and risk antagonizing the Zhangs. Thus, Shin Nanqing resolved to pursue his second plan instead. This plan was straightforward: collaborate with Zhang Xinghe. His eldest daughter, Shin Yue, had already demonstrated considerable foresight and discernment. While others dismissed this Beastmaster with merely an F-grade growth potential, she had chosen to forge a contract with Zhang Xinghe. As it turned out, her judgment was impeccable. Moreover, judging from Zhang Xinghe's performance in the simulated trial arena and the peculiar attitude Deputy Commander Qin Menjing showed toward him, this youth was far more than he appeared on the surface. Shin Nanqing even speculated that Zhang Xinghe might not be a genuine adopted son at all, but rather the illegitimate child of some influential figure within the Zhang family, strategically placed within the clan under the guise of adoption. The peculiarities surrounding Zhang Xinghe might very well be the work of that powerful figure pulling the strings behind the scenes. But these were merely speculations for now. The truth would require careful investigation. Across from Shin Nanqing, Shin Yue lifted the teacup her younger sister had handed her and took a light sip of the hot tea. While enjoying her sister's attentive shoulder massage and back rubbing from behind, Shin Yue remarked casually, "I'm afraid that won't work. Didn't I just explain? Besides signing a contract with me, Zhang Xinghe also entered a Beastmaster contract with a powerful beast girl who's currently in a weakened state. It's clearly impossible for Zhang Xinghe to advance to a 3rd-tier Beastmaster anytime soon. Even if he somehow did reach that tier, he might not be willing to sign a contract with Yadong." Shin Yadong grew anxious at this, protesting urgently, "No way. My brother-in-law wouldn't be that heartless." Unlike the school beauty Shin Yue, who embodied both inner and outer grace, quiet beauty, and innocent cuteness, Shin Yadong, while beautiful, had a distinctly quirky and mischievous personality. Though she just said, "My brother-in-law wouldn't be so heartless," the first thought that flashed through her mind was, "No way. My brother-in-law can't just pull up his pants and deny everything." Only when reason returned did she remember her parents and sister might team up to give her a triple beating. That's why she obediently shut her mouth, not daring to speak carelessly. Even so, the thought of that 10 million credit point universal evolution energy every day made Shin Yadong's eyes sparkle with greed. So she promptly began massaging her despicable sister's shoulders with obsequious flattery while secretly winking at her father. Shin Nanqing naturally hoped his youngest daughter could enjoy such privileged cultivation conditions. After careful consideration, he gently suggested, "Yue, how about this? Find an opportunity to mention Yadong's situation to Brother Zhang, then invite him to our family dinner next week." Shin Yue naturally wished her younger sister could seize such a favorable opportunity. But her original contract with Zhang Xinghe hadn't stemmed from any discerning eye for talent. She'd been coerced into it. She couldn't be certain whether her sister signing a contract with Zhang Xinghe would be a blessing or a curse, nor did she know if Zhang Xinghe would even be willing to sign another contract with Yadong. As for inviting Zhang Xinghe over for dinner, that was certainly no problem. Shin Yue sipped her tea again and nodded slightly. "I'll mention Yuting's silly situation to Zhang Xinghe, but I can't guarantee anything. As for inviting him over for dinner, that shouldn't be a problem. I'll find a chance to talk to him tomorrow or Monday." No sooner had Shin Yue finished speaking than Shin Yadong piped up excitedly, "Sis, don't worry. If brother-in-law likes you, he'll definitely like me too. Once I sign a contract with him, we sisters can fight side by side." Shin Yue pressed her hand to her forehead, speechless. "Who's your husband? A Beastmaster signing a contract with a Beast Maiden isn't marriage. Stop calling him husband all the time." Turning to her parents, she added helplessly, "And Mom and Dad, aren't you going to discipline her? Look at her, is this any way to behave?" Before Shin Nanqing and Yin Wenxian could respond, Shin Yadong chimed in with a playful grin, "Sure thing, then just wait, sis, until you get to call Zhang Xinghe brother-in-law. This girl will pull out all the stops to win Zhang Xinghe over. Shen Yadong's words were mostly playful. Her family had long grown accustomed to her eccentric personality. Only when she went too far would they gently remind her. Meanwhile, at Zhang Xinghe's home, Zhang Xinghe had just finished showering and changed into clean clothes. Not far away, Yu Linglong stood wrapped only in a sheer bathrobe, her shoulders flushed crimson. Zhang Xinghe hadn't expected that a mature woman like Yu Linglong would just moments ago be wailing like a fledgling bird that hadn't yet learned to fly. Yu Linglong narrowed her phoenix-like eyes and coldly demanded, "Can we begin? If you dare lie to me, you're dead." As she spoke, her beautiful phoenix-like eyes radiated a bone-chilling coldness, fixed intently on Zhang Xinghe. Zhang Xinghe distinctly felt the terrifying murderous intent in the Empress Linglong's eyes, sending a chill down his spine. He understood perfectly well that if he dared to deceive the Empress Linglong, she might very well fight him to the death. Fortunately, he had no intention of deceiving her this time. After a moment's hesitation, he rose and walked toward the Empress Linglong. Yu Linglong watched him in puzzlement when suddenly Zhang Xinghe reached out, cupped her delicate face, and pressed his lips firmly against her moist, red ones. Simultaneously, he channeled the 10,000 Dragon Emperor scriptures within his body, guiding strands of universal evolutionary energy into the Empress Linglong's form. At first, Yu Linglong genuinely wanted to punch Zhang Xinghe away, but moments later she realized Zhang Xinghe wasn't overstepping his bounds. Instead, he was using this method to continuously supply her with universal evolution energy. As Linglong absorbed more and more of this energy, her entire being underwent a gradual transformation from the inside out. Chapter 27, Advancing to E rank, First Trial of the Combined Technique, Nightmare Armor. After a passionate encounter with Zhang Xinghe, Yu Linglong rinsed herself once more. Already radiant and glowing with health. Now, having absorbed a massive influx of universal evolutionary energy, her entire being entered a state of continuous evolutionary transformation. A dreamlike, luminous purple glow began to swirl around Yu Linglong's body. Her originally jet-black, luminous eyes now gradually shifted to a pale violet hue. As these physical transformations unfolded, an unmistakable thrill of delight spread across her exquisite, delicate features. Before her rebirth, she had known that the optimal evolution path for an F-grade dream spirit was to evolve into an E-grade purple dream spirit. Unfortunately, the purple dreamgrass required as evolution material had long since become extinct, making it impossible for her to obtain. Theoretically, she could have used universal evolution energy to achieve the E-rank purple dream spirit evolution. But back when she was an F-rank dream spirit, she simply didn't possess the staggering financial resources required. This time, Zhang Xinghe used the universal evolution energy to help her evolve from an F-rank dream spirit to an E-rank purple dream spirit. She realized even more clearly that the energy consumed in the process was far greater than she had imagined. At the same time, Yu Linglong finally understood why Zhang Xinghe had pushed her to the absolute limit for so long, even developing that intimate relationship before finally agreeing to help her complete the evolution. While Zhang Xinghe's talent was truly extraordinary, capable of refining universal evolution energy, his Beastmaster qualifications were still only F-rank, and he was merely a second-tier Beastmaster. By providing her with such a colossal amount of universal evolution energy in one go, Zhang Xinghe might have completely drained himself dry. Even so, Yu Linglong shot Zhang Xinghe a glare as cold as a blade's edge. Because the scoundrel before her wasn't keeping his hands to himself. While transferring energy to her, he was trying to take advantage. His hands were already resting quite improperly on her fragrant shoulders. To Yu Linglong, those hands resting on her shoulders were merely Zhang Xinghe's landing point. If she didn't speak up now, those hands would likely continue their journey southward, heading straight for their true destination. Zhang Xinghe had assumed Yu Linglong was too immersed in her evolution process to notice his little maneuvers. Little did he know that the moment his hands began to drift downward, he received a warning in the form of a death glare from Yu Linglong. Recalling how much he'd already gained from Yu Linglong today, Zhang Xinghe wisely chose not to push his luck further. Once Yu Linglong successfully evolved from an F-grade dream spirit to an E-grade dream spirit, Zhang Xinghe ceased the energy infusion. At that moment, Zhang Xinghe discovered something he hadn't realized before. It turned out that while providing the universal evolution energy to Yu Linglong, his own body was simultaneously being cleansed and purified by this energy. Throughout this process, both his strength and innate talent had risen. After careful assessment, he determined his current cultivation had reached the peak of the second tier, just one step away from becoming a third-tier Beastmaster. As for his Beastmaster aptitude, it had risen from F-rank to the pinnacle of F-rank, poised to leap to E-rank in the near future. However, Zhang Xinghe did not dwell on himself for long. His attention quickly returned to Yu Linglong. Two strands of purple energy now swirled around her, coalescing into two violet orbs with long tails that spun gently beside her. At this moment, Yu Linglong had successfully evolved from an F-rank dream spirit into an E-rank purple dream spirit. After Yu Linglong's evolution concluded, Zhang Xinghe suppressed his excitement and asked eagerly, "Can I try our combined technique nightmare armament?" Yu Linglong didn't answer directly, instead asking with puzzlement, "How did you know about the E-rank purple dream spirit's innate ability?" Not only would a second-tier beastmaster like you be unaware, but even most king-rank beastmasters wouldn't know the E-rank purple dream spirit possessed such a power. It was common knowledge that both beastmaster talents and the types of beast maidens and battle beasts were classified by rarity tiers. Zhang Xingha's talent, the ability to refine universal evolutionary energy, belonged to the ultra-rare tier. Before her rebirth, Yulinglong had heard of similar talents, but she had never personally witnessed a beastmaster possessing such an ability. In truth, much like Zhang Xingha's talent for refining universal evolutionary energy, F-rank dream spirits were also extremely rare. While their rarity didn't quite match Zhang Xingha's talent, it was remarkably close. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, the fact that Zhang Xingha understood her innate abilities was highly unusual. Facing Yulinglong's questioning, Zhang Xingha merely gave an evasive smile. That's my secret. I have a fairly good understanding of the circumstances surrounding most battle beasts and beast girls. Yulinglong was clearly dissatisfied with this vague response, but she could tell Zhang Xingha had no intention of revealing more secrets. She decided not to press further and instead said, "Let's find an open space outside to practice." "All right." Zhang Xingha nodded immediately, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. Within the Chuanxin Garden residential complex where he lived lay a small grove of trees, housing an abandoned basketball court. Soon, Zhang Xingha led Yulinglong to the center of that abandoned court. Before her rebirth, Yulinglong had followed a different evolutionary path. The innate abilities of an E-rank purple dream spirit were relatively unfamiliar to her. However, this did not hinder her judgment. As a former empress-level powerhouse, drawing upon her vast experience, she quickly gained a basic understanding of her current innate ability. The E-rank purple dream spirit possessed only one innate ability, nightmare armament. This ability allowed the beast girl and her tamer to fuse together and fight side by side. As Yulinglong channeled her energy, her body miraculously transformed into a pale purple, translucent energy form. Under Zhang Xingha's curious gaze, the fully energized Yulinglong instantly transformed into streaks of purple light, merging with him in an instant. Suddenly, a colossal, formidable, and powerful force surged within him. Immediately, strands of purple energy rapidly gathered around him, coalescing into a flawlessly protective set of heavy armor. However, this heavy armor appeared to be made of pale purple crystal material. Feeling the surging power coursing through his body, Zhang Xingha hesitated briefly before raising his fist and smashing it into a concrete block at the edge of the abandoned basketball court. Boom! This seemingly casual punch struck the concrete block like a sledgehammer, effortlessly shattering a corner and leaving deep cracks across the remaining surface. Chapter 28, What are you thinking? Of course you're sharing my room. After a brief test, Zhang Xingha gained deeper insight into the nightmare armor. Not only did it grant him a set of heavy armor with astonishing defensive capabilities, but it also amplified his strength exponentially. When activating nightmare armor, he could effortlessly sweep aside and crush opponents of the same tier, be they beast girls, monstrous beasts, or even ordinary alien races. The only question was whether the nightmare armor's enhancement effects would remain as terrifying as they were now once his own strength gradually increased. After briefly testing the strength and defense provided by the nightmare armor, Zhang Xingha continued to explore its other capabilities. He leapt upward, propelling himself to a height of about 3 meters. This meant that while in nightmare armor mode, he could jump from a standing position and instantly reach the height of a second-story building. Next, he tested his movement speed and agility. The results showed that the nightmare armor had dramatically enhanced both his speed and agility. At present, the nightmare armor boosted his combat power by at least 8-fold compared to his normal state. However, beast masters were generally not adept at close combat in the early stages. Therefore, even with the nightmare armor boosting his combat power 8-fold, he could only sweep aside the vast majority of second-tier battle beasts, second-tier beast girls, and second-tier alien races. If he encountered a third-tier alien race of modest strength, he could barely hold his own. After conducting a series of tests, Zhang Xingha did not stop there. He channeled the nightmare energy within his body, condensing it into a razor-sharp purple crystal spear in his hand. This was the Nightmare Spear, one of the exclusive weapons of the nightmare armor. After materializing the Nightmare Spear, Zhang Xingha decided to continue using the concrete block as his target. Originally used as counterweights for the old basketball hoops, these concrete blocks had been abandoned after the court fell into disuse. The 2 hoops themselves had long since vanished. The concrete blocks, once their counterweights, now lay haphazardly discarded in the grass beside the court. Zhang Xingha gripped the Nightmare Spear, striking with lightning speed. Swish! With a single thrust, the purple spear sliced through the hard concrete block as easily as a hot knife through butter, encountering almost no resistance at all. Thrilled by the success of his first strike, he immediately launched a flurry of attacks. Swish! 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 With several successive thrusts, the previously intact concrete block shattered into fragments amid a series of dull thuds. Just as Zhang Xingha was about to test the nightmare armor's other capabilities, he was abruptly punished. An elderly man from a nearby apartment building furiously flung open his window and bellowed toward the abandoned basketball court. Who's out there? It's the middle of the night. Stop sleeping and smashing rocks at the abandoned court. Stop that immediately. You're not sleeping, but others need their rest. If you don't stop, I'll call the police and have the Public Security Bureau come over. Hearing this, Zhang Xinghe scratched his head awkwardly. He'd been so absorbed in his testing that he hadn't considered the consequences. Only now did it dawn on him punching and kicking concrete blocks in the middle of the night was indeed disturbing the peace. Without another thought, he vanished like a purple streak, darting out of the grove and away from the scene. By the time he returned to his small courtyard, Yulinglong had already dissipated from his body as wisps of purple light, reverting back to her energy form. Within moments, the translucent purple energy form solidified into her usual appearance, that stunning, nine-headed goddess figure. Once restored, Yulinglong grumbled at Zhang Xinghe, "Is there nowhere suitable for training around here? Just a little commotion, and the neighbors start screaming like ghosts. This won't do." Zhang Xinghe scratched his head thoughtfully before replying, "There should be a few suitable training spots nearby. Let's call it a night here for now. Next time, we'll try somewhere else." Yulinglong nodded slightly before asking, "Which room do I sleep in?" Zhang Xinghe chuckled at the question. Without another word, he scooped Yulinglong into his arms and strode toward his room. As they walked, he grinned at her. "What were you thinking? Of course you'll be sharing my room. Get lost." Yulinglong snapped. Though her words were sharp, she ultimately didn't refuse him. Zhang Xinghe, a master of taking advantage, carried Yulinglong into the room and soon made her bath a waste of time. The moon set and the sun rose, and the night passed swiftly. Neither Zhang Xinghe nor Yulinglong had gotten much rest the previous night. After rising and washing up, Zhang Xinghe began delving deeper into the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon. Yulinglong, however, had no intention of getting up. At her peak, she had been the revered empress, capable of enduring sleepless nights without batting an eye. But now, she was merely a first-tier beast maiden. After that bastard Zhang Xinghe's reckless antics all night, her entire body ached as if it were about to fall apart. In the living room, Zhang Xinghe yawned before channeling the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon to absorb surrounding energy and temper his body. The first function of the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon was to chart the evolutionary paths for beast girls, battle beasts, and most living creatures. Its second function was to refine universal evolutionary energy. Beyond that, Zhang Xinghe knew of the Dragon Emperor's sacred canon's third function: it continuously absorbed stray energy from the outside world, comprehensively transforming him. Bit by bit, it endowed him with the bloodline and power of the ancient dragon clan, along with various wondrous innate abilities. However, free-floating energy in nature was exceedingly sparse. Relying solely on absorbing this energy to enhance himself would be an extremely slow process. With this thought, he rose from the living room sofa and returned to the bedroom. Yulinglong heard the movement, opened her eyes to glance at him, then closed them again to continue resting. Zhang Xinghe retrieved the trial gift box he had recently obtained from the General Affairs Office at the garrison headquarters. Inside the box lay a shopping card and 10 energy crystals. The shopping card held 100,000 credit points, usable for purchases anywhere in Nanming City. As for the energy crystals, they were a universal cultivation resource. Each one contained a substantial amount of pure energy. Absorbing the energy contained within these crystals for cultivation proved infinitely more effective than drawing on the scattered energy in the surrounding space. Keep in mind that a single energy crystal typically costs 10,000 credits. This meant ordinary workers earning monthly salaries of only 30,000 to 50,000 credits could never afford such a luxurious cultivation resource. Familiar with the rules of the garrison headquarters simulation training grounds, Zhang Xinghe planned to bring Xin Yue and Yulinglong there weekly to milk the garrison for all it was worth. Chapter 29, The Suspense Ends. Is my aunt the villain? Upon returning to the living room, Zhang Xinghe decisively retrieved all 10 energy crystals and used them all at once. At his normal absorption rate, processing a single energy crystal would take an entire day. But now, using the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon to draw energy from the crystals, the process was naturally much faster. The 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon instantly reduced these 10 energy crystals to ashes at a visible speed. This signified that the energy contained within these crystals had been utterly depleted. After absorbing such a vast amount of energy, the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon began subtly transforming Zhang Xinghe's body. His peak second-tier strength rapidly surged to the third tier. Zhang Xinghe estimated he was likely the first person in his entire grade to reach the third-tier Beast Master rank. Once he joined the ranks of third-tier Beast Masters, he could venture into the true danger zone. The area within 100 kilometers around Nanming City served as a buffer zone. While various exotic beasts and alien races roamed these lands, their power levels remained relatively weak. These creatures were deliberately left behind by the military's Beast Masters and Beast Maidens as training grounds for ordinary practitioners. Beyond this 100-kilometer buffer zone lay the true danger zone. Within the danger zone, anything could happen. A third-tier Beastmaster might be killed by an alien race the moment they step into the danger zone. Alternatively, they might survive a day or two unscathed and even discover valuable cultivation resources. Zhang Xinghe recalled that during his first 6 months at university in his previous life, Teacher Bai Wei had mostly kept them confined to the buffer zone. Since they never approached the danger zone, they encountered no trouble whatsoever during that period. However, some overconfident students from other classes, ignoring warnings, had ventured into the danger zone and suffered heavy losses at the hands of the alien races. Though his strength had now reached the 3rd tier, he had no immediate plans to venture into the danger zone. If possible, he intended to consolidate his foundation further, ideally using the 10,000 Tao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon to reach the 9th tier, or at least master 2 transformations from the 9 transformations of the Dragon Emperor before venturing into the danger zone. The 9 transformations of the Dragon Emperor were the advancement path for holders of the 10,000 Tao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon. The first transformation granted Zhang Xinghe power comparable to a 6th tier battle beast, while the second transformation enabled strength rivaling a 9th tier battle beast. The 9th tier referred to here is not an ordinary 9th tier, but an invincible 9th tier capable of sweeping away nearly all 9th tier battle beasts and 9th tier alien races. In his previous life, Zhang Xinghe obtained the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon too late. He hadn't even reached the first transformation stage before being killed. But this life was different. Judging by his current progress, he would likely reach the second transformation stage of the Dragon Emperor by the time he entered university. With ample energy crystal supplies, the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor scripture was optimizing and transforming him at an astonishingly rapid pace. To accelerate his entry into the first stage of the Dragon Emperor transformation, he began seriously contemplating whether to use universal evolution energy to make a fortune. Selling just one portion of universal evolution energy would instantly net him 1,000 ordinary energy crystals. Just as Zhang Xinghe was mulling these thoughts, Yu Linglong suddenly flashed to his side with a tense expression. Before Zhang Xinghe could ask, Yu Linglong warned sternly, "Be careful. A hidden extraordinary powerhouse is heading this way. In my current state, I can do very little against such a formidable opponent." A hidden powerhouse? Zhang Xinghe's eyes narrowed in confusion. He understood why Yu Linglong was so alarmed. If the opponent approached openly, it likely wouldn't pose much of a threat. But this extraordinary being, deliberately concealing its power while rapidly closing in, probably meant no good. Zhang Xinghe also realized that Yu Linglong possessed exceptionally powerful perception. She had detected the extraordinary being's presence before it had even noticed her. After a moment's thought, Yu Linglong transformed into a streak of purple light and shot into his heart. This time, he truly had placed Yu Linglong within his heart. Literally and figuratively, in every sense of the word. Not long after Yu Linglong concealed herself, Zhang Xinghe indeed encountered the extraordinary powerhouse who had been hiding his strength, as she had mentioned. Soon, a familiar white supercar pulled up outside Zhang Xinghe's small courtyard. A breathtakingly beautiful woman stepped out of the car. With effortless grace, she descended, her long, shapely legs striding confidently toward Zhang Xinghe's courtyard. The moment Zhang Xinghe recognized the visitor, he instantly understood that Yu Linglong's worries had been entirely unnecessary. For the visitor was none other than his aunt, Chu Yubing. However, recalling Yu Linglong's earlier words, Zhang Xinghe's expression subtly shifted. In his memory, his aunt had always been nothing more than a 9th-tier beast girl. But he trusted Yu Linglong's judgment for reasons unknown. His aunt had deceived him and everyone around her. Tap, 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 tap. A crisp series of high-heeled footsteps echoed from afar, drawing nearer. Soon, a stunning beauty appeared not far from Zhang Xinghe. She wore a short, off-white jacket on top, a coffee-colored pencil skirt below, and her legs were encased in glossy, flesh-colored stockings. Had he not already learned from Yu Linglong about his aunt's hidden abilities, Zhang Xinghe would have been overjoyed to see her now. But now that he knew her secret, he dared not show the slightest hint of surprise. He immediately stood up and stepped forward, opening his arms wide to give Chu Yubing a big hug. Chu Yubing gave a sweet smile before feigning anger. "You little rascal, don't try that on me. You're not a child anymore, how can you still be hugging and cuddling with your auntie?" Zhang Xinghe scratched his head and grinned. "I thought we didn't need to worry about that between us. Anyway, no matter what, auntie and I are definitely pure." Zhang Xinghe paused mid-sentence not to tease Chu Yubing, but because the jade pendant hidden in his heart suddenly transmitted a mind-shattering revelation through telepathy. This woman isn't just an ordinary transcendent, she's a 9th-tier transcendent, nearly at the king level. And I'm certain she harbors ill will toward you. Be extremely cautious, or we'll both be doomed. Yu Linglong's words sent Zhang Xinghe's already racing heart plummeting to its lowest depths. That his aunt had concealed her strength was one thing, but now Yu Linglong claimed she harbored ill will toward him? Though it sounded utterly preposterous, bound by their symbiotic contract, he chose to trust Yu Linglong, the one who had shared life and death with him. Chapter 30. When did this bad habit form? Zhang Xinghe gestured for Chu Yubing to sit on the living room sofa while he rose to fetch tea and water. After pouring a cup for Chu Yubing's aunt, he connected with the 10,000 Tao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon to investigate her circumstances. As for whether she harbored ill will toward him, he couldn't judge that yet. But he could certainly glean some details about her through the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon. Name, Chu Yubing. Age, 27. Talent, SS rank 6-tailed demon cat. Realm, peak extraordinary 9th tier. Detailed note 1, the target is currently under a power suppression state. Conventional methods cannot detect the target's true strength or innate potential. Detailed Note 2. The target possesses an environment capable of grafting a secondary growth system, exhibiting high compatibility with your Beastmaster aptitude. Zhang Xingha refrained from using the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon to delve deeper into his aunt's records. Upon reading the second detailed description, his heart sank abruptly, and he felt as if struck by 5 bolts of thunder. In an instant, a flood of memories surged through his mind. He recalled asking his aunt as a child, could girls become Beastmasters? Ask anyone else, and the answer would undoubtedly be no. But his aunt had told him that if certain cutting-edge research succeeded, girls could indeed become Beastmasters. Similarly, boys could also complete the Battle Beast Awakening, transform into battle beasts, and possess the innate abilities of battle beasts. Because these ideas sounded too fantastical, Zhang Xingha had never taken them seriously in his previous life. Now it seemed that the cutting-edge research projects his aunt had mentioned back then had achieved preliminary success. Moreover, his aunt's body had already developed the environment necessary to graft a second growth system. This meant she could become a Beastmaster, possessing abilities from both the Beast Maiden and Beastmaster growth systems. However, she couldn't become a Beastmaster through normal awakening, she could only acquire the second growth system through grafting. Zhang Xingha didn't want to delve deeper into the implications, but Yu Linglong had just made it abundantly clear his aunt harbored ill will toward him. After carefully recalling events, Zhang Xingha remembered that around this time in his previous life, his aunt had taken him to the Azure Biogroup's laboratory for some research tests. For nearly a month afterward, he'd been unusually prone to fatigue and drowsiness, his entire body growing weak. Zhang Xingha refused to accept that his aunt's care and concern might be motivated by ulterior motives. Yet now he had to admit that her attentive care was indeed motivated by something more than pure concern. The 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon had made it crystal clear his Beastmaster aptitude perfectly matched the environment of the second growth system within his aunt's body. Therefore, his Beastmaster aptitude in his previous life had likely been tampered with by his aunt. In that instant, Zhang Xingha felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Until his dying breath in his previous life, he had believed his aunt to be the kindest person in the world to him. Who could have imagined that Chu Yubing's so-called kindness toward him was actually kindness of this nature? Her previous kindness toward him was likely driven by guilt. After he was taken to her laboratory in his previous life, his aunt vanished for nearly 2 months. But when she reappeared, her care and attention toward him became increasingly meticulous. Piecing together all these details pointed to one truth. In his previous life, Chu Yubing had stolen his Beastmaster aptitude, condemning him to a lifetime of struggling to reach a mere B rank. This indicates that his innate growth potential was originally astonishingly high. Had Chu Yubing not stolen his Beastmaster aptitude, he likely would have become a top-tier powerhouse in his previous life. But soon, another thought crossed his mind. During his freshman year in his previous life, Chu Yubing had frequently taken him on training expeditions, provided him with special instruction, and taught him ancient dragon language. That entire year had been filled with joy, and the experiences from that time remained etched in his memory forever. It was precisely through his intensive study of ancient dragon language during that year that he unexpectedly contracted the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon on the brink of death. His relentless pursuit of ancient dragon language back then stemmed from his plan to become his aunt's assistant after graduation, joining her in researching ancient dragon ruins. Huff memories from his past life flashed rapidly through his mind, and the look he gave his aunt couldn't help but carry a hint of complexity. The person who had been kindest to him in his past life was his aunt. Yet, the person who had been harshest to him was also his aunt. The absurdity of this truth left him with a tangled mix of emotions. Now that he knew Chu Yubing intended to tamper with his Beastmaster qualifications, he would never let his aunt succeed. But he was currently only a third-tier Beastmaster, and while Yu Linglong had once held the exalted position of Empress, she was now merely a first-tier Beast Maiden. Combined, his and Yu Linglong's strength didn't even amount to a fraction of his aunt's power. Confronting his aunt now would only hasten his demise. After a lightning-fast mental calculation, Zhang Xingha resolved to feign ignorance for the time being while devising a plan to defuse his aunt's persecution. Only by stabilizing her situation could he later seek an opportunity to counterattack. If he could persuade Chu Yubing to sign a slave contract with him, all problems would be solved. However, Zhang Xingha had no clue how to get Chu Yubing to willingly sign such a contract. He had prepared an escape route for himself, seeking out his teacher, Deputy Commander Qin Menjiang. His aunt was merely a half-step king-level cultivator, whereas teacher Qin Menjiang was a true king-level powerhouse. No matter how extraordinary his aunt might be, she was no match for teacher Qin Menjiang. What are you spacing out about? And when did you pick up this nasty habit? Where did this thing come from? Chu Yubing sat cross-legged on the sofa, 2 slender fingers pinching a silk fabric. Chu Yubing's words snapped Zhang Xingha out of his daze. Glancing at the object in his aunt's hand, Zhang Xingha inwardly cursed Yu Linglong. He'd lived 2 clean lives, and now Yu Linglong had ruined him. What his aunt held in her hand was none other than the battle-damaged black stockings Yu Linglong had changed out of before her bath yesterday. Instead of disposing of it properly, Yu Linglong had casually tossed it onto the sofa. The moment Chu Yubing saw this silk garment, she immediately concluded her nephew had developed some kind of unhealthy habit, bringing this thing home with him. Even if Zhang Xinghe was usually smooth-talking, he found it impossible to explain this to his aunt now. Especially now that he understood this beautiful, kind, and gentle aunt was no longer entirely the same person he had once imagined. Therefore, he had no intention of telling his aunt the truth about Yulinglong. In the ensuing struggle to outmaneuver his aunt, Yulinglong, the sacred canon of the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor, and his teacher Qin Menjiang were his only pillars of support. Seeing Zhang Xinghe stammering and unable to explain himself clearly, Chu Yubing naturally grew even more furious. In her eyes, this good-for-nothing brat must have picked up some bad habits during the time she'd relaxed her supervision. Chapter 31, Auntie, turn back. I'm your good nephew. If Chu Yubing hadn't had urgent business today, she would have given Zhang Xinghe a thorough scolding. That good-for-nothing brat never focused on his studies, always messing around with nonsense. After slightly suppressing her anger, Chu Yubing said, I checked your awakening status on your school's official website. You should have been prepared for this result. But don't worry too much, an F-grade growth-type aptitude isn't that bad. I came here today to take you to the research lab at Azure Bio Group for a comprehensive assessment. The research I'm currently conducting might help you go further. This scene felt eerily familiar to Zhang Xinghe. In his previous life, his aunt Chu Yubing had used precisely these words to placate him. Back then, he hadn't even known he possessed a growth-type aptitude. He thought that if his aunt could help him raise his F-grade aptitude to E-grade, he'd be grateful enough. So when his aunt brought it up, he agreed without a second thought. Now, knowing her true intentions, Zhang Xinghe naturally didn't want to go. Even if he brought Yulinglong along, the two of them combined wouldn't stand a chance against his aunt's slightest effort. Falling into her hands now would likely spell disaster. But this lifetime was different. With the priceless treasure, the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon, by his side, even if his aptitude truly went awry, he wouldn't be completely helpless. Of course, if his innate talent was actually fine, that would be the best outcome. With that thought, Zhang Xinghe steeled himself and said to Chu Yubing, Auntie, I think my growth-type aptitude is actually pretty good. My initial aptitude might be a bit low, but my future potential is still huge. So, I think I'll just stick to my own cultivation path and grow steadily. No need to trouble you, Auntie. Zhang Xinghe's response caught Chu Yubing off guard. However, she didn't press the issue. She simply nodded and said, all right. Your aptitude may be lacking, but your attitude is commendable. Zhang Xinghe nearly doubted his own existence, staring at her in utter bewilderment. He'd assumed his aunt would insist on taking him to the Azure Group for a comprehensive checkup no matter what. But after his polite refusal, she seemed to have abandoned any thoughts of persecuting him. But Zhang Xinghe soon realized he'd rejoiced too soon. Buzz. When he looked at his aunt Chu Yubing again, he met a pair of mysterious, mesmerizing lake blue eyes. Those eyes seemed to glow with a hazy light, captivating anyone who met them. In that instant, his entire body stiffened violently, and he instantly lost consciousness. Even his consciousness was nearly pulled into slumber in that instant. The only reason he didn't slip into complete unconsciousness was that, just as his consciousness was about to sink, the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon released a mysterious force that firmly shielded his mind, preventing him from falling into slumber. Even so, he lost all control over his body. Not even a shred of his mental energy could reach it, leaving him completely cut off from the outside world. Zhang Xinghe frantically screamed inside his mind, Empress, my wife. Save me. Yet these cries fell on deaf ears. The Empress gave no response. The mental link between him and the Empress was severed at that very moment. Just as Zhang Xinghe's heart was racing with anxiety, his aunt's voice suddenly reached his ears. Her voice was calm as she uttered two words, follow me. Zhang Xinghe was utterly unwilling to follow his aunt to the research lab of Azure Bio Group. Yet he had completely lost control over his own body. Like a marionette on strings, he followed his aunt involuntarily and climbed into the white supercar. The moment Zhang Xinghe was inside, Chu Yubing pressed the accelerator without hesitation. The supercar shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing straight toward the headquarters building of Azure Bio Group. The method Chu Yubing used to control Zhang Xinghe was her innate ability, Lunar Illusion Eyes. This ability caused any target with weaker mental strength than hers to either fall into a deep sleep or experience hallucinations. The self-important fools around her had long been subdued by this tactic. Dewey Hao, chairman of Azure Bio Group, was no exception. The rest of the fools who coveted her had been utterly wiped out. Each of these men believed they were about to taste her favor. But what was the reality? Not only did she not let anyone else touch her, not even that old lecher Dewey Hao got so much as a single finger on her. The rest of those fools who lusted after her body, promising to help her climb the ladder step by step if she only paid the price, all received the same treatment. Originally, Chu Yubing hadn't planned to use the Divine Moon Illusion Eyes to alter Zhang Xinghe's memories. But with time running out and the mission pressing, she had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. She suspected the old farts at the Dawn Base Research Institute had likely made genuine scientific breakthroughs. If Zhang Xinghe truly possessed perfect growth-type aptitude, she had to seize his Beastmaster potential before those old fools could shield him. Besides, Zhang Xinghe was merely an adopted son of the Zhang family. Xu Yubing shared no blood ties with him, so she had never felt any particular affection for this nominal nephew. Her reason for approaching Zhang Xinghe was purely to lay the groundwork, silently waiting for him to awaken and take the bait, all because she had uncovered the secret of the perfect growth type Beastmaster aptitude. In truth, it wasn't just Zhang Xinghe. Any Beastmaster in Nanning City with an F-grade aptitude enjoyed a favorable relationship with Xu Yubing. However, she wasn't nearly as polite with them. She had altered all their memories using the divine moon illusionary gaze. Her initial hesitation to do the same to Zhang Xinghe stemmed from two simple reasons. First, Zhang Xinghe was her nominal nephew, giving her legitimate reason for frequent contact. Second, the boy had always been well-behaved and obedient, affectionately calling her auntie in a way that softened her heart a little. Now, on the way to Azure Bio Group, Xu Yubing found herself unconsciously slowing down the car. While driving, Xu Yubing couldn't help but glance out of the corner of her eye at Zhang Xinghe, who sat quietly in the passenger seat. Over the years, that once scrawny kid had blossomed into a vibrant, handsome young man. Apart from her lax parenting leading to Zhang Xinghe picking up a few bad habits, there was really nothing about the child that dissatisfied her. At this thought, Xu Yubing couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. After all, she still couldn't be certain whether Zhang Xinghe possessed the perfect growth type aptitude for a Beastmaster. Sending him back without a thorough assessment wasn't out of the question. She could let this foolish nephew off the hook. But if she arrived at the lab and the tests confirmed Zhang Xinghe possessed perfect growth type aptitude, then he'd have no reason to blame his aunt for being ruthless. Xu Yubing sped along at breakneck speed. After driving a considerable distance, she suddenly slammed on the brakes, bringing the supercar to an abrupt halt. In that moment, she was consumed by an intense internal struggle, her emotions churning violently. But just as compassion stirred within her, tempting her to spare Zhang Xinghe, the bitter memories of the Chu family's decline and suffering surged back into her mind. Chapter 32, I want to escape, but I can't. The bleak scenes from her childhood replayed before Xu Yubing's eyes. Every member of the Chu household wore a frown, while the womenfolk wet themselves hoarse day after day. As the Chu family declined, the other major factions in Nanning City swarmed like sharks sensing blood, each eager to tear a piece of flesh from the family. Ever since Xu Yubing could remember, bad news arrived at their doorstep almost daily. The vast fortune of the Chu family was gradually devoured by the hungry wolves of Nanning City. After enduring this for 5 or 6 years, the Chu family finally collapsed into utter ruin. The family patriarch at the time, Xu Yubing's grandfather, felt he had failed his ancestors. Unable to bear the pressure, he ultimately chose to end his own life. After his grandfather's death, Xu Yubing's father shouldered the heavy burden of leading the family. Yet despite his tireless efforts day and night, the family's fortune showed no sign of improvement. To make matters worse, her father fell ill from overwork and passed away from exhaustion the very year she entered university. After her father's death, her mother suppressed her grief and took on the responsibility of reviving the Chu family. Xu Yubing snapped back to reality, halting her recollections. The last shred of pity she had felt for Zhang Xinghe vanished completely. After all, her mother's fate mirrored her father's. Both succumbed to illness after years of overwork. It was only through years of walking on eggshells by her grandfather and parents that the Chu family's mess was barely cleaned up. It wasn't until her elder sister took over as head of the family that the Chu household finally began to show signs of improvement. Only after her sister successfully married into the wealthy Zhang family did the Chu family truly rise from the ashes. These painful experiences from childhood onward had long taught Xu Yubing that the essence of this world was cruelty. She knew that as long as she had the chance to grow stronger and climb higher, she could never stop. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could she live freely in this cold, unforgiving world. Therefore, regarding Zhang Xinghe, it would be ideal if he lacked perfect growth type potential. But if Zhang Xinghe happened to be that chosen one with perfect growth potential, he couldn't blame her for being ruthless. Of course, after stripping Zhang Xinghe of his potential, she would compensate him as much as possible, ensuring he lived a life free from want, ordinary yet happy. With this resolve, Xu Yubing had already brought Zhang Xinghe to the lobby of the Azure Bio Group headquarters. As the chief researcher of Azure Bio Group, Xu Yubing sailed through security with ease, effortlessly ushering Zhang Xinghe into her private laboratory. Along the way, Zhang Xinghe tried every possible method to contact the Linglong Empress. But despite his frantic efforts, there was still no response from the Empress. Zhang Xinghe even resorted to invoking the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon in an attempt to break the deadlock. But the gap in power between him and his aunt was too vast, and his mastery of the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon was far from sufficient. Even with a treasure like the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon in his possession, there was little he could do in this dire situation. But at the critical moment, inspiration struck, and he devised a last-ditch solution. It must be understood that a Beastmaster's innate talent is essentially their own primordial essence. When a Beastmaster contracts with a Beast Maiden or a War Beast, they must extract a strand of their own primordial essence to complete the binding process. With the aid of the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon, he could achieve perfect control over his own primordial essence. Therefore, he could easily manipulate his own essence using the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon to secretly embed a slave contract within it. Thus, when Chu Yubing stripped his essence and integrated it into her own, that slave contract would merge into her body as well. This effectively bound her to Zhang Xinghe through a slave contract. That said, he was merely a third-tier beastmaster, while his aunt stood at the threshold of the king level, a chasm of difference. The binding power of the slave contract might not be enough to overcome such a vast gap and control his aunt. But at this point, he had no other choice. As for the loss of primordial essence incurred, it could be restored later through other treasures as long as the loss wasn't too severe. While Zhang Xinghe weighed these options internally, Chu Yubing had already taken control of him, using the divine moon illusionary gaze to transport him into an examination chamber. The moment the chamber activated, a torrent of Zhang Xinghe's vital data streamed onto the computer screen before Chu Yubing. Her beautiful eyes were cold and unyielding as she stared intently at the constantly fluctuating readings on the screen. The more she saw the numbers on the screen, the more complex her expression became. Her gaze held a mix of excitement, intertwined with conflict and hesitation. Finally, after over 10 minutes, the scanning of Zhang Xinghe was fully completed. Immediately, a line of text she had longed to see appeared on the display. Scan complete. Results: perfect grade growth potential. Compatibility rate: 100%. The moment she read those words, Chu Yubing's slender frame trembled slightly. As Zhang Xinghe emerged from the testing chamber, controlled like a marionette, Chu Yubing stood before him, her voice trembling and tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "I'm so sorry, dear nephew. What I owe you, I can only repay in the next life. Even though you can't hear anything now, I still need to tell you, after taking your potential, I'll try my best to compensate you in other ways. Whatever I can do for you, no matter what you ask, I won't refuse. Though it sounds like self-deception, taking your talent might not be entirely bad for you. You've already caught the attention of the Dawn Base Research Institute. While there are good people there are also bad ones. Auntie only wants your Beastmaster talent. I won't harm your life. But if you fall into the hands of those at the Research Institute, it'll be a case of innocent man, guilty jewel. No one can guarantee whether you'll receive special cultivation from Dawn Base or become a sacrificial pawn for some powerful figure's offspring. Besides, this very thing happened to your biological sister. Your own parents lost their lives because of it." Chu Yubing's voice trailed off abruptly at this point. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eye and leaned down to press a gentle kiss to Zhang Xinghe's cheek. After doing this, Chu Yubing hesitated no longer. She led Zhang Xinghe straight to the transplant room. Here, she would graft Zhang Xinghe's perfect grade growth type Beastmaster talent into her own body. In doing so, she would possess two complementary growth systems. Given time, she would inevitably become one of the peak-tier powerhouses not only in the Great Xia Empire but across the entire planet. At this very moment, Zhang Xinghe's heart was filled with intense resistance to stepping into that sealed metal transplant chamber. But he had no room for resistance whatsoever, forced to submit entirely to Chu Yubing's will. Moreover, he had heard every word Chu Yubing had just spoken. For the first time, he learned he had a biological older sister and that her beast maiden talent had been forcibly stolen. Even his own parents had lost their lives because of this. Chapter 33, You Ungrateful Brat. You actually teamed up with outsiders against Little. Click. The moment Zhang Xinghe and Chu Yubing stepped into the transplant room, the heavy alloy sealed door of the transplant room slammed shut behind them. At this point, unless a true king-level powerhouse suddenly descended, no one could stop Chu Yubing from carrying out her next actions. Under Chu Yubing's control, Zhang Xinghe soon obediently lay down on the metal bed inside the transplant room. Immediately afterward, Chu Yubing retrieved two bracelet-like devices, placing one on Zhang Xinghe and one on herself. Once the bracelets were secured, Chu Yubing walked without hesitation to Zhang Xinghe's side and lay down beside him. Then, she extended her right hand and clasped Zhang Xinghe's left hand tightly. The moment their fingers interlocked, the bracelets on their wrists activated completely. Buzz. The sleek, silver, high-tech bracelets instantly transformed into a blinding crimson. The moment the bracelets activated, both Zhang Xinghe and Chu Yubing's bodies trembled violently as if struck by an electric current. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xinghe distinctly felt his primordial essence begin to flow uncontrollably. He instantly understood in his previous life, Chu Yubing had used this very method to strip him of his primal essence, thereby robbing him of his Beastmaster's aptitude. However, the current situation differed from his past life. In this state, he alone could not control his primal essence. Yet, if he activated the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon, he could prevent Chu Yubing from draining his source energy. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xinghe resolved to proceed with his original plan. Forcing a stop to Chu Yubing now would be futile. His last chance lay in using the slave contract hidden within his source energy to turn the tables on her. At that very moment, Zhang Xinghe distinctly felt approximately 1% of his primordial essence being drawn out by Chu Yubing. Since the loss was relatively minor, his body showed no noticeable abnormalities. Moreover, he hadn't tampered with this 1% of primordial essence beforehand. Through the silver tech bracelets connecting them, Chu Yubing smoothly absorbed this 1% of primordial essence and integrated it into her own body. Yet at this very moment, Zhang Xinghe was startled to discover two things. First, although his primordial essence had merged into Chu Yubing's body, he could still maintain perfect control over that portion through the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon. Second, after losing that 1% of his primordial essence, pure strands of the Dragon Emperor's primordial essence began seeping out from within the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon, filling the void left by the loss. These two discoveries filled Zhang Xinghe with overwhelming delight. Zhang Xinghe thought to himself, it seems I no longer need to rely on the slave contract to control my aunt. By using the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor scripture to control the fused portion of primordial essence within her, my control over her will be even stronger. Still, she is a powerhouse at the threshold of the king level. Adding another slave contract as insurance wouldn't hurt. Zhang Xinghe couldn't help but reflect that had he obtained the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon earlier in his previous life, his fate would likely have been entirely different. After all, the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor scripture provided him with the unique growth system of the 9 transformations of the Dragon Emperor. To enter the first stage of the Dragon Emperor transformation, he must first ensure his own primordial essence contained 10% Dragon Emperor primordial essence. This should have been an extremely arduous and lengthy process. He would need to gradually erode his original essence while subtly accepting the reinforcement and transformation of the Dragon Emperor's essence. Yet now, his aunt's brutal seizure of his essence had unexpectedly activated the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor scripture, causing it to release Dragon Emperor essence to repair his damaged and depleted core. Yet moments later, Zhang Xinghe realized this approach carried both advantages and disadvantages. Under normal circumstances, he would have spent an immense amount of time gradually eroding his original essence before subtly accepting the Dragon Emperor's essence to strengthen and reshape him. But now, he felt as if it had been force-fed to him, leaving him feeling slightly bloated. Zhang Xinghe felt his consciousness growing increasingly chaotic, as if drunk, causing him immense discomfort. His entire body grew unbearably hotter, and the divine moon illusionary pupil restriction his aunt had placed on him gradually lost its ability to fully restrain his movements. When the Dragon Emperor's essence reached 10% dominance, Zhang Xinghe's eyes, once as dark as ink, abruptly transformed into dazzling golden pupils. Roar! Before Chu Yubing could comprehend what was happening, Zhang Xinghe had completely broken free from the shackles of the divine moon illusionary gaze. Her watery blue eyes widened in shock as she found herself staring directly into a pair of golden dragon eyes mere inches from her own. How is this possible? The scene before her left Chu Yubing utterly horrified, her voice breaking in a startled cry. She had considered countless possibilities, yet never imagined this outcome. Chu Yubing was utterly perplexed. How could Zhang Xinghe suddenly unleash such terrifying dragon might? Her own power seemed to be subtly suppressed and shaken by this overwhelming, earth-shattering dragon aura. Not only that, but Chu Yubing soon realized with shock, hidden within Zhang Xinghe's primordial essence was a slave contract mark. This meant that when she grafted Zhang Xinghe's essence into her own body, it was equivalent to signing a slave contract with him. This discovery filled Chu Yubing with both shock and fury, stirring a first wave of fear deep within her heart. She abruptly raised her jade-like hand, intending to deliver a fierce slap across Zhang Xinghe's face. Yet her delicate hand froze mid-air, frozen in place as if frozen in time, unable to advance another inch. Chu Yubing screamed in fury, desperately channeling her spiritual energy to forcibly suppress the slave contract. You ungrateful little rat! You couldn't possibly have this much power. Auntie truly wasted her affection on you. You actually colluded with outsiders to turn against me. As Chu Yubing cursed, she forcibly channeled her spiritual energy to counter the slave contract. Her delicate hand, bound by the contract's constraints, finally regained a sliver of movement with great difficulty. But the power of a slave contract was no joke. Even with the vast disparity in strength between Zhang Xinghe and Chu Yubing, the contract still exerted an immense suppression on Chu Yubing, who was at the half-step king level. Under normal circumstances, a single palm strike from Chu Yubing would have sent Zhang Xinghe's little head flying. Yet now, when she swung that palm, it landed on Zhang Xinghe's face with a lightness that felt like a lover's caress. Chu Yubing certainly didn't harbor any desire to gently caress this little brat's face. She wanted nothing more than to smash this treacherous little wolf, who had colluded with outsiders against her, into a pulp. Yet as time passed, her efforts to harness her own power against the slave contract grew increasingly effective. Though this suppression was only temporary, her strength had indeed recovered considerably. The moment she regained a shred of strength, Chu Yubing raised her hand again without a word, ready to slap Zhang Xinghe once more. Yet, a dazzling dragon's might suddenly erupted from Zhang Xinghe's golden pupils. His eyes, radiating an intimidating authority, fixed on Chu Yubing. Immediately, a majestic dragon's roar erupted from Zhang Xinghe's mouth, intertwined with a heart-wrenching cry of agony. Roar! Damn you, auntie! Get out of my way! I can't contain the power raging inside me anymore. Chapter 34, I've done all I can. You're the one who won't leave. Before, Zhang Xinghe had been utterly helpless against Chu Yubing, forced to let her manipulate him like a puppet. But now, the tables had completely turned. Whereas before Chu Yubing could forcibly suppress the slave contract between Beastmaster and Beast Maiden, Zhang Xingha, now possessing 10% of the Dragon Emperor's primordial essence, could harness the 10,000 paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon to strengthen the bond between Beastmaster and Beast Maiden. Not only that, but Chu Yubing's body now contained an additional 10% of Zhang Xingha's conventional essence. He could now use the 10,000 paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon to exert absolute control over Chu Yubing through this 10% of the conventional essence that originally belonged to him. In truth, he didn't even need 10% of the regular essence. Merely a single thread of essence fused completely with any beast girl or battle beast would grant him absolute control over them through the 10,000 paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon. Therefore, even if Chu Yubing could barely suppress the slave contract, she would be utterly powerless against the absolute control of the 10,000 paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon unless she had never fused with Zhang Xingha's essence in the first place. Zhang Xingha had a reason for urgently telling Chu Yubing to get lost. The sudden influx of 10% more Dragon Emperor essence into his body had pushed him to the brink of near loss of control. Influenced by dragon instincts, Zhang Xingha's mind was now consumed entirely by thoughts of procreation. Yet Chu Yubing remained utterly unaware of what Zhang Xingha was enduring. Chu Yubing hesitated briefly before raising her hand and slapping Zhang Xingha across the face. She roared furiously, "You ungrateful little bastard! You're in a dangerous state. If you don't want to die, spill everything now. I might still have a way to save your life." For within Chu Yubing's perception, the situation inside Zhang Xingha's body had descended into utter chaos. He was like a giant powder keg, ready to ignite at any moment. With Zhang Xingha's meager third-tier Beastmaster strength, there was no way he could possibly manage to sort out such a violent and surging force within himself. If she didn't intervene now, Zhang Xingha might explode into a bloody mist within minutes, leaving nothing but ashes. Chu Yubing coveted Zhang Xingha's Beastmaster talent, but she had no desire for his life. Zhang Xingha had ruined her plans, and she was furious enough to wring the brat's neck. Yet, even so, she did not leave. While desperately suppressing the effects of the slave contract within her, Chu Yubing extended her delicate hand toward Zhang Xingha's forehead, intending to help him organize the chaotic, uncontrolled power surging through his body. Zhang Xingha had assumed that, given Chu Yubing's ruthlessness, she would prioritize escaping this situation first to deal with the slave contract within him. But when it was time to flee, Chu Yubing didn't leave. He couldn't fathom what she was thinking. Several ancient, authoritative syllables of dragon speech burst from Zhang Xingha's throat once more. He roared in agony, "Damn you, auntie! Get the hell away from me! I can't hold back the power raging inside me anymore." Zhang Xingha felt he had done everything possible to show mercy. Even though he was suffering terribly, he had stubbornly given Chu Yubing 2 chances to escape. But this ad of his was beyond words. No matter how he pleaded, she refused to leave. Gritting her silver teeth, Chu Yubing gently stroked Zhang Xingha's forehead to ease his pain while snarling, "You ungrateful little bastard! I've been so good to you, yet you go and conspire with some scoundrel to harm your aunt. Your Beastmaster talent is exceptionally unique. If your aunt doesn't take it, you might not be able to keep it. It could even bring you deadly danger. After your aunt takes your talent, you won't become a top-tier Beastmaster, but I'll compensate you in every other way possible. Now that you've ruined Auntie's plan, that powerful ally you've conspired with is likely lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. If things go badly, both Auntie and you might die here today." Before Chu Yubing could finish speaking, the last glimmer of clarity in Zhang Xingha's dazzling golden pupils vanished completely. His hand shot out suddenly, gripping Chu Yubing's shoulders firmly. Without giving her a moment to resist, he lowered his head and pressed his lips fiercely against her moist, red lips. The scene sent shockwaves of fury and horror through Chu Yubing, her face draining of color. "You bastard! What are you doing? I'm your..." Before Chu Yubing could finish her sentence, Zhang Xingha, now completely out of control, silenced her with another kiss. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock, filled with fury and utter disbelief. Since Zhang Xingha had dared to be so brazen with her, she would show him no courtesy whatsoever. The power within Chu Yubing erupted completely, forcibly suppressing the slave contract mark for the moment. In the next instant, the terrifying aura of a half-step king level swept out from her body. She'd see just what kind of demonic fiend this was. That ungrateful little bastard, Zhang Xingha. She'd neglected to discipline him properly, letting him pick up a few bad habits, but now he dared to insult even his own aunt, who'd raised him since childhood. Boom! What Chu Yubing never could have imagined in her wildest dreams unfolded at that very moment. Though she had temporarily suppressed the slave contract and regained her terrifying power as a half-step king-level cultivator, she never expected an even more overwhelming suppressing force to surge forth from within Zhang Xingha. In that instant, Chu Yubing felt as if the entire world had frozen. Chu Yubing was horrified to discover that, aside from her consciousness remaining lucid and her barely managing to speak, she was utterly incapable of doing anything else. She had barely managed to sit up on the bed when Zhang Xingha brutally shoved her back down. As Zhang Xingha leaned in to force another kiss, all Chu Yubing could do was clench her teeth tightly. But soon, her tightly clenched teeth and red lips were brutally pried open by Zhang Xingha, leaving her utterly defenseless against his unrestrained assault. In that moment, Chu Yubing felt utterly numb, yet this was merely the beginning. At that moment, the transplant chamber, sealed tight by its alloy door, was completely deserted. After all, this was Chu Yubing's private laboratory. Without her permission, no one would normally dare to approach. Thus, within the vast headquarters of Azure Biogroup, no one had any idea what inhuman torment their chief researcher was enduring. That noon, Chu Yubing brought Zhang Xinghe into her laboratory. But when the heavy alloy seal door of the transplant chamber opened again, it was already midnight. The first to emerge from the transplant chamber was Chu Yubing. This super-powered warrior, standing at the threshold of the king level, was now in a state of disarray unlike anything seen before. Her hair was disheveled, sweat glistened on her skin, and she staggered as she walked, looking as though she had been severely beaten. In truth, given the choice, Chu Yubing would have preferred a simple beating over enduring this excruciating ordeal that had ravaged both her body and mind. After emerging from the meticulously prepared transport pod, Chu Yubing dragged her nearly shattered body to the living area of the laboratory. She collapsed onto the soft sofa, surrendering her entire weight to it. Her throat felt like it was on fire, and her vocal cords were hoarse beyond recognition. She desperately wanted to pour herself a glass of water to soothe her throat, but she didn't even have the strength to lift her arm. Chapter 35, The Victor Writes History. I stand ready to face your judgment. Inside the transplant chamber, unlike Chu Yubing, who was barely clinging to life, Zhang Xinghe had now perfectly fused with 10% of the Dragon Emperor's essence. His strength had skyrocketed from a 3rd-tier beast tamer to a 4th-tier beast tamer. His aptitude had skyrocketed to the E rank ceiling, on the verge of breaking through to D rank. At this moment, he felt refreshed and invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. However, upon exiting the transplant chamber, Zhang Xinghe still had to steady himself against the wall to walk steadily. Every part of his body felt fine except for his old back, which felt like it might snap in two. Stepping out of the transplant chamber, Zhang Xinghe immediately spotted Chu Yubing lying on the sofa in the living area. As Zhang Xinghe spotted her, Chu Yubing saw him too. Complex emotions flashed through Zhang Xinghe's eyes, while Chu Yubing's gaze was practically shooting fire. She had navigated countless romantic entanglements unscathed. But today, she had fallen hard and fallen completely. She couldn't be bothered with pleasantries anymore. "You ungrateful little bastard," she snapped coldly. "Get over here and take your beating." Zhang Xinghe rolled his eyes dramatically. What was Chu Yubing's situation now? Others might not know, but he certainly did. He'd seen it with his own eyes not long ago. Chu Yubing had been too exhausted to even lift a finger. Even now, she'd barely regained enough strength to speak. Still, Zhang Xinghe felt a twinge of guilt. Look at her now, shouting herself hoarse. After abruptly gaining 10% of the Dragon Emperor's essence earlier, he'd gone on a rampage, practicing every single one of the 72 ultimate techniques he'd learned from his hundreds of gigabytes of study materials on Chu Yubing over and over again. While Chu Yubing was indeed in a sorry state now, he couldn't take all the blame for it. At most, he was only 50% responsible. Stepping before Chu Yubing, Zhang Xinghe offered a slightly apologetic tone. "Auntie, do you have a place to rest at the company? Why don't I take you back first? You can change clothes and freshen up?" Chu Yubing shot him a fierce glare, her teeth gritted. "Your adorable auntie here wishes you'd just go die." Though her words were harsh, Chu Yubing's emotions were even more tangled than Zhang Xinghe's. The situation had escalated far beyond anything she could have anticipated. But she had no time to think about how to deal with Zhang Xinghe now. Her voice was cold as she spoke. "My place is at the end of the living quarters. I don't have the strength right now. Carry me there." Zhang Xinghe immediately stepped forward and lifted Chu Yubing in his arms. But the moment he lifted her, his expression twisted in agony. With a cry of pain, he dropped her back onto the sofa. He himself collapsed to one knee with a thud, clutching his aching lower back with his right hand. Ugh! Zhang Xinghe sucked in a sharp breath of pain, thinking to himself that the 10,000 Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon was ultimately incomplete. After all, it didn't even come with a healing function. His aching back desperately needed healing right now. Seeing Zhang Xinghe grimacing in agony, Chu Yubing felt a slight sense of satisfaction. Seizing the moment, she sneered coldly, "You bastard. You were so cocky just now. Now you're kneeling before your auntie?" Zhang Xinghe's pain was in his back, not his mouth. Hearing Chu Yubing's sarcasm, Zhang Xinghe gave her a wicked grin as he eyed her up and down, refusing to be outdone. "Auntie, I advise you to watch your words." Chu Yubing glared fiercely at Zhang Xinghe and gritted her teeth. "If you dare touch a single hair on my head again, your status as the Zhang family's adopted son will be completely over. Without the Zhang family's protection, if people found out about your exceptional talent, you wouldn't even know how you died." "You believe me?" "I don't believe it," Zhang Xinghe declared, letting his actions speak for him. Her moist red lips were captured once more by his kiss. Zhang Xinghe had already proven with his actions that he wasn't just daring enough to touch a single strand of Chu Yubing's hair. He dared to kiss her, and even dared to do things far more outrageous. Chu Yubing was naturally furious. She had always kept this little bastard firmly under her thumb, but now look at him. Zhang Xinghe had completely lost his mind. Considering her current poor condition, Chu Yubing dared not continue her verbal sparring with Zhang Xinghe. She decided it was best to return to her room to rest and focus on restoring her energy using the energy stones. Her extreme weakness stemmed primarily from her energy reserves being completely depleted. Under normal circumstances, a half-step king-level powerhouse's energy wouldn't be depleted so rapidly. But this time, she had pushed herself to the absolute limit, forcibly suppressing the slave contract mark within her body. The result was inevitable. Her spiritual energy had rapidly drained away, nearly depleted to nothing. Seeing Chu Yubing no longer provoking him, Zhang Xinghe readily complied, carrying his aunt back to her room. Zhang Xinghe now had no fear of Chu Yubing playing any more tricks. With a single thought, he could communicate with the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon to completely control Chu Yubing, letting her experience firsthand what a time-stopping plot twist truly meant. Having just suffered a major setback, Chu Yubing naturally dared not act recklessly now. Back in her room, she weakly dragged out a silver briefcase, retrieved half a high-grade energy stone, and began absorbing its pure energy to replenish her depleted reserves. Energy stones were generally classified into 4 tiers based on their energy content and purity: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special grade. 100 basic energy stones could be exchanged for a single high-grade energy stone. A single basic energy stone was worth 10,000 credit points, while a high-grade energy stone commanded 100 million credit points. Though Chu Yubing held only half a high-grade energy stone, its worth was incalculable. As a powerhouse standing at the threshold of the king tier, Chu Yubing's wealth certainly extended far beyond just half a high-grade energy stone. However, she was reluctant to keep using the high-grade energy stone. After rapidly restoring some energy with the half high-grade energy stone, she prepared to switch to mid-grade energy stones for continued recovery. With her energy partially replenished, Chu Yubing's icy gaze swept over Zhang Xinghe as she demanded, "What do you intend to do about today's events?" Zhang Xinghe sighed at her words and countered, "Then what does my auntie intend to do?" If it were anyone else, Zhang Xinghe wouldn't have bothered with such lengthy exchanges. After all, she had forcibly seized his original source power and, through a twist of fate, caused him to rapidly acquire the Dragon Emperor's origin. Logically, he could have spared her life but would certainly have used the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon to turn her into his puppet. However, now, although he would use the absolute control of the slave contract and the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon to keep Chu Yubing in check, he had no intention of turning her into a puppet at his side. After Zhang Xinghe posed this question, Chu Yubing remained silent for a long, hesitant moment before finally speaking slowly. "The one who wronged you first was me. Therefore, I am willing to give you the chance to kill me. If you choose to kill me, I will offer no resistance whatsoever. But you only get this one chance. If you don't kill me now, you can never harbor murderous intent toward me over this matter again. If you are prepared to act, I am ready to face death." Having spoken these words, Chu Yubing made no further attempts to deceive. She relaxed her entire body, closed her eyes slightly, and waited quietly for Zhang Xinghe to deliver his final judgment. Chapter 36, For the Greater Cause. Auntie must endure a little more suffering. The room fell silent. Though Chu Yubing appeared composed on the surface, her heart pounded so fiercely it felt ready to leap from her throat. The victor writes history. This timeless truth was crystal clear to her. As the defeated party, falling into Zhang Xinghe's hands meant her only fate was to atone with her life. Therefore, she had even proactively offered Zhang Xinghe an opportunity to kill her with his own hands. If Zhang Xinghe truly struck her down, she would never blame him. After all, from the moment she decided to seize Zhang Xinghe's primordial essence, she had forfeited any right to blame him. Yet Chu Yubing did not wish to die. Moreover, her plan had not entirely failed. At this moment, she possessed 10% of the Beastmaster's origin within her, granting her the preliminary foundation for dual growth systems. Moreover, she was still young, her life barely begun. The vengeance against the Chu family remained unavenged, and a mountain of tasks awaited her. However, Chu Yubing couldn't be certain whether Zhang Xinghe would spare her life. In the final moments before death, Chu Yubing couldn't help but recall Zhang Xinghe's frenzied expression when he lost control. Scene after scene of herself being manipulated like a puppet in Zhang Xinghe's hands flooded her mind, leaving Chu Yubing overwhelmed with shame and indignation. She realized she had been far too lax in disciplining this ungrateful brat. Otherwise, how could he have picked up so many dirty tricks to use against her? Those utterly humiliating scenes flooded her mind, causing Chu Yubing's cheeks to flush crimson, her face burning red to her ears, her entire body feeling as though it were on fire. While Chu Yubing was still lost in her wild imaginings, Zhang Xinghe's judgment suddenly descended. However, his judgment wasn't to take her life, but to replace it with something far more deadly. Zhang Xinghe's hand pressed down on Chu Yubing's fragrant shoulder once more. Half seated on the bed, she was effortlessly pinned down by Zhang Xinghe in one swift motion, causing the mattress to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Chu Yubing quickly softened her tone and begged for mercy. "You ungrateful little wolf. First, I thank you for sparing my life, but please don't do anything reckless. Otherwise, I'll be in so much pain I won't even be able to walk." Hearing this, Zhang Xinghe paused his hand, which had been about to undo her buttons. Instead, he pulled her into his embrace. In the end, his heart softened, and he did not strike the fatal blow. Had it been anyone else, Chu Yubing would likely be a corpse by now. But while death might be spared, punishment was inevitable. With that thought, Zhang Xinghe resolved to impose a different punishment. Leaning close to her ear, he murmured with a low chuckle, "Auntie, I couldn't bring myself to kill you, but the punishment you deserve won't be any less. If you can't get out of bed for the next few days, don't blame me, you brought this upon yourself." Xu Yubing's face drained of color at his words. She erupted with half-step king-level power, struggling desperately while shouting at Zhang Xinghe with feigned ferocity, "If you keep this up, I'll beat you senseless. You're nothing but a fourth-tier beast master, a mere insect. Who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly before a half-step king-level powerhouse?" Zhang Xinghe smirked wickedly. "I haven't even started being reckless yet." Before his words faded, he lunged forward, his lips meeting Xu Yubing's moist, red ones in a kiss. Xu Yubing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from using her half-step king-level power to fight back. If she could resist, she would have already beaten this ungrateful little bastard senseless by now. But she couldn't resist. Her half-step king-level strength barely sufficed to suppress the slave contract mark within her body. Moreover, Zhang Xinghe possessed another powerful method that granted him near absolute control over her. She had suffered greatly under that special method before, being mercilessly bullied by Zhang Xinghe. At this moment, Xu Yubing refused to sit idly by. Instead, she chose to strike first. Without the Dragon Emperor's primordial essence bolstering him, Zhang Xinghe was no different from any ordinary man. He couldn't possibly possess endless firepower. Rather than letting Zhang Xinghe run wild with her, she decided to strike first. She'd quickly drain this little bastard dry, sparing herself his constant harassment. Zhang Xinghe had been thoroughly enjoying tormenting Xu Yubing. He hadn't anticipated that while the Dragon Emperor's origin had indeed given him the upper hand, now it was Xu Yubing's turn to hold the advantage. Since they were already intimate, Xu Yubing was now giving it her all against him. Whereas before she had feared him, now the tables had turned. Zhang Xinghe found himself growing afraid of Xu Yubing. This wasn't because Xu Yubing had suddenly become terrifying, but because Zhang Xinghe felt uneasy facing such a formidable woman. He feared he wouldn't last long and would end up being mocked by her. As it turned out, Zhang Xinghe's worries were entirely justified. About 20 minutes later, triumphant satisfaction spread across Xu Yubing's stunningly beautiful face. She took a sip of mineral water to rinse her mouth, then elegantly dabbed her lips with a tissue before sneering with utter contempt, "Useless little brat. Come on, keep messing around. Weren't you so capable earlier?" Zhang Xinghe felt his face flush with embarrassment, unable to bear the humiliation. He forced himself to change the subject. Logically speaking, even without the Dragon Emperor's origin power, he shouldn't have performed this poorly. There were multiple reasons for his crushing defeat this time. First, he was in poor condition and hadn't been able to unleash his full power. His earlier fierce battle with Xu Yubing hadn't resulted in a 1,000-to-1 casualty ratio, but he had sustained injuries nonetheless. Second, Xu Yubing's status carried an inherent suppressing effect. Moreover, Xu Yubing possessed countless secrets that could increase attack speed. In short, she was every bit as formidable as that SSSR tier top-tier mature beauty, Yu Linglong. Facing a demon of this caliber, Zhang Xinghe's cultivation was clearly inadequate. Finally, Xu Yubing had thrown caution to the wind this time. When Zhang Xinghe saw the stunningly beautiful Xu Yubing kneeling before him and launching her assault, how could he possibly resist? Zhang Xinghe cleared his throat awkwardly and stammered, "Auntie, I can give you another 10% of the Beastmaster's origin in a while." At first, Xu Yubing flashed a hint of delight. But the memory of her earlier humiliation in the transplant room instantly made her phoenix-like eyes widen in fury. "Get lost," she snapped. Of course, she wanted more of Zhang Xinghe's Beastmaster essence. But the thought of that little bastard acting like a complete jerk during the transfer made her reject him outright. So be it, she wouldn't have that perfect grade growth type Beastmaster's origin. She could easily find someone else and seize their essence. Other Beastmasters, even those at the transcendent stage, would never possess Zhang Xinghe's unique methods. But when Xu Yubing flatly refused, Zhang Xinghe grew desperate. This was no longer a matter of Xu Yubing's choice. Zhang Xinghe had to relinquish his Beastmaster origin. As long as his Beastmaster's origin was deficient, the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon would release the Dragon Emperor's origin to compensate for his own deficiency. However, acquiring the Dragon Emperor's essence this way carried a minor side effect: he would temporarily lose control and go berserk. But it wasn't a big deal. At worst, it would just mean putting his adorable aunt through a bit of hardship. Chapter 37, I'm not Ning Kaichen, what the heck is this? Zhang Xinghe sat smiling on the sofa opposite Xu Yubing. "Auntie, my Beastmaster's essence is a perfect grade growth type. Are you sure you don't want it?" "Put. Like anyone wants it." Xu Yubing scoffed, though her thoughts betrayed her words. She knew full well that if she passed up Zhang Xinghe's Beastmaster origin, she might never encounter another perfect grade Beastmaster origin in her lifetime. But the problem was, to obtain this little brat's Beastmaster origin, she'd have to pay a heavy price. So she began seriously weighing her options. Should she settle for a lesser Beastmaster origin instead? Just as Xu Yubing was mulling this over, something suddenly struck her as off. Zhang Xinghe seemed eager to hand over his Beastmaster's origin to her. Without needing to think deeply, she knew something fishy was definitely going on. Losing 10% of his Beastmaster essence would affect Zhang Xinghe, but he could gradually recover that loss through other means. If he came asking her for treasures to restore his essence, that would be a normal move. But this little brat actually offering to give her his Beastmaster essence? That smelled fishy. With that thought, Chu Yubing sighed and said, "You little rascal, this time Auntie owes you an apology. But I did give you a chance to kill me earlier. Since you didn't act then, let's consider this matter closed. Of course, I'll also return the 10% of your essence I extracted from you earlier using the essence extracting bracelet." No need. Zhang Xinghe refused decisively. His ability to suppress Chu Yubing now relied on two key factors. First, the slave contract he, as a Beastmaster, had signed with the Beast Maiden Chu Yubing. Second, the remnants of his own Beastmaster essence still lingering within her body. If Chu Yubing were to strip away this remnant essence, he would lose the absolute control over her granted by the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon. Without absolute control, how could he continue to do as he pleased with Chu Yubing? Relying solely on the slave contract, given the vast disparity in their power levels, he simply couldn't keep Chu Yubing in check. Every one of Zhang Xinghe's underhanded maneuvers was clearly seen by Chu Yubing. Seeing this, how could Chu Yubing not understand there was something wrong with this little bastard's Beastmaster essence? She instantly resolved that the moment Zhang Xinghe left, she would immediately strip away that Beastmaster's origin within her body. But just as Chu Yubing made up her mind, Zhang Xinghe, wanting to prevent her from pulling any more tricks, directly communicated with the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon and helped her fuse the Beastmaster's essence he had given her. Under normal circumstances, it would take Chu Yubing considerable time to fully integrate these Beastmaster essences. But with Zhang Xinghe's assistance, she completed the fusion at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Chu Yubing realized Zhang Xinghe's Beastmaster essence had completely merged with her own, she froze in surprise before erupting in fury. She knew that earlier, with just a little effort, she could have completely stripped away the Beastmaster's essence she had drawn from Zhang Xinghe's body. But now, these origins that had once belonged to Zhang Xinghe were completely fused with her own. Even though she knew something was fishy about this essence, she was utterly helpless now. This development instantly shattered Chu Yubing's composure. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed coldly as she glared at Zhang Xinghe, her teeth clenched in fury. "You little brat. You're definitely up to something again." Zhang Xinghe hastily shook his head. He wasn't some kind of trickster. What mischief could he possibly be up to? But no matter how vehemently Zhang Xinghe denied it, Chu Yubing was convinced that everything that had just happened was his doing. With that, Chu Yubing immediately lunged forward, tears streaming down her face like rain from pear blossoms. "You little brat, I'll fight you to the death. Today, it's either you or me." Zhang Xinghe sighed helplessly, "Auntie, please don't fight me. I genuinely don't want to pick on you today." Of course, he wasn't being sincere. If he hadn't been completely out of options today, he would have made Chu Yubing see what infinite fury truly meant. This time, before Chu Yubing could reach him, he immediately channeled the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon, imposing absolute control over her. Before long, Chu Yubing became utterly docile, sitting properly on the bed opposite him. Zhang Xinghe watched his aunt's docile expression and chuckled, "Auntie, you shouldn't always be shouting about fighting and killing, looking so fierce. Look at you now, how adorable you are." Under the absolute control of the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon, Chu Yubing could only speak normally. She was utterly powerless to do anything else. She could only glare at Zhang Xinghe with hatred, gnashing her teeth and snarling, "You little bastard. I'll kill you someday, and confiscate your tools of crime." Zhang Xinghe jumped at her words, fully understanding their meaning. Seeing how much she despised him, Zhang Xinghe made up his mind. Once he fully absorbed and assimilated the Dragon Emperor's origin he had currently obtained, he would again split off 10% from his original Beastmaster's origin and transfer it to Chu Yubing. This way, he could gain another 10% of the Dragon Emperor's origin while also enhancing the control effect of the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon over Chu Yubing. Zhang Xinghe saw no need for secrecy and immediately told Chu Yubing, "Auntie, in time, I'll give you another 10% of the Beastmaster's origin. As for the remaining 80%, I plan to continue transferring portions to you at regular intervals. With the perfect grade, growth-type Beastmaster's essence I'm giving you, Auntie, you're bound to become an Empress-level powerhouse dominating an entire region." "How dare you? I don't want it." Chu Yubing nearly burst into tears upon hearing this. How desperately she had once craved Zhang Xinghe's Beastmaster essence and now, how utterly she despised it. Every time she had to obtain Zhang Xinghe's Beastmaster essence, she had to endure a brutal beating first. And the sources she finally managed to get were always flawed. Under these circumstances, she'd much rather settle for a lesser Beastmaster's origin than take Zhang Xinghe's perfect growth-type one. Seeing his aunt's feigned toughness and pitifully charming demeanor, Zhang Xinghe continued to smile. "Auntie, why let good things go to strangers? If I don't give you the perfect grade Beastmaster's origin from my body, then who else should I give it to?" Chu Yubing desperately wanted to shake her head violently, but she was immobilized. All she could do was refuse verbally. Her gaze remained resolute as she coldly declared, "I am not your aunt. You are merely an adopted son of the Zhang family, not a true member. We have no connection whatsoever." Take your perfect grade Beastmaster origin and give it to someone else. Zhang Xinghe chuckled upon hearing this. Auntie, what nonsense are you spouting? You'll always be my adorable auntie. This perfect grade growth type Beastmaster origin is meant for you alone. No more discussion needed, it's settled, and happily so. Chapter 38, that wretched empress betraying loyalty comes at a price. Zhang Xinghe didn't linger long in Chu Yubing's room. After exchanging a few brief words with her, he headed back home. The moment Zhang Xinghe left, Chu Yubing immediately stood up and began inspecting the wastebasket in her room. Not long ago, she had casually tossed her battle-damaged stockings into the trash bin. Glancing at the trash bin, Chu Yubing saw her discarded stockings still inside. She breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least it meant this little rascal wasn't so hopelessly irredeemable that he'd secretly pocket her worn-out stockings. Zhang Xinghe, of course, had no idea what was swirling through his aunt's mind at that moment. Otherwise, he would have vehemently protested his innocence. Heaven knows he had no such perverse habits. After all, those black stockings his aunt had found on his family's sofa were actually Yulinglong's, carelessly tossed aside. The blame lay entirely with Empress Yulinglong. It had absolutely nothing to do with Zhang Xinghe. After Zhang Xinghe left, Chu Yubing didn't dwell on how to discipline this little rascal. Soon, she began attempting to strip away the portion of the Beastmaster's essence within her that belonged to Zhang Xinghe. Though she'd steeled herself before starting, a faint glimmer of hope still lingered deep within her heart. Yet after attempting it, that last shred of hope shattered. Zhang Xinghe's Beastmaster essence had now completely fused into her own. According to that little brat Zhang Xinghe, the remaining 90% of his Beastmaster essence would be given to her in 9 separate installments. Which meant those unbearable scenes from today would have to be replayed 9 more times. At that thought, Chu Yubing felt death would be a far kinder fate. To endure 9 more tortures like this? It was worse than death. Meanwhile, the moment Zhang Xinghe returned to his small courtyard, he prepared to interrogate Empress Yulinglong. That disloyal Yulinglong had chosen to feign death to protect herself after Auntie had subdued Zhang Xinghe. When Zhang Xinghe returned home, Yulinglong remained in her feigned death slumber. If he hadn't been completely drained today, he would have thoroughly dealt with this empress long ago. He then took a shower in the bathroom and changed into fresh clothes. Next, Zhang Xinghe tapped into the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon. Harnessing its precise control over energy, he began attempting to awaken the feigning death Yulinglong. Originally, Yulinglong had planned to feign death for a month before slowly reviving. After all, as long as she maintained her feigned death, even if Zhang Xinghe perished, the backlash she would suffer would be minimal. In Yulinglong's eyes, Zhang Xinghe was nothing more than a third-tier beast tamer, a mere insect. Falling into the hands of Chu Yubing, who was already at the threshold of the king level, meant certain death for him. Thus, when Zhang Xinghe roused her, Yulinglong assumed a full month had passed outside. She watched as strands of pure, mysterious purple energy swiftly materialized in midair. Soon, that energy coalesced into the form of a stunningly beautiful woman. The moment Yulinglong materialized, Zhang Xinghe, despite being utterly exhausted and depleted, threw himself at her, determined to fight her to the death. Before Yulinglong could grasp the situation, Zhang Xinghe pinned her to the bed and kissed her fiercely several times. This sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through Yulinglong's heart. Yet in the blink of an eye, her beautiful eyes, as clear as water, reflected confusion and contemplation. She was certain now Zhang Xinghe wasn't dead. But what baffled her was why Zhang Xinghe had made such a big show of it only to deliver so little. He'd left her covered in saliva but hadn't actually done anything. After pondering for a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. You may have saved your own skin this time, but you're finished. You're done for good, right? The moment this realization dawned on her, her heart burst into joy. It was a double blessing. Since Zhang Xinghe hadn't died, she hadn't suffered the backlash of the symbiotic contract. Otherwise, even if she hadn't died, she would surely be utterly drained. Zhang Xinghe being useless was also excellent news for her. This meant she could finally sleep soundly every night without constantly worrying about Zhang Xinghe bothering her. Yulinglong's words nearly made Zhang Xinghe's lungs explode with rage. What a viciously cruel curse. If he were to become useless at such a young age, what meaning would there be in having successively contracted the heavenly beauty Xin Yue, the school flower, the Linglong Empress, and his own aunt? Zhang Xinghe couldn't be bothered to argue with Yulinglong right now. He planned to conserve his energy today and let Yulinglong see just how wrong she was tomorrow night. Of course, even now, he couldn't just let this disloyal Linglong Empress off the hook. Zhang Xinghe didn't give Yulinglong a chance to speak further. He swept her into his arms and pressed his lips once more against her tempting red mouth, where her pearly teeth parted slightly. Yulinglong, however, didn't seem to mind at all. If he wanted to kiss her, let him kiss her. After all, that was all Zhang Xinghe could do now. After holding her and kissing her for a while, Zhang Xinghe finally released her and casually asked, "Tomorrow at dawn, I have to attend the pre-university entrance exam training camp. Will you stay by my side in your special energy form, or will you stay at home?" Without hesitation, Yulinglong replied decisively, "I'll stay home, of course. I have my own things to do." After that, Yulinglong asked, "Is the mortality rate high at the college entrance exam boot camp in Nanming City?" The so-called university entrance exam was essentially the college entrance exam from before the cataclysmic era. However, unlike the ancient college entrance exams, in this era, everyone, whether beast masters or beast maidens, could attend university. Nevertheless, based on entrance exam scores, everyone would be assigned to different universities. Zhang Xinghe carefully recalled the training camp conditions at Nanning No. 1 High School from his previous life. He shook his head and told Yulinglong, the intensive training at Nanning No. 1 High School rarely results in fatal accidents. Besides, I'm already a 4th-tier beast master in name. He said this because he had actually already entered the first stage of the Dragon Emperor transformation. By activating the Dragon Emperor first transformation, he could unleash combat power equivalent to a 6th-tier beast master. In principle, beasts masters like them could still face danger during training camp. But now, the initiative was firmly in his hands. However, advancing to the first stage of Dragon Emperor transformation came at a cost. The cost here, of course, wasn't referring to the price paid by his aunt, but rather the price of being unable to awaken conventional Beastmaster talents. Although his Beastmaster's origin had been repaired by the Dragon Emperor's origin, his initial origin was incomplete. Consequently, even after becoming a 4th-tier Beastmaster, he still hadn't awakened his Beastmaster talents. Not only that, but his Beastmaster aptitude was a mere E rank. The Dragon Emperor's origin was exceptionally unique, undetectable by conventional means. Therefore, his incomplete primordial essence inevitably meant that his overt potential would never be particularly high. However, one thing remains undeniable: his Dragon Emperor's origin absolutely grants him a Super Beast Master talent surpassing even SSSR rank. Seen this way, this cost was actually a hidden blessing for nurturing his potential. Chapter 39, Don't rush, you haven't signed a contract with my sister yet. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Zhang Xinghe rose early and hurried to the training camp. Before the university entrance exams began, they all had to attend training at the designated camp. Shortly after stepping out, Zhang Xinghe spotted campus beauty Xin Yue waiting for him at the intersection. Today, the campus beauty was dressed as a classic white-stockinged schoolgirl. Her hair was pulled back into a youthful high ponytail, and she wore a well-tailored white blouse. A pretty blue and white checkered bow tied her collar. Her skirt was also a blue and white checkered JK uniform skirt. Her long, shapely legs were clad in sheer white 0D tights. Unlike ordinary calf-length or knee-high socks, Miss Xin seemed to always wear only ultra-thin white stockings. Today, Xin Yue paired her outfit with a pair of white sneakers. Zhang Xinghe watched this scene and thought to himself that his life was worth it. Xin, the school beauty, adored white stockings. Yulinglong preferred black ones, and his aunt favored those glossy, flesh-colored stockings that shimmered in the sunlight. Even if he never contracted with another beast girl again, these beautiful legs alone were enough to keep him captivated. Spotting Xin Yue, Zhang Xinghe smiled and called out, "Yue, open wide." Xin Yue obediently parted her lips at his request. Though Zhang Xinghe desperately wanted to pounce and kiss her, he managed to restrain himself. After all, his relationship with Xin Yue was purely professional, unlike his connections with Yulinglong and the others. However, even if he couldn't directly pounce on the school beauty and kiss her, he could still tease Xin Yue a little. He gathered a strand of universal evolution energy in his palm but didn't feed it to her immediately. Instead, he watched with amusement as the goddess of the campus waited for her treat, her expression adorably dazed and cute. Xin Yue's pure, innocent, and dazed expression proved devastatingly effective on Zhang Xinghe. Unable to resist, Zhang Xinghe sent the universal evolution energy into the school beauty's mouth while simultaneously reaching out to gently pinch her flawless, rosy cheek. This action caused the school beauty, who had been pure and innocent 1 second, to look at him with a faint, ambiguous smile the next. Xin Yue tilted her head thoughtfully before saying, "A beastmaster isn't supposed to pinch a beast girl's face without permission, right? You broke the rules. How do you plan to compensate me?" Zhang Xinghe was momentarily speechless. Combined with the school beauty's head tilt charm, it sent a tingling sensation through his heart. He had always believed that SSSR tier mature beauties like his aunt were his only weakness. But now he realized that Xin Yue, this SSSR tier innocent and adorable campus goddess, was equally his weakness. After taking a deep cut to his health bar from Xin Yue's head tilt charm, Zhang Xinghe could only ask, "What do you want, Yue?" Xin Yue hesitated slightly before speaking, "I have a request. You can refuse it, or you can agree with additional conditions." Zhang Xinghe's curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Xin Yue said with a hint of anticipation, "My younger sister wants to sign a contract with you and become your beast girl. Her name is Xin Yadong, and she's a student at Dawn-affiliated high school. What do you think? If you have any conditions, feel free to state them." Xin Yue's words took Zhang Xinghe completely by surprise. In truth, Zhang Xinghe was actually more familiar with Xin Yadong than with Xin Yue. Before the fall of Nanning City in his previous life, he had been a member of Xin Yadong's Demon Hunters Guild. These so-called Demon Hunter squads were private military organizations specializing in combating monstrous beasts and alien races. Zhang Xinghe recalled that in his previous life, Xin Yadong had a particular fondness for drinking. He had even shared a drinking session with her once. However, he had no knowledge of Xin Yue's whereabouts in his previous life. After graduating from university and returning to Nanning City, he never saw Shin Yue again. After quickly recalling everything about Shin Yadong, Zhang Xinghe was ready to nod his agreement. After all, in his previous life, Shin Yadong had been his big sister figure. Within her demon hunters, he had received no small amount of care and support. This life, however, was quite interesting. His former big sister from the past was now about to become a beast girl bound to him by contract. Yet, just as he was about to nod, Zhang Xinghe abruptly halted his motion. After a moment's hesitation, he presented Shin Yue with a rather unreasonable demand. I can sign a Beastmaster contract with Shin Yadong and provide her with 1 universal evolution energy daily. But I have a condition, Yue, you have to let me hug you for 3 minutes every day. Huh? Shin Yue froze in shock at the words. In other words, if she let Zhang Xinghe hug her for 3 minutes daily, her sister could become his beast girl and receive a portion of the universal evolution energy each day. This deal was undoubtedly a win-win for both her and her sister. But why should her sister reap the benefits while she suffered the drawbacks? While being hugged by Zhang Xinghe for 3 minutes wasn't a big deal to her, she still felt a bit conflicted. After wrestling with it for a while, Shin Yue extended a slender finger. 1 minute. I'll let you hug me for 1 minute every day. Not a second more. And it has to be a normal hug, nothing else. Of course, you can make other demands. The Shin family is willing to negotiate with you in good faith. Also, my parents would like you to come over for dinner this week. If you have other requests, feel free to bring them up then. The Shin family should be able to offer some valuable things in exchange for your cooperation. Zhang Xinghe had no interest whatsoever in the Shin family's so-called valuable offerings. While the Shin family ranked among Nanning City's top 20 clans, Zhang Xinghe now possessed the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon and numerous other means he lacked for nothing in resources. Had the Shin family been one of Nanning City's 4 great families, he might have considered exchanging benefits with them. Since the Shin family didn't have such deep pockets, he naturally chose to hug Shin Yue for 1 minute. Zhang Xinghe pondered for a moment before chuckling. Fine, 1 minute it is. But it's not limited to a regular hug, you know. Whether it's a hug, a princess carry, or any other kind of embrace, they all count. Are you sure? Shin Yue stared at Zhang Xinghe with wide, watery eyes, utterly astonished. After all, a single universal evolution energy was worth a staggering 10 million credit points. That Zhang Xinghe would forego a deal with the Shin family and instead choose just 1 minute of holding her was utterly absurd. Absolutely. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he swept Shin Yue off her feet in a princess carry, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Shin Yue's face flushed crimson instantly. Embarrassed, she hurriedly protested, "Put me down. You haven't even signed a contract with my sister yet. And holding me like this, are you trying to make me flash?" Chapter 40, Campus Beauty, I want an extra round. I want a refill. Zhang Xinghe hadn't thought much of it at first. But upon hearing Shin Yue's words, he didn't set her down. Instead, he simply adjusted his posture and angle while carrying her. Carrying Shin Yue as they walked toward the training grounds, he casually remarked, "I can sign the contract with Shin Yadong today, so I'll just take today's benefits now." Shin Yue fell silent for a moment before replying sincerely, "Thank you. Though I'm signing this contract under duress, you've truly been kind to me. I'll strive to find ways to offer you equal benefits in return. However, that will likely take considerable time, something I can't deliver in the short term." Shin Yue didn't believe that simply holding Zhang Xinghe for 1 minute each day justified receiving so many benefits from him. Even if she pledged herself to him, Zhang Xinghe had no obligation to grant her sister such generous favors. Initially, forced into the contract by Zhang Xinghe's coercion, her impression of him was abysmal. But after spending time with him, her opinion of him had improved considerably. When Shin Yue declared she would strive to provide him with equal benefits, Zhang Xinghe almost wanted to marry her on the spot. Under normal circumstances, few wives would willingly offer reciprocal benefits to their husbands. Regardless of whether Shin Yue could actually deliver, Zhang Xinghe had already felt the sincerity behind her words. Zhang Xinghe couldn't help but hold Shin Yue tighter. Unfortunately, the very same Shin Yue who had made his heart soar just a moment ago, made him lose his smile the next. Shin Yue lifted her snow-white wrist, glanced at the exquisite lady's mechanical watch adorning it, and announced to Zhang Xinghe, 1 minute's up. "Put me down now." Zhang Xinghe let out a loud arg and protested with obvious reluctance, "I want to add time. I want to refill my cup." Shin Yue shot him a withering look. "Extend my ass." Before she finished speaking, the school beauty stretched out her long legs and wriggled free from Zhang Xinghe's embrace, landing firmly back on the floor. Before Zhang Xinghe could savor the feeling of holding the school beauty in his arms, a mischievous glint flashed in Shin Yue's eyes. In the next instant, she unleashed the bloodline power of a B-rank snow rabbit, transforming into a white-stockinged, long-legged bunny girl. She grabbed Zhang Xinghe and hoisted him up. Yue, why are you grabbing me?" Zhang Xinghe was dumbfounded. Shin Yue's snow rabbit power surged as she yanked him by the collar, hoisting his entire body into a slanted suspension midair. When Zhang Xinghe asked, Shin Yue replied in an innocent tone, "We're going to be late." To avoid being late, I had no choice but to resort to this method, carrying you like this to the training camp. Hearing this, Zhang Xinghe immediately tried to negotiate an alternative way to the training ground. Yue, if you're worried about being late, I can use my Beastmaster powers to carry you all the way to the training ground at top speed. Hee, that would be too much trouble. I'll take you there myself. Though she said this, Shen Yue thought to herself, Zhang Xinghe was dreaming. There was no way she'd let him carry her for that long. Next, Shen Yue carried Zhang Xinghe and sprinted all the way. Thanks to Shen Yue's efforts, the two finally made it to the training grounds just before the official start of the camp. The moment Zhang Xinghe and Shen Yue appeared at the edge of the training field, they instantly became the center of attention. Holy crap! Holy crap! I'm so damn jealous. After Zhang Xinghe signed a contract with campus beauty Shen Yue, did he just start living this boring life where he never has to lift a finger? Ha! Who said Zhang Xinghe's life is boring? Don't forget, we're all adults now. School flourishing might have already fallen for Zhang Xinghe these past couple days. No way. I don't know why Miss Shen would sign a contract with that loser Zhang Xinghe, but I'll bet my bottom dollar she won't take things further with him. When they signed that day, I saw pure disgust and resignation in her eyes. Sigh. Even so, being able to spend every waking moment with Miss Shen is an immense blessing. Who here would say they wouldn't want to cultivate and grow alongside Miss Shen? I wouldn't. I'm not as shallow as you lot. I don't just want to cultivate and grow with Miss Shen, I want to experience everything life has to offer with her. Sit down, sit down. What the hell are you thinking? Zhang Xinghe and Shen Yue heard every word of the crowd's discussion. The moment they entered the training grounds, they walked shoulder to shoulder toward their class's assembly area. After overhearing the classmates' chatter, Zhang Xinghe's first thought was, someday, he'd carry Shen Yue in a princess carry for a full minute right in front of everyone. He wanted to hear the adorable screams of his classmates. However, Shen Yue seemed to understand Zhang Xinghe's thoughts perfectly. She quickly added an amendment to their earlier agreement. Her lips parted slightly as she whispered something only the two of them could hear, add a clause to our agreement. From now on, you can hold me twice a day, but the total time still stays at 1 minute. Also, you're only allowed to hold me when there are no acquaintances around. Zhang Xinghe was naturally displeased and argued fiercely, 2 minutes a day, or I won't agree to this addendum. Shen Yue gave a soft snort and muttered under her breath, I'm starting to dislike you a little. You always pick on me. Seeing the school beauty Shen Yue's pouty, slightly angry expression, the very look that always worked on him, he immediately made a major concession, sighing weakly, fine, you win. I'll do as you say. While agreeing outwardly, Zhang Xinghe schemed inwardly to use some deliberate carelessness later on, ensuring those adorable alumni witnessed his intimate moments with the campus beauty firsthand. As he always said, he just wanted to see the hilarious spectacle of those adorable alumni wailing like ghosts. Shen Yue had assumed Zhang Xinghe would never budge this time. To her surprise, he actually gave in. Her bright eyes instantly curved into 2 crescent moons, radiating pure delight. Shen Yue also made a concession, adding softly, if we're somewhere with no acquaintances or other people around, and you want to hold me, I can let you hold me a little longer. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer. She hadn't actually said anything blush-inducing to Zhang Xinghe, yet somehow, she felt incredibly shy. Her charmingly cute, innocent and adorable appearance naturally drained Zhang Xinghe's energy bar once again. Though those around them couldn't hear their whispered exchange, Shen Yue's bashful demeanor as she spoke to Zhang Xinghe was plain for all the alumni to see. The scene Zhang Xinghe had hoped to witness, one of wailing and lamentation, was now unfolding before his eyes. If looks could kill, Zhang Xinghe would have died 10,000 times over. Chapter 41, Thinking of Peaches, bro, you think you can pretend to be cool in front of me? At exactly 7 o'clock in the morning, the training camp officially commenced. Approximately 750 students from Nanming First High School participated in this training session. This pre-college entrance exam training camp was not led by the school's own teachers, but was directly overseen by the military headquarters. At that moment, Zhang Xinghe and the others gathered at the training assembly point, awaiting departure. For the next 2 months, every morning at 7, everyone would first assemble here before boarding buses to the military headquarters training base. The entire training program was divided into 3 phases. Phase 1, Foundational Reinforcement. Mornings featured theoretical instruction, while afternoons focused on practical training. Theoretical classes covered knowledge related to beast tamers, beast maidens, battle beasts, buffer zones, danger zones, dimensional rifts, and other pertinent topics. The second phase involved simulated combat training, where participants entered the simulated trial grounds for trials and battles. Injuries were possible within the simulated trial grounds, but no one would actually lose their life. The third phase is live combat training. All participants will enter the buffer zone to engage in real combat against the alien races and beasts roaming within. Each training phase lasts 2 months. Upon completing all 3 phases, participants take the university entrance exam and are assigned to different institutions based on their scores. Students from Nanming First High School soon discovered that the transportation to the training base was exceptionally hardcore. Instead of a school bus, they boarded heavy-duty troop transport trucks designed specifically to combat alien beasts and races. These heavy troop transport trucks resembled impregnable steel behemoths. Beyond conventional technology, it incorporated extensive enhancements from psychic-powered systems. Before the steel colossus, even the so-called 100-ton beasts seemed as fragile as paper. Board. The moment the 12 heavy troop carriers came to a halt, a military beastmaster instructor bellowed the command in a thunderous voice. Students standing near the instructor flinched at the sheer force of the command, nearly jumping out of their skin. Some even felt their heads buzzing. From that moment on, everyone realized the learning and training ahead would be vastly different from anything they'd experienced in school. Zhang Xinghe, having experienced all this in his previous life, remained remarkably calm. His attention was almost entirely focused on the stunningly beautiful female instructors and classmates surrounding him. The military division certainly had its share of dashing female instructors, though they were relatively few in number. Nanming First High School had drawn the short straw this time, receiving an all-male contingent of instructors. At a glance, these instructors seemed to carry the weight of dozens of enemy lives on their shoulders, radiating an intimidating aura. As for what others were thinking, Zhang Xinghe had no time to speculate. He knew, however, that these instructors had slain far more than dozens of alien creatures, likely at least 100 each. After all, without extensive combat experience, they would never have been assigned to train the new generation of beast masters and beast maidens. By now, Zhang Xinghe had boarded the heavy troop transport truck alongside Shen Yuwei and the others. The heavy metal steps clanged beneath his feet, and the cargo hold reeked of gasoline and engine oil. Before boarding, he had deliberately glanced around, noticing that the school actually harbored quite a few pretty female students and beautiful teachers. Alas, in his previous life, his aptitude had been too poor, and he'd been weighed down by constant worries. How could he have spared the leisure to notice the beautiful scenery around him with eyes that appreciated beauty? Once aboard, Zhang Xinghe unceremoniously plopped down beside Shen Yuwei, claiming the seat next to her. But just then, a burly, muscular boy suddenly blocked Zhang Xinghe's path. Zhang Xinghe recognized the figure and instantly broke into a smile. It was none other than Lu Xiaodong from their class. Most of the students in the class had been bullied by Lu Xiaodong at some point. In his previous life, Zhang Xinghe had also suffered no small amount of losses at Lu Xiaodong's hands. Now, seeing Lu Xiaodong standing before him with that provocative look on his face, Zhang Xinghe genuinely felt like slapping the guy to death. But now, in broad daylight and aboard a military troop transport truck, Zhang Xinghe obviously couldn't just kill him outright. But giving him a taste of his own medicine was perfectly acceptable. Zhang Xinghe also noticed that as soon as Lu Xiaodong appeared, many boys and a few girls in the class wore expressions of schadenfreude, as if they were waiting for a good show. After all, Lu Xiaodong had been relentlessly pursuing the school beauty, Shen Yuwei. Not long ago, at the awakening ceremony, he had even awakened as a grade B beast master. Now, Lu Xiaodong glared with eyes like a bull's, attempting to intimidate Zhang Xinghe into feeling uneasy with his fierce stare. Zhang Xinghe merely lifted his gaze indifferently, giving Lu Xiaodong a faint, dismissive look. Simultaneously, a thread of the Dragon Emperor's first transformation power quietly stirred within him. Immediately after, the surrounding students, teachers, and military instructors witnessed a scene that left them utterly speechless. Zhang Xinghe glanced at Lu Xiaodong, then calmly uttered two words, "Kneel." The moment the words left his lips, his pupils seemed to transform into dazzling golden orbs. Others, hearing the command "kneel," were momentarily frozen in shock. But Lu Xiaodong, locked in gaze with him, was struck as if by 5 bolts of thunder. In that instant, an earth-shattering, terrifying dragon's might flooded Lu Xiaodong's mind like a tidal wave. Faced with this overwhelming, tyrannical dragon's might, he felt as insignificant as an ant, as if he would be crushed to dust and doomed beyond redemption in the next second. The intensity of this mental assault instantly drenched Lu Xiaodong's back in cold sweat. His knees buckled, and with a thud, he fell straight to his knees before Zhang Xinghe, his body still trembling violently. The scene left everyone in the carriage utterly dumbfounded. For a moment, no one could fathom what was happening. Many, both shocked and suspicious, couldn't help but whisper among themselves. What? What's going on? Why is Lu Xiaodong suddenly so obedient? Zhang Xinghe told him to kneel, and he actually did it? No way. Am I seeing things? Shouldn't it be the other way around? As expected of Brother Dong, you truly grasp the essence of practice as the sole criterion for testing truth. What do you mean? Think about it. As the saying goes, a man's knees hold gold. Brother Dong, isn't he personally kneeling down to see if there's gold beneath his knees? The last to speak was Su Shiji. He and Lu Xiaodong had never gotten along, and he wasn't the least bit afraid of him. So seeing Lu Xiaodong make a fool of himself, he jumped at the chance to take a dig. Su Shiji's words were indeed quite funny. But few actually laughed out loud. After all, not everyone possessed Zhang Xinghe's ability to make Lu Xiaodong kneel. And certainly not everyone possessed Su Shiji's ability to stand toe-to-toe with Lu Xiaodong. Most students in the class, and even some teachers, both hated and feared Lu Xiaodong. Chapter 42, This isn't personal, you're all trash. Before Zhang Xinghe, Lu Xiaodong froze for a moment before finally snapping back to reality. Discovering himself kneeling in a disheveled state before Zhang Xinghe, Lu Xiaodong flushed crimson with both shame and fury. Even now, he couldn't fathom what had just transpired. He had intended to demand Zhang Xinghe leave the moment he approached. He even believed a mere glare would be enough to intimidate him into submission. But the moment he stood before Zhang Xinghe, a terrifying dragon's roar, earth-shattering and deafening, suddenly echoed in his mind. The roar pierced the clouds and shattered rocks, as if it could crush his very soul to dust. Faced with such a terrifying dragon's roar, he had no room to resist. His legs buckled instantly, and he fell to his knees. At that moment, Lu Xiaodong felt utterly humiliated, his hatred for Zhang Xinghe surging to its peak. Had he not been utterly baffled by the strange methods Zhang Xinghe had employed, he would have already lost control and attacked him. In the end, Lu Xiaodong merely shot Zhang Xinghe a vicious glare before forcing himself to swallow his rage and slink away. He knew full well that if he didn't want to kneel before Zhang Xinghe again, he must never act rashly. The moment Lu Xiaodong left, the train car erupted into chaos. The recent incident instantly thrust Zhang Xinghe into the spotlight of his classmates' attention. Many immediately leaned in to whisper to their friends. What the hell just happened? Why did Lu Xiaodong suddenly sly tackle Zhang Xinghe? My guess is that after awakening, Zhang Xinghe must have gotten some kind of protective supernatural artifact from the Zhang family. But with only F-grade talent, even with all their money and power, the Zhangs couldn't have given him anything too powerful. Spot on analysis, every word a gem. Logical and convincing. Old Hu, I think you're right. That just now really looked like Zhang Xinghe used some special artifact to catch Lu Xiaodong off guard. In my opinion, Zhang Xinghe is bound to face serious trouble during the upcoming training camp. He forced campus beauty Shen Yue into a beast taming contract through unknown means, which has already left everyone deeply dissatisfied. Now he's provoked Lu Xiaodong. Remember, Lu holds grudges like no one else. And to make matters worse, Xiao Gaoyu has already declared he'll deal with him. Hearing this news, many couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xinghe with a hint of sympathy. Xiao Gaoyu was the top young master of Nanming First High School. His family, like the Zhangs, was one of Nanming City's 4 great families. The difference was that Xiao Gaoyu was the legitimate heir of the Xiao family, while Zhang Xinghe was merely an adopted son and an unwelcome one at that. For Zhang Xinghe, perhaps the only silver lining was that Xiao Gaoyu wasn't currently in Nanming City. He'd gone to the capital. During the awakening ceremony, Xiao Gaoyu had awakened an S-rank beastmaster talent. And his S-rank talent wasn't ordinary, it was already powerful enough to be considered a step below SS rank. The imperial capital possessed highly advanced psychic technology capable of performing an awakening enhancement ritual for him. This meant there was a chance his peak S-rank beastmaster talent could be elevated to true SS rank. Of course, such an awakening enhancement ritual comes at an exorbitant cost. In Nanming City, only the direct descendants of the 4 great families could afford to travel to the imperial capital for such an awakening enhancement ritual. Many classmates believed Zhang Xinghe was bound to face major misfortune in the coming days. After all, within the school, countless students openly or secretly harbored feelings for the school beauty, Shen Yue. Zhang Xinghe's mere F-grade growth-type aptitude offered no deterrent to those rivals. Therefore, given the chance, hordes of beast masters would surely target him during the training camp. Beyond these beast tamers lurking to pounce on Zhang Xinghe, Lu Xiaodong and Xiao Gaoyu were absolutely certain to make his life miserable. Upon learning of Zhang Xinghe's predicament, some students couldn't help but gloat, while others showed a hint of sympathy. Amidst the cacophony of whispers from his classmates, Zhang Xinghe couldn't care less at that moment. Far from feeling troubled, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. A cold sneer formed in Zhang Xinghe's mind. What's this Jiba and Lu Xiaodong? Before me now, they're not even worth a stray dog. As for those petty, scheming individuals resentful over my contract with Yue. No offense to anyone, but every single one of these people is nothing but trash. Xiao Gaoyu might be a bit troublesome, but it's no big deal. Zhang Xinghe hadn't quite figured out exactly what he'd done to provoke Xiao Gaoyu, but he didn't care. After all, his martial arts instructor was none other than Qin Menjing, a king-tier powerhouse and deputy commander of Nanming City. His adorable aunt was also a powerhouse on the verge of reaching the king level. And that mysterious figure at home, Yu Linglong, had been an empress at the 3rd level of the emperor realm during her rebirth. And now, sitting beside him, the quiet and beautiful campus beauty Shen Yue possessed hidden S-tier Jiduan talent, boasting formidable combat prowess. As for Zhang Xinghe himself, he had now evolved to the first stage of the Dragon Emperor transformation. When fighting at full strength, his combat power could rival that of a peak 6th tier beast tamer. Whether Xiao Gaoyu chose to confront him directly or suppress him through other means, Zhang Xinghe was fully capable of handling it. Yet Zhang Xinghe still couldn't fathom what kind of grudge had developed between him and Xiao Gaoyu. In truth, contrary to most people's perceptions, Xiao Gaoyu was fundamentally a good person. During the fall of Nanming City in his previous life, Qin Menjing had led a group of beast masters, beast maidens, and a large number of battle beasts to cover the retreat. In that decisive battle, Xiao Gaoyu was the last man standing, refusing to retreat even in the face of certain death. According to alien records, Xiao Gaoyu sustained dozens of severe injuries yet continued fighting relentlessly. Therefore, as long as Xiao Gaoyu didn't come looking for trouble, Zhang Xinghe intended to give him a pass. But if Xiao Gaoyu insisted on stirring up trouble for no reason, Zhang Xinghe wouldn't mind teaching this prodigy a lesson. He still needed more training. After about half an hour of bumpy travel, the heavy troop transport truck arrived at the training base. This training base was situated within the buffer zone. Sitting in the basis theory classroom, one could occasionally glimpse the silhouettes of alien beasts appearing in the distant buffer zone. Upon arrival at the training base, everyone was immediately escorted to their respective class theory lecture halls. Upon entering the classroom, Zhang Xinghe naturally sat next to the school beauty, Xin Yue. Shortly after, their theory instructor and training instructor appeared together at the front of the classroom. "Class, quiet," Teacher Bai Wei began, signaling for everyone to settle down. Once the students had quieted down and focused their attention on the podium, Teacher Bai Wei continued, "Next, I will introduce the theoretical instructor and training instructor for our class. I'll also briefly cover some matters regarding the training camp. After I finish, if you have any questions, please raise your hand to ask." Chapter 43, What kind of top-tier item is this? It's absolutely divine. As Teacher Bai Wei spoke at the podium, the entire class focused their attention on her. Zhang Xinghe and the others soon heard Teacher Bai Wei introduce, "To my right is your theoretical instructor, Chen Mingbo. Please welcome Teacher Chen Mingbo." Standing to Teacher Bai Wei's right was a fierce-looking, one-eyed young man. In a normal school, they wouldn't let such a fierce-looking teacher teach students. As soon as Teacher Bai Wei finished speaking, Zhang Xinghe and the other students clapped enthusiastically, welcoming Teacher Chen Mingbo. Chen Mingbo cleared his throat lightly, forcing a friendly expression. "A brief introduction, I'm Chen Mingbo. I've been enlisted for 2 years and hold the rank of 9th tier Beastmaster. To date, I've personally slain 131 alien creatures, one more than your training instructor, Li. Originally, I intended to be your training instructor. However, last year, one of my trainees died unexpectedly due to excessive training intensity. Consequently, I had to switch to teaching your theory classes instead. Of course, in that regard, my record is still slightly better than Instructor Li's. After all, last year, 2 students in his training class died unexpectedly due to excessive training intensity. So, everyone, please take good care of yourselves from now on." As soon as Chen Mingbo finished speaking, the expressions of many students in the classroom immediately changed. As the saying goes, if you don't study yourself to death, you're studying hard enough to do it. While he couldn't speak for other places, at this training base, anyone truly determined to study themselves to death would undoubtedly succeed. Zhang Xinghe wasn't sure whether Chen Mingbo's words were true or not. During the training camp in his previous life, no one in their class had ever suffered an accident from the drills. But now, with this little butterfly frantically flapping its wings, who knew what might happen next? After Instructor Chen Mingbo finished his introduction, Instructor Bai Wei was already feeling a bit exhausted. She proceeded to introduce Instructor Li Zhang to the group. "Students, the gentleman to my left is your training instructor, Instructor Li Zhang. Please welcome him." As soon as Teacher Bai Wei finished speaking, the students naturally erupted into another round of clapping. Li Zhang surveyed the group before speaking. "My name is Li Zhang, and I'm your training instructor. Chen Mingbo has already explained my background clearly. I'll add 2 points. First, I will train you to the strictest standards to ensure you won't die easily on the battlefield because of inadequate training under me. Second, every subject in my training program has clear passing standards. Those who meet the standards can rest early. Those who don't, extra training." After delivering this speech, Instructor Li Zhang gave Teacher Bai Wei a slight nod, signaling the introductions were complete. After both Teacher Chen Mingbo and Instructor Li Zhang had completed their brief introductions, Teacher Bai Wei addressed the group. "Alright, starting today, you are officially entering a 6-month intensive training program leading up to the university entrance exams. During this intensive period, if you have any questions regarding theoretical knowledge about beast masters, beast maidens, battle beasts, alien races, exotic beasts, psychic weapons, or psychic artifacts, feel free to consult Teacher Chen Mingbo. For any training-related questions, seek guidance from Instructor Li Zhang. Additionally, should you encounter any difficulties during the training period, feel free to come find me in the first floor office." Teacher Bai Wei's instructions held little interest for Zhang Xinghe. If not for the regulations, he wouldn't even bother attending the theory or training sessions. The knowledge covered in the theory classes was already second nature to him, but Xin Yue clearly hadn't studied it. As for the training subjects, he had already passed all the assessments for them in his previous life. The only upside to this routine for him seemed to be, for instance, right now, Zhang Xinghe had already slipped his hand into Xin Yue's soft little one. His gesture instantly made the school beauty's cheeks flush crimson. Xin Yue desperately wanted to pull her hand away, but Zhang Xinghe stubbornly held on, leaving her both embarrassed and annoyed. Taking advantage of Teacher Chen Mingbo turning to write on the whiteboard, Xin Yue puffed out her cheeks in mock anger and shot Zhang Xinghe a fierce glare. In her own eyes, this little expression should have been quite fierce. But to Zhang Xinghe, her little pout wasn't fierce at all, it just made her look exceptionally adorable. Still, Zhang Xinghe wasn't about to genuinely disrupt Xin Yue's studies. He knew the theoretical knowledge inside out, but Xin Yue clearly hadn't studied it before. As the theory class dragged on, Zhang Xinghe found himself growing increasingly drowsy. Chen Mingbo and Li Jiang were just as boring as they had been in his previous life. Chen Mingbo loved cracking what he thought were humorous dry jokes, but no normal person could laugh at them. Li Jiang, on the other hand, wore a perpetually expressionless face. During his training sessions, he forbade anything unrelated to the exercises, demanding everyone's complete focus. Bored stiff, Zhang Xinghe resorted to teasing the school beauty sitting next to him. But Xin Yuwei wasn't stupid. Having just fallen for his trick earlier, she remained wary of Zhang Xinghe's little moves this time. Zhang Xinghe reached out again, intending to grasp her delicate hand and tease her once more. But Xin Yuwei's lips curled slightly, and she immediately placed both hands on the desk. She refused to believe Zhang Xinghe would dare grab her hand in front of everyone during class. Zhang Xinghe hadn't anticipated that the school beauty had been guarding against this move all along. His grasp missed its mark, accidentally brushing against the school beauty's pencil-thin leg clad in white stockings instead. Zhang Xinghe froze on the spot. Though the sensation from that leg warranted a rating not just as top tier but divine. He swore to heaven and earth he hadn't intended to go that far. Xin Yuwei froze at first, then immediately looked aggrieved, her beautiful, watery eyes seeming to hold tiny pearls. Xin Yuwei felt Zhang Xinghe had gone too far. While she had developed some fondness for him, he hadn't explicitly expressed any desire to date her. Even if he did ask her out, she wouldn't necessarily agree 100%. And now, she wasn't even his girlfriend yet, but he was already treating her like she was. Even if she were his girlfriend, he couldn't possibly get handsy with her during class, could he? Besides Xin Yuwei, Zhang Xinghe noticed the school beauty was on the verge of tears from his teasing and promptly stopped. He now realized that gradually winning over the school beauty was an exceptionally fun and satisfying endeavor. Chapter 44, Testing Knowledge of Monsters? Then I'll have to show off to the fullest. At first, Xin Yuwei worried Zhang Xinghe might keep pushing his luck. But she soon noticed that after she'd been so upset she'd nearly cried, Zhang Xinghe had immediately become much more restrained. Now, not only did he refrain from touching her, but he even kept a safe distance from her on his own initiative. Xin Yuwei's watery eyes fluttered open, and she instantly understood. A thought struck her: next time Zhang Xinghe bullied her, she'd just cry right in front of him. Unable to continue bullying Xin Yuwei, Zhang Xinghe soon couldn't withstand Chen Mingbo's hypnotic lecture any longer. Before long, he drifted off into a drowsy slumber at his desk. The moment he drifted off, a jolt of shock shot through Zhang Xinghe's heart. His consciousness was sucked into the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon. After a brief dizziness, his consciousness transformed into his own likeness, coalescing into a consciousness entity that appeared within an ancient, vast, and majestic library. Zhang Xinghe had no idea where he was, but he now possessed the means to reach this dragon library. The collection of books here was beyond belief. Zhang Xinghe thought to himself that even if given 10,000 years, he could never possibly read through this vast sea of texts. Since he had nothing else to do at the moment, he decided to thoroughly examine what made the books in this dragon library so unique. He casually picked up a volume titled Elementary Encyclopedia of Supernatural Plants and prepared to begin reading with keen interest. He soon discovered, however, that these dragon texts weren't meant to be read at all. The moment he opened it, a torrent of ancient, mystical dragon syllables surged through his mind. The knowledge within the pages transformed directly into a stream of information, imprinting itself onto his mind. This experience filled Zhang Xinghe with overwhelming delight. If learning could proceed like this, mastering every bit of knowledge in the entire dragon library would be no problem at all. From then on, Zhang Xinghe began absorbing knowledge with voracious hunger, completely losing track of time. One ancient text after another dissolved into streams of information, continuously flooding his mind. Zhang Xinghe was certain that studying this way for a while would yield more knowledge than his entire undergraduate, master's, and doctoral education combined. Many things previously unknown to him were now rapidly becoming familiar. He also discovered that the negative effects from his hasty fusion with the Dragon Emperor's primordial source could actually be neutralized. This meant that in the future, when lending his original Beastmaster origin to his aunt, he could avoid plunging himself into a state of uncontrollable fury. Yet Zhang Xinghe found this knowledge utterly superfluous. He had already tasted the thrill. Didn't he crave precisely that uncontrollable frenzied state? Because in that state, whatever he did to Chu Yubing was none of his concern. After all, he was out of control, utterly incapable of restraining his actions. Just as Zhang Xinghe prepared to continue devouring knowledge with ravenous hunger, he was abruptly roused. Is class over? Zhang Xinghe opened his eyes and asked Xin Yuwei uncertainly. Xin Yuwei could only roll her eyes in exasperation before gesturing with her eyes toward the front of the classroom. Following her gaze, Zhang Xinghe saw teacher Chen Mingbo smiling broadly at him. Zhang Xinghe was no stranger to teacher Chen Mingbo. Based on his understanding of Chen Mingbo, that particular smile meant trouble was brewing. Zhang Xinghe's judgment was spot on. From the podium, Chen Mingbo continued smiling as he remarked, Well, it seems you've mastered all this theoretical knowledge perfectly, so much so that you've already started napping in class. Since that's the case, why don't you explain the information about this exotic beast on the slide to the rest of the class? If your explanation is incorrect, it means your theoretical knowledge isn't solid enough. To help you master this material, I need you to copy the information about this mythical beast 100 times. Is that clear? The other students had already realized during Chen Mingbo and Li Zhang's introductions that these two teachers were no pushovers. Thus, no one dared to act out during class. Even Lu Xiaodong and Su Shiji listened attentively. Upon hearing that Zhang Xinghe had actually fallen asleep in class, many immediately felt a sense of schadenfreude. Teacher Chen Mingbo had only covered half of the slide presentation on this exotic beast. According to Chen Mingbo, it was an extremely rare creature that most people might never encounter in their lifetime, or at most, only once. Its power was so formidable that encountering it could mean an instant end to one's life. At the back of the classroom, teacher Bai Wei and instructor Li Zhang sat quietly observing. Upon learning that Zhang Xinghe had fallen asleep, Li Zhang remained expressionless, seemingly unconcerned. Teacher Bai Wei glanced in Zhang Xinghe's direction and couldn't help but sigh. She actually cared deeply about this student. Previously, his poor aptitude and self-sabotage were one thing. But now that he clearly possessed growth-type aptitude, he still made no effort whatsoever. Bai Wei silently resolved to have a serious talk with Zhang Xinghe after class. She didn't want any student in her class to have their bright future derailed because of her lax supervision. As for now, it was only fitting that Zhang Xinghe faced a little hardship. The slide displayed an exotic beast called the Thunder Dragon Beast. This creature was indeed extremely rare, and the one on the slide wasn't an ordinary Thunder Dragon Beast, it was a mutated one. Not only Zhang Xinghe, a college-bound student, but even seniors at prestigious universities might not all recognize a mutated Thunder Dragon Beast. Teacher Bai Wei and many others were convinced Zhang Xinghe had no chance of escaping this time. But then, a scene unfolded that left everyone dumbfounded. With sleepy eyes, Zhang Xinghe stood up, rubbed his eyes, and said with a light-hearted tone, "This exotic beast is called a Thunder Dragon Beast. However, the one in the slide isn't an ordinary Thunder Dragon Beast, it's a mutated one. If you look closely at the photo on the slide, you'll notice this isn't even a regular mutated Thunder Dragon Beast, it's a secondary mutated Thunder Dragon Beast. A secondary mutation manifests as faint lightning patterns within the creature's pupils. Though this photo isn't perfectly clear, if you look closely, you can still make out the purple lightning patterns." The moment Zhang Xinghe uttered these words, the classroom fell into complete silence. Teachers Chen Mingbo and Bai Wei hurriedly leaned in to scrutinize the details within the Thunder Dragon Beast's pupils. Instantly, both stared wide-eyed in disbelief, turning to Zhang Xinghe with expressions of utter astonishment. The phenomenon Zhang Xinghe described did indeed exist, but it was an extremely rare occurrence. So rare, in fact, that most people were unaware that a mutated Thunder Dragon Beast could undergo a secondary mutation. Chen Mingbo was stunned that Zhang Xinghe possessed such advanced, obscure knowledge and couldn't help but want to curse the person who reviewed the teaching materials. The slides were supposed to show images of ordinary mutated thunder dragons, yet those idiots had slipped in a photo of a secondary mutation. It nearly caused him to misrepresent this critical point in his lecture. Chapter 45, What Luck! Even my ancestral graves would be bursting with envy. In the classroom, not only teacher Bai Wei but even teacher Chen Mingbo was astonished by Zhang Xinghe's performance. Even instructor Li Zhang, who usually wore a blank expression and showed little interest in anything, glanced at Zhang Xinghe with unexpected surprise. As for the rest of the students in the classroom including Xin Yuwei, everyone was thoroughly blown away by Zhang Xinghe. They hadn't even known this beast was called a Thunder Dragon Beast. Not only did Zhang Xinghe identify it as a mutated Thunder Dragon Beast, but he even accurately deduced it was a secondary mutation based on an extremely subtle detail. Zhang Xinghe paid no heed to the stunned gazes around him. His full attention was now focused on the school beauty, Xin Yuwei. Xin Yuwei tilted her head slightly, her bright, watery eyes brimming with confusion and surprise. Her adorably dazed and charming expression made Zhang Xinghe's heart flutter. He desperately wanted to reach out and pinch her delicate, rosy cheeks. If the situation permitted, Zhang Xinghe would have declared that such a pure, beautiful, and adorably innocent campus beauty deserved to be swept into his arms for a proper hug. But with everyone watching, he clearly couldn't do anything to Xin Yuwei. Since he couldn't bully the school beauty, he could only continue his show for Xin Yuwei and teacher Bai Wei to see. Zhang Xinghe glanced at the photo on the slide before calmly resuming his presentation. You've probably noticed that this secondary mutated Thunder Dragon Beast has numerous wounds. However, most of these wounds aren't actual injuries, they're signs that it's about to undergo a third mutation. Typically, Thunder Dragons only undergo one mutation. But if it can mutate more than once, it indicates this Thunder Dragon possesses extraordinary potential even under natural conditions, it could continue to mutate. If a Beastmaster can forge a Beastmaster contract with this Thunder Dragon Beast and assisted in completing 9 mutations evolving it from an A-rank Thunder Dragon Beast all the way to an S-rank Black Thunder Mystic Dragon, then this beast might, with a small probability, break through the shackles of the King and Emperor ranks to reach the Emperor realm, becoming an Emperor-level battle beast. The moment Zhang Xinghe finished speaking, the classroom plunged into dead silence once more. School beauty Xin Yuwei and teacher Bai Wei had been thoroughly outshone by Zhang Xinghe multiple times today. The rest of the class was utterly dumbfounded. They hadn't understood much of what Zhang Xinghe had said, but they felt an inexplicable awe. Just then, applause erupted from the back door of the classroom. Immediately afterward, an elderly scholar entered through the rear door. He was dressed impeccably in a suit and tie, his hair streaked with gray, and thick spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose. The old man clapped as he approached, his gaze toward Zhang Xinghe filled with profound admiration. This man was no ordinary figure, he was none other than Lin Guangrui, the second in command of the Dawn Base Research Institute in Nanming City. Among Nanming City's tens of millions of residents, his scholarly knowledge could easily rank in the top 3, if not higher. Gazing at Zhang Xinghe, Lin Guangrui remarked with admiration, "The youth is formidable, truly formidable. At your age, I could barely identify such a beast as the exceedingly rare Thunder Dragon. To discern it as a mutated Thunder Dragon would have been beyond me, yet I was already puffed up with pride. To think this young friend not only recognized it as a secondary mutation Thunder Dragon beast, but also discerned that this particular beast is about to undergo a third mutation. Remarkable, truly remarkable." As Lin Guangrui showered praise upon Zhang Xinghe, teacher Bai Wei, teacher Chen Mingbo, and instructor Li Zhang immediately rose to greet him, rushing forward to offer their greetings to Lin Guangrui. "Master Lin, what brings you here?" Chen Mingbo approached Lin Guangrui with utmost humility and courtesy. Lin Guangrui smiled gently in response. "I came to the training base today to handle some work. Just now, as I passed by this classroom, curiosity got the better of me, and I couldn't resist stopping to listen. What is this young friend's name? He's so young, yet his knowledge is truly astonishing." Zhang Xinghe never imagined that his little classroom demonstration would attract the attention of such a heavyweight. This Lin Guangrui, known as Old Lin, was a true heavyweight. In just a few years, his academic achievements would explode, and he would be transferred to work at the Imperial Capital Research Institute. Just how formidable was Lin Guangrui's academic prowess? Zhang Xinghe had no clear grasp of it. In his previous life, he'd heard 2 unverified rumors. One claimed Lin Guangrui's academic standing firmly placed him among the top 10 researchers in the Great Xia Empire. The other claimed that in the field of ancient beast evolution, Lin Guangrui was the world's foremost authority. Zhang Xinghe couldn't yet fathom what benefits connecting with this heavyweight might bring him. Still, when Lin Guangrui inquired about his name, he promptly replied, "Hello, Professor Lin. I'm Zhang Xinghe from Nanming First High School." Lin Guangrui nodded kindly and asked with a smile, "Young Zhang, would you be interested in working at the Dawn Base Research Institute? If you're not ready for the institute yet, this old man could write you a recommendation letter to secure you a spot in the Beastmaster Evolution Theory department at Imperial Capital University without having to take the entrance exam." Lin Guangrui's offer wasn't an abuse of power. After all, what Zhang Xinghe had just described was both highly advanced and remarkably precise. This demonstrated that despite his young age, Zhang Xinghe possessed astonishing knowledge reserves. A genius like him certainly had no need to remain at the training base for routine drills. Whether pursuing specialized training at the Dawn Base Research Institute or directly enrolling in the Beastmaster Evolution Theory department at Imperial Capital University, both were superior paths. Lin Guangrui's words left teacher Bai Wei and everyone else in the classroom utterly stunned. Only 1 or 2 students from Nanming First High School had the strength to enter Imperial Capital University each year. Zhang Xinghe had truly hit the jackpot. If he agreed, he could skip the entrance exams and advance directly to Imperial Capital University. Beyond shock, the other students were consumed by envy and resentment toward Zhang Xinghe. Everyone agreed that the ancestral graves of the Zhang family must not just be smoking right now, they were practically spewing fire. Otherwise, there was simply no way to explain why such immense fortune had suddenly fallen upon Zhang Xinghe. Yet Zhang Xinghe's subsequent choice took everyone completely by surprise. He shook his head slightly and replied with utmost courtesy, "Thank you for your generous offer, Mr. Lin. However, I prefer to take things step by step, steadily improving my studies, and ultimately gain admission to my ideal university through my own efforts." After Zhang Xinghe declined, Lin Guangrui showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, his gaze toward Zhang Xinghe held a newfound note of admiration. Both Zhang Xinghe's attitude toward learning and the confidence he exuded deeply satisfied Lin Guangrui. Lin Guangrui even entertained the thought of taking Zhang Xinghe as his student. Once this thought took root, Lin Guangrui didn't hold back. He spoke directly, "Young Zhang, I wonder if an old man like me is qualified enough to impart some knowledge to you? If I am, I would very much hope you could become my student. Together, we could pursue some groundbreaking, cutting-edge research in the future." Chapter 46, Testing Cadres with a Figure Rivaling Manga Heroines? Zhang Xinghe couldn't muster any interest in pursuing advanced studies at Imperial Capital University or joining the Dawn Base Research Institute. His wisest course now was to hide in a small place, quietly develop his skills, and quietly amass great wealth. Once he used the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon and other advantages to grow his snowball larger and larger, it wouldn't be too late to engage with higher-level matters. Currently, his Dragon Emperor 9-stage transformation system had only reached the first stage, yet he already possessed strength rivaling a peak 6th-tier beast tamer. At the training base, a peak 6th-tier beast master was a force to be reckoned with. Yet such prowess would pale in comparison at Imperial Capital University or the Dawn Base Research Institute. However, if he were to study privately under Lin Guangrui, that would be entirely feasible. Lin Guangrui was a top-tier research giant with genuine expertise and extraordinary talent, destined to reach world-leading standards in certain fields. Since Lin Guangrui had extended an olive branch, Zhang Xinghe naturally intended to lean on this mighty tree for shade. After these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhang Xinghe responded with respectful politeness, "Since Professor Lin does not hold my dull aptitude against me, I shall diligently study under your guidance from now on." Zhang Xinghe's immediate agreement filled Lin Guangrui with delight. He extended a hand and patted Zhang Xinghe's shoulder warmly, smiling as he said, "Prepare some materials later and briefly outline your current knowledge for me. Based on your actual situation and learning aspirations, I'll develop several study plans for you to choose from." The moment Lin Guangrui spoke these words, Teacher Bai Wei, Teacher Chen Ningbo, and Instructor Li Zhang were all stunned into silence. The deputy director of the Dawn-based Research Institute personally designing tailored study plans for a prospective college student and offering multiple options to choose from? What kind of treatment was this? If word got out, would anyone even believe it? Had they not heard it with their own ears, Teacher Bai Wei and the others would never have dared to believe it was true. As the person involved, Zhang Xinghe was equally stunned. After all, he could access knowledge through the Dragon Clan library and didn't actually need to learn anything from Lin Guangrui. Nevertheless, Lin Guangrui treated this newly recruited student exceptionally well. Once word spread, he could leverage Lin Guangrui's reputation as a face card whenever navigating Nanning City or even the entire Tiannan province. Within the upper echelons of Nanning City and the entire Tiannan province, anyone with access to information would know he was a student personally nurtured by the influential figure Lin Guangrui. Zhang Xinghe immediately expressed his sincere gratitude to Lin Guangrui. "The student deeply appreciates your guidance, master." Lin Guangrui smiled and waved his hand dismissively, pulling a minimalist business card from his pocket and handing it to Zhang Xinghe. "For routine matters requiring assistance, feel free to contact my assistant directly. For anything more significant, come to me personally." Lin Guangrui's card bore only his name, his assistant's name, and 2 phone numbers. The big shot's business card was unadorned and plain, no titles were needed, as most people were already familiar with his publicly available information. After Zhang Xinghe had tucked the card away, Lin Guangrui made no further stay, turning to take his leave. His schedule was tightly packed. Had Zhang Xinghe not made such an outstanding impression, he wouldn't have lingered here at all, let alone consider taking Zhang Xinghe as a student. After Lin Guangrui departed, Chen Mingbo promptly resumed the previous lesson. But now, Chen Mingbo dared not mention anything about copying a wrong answer 100 times. Zhang Xinghe was clearly far more knowledgeable than him, and had even earned the recognition of Old Master Lin. So even if Zhang Xinghe were to bring a bed into the classroom to sleep, Teacher Chen probably wouldn't say much, let alone complain about him dozing off in class. After this little incident, many students had lost interest in the lesson. They were all curious about how Zhang Xinghe had acquired such profound knowledge. Teacher Chen Mingbo naturally noticed this shift in attention and promptly announced, "Take a 30-minute break. Be back on time for class." The moment Chen announced the break, the classroom erupted with activity. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Xinghe became the center of attention once more. Over at Lu Xiaodong's side, a group of students had gathered, discussing Zhang Xinghe. As Lu Xiaodong's top henchman, Wu Wei spoke up first. "Brother Dong, what happened back then on that heavy troop transport truck? Why did you suddenly do that out of nowhere?" Wu Wei phrased it diplomatically, but everyone understood. He was asking why Lu Xiaodong had suddenly performed a sliding kneel right in front of Zhang Xinghe. Truthfully, Lu Xiaodong himself hadn't quite figured out what had triggered that reaction. But after listening to everyone's speculation and mulling it over himself, he'd come up with a somewhat plausible explanation. Now that Wu Wei brought it up, he seized the chance to salvage some dignity. "Ha! I was just careless. Who could have guessed that loser Zhang Xinghe was hiding a special ability artifact? He caught me off guard and pulled a fast one on me." Wu Wei frowned. "Brother Dong, Zhang Xinghe isn't a useless fool anymore. His Beastmaster talent might be poor, but that kid seems to have read a lot of books. He blew us all away in class earlier and even buttered up some big shot." Lu Xiaodong sneered coldly, "What good is reading? If books could make you strong, why would we need Beast Masters or Beast Maidens? A top-tier Beast Master isn't necessarily a top researcher, but a top researcher must be a powerful Beast Master or Beast Maiden. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Even if Zhang Xinghe has growth potential, his starting talent is only F-grade. Tell me, how could he possibly become a top Beast Master? Even if he studied harder than anyone, a loser is still a loser. Without powerful innate energy, he couldn't possibly handle those research devices that demand massive energy reserves and precise control. Even if we concede he possesses extraordinary learning or research aptitude, his innate limitations will cap his potential. He won't go far, his achievements are destined to be limited." After Lu Xiaodong finished speaking, Wu Wei and the others felt considerably better. Moments ago, they'd been consumed by envy and jealousy, but now they saw Zhang Xinghe wasn't all that impressive after all. Similar opinions emerged from other small groups scattered throughout the classroom. Upon hearing these comments, many still felt envy toward Zhang Xinghe, but it was nowhere near as intense as before. As for Zhang Xinghe, the very subject of everyone's heated discussion, he couldn't care less about what others were saying. All his attention was focused on Xin Yue. He was earnestly pondering how he could properly appreciate the white stocking-clad, long legs he personally rated as divine without making her cry. Faced with Xin Yue, a pure-hearted campus beauty whose figure rivaled that of a manga heroine, he truly couldn't withstand such temptation. Chapter 47, Targeted. There's a bad guy in the security bureau. While Zhang Xinghe schemed to make a move on Xin Yue, she too had carefully prepared her defenses. Noticing Zhang Xinghe's restless, suggestive movements, Xin Yue decided to strike first. She planned to pin down Zhang Xinghe's hand first, preventing him from harassing her. Little did she know that the moment she moved, Zhang Xinghe acted in perfect sync. Zhang Xinghe had only intended to seize the opportunity to grasp the delicate, supple, and soft hands of the school beauty Xin Yue, intending to play with them to his heart's content. But Xin Yue suddenly withdrew her jade-like hand, leaving Zhang Xinghe grasping at thin air. Still, he got his wish: another stroke of the school beauty's long, white-stockinged legs, which he'd rated as divine. The sensation was incredibly smooth and tender, simply divine. But Zhang Xinghe's satisfaction was short-lived. After all, Xin Yue's initial move had been to pin his hand down and stop him from getting carried away. But Zhang Xinghe had withdrawn his hand too soon. Not only did Xin Yue fail to restrain him, she ended up grabbing something hard and oddly shaped. Xin Yue's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she asked, "Didn't you say no phones were allowed during training camp? How did you sneak your phone into the training base?" Zhang Xinghe didn't answer. He quickly pried open the soft, delicate hand of the school beauty before muttering vaguely, "It's fine. I snuck it in. Besides, it's turned off. No big deal." "Oh." Xin Yue nodded blankly, her eyes glazing over as she began to ponder whether she should sneak her own phone into the training base. That way, during the 2-hour lunch break, she could sneak in some phone time. Zhang Xinghe inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Though the school beautician was innocent and adorable, she understood the principle of using someone else's authority to command others. Earlier, when little Zhang fell into Miss Shen's hands, he'd been terrified. Fortunately, it was all smoke and mirrors. Peace had been restored. As for Xin Yue, she had indeed been fooled by Zhang Xinghe at first. But she quickly realized security checks were mandatory to enter the training base. Even if Zhang Xinghe's phone was turned off, there was no way he could have brought it inside. Besides, Xin Yue might be innocent and adorable, but she wasn't some clueless airhead. After a moment's thought, her clear, sparkling eyes widened in shock, locking onto Zhang Xinghe's gaze. Her stunning eyes brimmed with shock, and even her swan-like neck, fairer than snow, flushed crimson. Seeing the look on the school beauty's face, Zhang Xinghe couldn't help but realize Xin Yue had seen through his lie. Zhang Xinghe immediately made a shushing gesture toward Xin Yue and whispered, "Yue, don't worry. I'll take responsibility for you." Xin Yue retorted softly, her voice tinged with playful reproach, "Get lost. It's all your fault. If I hadn't been afraid you'd bully me, I never would have." The rest of the words, Xin Yue simply couldn't bring herself to say. Her flustered, annoyed expression made Zhang Xinghe wish he could take a picture to remember it forever. Unfortunately, he hadn't secretly brought his phone inside. But Zhang Xinghe quickly realized, couldn't he make something out of this? Noticing the gleam in his eyes, Xin Yue immediately pouted, "Fine, I surrender. But don't go thinking up some new scheme to bully me, okay? If you dare make any weird demands, I swear I'll cry right in front of you." It must be said that after several rounds of sparring with Zhang Xinghe, campus beautician had made remarkable progress. This time, she had accurately anticipated Zhang Xinghe's intention to make an unreasonable demand. Zhang Xinghe certainly wouldn't let Xin Yue cry for real. If she were to cry, it would be in bed. At the same time, in the Ujinjuan Villa district of Nanming City. Inside the villa of Wang Xiangdong, deputy director of the Nanming City Public Security Bureau. Chen Suya, a stunningly beautiful woman with an innate allure and captivating charm, emerged from Wang Xiangdong's bedroom with disheveled hair and glistening with sweat. Chen Suya had been thoroughly exhausted by Wang Xiangdong today. Yet, having received his favor, she now glowed with renewed radiance, her beauty radiant. Before Chen Suya could return to her room, Wang Xiangdong appeared nearby, freshly showered and clad only in a loose bathrobe. As he walked toward the living room, Wang Xiangdong said to Chen Suya, "Come to the living room. I need to ask you something." Chen Suya nodded, but still asked in a coy voice, "Shouldn't I take a shower first and change clothes?" Wang Xiangdong shook his head. "No need. You'll just have to wash again later." Chen Suya froze for a moment before understanding Wang Xiangdong's meaning. It turned out Wang Xiangdong was taking advantage of his skill cooldown to ask her about work matters. Once the cooldown ended, he intended to continue operating on her. At his request, Chen Suya abandoned her plans to shower and change, following Wang Xiangdong into the living room. After she sat down, Wang Xiangdong didn't immediately ask about work. Instead, he gazed at Chen Suya with keen interest, admiring his masterpiece. Her flawless makeup was now completely smudged. Seeing this, Wang Xiangdong teased, "Did you enjoy the lotus root starch? Want me to make you another cup?" A hint of suspicion flickered in Chen Suya's beautiful eyes. But she still gave him a coy smile and said, "Sure, if you tell me to eat it, I'll eat it. After all, you're my big boss." Wang Xiangdong was thoroughly pleased with her response. He immediately sprang up from the sofa, casually pulled open a nearby storage cabinet drawer, retrieved 2 cups with spoons and 2 packets of lotus root starch, and began preparing the drink for both himself and Chen Suya. Seeing this, Chen Suya was momentarily dumbfounded. She had just assumed Wang Xiangdong was playing some kind of word game with her, but it turned out he was actually referring to this. But when her peripheral vision caught sight of the lotus root starch packaging, she instantly understood. What Wang Xiangdong was preparing for her and himself was indeed lotus root starch, but this particular brand was also a highly potent health supplement with remarkable effects. It was clear she wouldn't be leaving Wang Xiangdong's villa today without leaving half her life behind. While preparing the lotus root powder, Wang Xiangdong casually inquired, "What progress has the research team dispatched by the Dawn Base Institute made lately? Has that youngster with the F-grade growth potential shown anything noteworthy?" Chen Suya shook her head. "The team is currently investigating the others on the list. I've seen it. The student you're interested in, Zhang Xinghe, is near the bottom." Wang Xiangdong knew Zhang Xinghe's name, of course. But such a minor figure was hardly worth his attention, let alone deliberate memorization. But now that Chen Suya mentioned it, he made a mental note of the name Zhang Xinghe. Chapter 48, Girlfriend by your side, yet you dare stare at my sister? Wang Xiangdong prepared the lotus root starch drink and handed it to Chen Suya without eating any himself. This potent health supplement, lotus root powder, was suitable for both men and women, but the timing of consumption was crucial. If Chen Suya consumed it now, she would become even more enchanting and alluring. But if Wang Xiangdong consumed it now, he wouldn't be able to seize the opportunity to ask Chen Suya what kind of research her team planned to conduct on Zhang Xinghe and the other beast masters. Having been recently saturated with lotus root powder, Chen Suya reluctantly picked up the small spoon in her cup and began slowly sipping the potent health supplement whatever unethical genius had invented it. After pondering for a moment, Wang Xiangdong asked again, "Who's leading the research team? What kind of research are they planning to conduct on F-class beast masters like Zhang Xinghe?" Chen Suya answered casually while taking small bites of the lotus root starch. "The research team is led by Han Jinchang. Their observations of Zhang Xinghe and others seem aimed at verifying that F-grade beast masters are highly likely to be growth-type beast masters. As for other research projects, I have no idea. They wouldn't share that with an outsider like me." Wang Xiangdong's eyes flashed sharply at this. The research team leader is actually Han Jinchang, one of the 2 deputy directors of the Dawn Base Research Institute? After a pause, Wang Xiangdong continued, "Alright then, take 2 boxes of my black goji root powder over to Han Jinchang. Keep him company and see if you can get him to spill the beans." Chen Suya bristled at the suggestion. "What do you take me for?" Though she protested, her heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. Under normal circumstances, she would never have access to someone of Han Jinchang's stature. This chance encounter with Han Jinchang revealed a man who appeared respectable on the surface but was a wolf in sheep's clothing at heart. Han Jinchang had warned her that while she could gain certain benefits from him, she must never reveal anything about their relationship to others. Now Wang Xiangdong was bluntly telling her to seduce Han Jinchang. If she succeeded, wouldn't Wang Xiangdong find out about her relationship with Han Jinchang? Wang Xiangdong considered himself fairly knowledgeable about Chen Suya. He never imagined that when he asked Chen Suya to seduce Han Jinchang, she would refuse. But such a minor setback was hardly a challenge for Wang Xiangdong. His eyes twinkled as he chuckled, "Are you stupid? Han Jinchang is the youngest deputy director of a research institute in Nanning City and indeed the entire Tiannan province. His future is boundless. If you can hook up with Han Jinchang, the rewards will be substantial. And you don't even have to actually sleep with him, just make him see you but never get you. Isn't that enough? What I want you to do is extract information from Han Jinchang. How you go about it is entirely up to you. But let me make one thing clear, I'm not asking about this out of curiosity. A friend of mine wants to know. If you pull this off, I won't shortchange you." Wang Xiangdong wasn't lying. He himself had no interest in an F-rank beast master. But a certain influential figure from another race, who secretly backed him, was keenly interested in this matter. Even if it meant sending Chen Suya to Han Jinchang for a while, he had to extract useful information from the man. Though Chen Suya had long since been half reluctant, half willing in surrendering to Han Jinchang, her eyes were still red-rimmed as she put on a pitiful act for Wang Xiangdong. "Deputy Director Wang, you're sending me to Han Jinchang just for information this time. If something like this happens again, will you send me to play with other men too? I'm so heartbroken." Wang Xiangdong shook his head with a smile. "Just this once. And I've made it perfectly clear, if you truly have the ability to sleep with Han Jinchang, the benefits you'll gain will far exceed your wildest expectations." As he spoke, he tilted his head back and downed the brewed black goji berry and lotus root powder in one gulp. This potent health supplement proved its effectiveness in under 30 seconds. Sitting on the sofa opposite him, Chen Suya had long since clamped her legs tightly together under its influence. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her breathing grew ragged. By the time Wang Shangdong swept Shen Suya into his arms, the two were already burning with passion. Meanwhile, at the training camp where Zhang Xinghe and the others were staying. After the morning theory class ended, the students finished their meals at the training base and had 2 hours to rest before the afternoon training session. Just as Zhang Xinghe was about to head to the cafeteria with campus beautician, he was intercepted by members of the research team. A female researcher with narrow eyes, alluring makeup, and a slightly slender figure stood before Zhang Xinghe, presenting her credentials. Clearly displayed on the badge were the words, Dawn Base Research Institute, Senior Researcher, Lu Ao. After presenting her credentials, Lu Ao smiled warmly at Zhang Xinghe and said, Mr. Zhang, our institute has a project requiring your cooperation. Here is the notification letter signed by Commander Lin. Please take a look. With that, Lu Ao placed a document bearing the signature and seal of Lin Jinqing, commander of the Nanning City garrison, before Zhang Xinghe. Zhang Xinghe merely glanced casually at the document, his attention largely drawn to Lu Ao's slender yet curvaceous figure. Lu Ao possessed a willowy waist, slender enough to slip through one's fingers, embodying the classic white, young, and slim physique. Yet despite her slender frame, all her nourishment seemed concentrated where it mattered most, endowing her with an exceptionally eye-catching pair of thunderbolts. Zhang Xinghe briefly sensed the energy flow within Lu Ao's body and instantly confirmed those substantial fruits were the real deal, not the result of medical aesthetics defying nature. Noticing Zhang Xinghe's gaze, Lu Ao didn't grow angry. Instead, she smiled sweetly and teased, Little brother, you're quite bold. Your girlfriend's right beside you, yet you still dare to stare at this lady. Zhang Xinghe cleared his throat awkwardly. Researcher Lu, don't get me wrong. I'm no little brother, I came of age half a year ago. And it's not just my courage that's big, nothing about me is small. Zhang Xinghe had his reasons for daring to flirt with Lu Ao. After a brief flashback, he recalled Lu Ao's origins. Lu Ao's awakened talent was S-rank Peach Blossom. In her awakened state, she wasn't an ordinary beast girl but rather a demon girl. Zhang Xinghe recalled that in his previous life, this beautiful researcher had displayed numerous healing-type talents. Therefore, it was safe to conclude she was a healing-type yokai girl. Chapter 49, Using Psychic Abilities for a Sneak Attack? Interesting. Lu Ao possessed an excellent personality and was prone to spouting bold, provocative remarks. Now, when teased by Zhang Xinghe, she showed no sign of anger, let alone embarrassment. Instead, she turned the tables on him. If you've confirmed that the notice signed by Commander Lin is in order, then come with me to the lab. And don't just stare at one spot, what if there's scenery elsewhere? As she spoke, Lu Ao deliberately stretched, showcasing her figure a perfect blend of the standard white, young, and slim physique with surprisingly well-defined curves. Shen Yue immediately gave a light snort at the sight, then lifted her head and straightened her chest, ready to meet the challenge. Facing Yu Linglong, an SSSR tier super premium mature beauty whose development had reached perfection, Shen Yue, still not fully matured herself, did indeed show a noticeable gap. But if she couldn't match Yu Linglong, did that mean she couldn't even compete with this petite, white, and slender girl before her? Before the campus beauty and the stunning researcher Lu Ao could exchange another glance, Zhang Xinghe grabbed one of them by the arm and chuckled, Stop bickering. The three of us living well together is better than anything else. Put. Lu Ao couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this. She truly hadn't expected Zhang Xinghe to come out with such words. Still, she was secretly impressed by his skill. Though she often spouted bold, provocative words, making herself seem like a seasoned veteran. In reality, she possessed only theoretical knowledge and zero practical experience. This time, when Zhang Xinghe suddenly seized her delicate hand, it was partly because she'd been careless and hadn't dodged. She hadn't anticipated Zhang Xinghe's strength far exceeding her expectations. On the other hand, Zhang Xinghe's current prowess was simply too formidable. Zhang Xinghe's innate talent was merely F-grade growth type, yet the power he'd just displayed was at least on par with a 4th-tier beastmaster. Even if Zhang Xinghe possessed an S-grade growth type talent, it was inconceivable that he could attain the strength of a 4th-tier beastmaster on only his 4th day of awakening. This forced Lu Ao to acknowledge that the numerous research projects they pursued over the past year contained a certain degree of validity. Though their research projects seemed absurd and their conclusions defied common sense. Truth never had to conform to common sense. Lu Ao suspected that the anomalies surrounding Zhang Xinghe might hold the key to unraveling the many puzzles encountered in their research. Just as Lu Ao prepared to continue pondering Zhang Xinghe's case, a sudden chill flashed across her exquisitely beautiful, smiling face. Her entire attention had been absorbed by Zhang Xinghe's peculiarities, leaving her oblivious to the fact that her delicate hand was being held by him. The result was that Zhang Xinghe, the rascal, took advantage of the situation. After grabbing her delicate hand, he proceeded to fondle and squeeze it without the slightest restraint. Since Zhang Xinghe wasn't being polite, she saw no reason to be polite to him either. Suddenly, fine threads of mist began to seep from the palm of Lu Ao's right hand. The moment the mist's energy materialized, Lu Ao immediately channeled it into Zhang Xinghe's body. Then she continued to make the mist energy grow heavier and heavier. Lu Ao intended to give Zhang Xinghe a small punishment. In moments, Zhang Xinghe would suffer temporary paralysis under the influence of this heavy water energy. Little did Lu Ao know that the water mist energy she had injected into Zhang Xingha's body was instantly suppressed by his Dragon Emperor's origin the moment it entered. As time passed, this water mist energy was continuously devoured and refined by the Dragon Emperor's origin, transforming into pure energy that nourished Zhang Xingha. At first, Lu Ao assumed Zhang Xingha was simply too powerful and that her own energy release had been insufficient, hence failing to induce the temporary paralysis. After a while, however, Lu Ao sensed something was amiss. She thought to herself, what's going on? Even if this kid is a 4th-tier beastmaster, with so much heavy water energy interfering inside him, shouldn't half his body have gone numb by now? But Lu Ao blared at Zhang Xingha, her teeth clenched. She confirmed that despite the heavy water energy interference, Zhang Xingha's left side hadn't temporarily lost sensation. Because Zhang Xingha was still being completely unrestrained, grabbing her delicate hands and groping them without restraint. This left the beautiful researcher thoroughly flustered. With all her knowledge, she couldn't comprehend what was happening. Lu Ao also noticed that Zhang Xingha wasn't just unaffected by the heavy water energy, he was growing increasingly brazen. If given the chance, this little rascal Zhang Xingha wouldn't be satisfied with merely touching her hand, he'd undoubtedly want to do something else to her. Realizing she couldn't stop Zhang Xingha anytime soon, Lu Ao decided to cut her losses and tried to pull her hand away. Unfortunately, as a healing-type beast girl, strength wasn't her forte. Even with her 7th-tier strength, she couldn't break free from Zhang Xingha's grip on her own. With no other choice, Lu Ao resorted to a sneaky tactic and ran to Xin Yue to complain. She smiled sweetly at Xin Yue, who stood to Zhang Xingha's right, and said, "Little sister, you better rein in your boyfriend." Unexpectedly, Xin Yue glanced at Lu Ao, then turned to Zhang Xingha and declared, "You're absolutely right. You shouldn't let them subject you to all these tests and experiments just because they have a notification letter. You shouldn't be taken advantage of." The notice letter from Dawn Base Research Institute was a highly specialized document. Its intentions were undoubtedly good. The institute hoped to conduct detailed research on a large number of beast masters, beast maidens, and war beasts, to help all beast masters, beast maidens, and battle beasts achieve better growth. However, since its inception, the notice letter has been plagued by issues of abuse and misuse. For instance, certain researchers, having set their sights on a particular beast girl, would issue a notification letter under the guise of research to bring her to the institute and forcibly take her virginity. Such scandals are common worldwide, particularly in a major nation known for its abundance of reptilian beast girls. The victims weren't limited to beast girls, even attractive beast tamers weren't safe. Xin Yue's earlier words finally pushed Lu Ao over the edge. Lu Ao believed Xin Yue and Zhang Xingha must be a couple, otherwise, they wouldn't be so intimate. But if Xin Yue and Zhang Xingha were a couple, Xin Yue wouldn't just stand by and watch her boyfriend run wild. What Lu Ao didn't know was that, in Zhang Xingha's eyes, she was at best victim number 2. Xin Yue was victim number 1. Xin Yue saw someone foolishly diverting Zhang Xingha's attention for her, sparing her a bit of his bullying. How could she not be pleased? Chapter 50, Weapons Display? That demands critical appreciation. Though Lu Ao couldn't figure out the exact nature of Xin Yue and Zhang Xingha's relationship, she knew full well that Zhang Xingha had taken a wrong turn in life. She had made it perfectly clear to Zhang Xingha earlier that they should go to the lab. Instead, this little brat dragged her straight to the cafeteria. Lu Ao sighed in exasperation. "Couldn't you spare 3 minutes for a basic lab test first? Let me analyze your condition. You're not some starving ghost reincarnated. Why the rush to eat?" Zhang Xingha eyed Lu Ao up and down, shaking his head. "Look at how skinny you are, clear proof you don't eat properly." Lu Ao scoffed coldly, "So what if I'm thin? I may be skinny, but my nutrients are all in the right places." Zhang Xingha continued teasing, "You're actually proud of that? You're so skinny, you know your figure is dangerous?" Lu Ao chuckled lightly. "What? Worried that this lady's curves are too well developed? That my delicate little waist can't support this perfect figure and might snap from the strain?" Zhang Xingha shook his head decisively, then uttered a remark that sent Lu Ao into a rage. "I'm worried this is your peak. If you keep skipping meals, soon enough, the parts that should be full will be gone too." Lu Ao, repeatedly thwarted by Zhang Xingha, was now losing her composure. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "You think I won't fight you to the death?" Lu Ao could accept never gaining weight no matter how much she ate, but she absolutely refused to lose her current perfect figure. Fortunately, as a healing-type beast girl, she excelled at research and treatment, but combat was not her forte. Thus, she was all talk and no action, never actually laying a finger on Zhang Xingha. When Zhang Xingha and Xin Yue entered the cafeteria, Lu Ao followed in, her cheeks puffed out in anger. Lu Ao had intended to work first and eat later, but Zhang Xingha refused to cooperate. She had no choice but to eat first, then urged Zhang Xingha to hurry to the lab to assist her with some research projects. Training base, a corner of the cafeteria. After getting their food, Zhang Xingha and the other two sat down to eat together. Many in the cafeteria noticed the two beauties, one tall, one petite, by Zhang Xingha's side, shooting him admiring glances that screamed, "Dude, you're awesome." Of course, even more eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Luo sat down, shot Zhang Xinghe a furious glare, and urged, "You little brat, eat faster. If helping me with my research messes up your afternoon training session, don't blame me." Zhang Xinghe calmly set down his tray and replied nonchalantly, "Researcher Lu, if you put it that way, well, that's a bit tricky, huh? If assisting your research causes me to miss training content, then you'll have to personally make up for it, even if you don't warm the bed to apologize. Otherwise, I won't set foot in the lab. And even with that notification letter signed by Commander Lin, I'm under no obligation to go." Zhang Xinghe spoke calmly as he pulled out the business card Lin Guangrui had given him earlier. Lin Guangrui was the second in command at the Dawn Base Research Institute. What the institute researched was entirely up to him. Moreover, Old Lin was the father of Commander Lin Jinxing. If Old Lin intervened and briefly explained the situation, Commander Lin could certainly invalidate the previously signed notification letter. Luo was utterly dumbfounded when Zhang Xinghe casually produced Lin Guangrui's business card. For a moment, she gaped at him, utterly speechless and wide-eyed with disbelief. She couldn't fathom how Zhang Xinghe could possess a business card personally given to him by Old Lin. While the card itself held no special power, Luo knew that fewer than 5 people in all of Nanning City had received one personally from Old Lin. The fact that Zhang Xinghe could casually produce this card indicated an extraordinary relationship between him and Old Lin. Therefore, Zhang Xinghe wasn't bragging. When necessary, he might genuinely have the power to render the notice in her hands worthless. This revelation hit Luo like a ton of bricks. Her entire body seemed to lose all strength and bone-like support in an instant. She slumped, placing the counterweight on her chest onto the table, then listlessly picked up her chopsticks to poke at the food on her plate. To Xin Yue, Luo's actions were nothing short of blatant provocation. She immediately mimicked Luo, setting her own ballast on the table before nonchalantly resuming her meal. While Luo and Xin Yue took turns displaying their arsenal, Zhang Xinghe naturally ate his meal while watching with keen interest. During the meal, Zhang Xinghe also realized why Xin Yue couldn't compare to Yu Linglong. Xin Yue was somewhat picky about her food. She only ate lean cuts of meat and wouldn't touch fatty parts at all. Additionally, she disliked several types of vegetables. Not a single piece of the vegetables on her plate was touched. The school beauty also ate very little rice. Zhang Xinghe estimated she had barely taken 10 bites before her lunch was finished. Zhang Xinghe immediately teased Xin Yue, half-jokingly, "If you waste food like this again next time, I'll beat you up. Don't you dare hit me." Xin Yue glared with her phoenix-like eyes, firmly refusing to be punished. Then, her beautiful, watery eyes fluttered as she slid her tray toward Zhang Xinghe. "What's this?" Zhang Xinghe glanced at Xin Yue, baffled by her gesture. Xin Yue replied with a straight face, "You eat the food I can't finish, so it won't count as waste." Zhang Xinghe rolled his eyes. "You expect me to eat food you've already touched?" Xin Yue immediately protested, "I haven't touched it. Look, these dishes and rice I haven't even moved them. They're exactly as they were on my plate." Zhang Xinghe chuckled at her words and said cheerfully, "I'm a man of principle. I wouldn't touch food you haven't eaten." "You?" Xin Yue's eyes widened. She slumped back in her chair, sulking. "I'm ignoring you. You're so annoying, always picking on me and saying weird things." Luo watched the scene unfold and finally confirmed it. Zhang Xinghe and Xin Yue were undoubtedly a couple. She immediately started causing trouble again. Picking up a meatball from the serving plate, she took a bite off half of it, then held the remaining half toward Zhang Xinghe, cooing sweetly, "Come, come, little brother. Sister invites you to try a meatball dipped in sister's nectar." Given Zhang Xinghe's level of cultivation, he was naturally immune to Luo's petty flirtations. He merely glanced at Luo's pearly teeth and rosy lips before remarking indifferently, "What's the point of nectar tainted by meatballs? If I'm going to drink, I want pure, unadulterated stuff, and once I start, I won't stop until I've had my fill." Chapter 51, No Face to Lose in Front of the High-Profile Veteran. After lunch at the training base cafeteria, Xin Yue did not accompany Zhang Xinghe to the base's laboratory. Beast girls and beast masters were partners, not the beast master's possessions. It was only because Zhang Xinghe knew Xin Yue's little secret, combined with his ability to provide extremely rare growth resources for the Xin sisters, and his willingness to put his dignity on the line, that he managed to bully Xin Yue so thoroughly. Any other beastmaster would never dare hug, kiss, or lift a beast girl without explicit permission. As for beast maidens and beast masters being inseparable, always together like shadows, that was even rarer. Even before becoming a couple, Xin Yue's current interactions and rapport with Zhang Xinghe far exceeded the typical master-pet dynamic. Naturally, Zhang Xinghe felt a pang of regret at not being able to stick close to the school beauty Xin Yue anymore. The school beauty Xin was pure, beautiful, and adorably clumsy. She was born to be teased relentlessly by him. Pondering the affairs of the 3 beast girls by his side, Zhang Xinghe followed Luo forward. Before long, they arrived outside the training base's laboratory. Luo retrieved an ID card, swiped it over the nearby access system, and unlocked the laboratory's alloy security door. Zhang Xinghe followed Luo inside. Once inside, Luo didn't immediately begin testing Zhang Xinghe. Instead, she smiled warmly and said, "My apologies. Seems like you scared your little girlfriend away." Zhang Xinghe chuckled inwardly. This woman was teasing him again, so he might as well play along. No problem. I usually take my afternoon nap holding you away. Now that you've scared her away, I'll just have to hold you instead. Lu Aos smile didn't waver as she replied, still cheerful. You know the lab has security systems, right? Even in the training-based labs, the security is designed to handle extraordinary beings. Zhang Xinghe shrugged indifferently. I don't believe you'd dare activate the security system against me. Lu Ao nodded. I wouldn't dare activate it casually against you. But if a man and a woman are alone together in a room and you get ideas, if you try to take advantage of me, then wouldn't that be grounds for me to use the security system against you? Zhang Xinghe chuckled. Then I'll wait until we leave the lab to make my move. Lu Ao paused, then smiled mischievously. Well then, sister must prevent crime. I'll use the lab's security system to subdue you first, just to be safe. After saying this, Lu Ao continued, enough banter, enough banter. Time to get down to business. Zhang Xinghe nodded in deep agreement and asked seriously, makes sense. But where should we get down to business? This lab doesn't seem to have a bed, so you'll have to make do with the couch. Go play somewhere else. As a seasoned veteran, how could Lu Ao fail to catch the subtext in Zhang Xinghe's words? As a senior researcher at the Dawn Base Institute, Lu Ao possessed exceptional professional competence. After a brief exchange with Zhang Xinghe, she swiftly calibrated the lab's testing equipment and gestured for him to approach. The lab's testing equipment bore a striking resemblance to the capsule awakening pods used in the awakening ceremony. However, these weren't awakening pods, they were far more sophisticated diagnostic chambers. Unless one possessed immense power, special artifacts, or unique methods to conceal their true condition. Whether one was a beastmaster or a beast girl, there would be little left undiscovered within the testing chamber. Yet the testing chamber had no effect on Zhang Xinghe. He could use the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon to simulate various states within his body, confusing the readings. As for the detection pods that could detect the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon, not even 500 years from now would possess such advanced technology. After Zhang Xinghe entered the testing chamber, Lu Ao activated the equipment to begin reading his various data points. When Zhang Xinghe's aptitude was detected, Lu Ao murmured in astonishment, you've only awakened a few days ago, yet your aptitude has risen from F rank to peak E rank. It seems that growth-type beast masters with an initial F rank aptitude are truly exceptional. You flatter me, Zhang Xinghe's voice echoed from within the testing chamber. He could communicate with Lu Ao from inside the chamber. However, due to his initial origin being 10% deficient and then fusing with 10% of the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's origin, his E-rank talent was a false reading. Currently, no detection standard could uncover his true potential. As his strength gradually increased in the future, Zhang Xinghe planned to use the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon to simulate a false aptitude within his body and pass by deception. As a 4th-tier beast master possessing only E-grade aptitude, this posed no issue. But if he were at the 4th level of the Emperor realm while still holding E-grade aptitude, someone would undoubtedly want to dissect him for research. That is, of course, assuming they could defeat him. As Zhang Xinghe contemplated his future deception, the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon suddenly reacted. This time, however, the change wasn't triggered by him, but by Yu Linglong. While he was undergoing intensive training at the base, Yu Linglong had clearly not slacked off, having already elevated her own strength to the 2nd tier. When Yu Linglong reached the 2nd tier, the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred scripture also released a significant amount of universal evolutionary energy. If that were all, Zhang Xinghe wouldn't have been overly surprised. He had long known that the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred scripture released universal evolutionary energy whenever a beast maiden or war beast gained an enhancement. What truly astonished him, however, was something else entirely, something he could never have imagined. Chapter 52, If guarantees were enough, what would the Public Security Bureau be for? It turned out that while the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred scripture released the universal evolutionary energy, it also bestowed upon Zhang Xinghe a beastmaster talent he knew nothing about. This beastmaster talent was called the Mystic Hand of Purifying Flames. Not only did Zhang Xinghe have no idea what this beastmaster talent did, he had never even heard its name before. Outside the testing chamber, the event of Zhang Xinghe being granted a talent ability by the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon had been partially detected by the chamber's systems. Lu Ao, who was intently scrutinizing Zhang Xinghe's data on the monitor, exclaimed in astonishment, "No way! You've awakened some kind of talent, and the training base's detection pod can't even pick it up." Lu Ao had no idea how Zhang Xinghe had acquired this talent. Based on her knowledge and the data the detection pod had read, Zhang Xinghe had suddenly awakened a beastmaster talent. Such occurrences were, of course, quite normal. Take Lu Ao herself, for instance. After attending the awakening ceremony, she went home and slept. The next morning, she awoke to find she had awakened a talent ability. What truly astonished Lu Ao was that Zhang Xinghe's awakened talent ability was nowhere to be found in the testing chamber's database. It was important to note that the testing pod's database contained over 1 million recorded talent abilities. The fact that Zhang Xingha's newly awakened ability wasn't recorded meant one of two things: either he had awakened an extremely rare talent, or something had gone wrong during the awakening process. If it were the latter, the pod should have detected abnormal data, yet it had not picked up any such anomalies. Therefore, it was highly likely that Zhang Xingha had struck gold, awakening some exceptionally rare talent ability. However, in the realm of Beastmaster talents, rarity does not necessarily equate to value. Many rare talents may prove utterly useless. Inside the awakening chamber, after thoroughly examining this Beastmaster talent, Zhang Xingha made no attempt to conceal the effects of his new ability. In his view, this talent not only required no concealment but might even warrant worldwide publicity. The foundational description of the talent bestowed upon him by the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon was as follows. Mystic Flame Purification Hands, a pressure point manipulation technique requiring Dragon Clan origin energy. Upon activation, it amplifies one's energy with Dragon Clan origin power, then channels enhanced Dragon Clan energy into the target through techniques such as pressing, kneading, rubbing, massaging, kneading, pinching, tapping, squeezing, twisting, wiping, combing, vibrating, and shaking to infuse the enhanced energy into the target's body. This achieves purposes such as healing injuries, stimulating latent potential, aiding evolution, and eradicating hidden ailments. The stronger one's inherent dragon essence, the more potent the effects of the Purifying Flame Mystic Hand. Zhang Xingha now carefully explained the Purifying Flame Mystic Hand, this newly awakened innate ability, to Lu Ao, omitting the parts concerning the Dragon Clan's primordial essence. After listening, Lu Ao stared blankly for a long moment before asking doubtfully, "Are you sure you're not making this up? This talent ability called the Purifying Flame Mystic Palm is really that powerful?" Zhang Xingha answered honestly, "I don't know either, which is why I want you to try it." His words weren't meant to tease Lu Ao, he genuinely didn't know how effective this innate ability truly was. His 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor origin was the strongest dragon origin, but he currently possessed only 10% of it. Therefore, when he used the Purifying Flame Mystic Hand, the results might not live up to the talent's written description. Lu Ao, however, hesitated this time. Had Zhang Xingha awakened some other rare Beastmaster talent, she would have been eager to explore it. But with Zhang Xingha awakening a peculiar Beastmaster talent like the Purifying Flame Mystic Hand, she couldn't afford to be indecisive. Though she hadn't known Zhang Xingha long, she was well aware he was no angel, quite the opposite, a complete scoundrel. Who knew what Zhang Xingha might do while using the Purifying Flame Mystic Hand on her? Zhang Xingha had no idea what Lu Ao was thinking. If he did, he'd accuse her of judging a gentleman by a petty person's standards. Joking aside, could using the Purifying Flame Mystic Hand really be considered doing something else? Even if he hadn't used the technique properly, it would only mean he hadn't mastered his new talent yet, not that he'd done anything else. After pondering seriously for a while, Lu Ao finally said, "You little rascal, I can cooperate with you to practice your new talent to a limited extent. But you must promise that it's only for normal practice and testing the talent's abilities. You won't do anything inappropriate to me." "I promise not to mess around." Zhang Xingha agreed without hesitation. Promises, after all, were often unreliable. If promises were effective, what would be the point of having a public security bureau? Lu Ao saw how readily Zhang Xingha agreed, fully aware that this little rascal would almost certainly cause trouble. But it wasn't a big deal. After all, this place was a laboratory. She activated the security system directly. Should Zhang Xingha dare to make a move, the security system would restrain him. With that thought, Lu Ao activated the inspection chamber and released Zhang Xingha, who had completed today's examination. Then, in front of Zhang Xingha, Lu Ao retrieved her ID card and addressed the lab console, requesting activation of the security system. As soon as Lu Ao finished speaking, the lab's AI responded immediately. "Security system activated successfully. It will continue to safeguard your personal safety until you manually deactivate it." Lu Ao's actions infuriated Zhang Xingha. "Seriously, guarding against villains is one thing, but you're guarding against gentlemen too?" Zhang Xingha had been eager to study how Lu Ao managed to achieve such remarkable results from seemingly insignificant details. But now that she'd activated the security system, he had no choice but to suppress that thought. Otherwise, he'd soon find himself confined by the security system, and that would be a real mess. Oomph. Lu Ao snorted lightly, ignoring Zhang Xingha's remark and getting straight to the point. "What do I need to do?" Zhang Xingha stroked his chin, then replied with a serious expression, "If you don't know how, you could consider sitting on my lap." "Sure, why not? Maybe the moment I sit down, the security system will deem it a dangerous act and lock you up with an energy cage." Though Lu Ao hadn't tested this theory, her theoretical knowledge was extensive. Plus, her personality was incredibly outgoing. She dared to say anything. To Lu Ao, Zhang Xingha's flirtatious advances were utterly lacking in punch. He simply couldn't tease her effectively. Zhang Xingha glanced around the lab before turning to Lu Ao. "Let's turn it off. This is pointless. Even though the security system's AI isn't human, why do we need an observer intruding on our private moments?" Chapter 53, Who says this talent's no good? This talent's awesome. No way. Lu Ao decisively rejected Zhang Xingha's unreasonable request. Soon, a hint of smugness appeared in her eyes as she added, "Do you still want to test your new talent? If you don't need me to help test it, I'm leaving. Of course I want to test it. As a senior researcher, shouldn't you be fascinated by such an exceptionally rare talent?" Zhang Xinghe hurriedly called out to stop Lu Ao. With the security system acting as an overseer, he might genuinely be unable to gain any advantage over Lu Ao. But why delay? He could use Lu Ao as a guinea pig first, then let the campus beauty, his aunt, and the Empress Linglong witness the power of the pure flame mystic palm. In the lab, Lu Ao sat casually on the sofa. Her standard petite, fair-skinned, and slender build wasn't particularly noteworthy. Though many men preferred petite, delicate girls, finding this type of beauty fragile and easy to take advantage of. But Zhang Xinghe preferred the graceful, bombshell-figured mature beauties like the Jade Linglong Empress, his aunt, teacher by Wei, and Deputy Commander Qin Menjing. Of course, he also greatly admired the pure, innocent beauty of campus queen Xin Yue. That said, Lu Ao wasn't entirely outside Zhang Xinghe's aesthetic preferences either. Lu Ao's fair, slender, and petite frame possessed perfect proportions. Every detail was just right, creating a sight that was truly pleasing to the eye. She embodied the ultimate in delicate, soft, and easily pushed over charm. Add or subtract even a fraction, and it would ruin this perfection. Beyond her stunning looks, Lu Ao's exceptionally cheerful and easygoing personality was another major plus. But Lu Ao's most lethal weapon was her talent for bearing fruit from the smallest branches. Despite her delicate frame, she possesses such a formidable weapon. How many beast tamers could withstand the test of using this against them? As Lu Ao sat on the sofa, Zhang Xinghe approached her and said, "Researcher Lu, you need to lie down on the sofa so I can activate my beastmaster talent, the purifying flame mystic hand." Lu Ao flatly refused. "Nice try. I'm not lying down on the sofa." Zhang Xinghe sighed helplessly, "You're not cooperating at all. How am I supposed to activate my beastmaster talent?" Lu Ao furrowed her delicate brows and asked, "Why do I need to lie down?" Zhang Xinghe immediately launched into a serious-sounding fabrication. "This beastmaster talent requires the beast girl to lie down to activate it. How should I know why?" In truth, the pure flame mystic palm could be used at any time. Zhang Xinghe had Lu Ao lie down purely out of mischief. Lu Ao hesitated for a long time before finally choosing to lie down. But the moment she settled onto the sofa, she launched a counterattack at Zhang Xinghe. "Mr. Zhang, you'd better not lose control later. Otherwise, if the security system triggers its chain lockdown, it'll leave a record." Zhang Xinghe rolled his eyes. "I'll just look, no eating. That's fine, right?" With that, he actually looked right at the most scenic view. It had to be said Lu Ao's figure was simply perfect. Whether she was walking, standing, sitting, or lying down, she was a beautiful sight. At first glance, Zhang Xinghe thought Lu Ao's outfit today was a fresh, youthful style. But upon closer inspection, he realized he'd been fooled. Lu Ao's top was a form-fitting white jacket, but beneath it lay a deep V-neck lace blouse. At first glance, her bottom half seemed unremarkable, a pair of form-fitting white casual pants. But as Zhang Xinghe drew closer, he noticed something unexpected. Lu Ao was wearing sheer stockings under her pants. Beneath her white sweatpants, she wore a pair of glossy black tights. It was the classic innocent from afar, seductive up-close type. As Zhang Xinghe admired her with keen interest, Lu Ao sighed helplessly, "Stop staring. While you're looking, don't neglect the main task at hand." Lu Ao's purpose now wasn't to show off her figure to Zhang Xinghe, but to see how effective his rare beastmaster talent truly was. After her complaint, Zhang Xinghe didn't just admire the view without taking action. He swiftly seized one of Lu Ao's arms and began channeling his pure flame mystic hand talent. Transparent, intangible flames swiftly materialized in Zhang Xinghe's hands, while identical colorless flames burned within his pupils. His eyes were now in the state of the purifying flame mystic gaze. In this state, he could perceive nearly everything about Lu Ao. Whoa! Zhang Xinghe glanced down and couldn't help but be startled. The purity flame mystic gaze was truly formidable. He could see Lu Ao's extraordinary meridians, 12 regular meridians, and the flow of energy throughout her body with crystal clarity. There was one minor flaw, however. He had to peel back layer after layer from the surface inward to see these energy pathways, rather than perceiving them instantly. Thus, he saw everything about Lu Ao, both what he should and shouldn't have seen. His previous assessment of Lu Ao had been entirely accurate. Her snow-capped peaks, majestic and voluptuous, truly were the real deal, no medical aesthetics or technology involved. Zhang Xinghe also understood that the reason for Lu Ao's explosive figure was truly a gift from nature. Her innate meridian pathways naturally channeled nutrients precisely to the areas that needed them most. Beyond learning much about Lu Ao, Zhang Xinghe also gained deeper insight into the pure flame mystic palm. First, when executing the technique, his eyes would be enhanced by the state of the mystic flame's gaze, granting him the ability to see through everything with crystal clarity. Second, the purifying flame mystic hand should prove exceptionally potent against beast masters, beast maidens, battle beasts, and even alien races. Right now, Zhang Xinghe could help Lu Ao amplify her own advantages. He only needed to use the pure flame mystic hand to specifically comb and nourish several of Lu Ao's meridians to achieve this. Zhang Xinghe resolved to grant Lu Ao this small favor and to make her his own beast maiden. Otherwise, it would be too easy for other beast tamers. Third, when he used the purifying flame mystic hand on Lu Ao, the invisible, colorless transparent flames would burn away toxins, impurities, chaotic energies, and other disruptions within her body. After being purified by this invisible, colorless flame, these impurities would transform into pure energy, simultaneously nourishing both him and Lu Ao. In other words, whenever he used the purifying flame mystic hand to aid others henceforth, his own strength would also steadily increase. Chapter 54, Don't thank me yet you'll truly have reason to later. The purifying flame mystic hand, this beastmaster talent, undoubtedly held many more secrets waiting for Zhang Xinghe to uncover. Yet even the effects it had already demonstrated left Zhang Xinghe profoundly satisfied. This beastmaster talent, bestowed by the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon, truly lived up to its reputation as incredibly powerful. As Zhang Xinghe used the purging flame mystic hand to comb through Lu Ao's meridians, repair her bodily injuries, and purify impurities within her, Lu Ao was so comfortable she could barely speak. She knew that for her, the most blissful moments were likely those ethereal, cloud-like sensations. But she had never experienced it, so she had no idea what that sensation felt like. Yet now, as her meridians were meticulously nurtured, her hidden injuries mended, and impurities continuously purged, she felt so profoundly at ease she nearly moaned in bliss. What surprised Lu Ao even more soon followed. With the aid of Zhang Xinghe's innate talent, the mysterious hand of purifying flame, both her strength and innate aptitude began to slowly increase. At that moment, Lu Ao's beautiful, watery eyes couldn't help but turn toward Zhang Xinghe. She never imagined that the rare beastmaster talent Zhang Xinghe had awakened could be so miraculous, so utterly extraordinary. Even when Zhang Xinghe's techniques gradually became a bit excessive, she didn't stop him. Lu Ao's silence only emboldened Zhang Xinghe, who promptly took advantage of her silence to become increasingly unrestrained. However, he wasn't entirely reckless. While indulging his whims, he was also helping Lu Ao enhance her strength, nurture her meridians, and purify impurities within her body. After some time, while Lu Ao's strength had yet to see significant growth, Zhang Xinghe's power surged from the peak of the 4th tier to the 5th tier. After all, Lu Ao was a 7th tier beast girl. The chaotic energy and various impurities within her body produced an immense amount of pure energy under the purification of the colorless, formless flame. Had Zhang Xinghe faced a stronger beast girl at this moment, his gains would have been even greater. Immediately, Zhang Xinghe conceived a method to rapidly enhance his strength while earning resources and goodwill. He could easily use the purifying flame mystic hand to help Deputy Commander Qin Menjing nurture her meridians, repair damage, and purify impurities. However, Deputy Commander Qin Menjing was a king-tier powerhouse. When using the purifying flame mystic hand, he clearly needed to exercise restraint. Otherwise, he risked angering this beautiful teacher who was giving him one-on-one lessons, potentially earning himself a slap that would send him flying. Zhang Xinghe also noticed that the security system developed by Dawn Base was surprisingly intelligent. While he was helping Lu Ao nurture her meridians and repair damage, he was also subtly taking advantage of the situation. The security system couldn't determine whether he was actually bullying her. This time, Zhang Xinghe didn't go too far. The security system likely ignored his subtle, minor actions. But if he truly crossed the line, the security system would certainly make him pay. After another moment, Lu Ao's strength had risen from 7th tier to 8th tier. She had actually been capable of becoming an 8th tier beast girl long ago, but the numerous hidden injuries and impurities within her body had slowed her growth. As her power surged from 7th tier to 8th tier beast girl, Lu Ao felt her joints go limp with pleasure, her entire body enveloped in bliss. She could no longer suppress a soft moan. The moment the soft sound escaped her lips, Lu Ao instantly regretted it. Her beautiful eyes flashed with both shame and annoyance as she glared at Zhang Xinghe, complaining, "It's all your fault." Zhang Xinghe reluctantly withdrew his hand from Lu Ao's body as he replied, "Blame me for what? You should be thanking me. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken you to become an 8th tier beast girl." What Zhang Xinghe hadn't mentioned was that he had specifically cultivated several exceptionally unique meridians for Lu Ao. From now on, the nutrients within Lu Ao's body would be channeled more efficiently and concentrated precisely where they needed to go. Zhang Xinghe suspected that while Lu Ao currently flaunted her curvaceous figure to intimidate other beauties, she'd soon realize her mistake. Before long, Lu Ao would be utterly satisfied with her own explosively alluring figure. But the price she would pay would be steep. Whether walking normally or climbing stairs, it would exhaust her to death. While other beauties walked and climbed stairs normally, Lu Ao carried around an exaggerated weight. No wonder she was exhausted. Lu Ao had no idea she'd been manipulated, or rather, secretly aided by Zhang Xinghe. At that moment, researcher Lu was overjoyed. Not only had her abilities increased, but her entire body felt refreshed and incredibly comfortable. Sensing her joy, Zhang Xinghe casually inquired, "Sis Peach, have you signed contracts with other beast masters yet?" "Sis Peach? Are we that close?" Lu Ao blinked, still amazed by Zhang Xinghe's beastmaster talent, which she found utterly extraordinary. Her assessment of him remained that of a mischievous little rascal always scheming to get ahead. Zhang Xinghe casually replied, I just feel calling you AO isn't quite right, so I can only call you Sister Peach. I can't just jump straight to calling you darling, can I? Go play somewhere else. Lu Ao snorted lightly, rolling her eyes at Zhang Xinghe. Moments later, though, she offered him a sincere thank you. Thanks a ton this time. Without your help, I honestly don't know how long it would have taken me to break through the 7th tier barrier and reach 8th tier. As for signing a contract with a beast master? Of course I signed one with another beast master. How else did I get my 7th tier beast maiden powers? Lu Ao paused, a playful glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. Little brother, you wouldn't happen to be hoping this big sister would break her contract with that beast master and sign one with you instead, would you? What's the matter? Do young boys your age fall head over heels for older women like me at first sight? Zhang Xinghe thought to himself. Love at first sight? Hardly. It was pure temptation. But such thoughts could only remain unspoken. So his reply to Lu Ao was, I think Ao would be better suited staying by my side than following any other beastmaster. Lu Ao fluttered her long lashes before replying with a hint of amusement, I hope you'll say the same thing to my brother when you meet him. By the way, he said if any beastmaster tries to take advantage of me, he'll break all 3 of their legs. Oh, and my brother's name is Lu Qingtian. You might have heard of him. I'm the one who signed the beastmaster contract with him, you know. Chapter 55, Capturing the Healing-type veteran beast girl total victory. Ha! Upon learning that Lu Ao's brother was Lu Qingtian, and realizing that the beastmaster who had signed the contract with Lu Ao was none other than Lu Qingtian himself, Zhang Xinghe was genuinely stunned. Lu Qingtian wasn't in Nanning City now, nor even in Tiannan Province. After defeating all the top fighters in Tiannan Province, he went off to challenge masters elsewhere. Others might not know much about Lu Qingtian, but Zhang Xinghe was relatively familiar with him. In the decisive battle of his previous life, Lu Qingtian had single-handedly charged into an army of 10,000, displaying madness pushed to its absolute limit. The beasts Lu Qingtian had contracted were all auxiliary-type beasts that enhanced his own abilities, along with armed-type beasts, making his personal combat power incredibly explosive. When he charged into the 10,000-strong army, facing a sea of ferocious alien races and beasts, he moved with unrestrained power, sweeping all before him. Logically, a reckless beastmaster like Lu Qingtian should have perished before Zhang Xinghe. Yet in the previous life, while Zhang Xinghe perished, Lu Qingtian survived his recklessness. This alone demonstrated the immense power Lu Qingtian possessed in his late stages. Nevertheless, upon learning Lu Ao was Lu Qingtian's sister, Zhang Xinghe didn't abandon his plan to win her over. Besides, having a battle-crazed human brother-in-law charging ahead to shield him from danger was nothing but a blessing. Lu Qingtian remained unaware that his base was about to be ambushed. He was currently in the White Bones Forbidden Zone, one of the 10 Great Forbidden Zones, attempting to subdue a black bone demon tiger that had just ascended to the imperial rank. He remained completely unconcerned about the situation in Nanning City. He had thoroughly dealt with every powerful figure in both Nanning City and the entire Tianyun province. Those powerhouses would certainly restrain themselves and their offspring from provoking his adorable little sister. In his previous life, Zhang Xinghe would never have considered Lu Qingtian as his brother-in-law. But times had changed. Zhang Xinghe was absolutely certain about this wild, battle-crazed brother-in-law, Lu Qingtian. After mentioning her brother's name, Lu Ao wore a mischievous grin as she savored Zhang Xinghe's expression. She had assumed Zhang Xinghe would either find a way to save face or simply drop the matter entirely, never daring to bring up the Beastmaster contract again. To her surprise, after a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Xinghe declared with utmost seriousness, notify your brother to remotely dissolve his Beastmaster contract with you. Then you can sign a contract with me. Put. No way. Do you really think you're a stronger Beastmaster than my brother? Lu Ao pouted, finding the whole thing utterly pointless. In the past, those shady characters had also tried to make her their beast girl. But when they learned her contract holder was her brother Lu Qingtian, their expressions were priceless. Zhang Xinghe, however, was an anomaly among anomalies. Judging by his reaction, he was undoubtedly aware of her brother's circumstances. Yet for some reason, Zhang Xinghe seemed utterly fearless. Even after learning her true nature, he hadn't backed down. At this point, Zhang Xinghe certainly couldn't back down. After carefully recalling his past life's memories, he remembered more details about Lu Qingtian. Although Lu Qingtian was a battle maniac who had become notorious early on, he was not merely a machine driven solely by combat and slaughter. It was said that Lu Qingtian had become so extreme because his sister had been brutally murdered by the alien race. Zhang Xinghe had never known who Lu Qingtian's sister was before, but he never imagined it would be Lu Ao. However, Zhang Xinghe remained uncertain whether Lu Qingtian had only one sister. This thought led Zhang Xinghe to fire off 2 questions in quick succession. Do you have any sisters? Also, what would it take for you to break your beast contract with Lu Qingtian and sign one with me? This time, it was Lu Ao's turn to be dumbfounded. She asked with a mix of laughter and tears, little brother, are you serious? In other words, are you sure you want to provoke Lu Qingtian by flirting with his adorable little sister? After a pause, Lu Ao answered Zhang Xinghe's other question with a hint of confusion. Do I have any other sisters? Of course not. But why would you ask that? After receiving Lu Ao's affirmative answer, Zhang Xinghe naturally grew even more eager to sign a Beastmaster contract with her. But provoking Lu Qingtian was something he could do but not say. He needed a more acceptable explanation for a battle maniac like Lu Qingtian. Otherwise, if Lu Qingtian suddenly returned to Nanming City from some remote corner, Zhang Xinghe wouldn't stand a chance. Zhang Xinghe pondered briefly before saying, "You've already witnessed one manifestation of my Beastmaster talent. This ability, known as the Purging Flame Mystic Palm, should prove highly beneficial to you. In fact, I currently possess another Beastmaster talent that yields even better results in cultivating beast maidens and battle beasts than the pure Flame Mystic Hand. Therefore, I hope you'll seriously consider signing a Beastmaster contract with me. In my view, your brother isn't truly opposed to you signing a contract with any Beastmaster. He simply doesn't want you to sign with one who won't significantly aid your growth. By the way, let me demonstrate this other Beastmaster talent I mentioned." As Zhang Xinghe finished speaking, a sphere of incredibly pure, universal evolutionary energy coalesced in his palm. Lu Ao was momentarily startled at first, but moments later, her eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't have imagined in a million years that Zhang Xinghe's other Beastmaster talent was actually the ability to refine pure, universal evolutionary energy. This talent of Zhang Xinghe's was indeed even more extraordinary than the previous one. The pinnacle of the mystic flame refining technique was akin to transforming a rough jade into the priceless he sure buy. Universal evolution energy, however, was a transcendent substance capable of turning stone into gold. Even a beast girl with merely F rank potential could, given a steady supply of this energy, evolve all the way to S rank or even beyond. Noticing Lu Ao's growing interest, Zhang Xinghe produced the business card recently given to him by the esteemed expert Lin Guangrui. He briefly recounted how he had acquired it. Through this series of actions, Zhang Xinghe was conveying a clear message to Lu Ao. He was an exceptionally skilled beastmaster with limitless potential. Signing a Beastmaster contract with him would undoubtedly be a profitable venture. While securing a Beastmaster contract with Lu Ao wouldn't be easy. If successful, it would net him a healing-type beast girl and a brother-in-law with off-the-charts combat prowess. It was like Emperor Qin Shi Huang touching a live wire, a wind so big it hurt. Chapter 56, for a 2-for-1 deal, I'm open to negotiating anything. Lu Ao had previously believed she didn't need to seek out a specific Beastmaster to sign a contract with her brother was sufficient. While he might not be the perfect match for her, he was undoubtedly far superior to most beast tamers. And that proved true. Few beast tamers could match her brother Lu Qingtian, whether in personal combat prowess or other skills. But Lu Ao hadn't anticipated that among this year's newly awakened beast masters in Nanming City, there would be a scoundrel like Zhang Xinghe. Zhang Xinghe's beastmaster aptitude wasn't particularly high. Yet the two beastmaster talents he possessed, along with his knowledge concerning beastmasters and beastgirls, held immense appeal for Lu Ao. After careful consideration, Lu Ao addressed Zhang Xinghe, "I need more time to think this over and discuss it with my brother. After all, if he doesn't agree, I won't be able to dissolve the Beastmaster contract with him." Though Lu Ao hadn't given a direct yes, Zhang Xinghe felt this was already a promising start. Lu Qingtian was no fool. Once he learned the effects of Zhang Xinghe's dual Beastmaster talents and heard the expert Lin Guangrui's positive assessment, even he would seriously consider the matter. Therefore, his next task was to secure the approval of both Lu Qingtian and Lu Ao, one after the other. Though the task was no small feat and extremely tedious, the greater the effort, the richer the reward. After receiving Lu Ao's tentative response, Zhang Xinghe added, "As long as brother-in-law Lu Qingtian doesn't flat-out reject this, I'm open to discussion. Even if he does refuse outright, I won't give up on signing a contract with Sister Peach." Lu Ao shot back irritably, "Go play somewhere else. We just met today, okay? And you're already calling my brother brother-in-law? You've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid he'll beat you up?" Zhang Xinghe paused briefly before replying, "Given my capabilities, as long as I don't overstep, my brother-in-law won't cause trouble for me." Lu Qingtian was supremely arrogant and utterly disdained attacking the weak. Those with weak abilities, as long as they didn't court death, rarely fell victim to Lu Qingtian. Lu Ao glanced at Zhang Xinghe with surprise. "How do you know my brother's habits? You shouldn't have this information." Zhang Xinghe casually brushed it off. "I have my sources, of course. Let's leave it at that. Will I need to undergo more tests in the future?" Lu Ao nodded. "Of course. Today was just an initial assessment. I'll take your data back for analysis. You're a key research subject at our institute. We'll be seeing each other frequently over the next 6 months." Recalling that Zhang Xinghe was now a 4th-tier Beastmaster, Lu Ao added a reminder, "Even though you're a 4th-tier Beastmaster now, you shouldn't roam freely in the buffer zone outside the training base, and definitely don't enter the danger zone beyond the buffer zone." Zhang Xinghe wanted to say that he wasn't a 4th-tier Beastmaster anymore, he was a 5th-tier one now. Of course, even without Lu Ao's reminder, he was well aware of certain precautions. In this age of catastrophe, both 4th-tier and 5th-tier Beastmasters were far too weak. Not only 4th and 5th-tier Beastmasters, but even those who reached the Emperor realm were not absolutely safe. Otherwise, the Jade Linglong Empress wouldn't have been hunted to the point of desperation, forced to survive only through the extreme measures of shedding her old form and rebirth. Though Zhang Xinghe was experienced and cautious, rarely venturing into danger zones. He still thanked Lu Ao for her kind warning. "Thanks for your concern. By the way, we're waiting for good news from Sister Peach." Lu Ao chuckled softly. Good news is unlikely to come, but bad news is certain. Had he not understood Lu Qingtian's character, Zhang Xinghe would never have dared to continue provoking Lu Ao. But based on his understanding of Lu Qingtian, he felt there was still hope in this matter. After leaving the training base's lab, Zhang Xinghe skipped the training session. He planned to secure a privilege for himself. Specifically, he would only participate in major and minor assessments, bypassing the routine training sessions. Directly enrolling in Imperial Capital University or Dawn Base offered him no advantage at this stage. Yet attending the base's daily classes was equally a waste of his time. The optimal solution was to secure an exemption allowing him to take assessments without attending regular classes. To secure this privilege, he had no choice but to seek out the training base's director, Chief Instructor Lin Ying. After circling the training base for a moment, Zhang Xinghe arrived outside Lin Ying's office. Reporting for duty. Spotting Lin Ying inside, Zhang Xinghe approached the door and called out, "Come in." A voice devoid of emotion came from inside the office. As Zhang Xinghe entered the office, Lin Ying did not look up, his gaze fixed on the documents in his hands. However, Lin Ying didn't leave Zhang Xinghe hanging. When Zhang Xinghe appeared before him, Lin Ying didn't look up but asked, "What is it?" Lin Ying's manner of speaking had always been direct and to the point. Having encountered Lin Ying several times in his previous life, Zhang Xinghe was unsurprised by this manner of speaking. Without delay, Zhang Xinghe stated his purpose. "Chief Instructor Lin, I wish to request an exemption from regular training sessions, attending only the assessments." This time, Lin Ying finally lifted his head. Like Li Zhang, Lin Ying possessed a stone-faced expression. His countenance and gaze revealed virtually no emotional fluctuation. Lin Ying's case was even more pronounced than Li Zhang's. His voice remained monotonous, at all times cold and utterly devoid of emotion. After glancing at Zhang Xinghe, Lin Ying uttered two words, "Reason." Zhang Xinghe had already prepared his explanation on the way over. Now, speaking neither submissively nor arrogantly, he stated, "I have mastered all the theoretical knowledge required for the lectures and all the subjects to be trained in the practical sessions. Therefore, I wish to participate only in the assessments and not in the daily classes." After hearing this, Lin Ying rose from behind his desk and said, "Follow me." Zhang Xinghe nodded and followed Lin Ying out. After a while, his gaze grew peculiar. To his surprise, Lin Ying had led him to the central dual platform at the heart of the training base. At that moment, students from every class were conducting training sessions near the arena. Regardless of why Lin Ying had brought him to the arena, he was destined to be the focus of every instructor and student present. And indeed, the moment he and Chief Instructor Lin Ying appeared on the dual platform, every pair of eyes in the vicinity turned their gaze their way. Chapter 57, Zhang Xinghe challenges the head instructor? Interesting. Below the dual platform, Xin Yuwei stood with her close friend Dong Qian and several other girls. Dong Qian was a girl with shoulder-length medium hair, the only one in Zhang Xinghe's class sporting such a distinctive hairstyle. Seeing Zhang Xinghe and Chief Instructor Lin Ying appear on the dual platform, Dong Qian asked with a puzzled look, "Why did Zhang Xinghe go up to the dual platform? And who is that instructor over there?" A girl wearing glasses and twin ponytails chimed in, I know. I've seen that instructor's profile. He's the head instructor of this training base, Lin Ying. But why did Zhang Xinghe go up to the dual platform with Chief Instructor Lin Ying? Is Zhang Xinghe going to duel Chief Instructor Lin Ying?" This girl, Gan Lu, was also one of Xin Yuwei's close friends in class. As soon as Gan Lu finished speaking, Dong Qian dismissed the idea, "Absolutely not. The head instructors at the training base are all extraordinary masters. No matter how talented Zhang Xinghe is, he wouldn't dare challenge an extraordinary master to a duel, right? Besides, Zhang Xinghe just has an astonishing knowledge base. His actual strength probably isn't that great." Gan Lu chuckled. "There's no need to guess at all. Yu Wei went with Zhang Xinghe to meet his parents earlier. She must know his situation best." Hearing Gan Lu's words, Dong Qian and the other girls' gazes all turned to Xin Yue. Of course, no one was naive enough to believe Zhang Xinghe had already become a transcendent powerhouse. They were merely curious about his current level of power. Many at the training base now claimed Xin Yue must have lost her mind to sign a beast contract with Zhang Xinghe. However, some students believed Xin Yue might have recognized his potential early on, choosing to sign the Beastmaster contract with Zhang Xinghe even before he had shown any remarkable abilities. What the others clearly didn't know was that Xin Yue had no choice at all. She had been forced into signing the Beastmaster contract with Zhang Xinghe under his coercion. That said, she did possess a relatively thorough understanding of Zhang Xinghe's circumstances. After a moment's thought, Xin Yue spoke in her uniquely gentle and melodious voice, "I don't know much about Zhang Xinghe either. All I know is that his strength is indeed quite formidable." Gan Lu pushed her glasses up, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Really? Zhang Xinghe is that powerful? But he only has an F-grade aptitude. Ganlu's question echoed the curiosity of the other girls and even some boys standing nearby. After Ganlu asked, everyone turned their curious gazes toward Xin Yue, hoping to hear more from her. Xin Yue shook her head. I don't know the specifics about Zhang Xingha either. What I can say for certain is that his current strength should surpass every single student in our class. Ganlu was so shocked this time that her mouth fell open. After a long moment, she said uncertainly, Yue, are you sure you're not joking? In our class, there are both beast masters with awakened to great potential and beast maidens with awakened to great potential. Xin Yue shook her head this time, saying nothing more. She knew very little about Zhang Xingha's situation. She had already shared nearly all the information she could with her classmates. As for Zhang Xingha's stunning performance in the simulation training ground and his appointment as Qin Menjiang's deputy guardian student, she saw no need to disclose that. As Xin Yue, Dong Qian, and Ganlu chatted near the dual platform, movement stirred on the platform itself. Chief Instructor Linning announced in a completely emotionless voice, next, I will sequentially retrieve 3 battle beasts from the battle beast ring. You must provide detailed information on each beast and defeat them in order. Any questions? No problem. Zhang Xingha grasped the chief instructor's intent. This unconventional method was designed to test both his theoretical knowledge and combat prowess. Passing this test would strongly validate his exemption from the standard curriculum. Seeing Zhang Xingha's decisive response, a rare glimmer of approval flickered in Chief Instructor Lin Ying's eyes. Without delay, Lin Ying released a battle beast from the battle beast ring on his right hand. The battle beast ring was a special artifact containing one or more miniature spaces suitable for battle beasts to live in. It could be used to store supplies or carry battle beasts. When Chief Instructor Lin Ying released a beast resembling a wild boar from his ring, the students surrounding the dual platform were utterly bewildered. Not a single one of the over 700 students present recognized this type of battle beast. While the others remained ignorant of its identity, Zhang Xingha knew exactly what it was. Not only did he possess the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred cannon, leaving no battle beast unknown to him. Even without it, he recognized this beast because he had studied related knowledge in his previous life. Amidst the astonished gazes of many students, Zhang Xingha accurately recited the beast's details. This battle beast is called an iron bristle boar. It possesses peak tier 1 strength and an E-grade aptitude. E-grade iron bristle boars evolve from F-grade black bristle boars. Grade F black-maned boars have 2 evolutionary paths. They mostly evolve into grade E blood-maned boars, with only a minuscule chance of becoming grade E iron-maned boars. That's why most people have never seen this type of war beast. Zhang Xingha's explanation instantly made everything clear to the others. No wonder they'd never encountered this beast. It was a rare luck-dependent beast that tested one's fortune. Some battle beasts possess only one fixed evolutionary path, while others have multiple possible paths. Those that successfully evolved through an extremely low success rate path often possessed greater strength and potential than those that evolved through conventional paths. Take the E-grade iron bristle boar facing Zhang Xingha, for instance. Among E-grade, tier 1 beasts, its combat prowess surpassed at least 90%, if not more, of its peers sharing the same grade and tier. After Zhang Xingha detailed the iron bristle boar's information, Chief Instructor Lin Ying gave a slight nod. Pointing at the beast, he instructed Zhang Xingha, now, defeat this iron bristle boar. When Chief Instructor Lin Ying demanded Zhang Xingha defeat the iron bristle boar, Zhang Xingha showed little reaction. The surrounding students, however, were stunned. In their eyes, it was utterly impossible for Zhang Xingha to accomplish this task. Chapter 58, Left Eye Patrols, Right Eye Stands Guard, focusing on majestic auspiciousness. Zhang Xingha had already shared the iron bristle boar's detailed specifications with everyone earlier. Thus, every student understood the true strength of this E-grade, Stage 1 iron bristle boar. Most students at Nanming First High School had only recently awakened their abilities, with the vast majority currently at the first realm. Even those with higher aptitudes than the iron bristle boar felt overwhelmingly outmatched by it. Upon seeing Zhang Xingha about to engage the iron bristle boar, Lu Xiaodong, who had been humiliated by Zhang Xingha earlier on the heavy troop transport truck, felt elated. Not only Lu Xiaodong, but the entire gang of troublemakers surrounding him were thrilled. Zhang Xingha's previous lack of aptitude had made him the class's weakest link, giving everyone else a sense of superiority. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xingha first revealed an F-grade growth potential during the awakening ceremony, then pulled off the unthinkable by forming a contract with campus beauty Xin Yue. But that wasn't all. During his days as a useless loser, Zhang Xingha had secretly studied on his own. As a result, even though they were all college-bound students, Zhang Xingha possessed far more knowledge about beast tamers than his peers. Moreover, Zhang Xingha leveraged this knowledge to win the favor of a high-ranking figure at the Dawn Base Research Institute. Everyone witnessed these events, envy festering within them. Now, whatever Zhang Xingha had done this time, he'd been dragged onto the dual platform by Chief Instructor Lin Ying. According to Chief Instructor Lin Ying's earlier announcement, Zhang Xingha must provide detailed information on 3 battle beasts and defeat them all. Chief Instructor Lin Ying started by having Zhang Xingha fight the iron bristle boar. The next 2 battle beasts would undoubtedly be even stronger. No matter what, Zhang Xingha was bound to make a fool of himself this time. Many students even suspected he might not even be able to defeat the iron bristle boar. Wu Wei, Lu Xiaodong's most loyal lackey, declared with absolute certainty at that moment, Zhang Xingha's about to get trampled by a pig. Probably not, came the reply from a boy whose left eye scanned the surroundings while his right eye kept watch. His name was Xin Shuai, considered Lu Xiaodong's second-in-command loyalist. While judging by appearance was unwise, Xin Shuai's name and his actual looks were indeed a striking contrast. After Xin Shuai spoke, Wu Wei immediately retorted, "You know Jack. Zhang Xing is just a smooth-talking smartass with a bit of knowledge and a magical artifact for self-defense. Somewhere else, he might pull off pretending to be something he's not with that artifact. But right now, Chief Instructor Lin Ying is clearly testing his true strength. There's no way he'd let him use that artifact. Think about it, without his artifact, Zhang Xingha is just an ordinary F-grade, Tier 1 Beastmaster. There's no way he could defeat an iron bristle boar." This time, Wu Wei didn't seem to be mocking for the sake of mockery, he had actually thought it through. At this moment, most students in the class and indeed, across the entire grade shared Wu Wei's perspective. They too believed Zhang Xingha would soon be trampled by the boar. The numerous instructors and trainers at the training base, however, refrained from mocking Zhang Xingha. Even those who secretly looked down on him kept their thoughts to themselves. His beautiful teacher, Bai Wei, was completely baffled. Teacher Bai Wei had already approached several teachers, instructors, and some classmates to inquire about the situation, desperate to understand what had transpired on the duel platform. But neither the teachers nor the instructors, nor any of the numerous students she questioned, had any idea what had transpired. As Teacher Bai Wei grew increasingly anxious, Teacher Chen Yingying, who had a notably strained relationship with her, approached. Teacher Chen Yingying had originally been slated to become the homeroom teacher for Senior 3 Class 9. However, after Teacher Bai Wei joined the faculty, the school administration had directly assigned her to that position. As for Chen Yingying, she ended up as the homeroom teacher for the so-called cattle class. The so-called cattle class was a gathering place for students with poor academic performance, low aptitude, and a history of violating school rules. They were placed together in one class to fend for themselves. Senior 3 Class 14 at Nanming First High School was precisely such a gathering place for outstanding talents and heroes from all walks of life. Chen Yingying couldn't help but resent Bai Wei for suddenly joining the school and being assigned to such a class as homeroom teacher. What Chen Yingying didn't know was that her assignment to Class 14 was actually a warning from Vice Principal Zhang. Chen Yingying wasn't a teacher from a prestigious university, her teaching skills and other abilities were quite average. Yet she possessed 3 uniquely formidable advantages: an angelic face, a devilish figure, and a bone-deep allure. This wasn't because Chen Yingying was genuinely hot-headed, she was simply born that way. Chen Yingying was adept at leveraging these assets, ensuring men could see but never possess her, skillfully extracting benefits for herself. On her first day of employment, Vice Principal Zhang felt incredibly fortunate. He even imagined taking her to every corner of his office and every hotel in Nanming City. But after Chen Yingying smoothly secured her position, Vice Principal Zhang realized he'd been played. Forget about holding her soft, fragrant body close or feeling her bone-deep allure daily, he hadn't even touched her hand once. He did try to force himself on her once, but Chen Yingying made it clear if he dared to make a move, she would immediately go to the rooftop and end her life, ruining his reputation and sending him to prison for life. Vice Principal Zhang knew full well the difference between a single satisfying meal and consistent sustenance. Yet he clearly possessed his own methods to deal with Chen Yingying. Under Vice Principal Zhang's arrangement, Chen Yingying was assigned to teach Class 14 of the senior year, a class known for being a dumping ground for underperforming students. Though Chen Yingying knew Vice Principal Zhang was behind this scheme, she couldn't challenge him directly. Her only recourse was to target Bai Wei. If Bai Wei hadn't accepted the position at Nanming First High School, forcing another teacher to transfer, Vice Principal Zhang wouldn't have been able to arrange this for her. Having always been at odds with Bai Wei, Teacher Chen Yingying had nothing kind to say when she approached Teacher Bai Wei. Glancing at Zhang Xingha on the dual platform, Chen Yingying chuckled softly and said with a seductive smile, "Teacher Bai Wei, your teaching style is truly unique. Under your guidance, this Zhang Xingha student from your class actually stepped onto the dual platform to challenge Chief Instructor Lin Ying. But this young Zhang student is being quite reckless. Even if he possesses growth-type talent, his initial talent rating is only F-grade. His current cultivation level should also be at the first tier. If they actually start fighting, he won't even be able to handle that iron-bristled boar across from him. He's bound to make a fool of himself in front of all the teachers and students." Chapter 59, Coward's Gambit, huh? I'll never back down. Teacher Bai Wei knew Teacher Chen Yingying wouldn't have anything nice to say when she approached her now. Yet when Chen Yingying spoke, Bai Wei couldn't help but inwardly marvel. It was no wonder the other male teachers privately called her a goddess. Her voice was seductively enchanting, laced with soft, alluring murmurs as she spoke. Bai Wei thought that if she were a man, she too would be unable to resist the urge to push Teacher Chen Yingying down. If Vice Principal Zhang knew what was going through Teacher Bai Wei's mind, he'd be overjoyed. After all, he had often told Teacher Chen Yingying, "If I weren't a leader, I'd be a fool. My little sister is simply too captivating." Chen Yingying's allure extends beyond her natural charm. Her fashion choices and makeup also embrace a seductive aesthetic. Today, Chen Yingying wore a black lace blouse featuring semi-transparent sleeves, shoulders, and the front panel. Even when Bai Wei stood directly opposite teacher Chen Yingying, she could faintly glimpse the alluring curves beneath the fabric, inwardly marveling at their impressive size. But it wasn't a big deal, because hers weren't as large. She held a slight edge. Teacher Chen Yingying's lower half featured a black tulle skirt pants ensemble. This sheer skirt pant hybrid was a rather unfortunate invention designed to guard against both the virtuous and the lecherous while simultaneously flaunting one's figure. To put it bluntly, a sheer skirt pant is the forced pairing of two garments that should never be combined, a miniskirt and a safety panty. Yet such garments possess one unique, immense advantage: they can be designed exceptionally short, even shorter than a miniskirt. The sheer skirt pants Ms. Chen Yingying wore now were designed precisely with this philosophy in mind. Beneath the sheer skirt pants revealed a pair of long, straight pencil legs, encased in ultra-thin black stockings no thicker than 10 denier. Because the tulle skirt was designed to be so short, teacher Chen Yingying gave everyone around her a masterclass in what it means to have stockings speaking out truly magical. Teacher Bai Wei was undoubtedly a stunning beauty whose overall appeal combining looks, figure, voice, charm, and aura was in no way inferior to teacher Chen Yingying's. But when a creature like teacher Chen Yingying stood before her, teacher Bai Wei couldn't help but activate her auto-aim. Moreover, being a stunning beauty herself, she could admire the captivating beauty before her with even greater abandon. Seeing teacher Bai Wei scrutinizing her from head to toe like an object of admiration, teacher Chen Yingying felt as though she'd punched a pillow. She clenched her teeth and retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "What's so great to look at? It's not like you don't have it yourself." Ms. Bai Wei casually flicked the hair at her forehead and replied, "I certainly do, but your tiny waist and those long legs, there's something else." This was Bai Wei's standard tactic against Chen Yingying. Rather than escalating their petty friction into a shouting match, she preferred to quietly admire the alluring beauty that was teacher Chen Yingying. Having clashed with teacher Bai Wei many times before, Chen Yingying wasn't about to back down so easily. She let out a cold laugh and delivered a startling retort, "Since you enjoy staring at me so much, I'll just be your girlfriend. That way, you can look all you want." Teacher Bai Wei was caught off guard by this counterattack, utterly flustered. She hadn't expected that Chen Yingying wasn't just all looks and no brains. After multiple verbal sparring matches with her, she had actually improved. After a moment's pause, teacher Bai Wei smiled and said, "Fine, deal. Come home with me today. From now on, we'll live together." "You?" Teacher Chen Yingying was completely speechless this time. Even though she knew teacher Bai Wei was talking nonsense, she still didn't know how to respond. But she didn't want to concede defeat so easily. Gritting her teeth, teacher Chen Yingying steeled herself and snapped back at Bai Wei, "Fine then. Just don't back out when it's time to take me home after work." Bai Wei took a deep breath. She knew she and Chen Yingying had entered a game of chicken. Whoever backed down first would lose. At this point, no matter how outrageous her words, it didn't matter, they weren't real. But if she backed down, she'd lose completely. Steeling herself, Bai Wei declared, "Honey, how could I possibly not dare to take you home? Not only will I take you home, but I'll make sure you have a wonderful time." Chen Yingying took a deep breath of her own and declared, throwing caution to the wind, "Fine then. You better keep your word. Don't try to sneak away after work. I'll tease you about it for the rest of your life." As the top student back in school, teacher Bai Wei naturally knew how to win in a coward's game. But once the conversation reached this point with Chen Yingying, she couldn't continue. Even though she knew both of them were just spouting nonsense, she felt her face flush and her heart flutter strangely. This conversation between her and Chen Yingying was clearly just two people talking nonsense, but at this very moment, she genuinely had a fleeting thought of wanting to bring Chen Yingying home. Heroes admire heroes, as the saying goes. Bai Wei didn't know if this sentiment could be applied to beauties admiring beauties. Bai Wei had struggled to keep up with Chen Yingying's rapid-fire remarks earlier, and now, with these tangled thoughts swirling in her mind, she found it even harder to follow. Seeing Bai Wei flush crimson and freeze in place, Chen Yingying immediately grew triumphant. Pressing her advantage, she boldly stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Bai Wei's waist, swayed her body, and cooed, "Wei Wei, take me home tonight and make me happy, okay?" This time, Bai Wei was ready to concede defeat. She couldn't match Chen Yingying's shameless nonsense. But just then, the battle between Zhang Xingha and Iron Bristle Pig officially commenced on the duel platform. A sudden thought struck Bai Wei, and she abruptly changed the subject. "Let's cheer for my student first. We'll talk about tonight later." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Wei tried to pull her arm free from Chen Yingying's embrace. To her astonishment, Chen Yingying's grip was so tight that her arm was firmly pinned in place. But to avoid Chen Yingying spouting more lewd remarks, Bai Wei resolutely fixed her gaze on the duel stage, refusing to look at Chen Yingying. Chen Yingying was naturally furious. Her exchanges with Bai Wei had always been a pattern of repeated defeats followed by relentless attempts to fight back. This rare opportunity to taunt Bai Wei properly was too good to pass up. Chen Yingying even resolved to keep bringing this up in the future, making Bai Wei uncomfortable every few days. But Bai Wei's gaze was fixed on the duel platform. Driven by curiosity, Chen Yingying also turned her eyes toward the platform. Chapter 60, is this supposed to be funny? One move to win, right? Many expected Zhang Xingha's battle with the iron bristle boar to quickly devolve into a comical scene of him being trampled by the beast. Yet, when Zhang Xingha actually engaged the iron bristle boar, everyone was surprised to discover his strength far exceeded their expectations. After Chief Instructor Lin Ying released the transparent chain-like restraints binding the iron bristle boar, the beast charged headlong at Zhang Xingha. The iron bristle boar's size dwarfed even the largest wild boars by a full circle. The sheer force generated by its full speed charge was astonishing. Facing the iron bristle boar's charge, Zhang Xingha showed little reaction. As a formidable 5th-tier beastmaster, standing still to engage a mere 1st-tier warbeast was already giving it ample respect. As the iron bristle boar charged toward him at incredible speed, Zhang Xingha shifted precisely half a step to the right. This half step was neither too much nor too little, perfectly evading the iron bristle boar's charge. Moving too fast to change direction mid-charge, the iron bristle boar crashed harmlessly into thin air. After the iron bristle boar charged past, Zhang Xingha's handblade came down with force, striking the back of its head hard. The iron bristle boar's eyes bulged, its limbs stiffened, and it fell straight to the ground. Zhang Xingha hadn't used a combat-type beastmaster talent, but rather a standard attack amplified by his psychic ability, targeting the creature's weak spot. Simply using psychic energy to propel limbs for attack was akin to wielding a Maxim machine gun as a club. While this approach couldn't unleash the full power of a Maxim machine gun, at least it provided a club, meaning he didn't have to engage in hand-to-hand combat with his own flesh and blood, right? At that moment, Zhang Xingha wasn't entirely devoid of combat-type beastmaster talents. If he entered the Dragon Emperor first transformation state, he could wield the combat prowess of a peak 6th-tier beastmaster and utilize numerous Dragon Emperor series beastmaster talents. Zhang Xingha intended to keep all means of advancing from Dragon Emperor first transformation to 9th transformation as his trump cards, never to be used unless absolutely necessary. When the iron bristle boar crashed to the ground beside Zhang Xingha, the arena erupted in chaos. The scene unfolding before them was not exactly what the crowd had imagined. If anything, it was worlds apart. Where Lu Xiaodong and his group stood, Lu Xiaodong, Wu Wei, Xin Shuai, and the others were all stunned into silence. Wu Wei asked in utter shock, "Brother Dong, what the hell just happened?" Xin Shuai chimed in, "Didn't Zhang Xingha say earlier that a tier 1 iron bristle boar was incredibly powerful? Was he just bragging and boasting?" Xin Shuai didn't need an answer from others, he already knew the truth in his heart. In any other setting, Zhang Xingha might well have done just that. But in front of Chief Instructor Lin Ying, if Zhang Xingha had been talking nonsense, he would have been reprimanded by Lin Ying long ago. Lu Xiaodong's expression was grim. He spat out bitterly, "Zhang Xingha probably got some backing from the Zhang family. They're a wealthy clan with mountains of gold and silver. Even if he's just an unwanted foster son they've cast aside, the Zhangs could still throw him a few scraps. He must have used resources gifted by the Zhang family to artificially accelerate his growth and boost his strength. That's why he's performing so impressively now. But his innate talent is utterly trash. No matter how extravagant the Zhang family is, they won't waste any more resources on him. In the short term, Zhang Xingha might indeed be stronger than us. But he's purely relying on massive resources to artificially inflate his power. That approach is utterly meaningless." Upon hearing Lu Xiaodong's words, Wu Wei immediately let out a long sigh of relief. "Holy crap! That scared the hell out of me. I thought Zhang Xingha was about to make a powerful comeback. Turns out it's just forcing growth by piling on resources to artificially inflate his strength." Brother Dong's analysis makes perfect sense. It all fits. The real situation is probably exactly like that. That kid's just going to be hot air for a few days. But if we leverage our innate talent advantages to boost our strength, he'll still be a total loser. After Lu Xiaodong and Wu Wei finished speaking, Xin Shuai and the others all nodded in agreement. Still, Xin Shuai couldn't help but add, "Even though Zhang Xingha's quick rise and fall thanks to the Zhang family's resources is pathetic, I kinda envy the kid. If I had those cultivation resources, I could probably become a tier 3 beast tamer." While Lu Xiaodong and the others were discussing Zhang Xingha, over at Xin You's side, the girls were also talking about him. When they witnessed Zhang Xingha instantly kill the iron bristle boar with a single strike, the two beauties, Dong Qian and Gan Lu, both wore stunned expressions for nearly half a minute. Snapping out of their deep shock, Dong Qian immediately asked Xin Yue, "Is Zhang Xingha already a second-tier beastmaster? Holy crap, he took out that iron bristle boar in one move that was so freaking cool." Gan Lu added, "He's probably not just a tier 2 beastmaster, at least a tier 2 peak beastmaster, and he's clearly had combat training too. Otherwise, the other guys in class could have replicated what Zhang Xingha just did once they reached tier 2 peak. But I doubt they could pull it off." After speaking, Gan Lu turned her gaze toward Xin Yue, hoping Xin Yue would confirm her suspicions. Xin Yue tilted her head thoughtfully, preparing to reveal a bit more information about Zhang Xingha. But before she could speak, Dong Qian gently straightened her little head and said, "Yue, stop tilting your head to be cute. You're already adorably clueless enough, no need to try so hard. You're draining my health bar." Xin Yue rolled her eyes in exasperation. She wasn't trying to be cute, it was purely an unconscious habit formed over time. Gan Lu, with her equally adorable twin ponytails, gently kissed Xin Yue's cheek at that moment and said, "Dong Qian, you're so mean. You have to straighten her head before she speaks, even though her tilted head look is so adorable. I just love how adorable Yue looks when she talks with her head tilted. Every time I see it, I can't help but want to hug her tight and kiss her. Dong Qian sighed with a headache. Gon Lu, enough already. Calm down. Considering you've never dated a guy, I'm starting to wonder if you're into girls and have secretly had a crush on Yue all along. And instead of confessing your feelings to Yue, you stay by her side as her best friend, getting all handsy with her, kissing and hugging her. Gon Lu was completely baffled. She quickly cut Dong Qian off. Stop. Stop your vicious imagination. Yue and I were best friends since kindergarten, okay? Back then, she used to call me cute and kiss me too. Xin Yue smiled gently, ruffling Gon Lu's hair as she whispered, Gon Lu is still adorable now, you know? And even though she's never dated anyone, she's always had a secret crush. Right, little Gon Lu? Chapter 61, 5th Tier Versus. 2nd Tier. The advantage is clearly mine. On the duel platform, after Zhang Xing has swiftly disposed of the first battle beast, Chief Instructor Lin Ying released the second beast from its ring. This beast appeared shackled by energy chains known as beast binding locks. Students surrounding the arena realized they recognized neither the iron bristle boar nor this exotic beast. Compared to the iron bristle boar, this exotic beast was undoubtedly far rarer. Not only were the students unfamiliar with it, but even some of the teachers did not recognize it. This was perfectly normal. Assessment requirements varied across generations. It was entirely possible that some older instructors, during their era, had never encountered such a battle beast. Upon seeing this beast, Zhang Xingha casually recited its detailed specifications, just as he had before. This beast is called the Tiger Leopard Beast, possessing D-grade potential and 2nd tier strength. The Tiger Leopard Beast isn't evolved, it's a hybrid bred from a D-grade golden striped tiger and a D-grade long-tailed leopard. Its speed and strength surpass both the golden striped tiger and the long-tailed leopard. However, it cannot reproduce offspring and finds it difficult to evolve further. Furthermore, as Zhang Xingha spoke about the Tiger Leopard Beast with the familiarity of a seasoned expert, Chief Instructor Lin Ying couldn't help but regard him with renewed respect. Lin Ying now understood why Elder Lin Guangrui held Zhang Xingha in such high regard. Where Zhang Xingha had acquired this theoretical knowledge was unclear, but it was undeniably solid. Lin Ying was certain that not only students like Zhang Xingha, but even many of the instructors present would be unable to detail the Tiger Leopard Beast's characteristics with such precision. Not only did Zhang Xingha provide an exceptionally detailed account without error, but his entire presentation flowed with clear logic and remarkable fluency. This demonstrated Zhang Xingha's exceptionally solid grasp of the subject matter. What Chief Instructor Lin Ying didn't know was that Zhang Xingha's method of acquiring knowledge was remarkably simple, direct absorption. If he encountered a beast not covered in his mental database, he could analyze it using the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon and then retrieve relevant information from it. Regarding the Tiger Leopard Beast, Zhang Xingha had omitted many crucial details. However, Zhang Xingha knew that even without revealing those critical details, the information he had shared was sufficient to pass Chief Instructor Lin Ying's assessment. After passing the theoretical assessment, it was naturally time for practical combat. Compared to the dull-witted iron bristle boar, the Tiger Leopard Beast possessed vastly superior strength. Chief Instructor Lin Ying released the restraints binding the Tiger Leopard Beast and issued its combat orders. The creature immediately began circling Zhang Xingha at full speed. Swish! 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 The Tiger Leopard Beast moved at breakneck speed. Zhang Xingha had two choices, either circle with it or risk being flanked and ambushed. If Zhang Xingha were merely an ordinary 2nd tier beast master now, he'd know following the Tiger Leopard Beast in circles was foolish, yet he'd have no choice but to keep circling to avoid being flanked. But now was different. He possessed 5th tier strength on the surface, and after activating the first transformation of the Dragon Emperor, he could wield 6th tier power. Whether it was a 5th tier fighting a 2nd tier or a 6th tier fighting a 2nd tier, it could be considered a dimension-lowering strike. There was basically no chance of losing. Thus, as the Tiger Leopard Beast circled Zhang Xingha frantically, he remained motionless. He waited until the Tiger Leopard Beast made the foolish mistake of circling behind him for a sneak attack. Only then did Zhang Xingha abruptly spin around, unleashing a powerful kick. This kick, infused with energy, carried immense force and power. The timing of the kick was impeccable. As Zhang Xingha delivered the kick, the Tiger Leopard Beast had just rapidly closed the distance and leaped into the air. In this state, the Tiger Leopard Beast could neither use mid-air momentum to dodge, nor was it close enough to Zhang Xingha to land an attack. The Tiger Leopard Beast's massive claws, intended to tear through Zhang Xingha's throat, could only rip through empty air. Zhang Xingha's powerful, forceful kick slammed into the Tiger Leopard Beast at that very moment. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the beast's forward momentum halted instantly. The sheer force of the blow even sent its body flying backward. Thud! 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 Following that initial strike, Zhang Xingha unleashed a flurry of kicks, each faster than the last, relentlessly pounding the Tiger Leopard Beast's abdomen. The Tiger Leopard Beast didn't even have time to land before Zhang Xingha's 5 or 6 consecutive kicks sent it tumbling off the dueling platform. This was only because Zhang Xinghe hadn't unleashed his full power as a 5th-tier beastmaster. Otherwise, that first kick alone would have shattered the beast's internal organs, killing it instantly. Though Zhang Xinghe didn't instantly kill the tiger leopard beast, his performance still astonished both teachers and students alike. Among second-tier battle beasts, the tiger leopard beast was considered quite formidable. Yet before Zhang Xinghe, it was completely overwhelmed, unable to mount any resistance. Without displaying any notable feats, it was sent tumbling off the duel platform by Zhang Xinghe's fluid, seamless combo. From where Xin Yue and the others watched, Xin Yue remained calm. She knew Zhang Xinghe's capabilities well. She even knew he hadn't been fighting at full strength. Dong Qian and Gan Lu, however, were both dumbfounded. Dong Qian couldn't help but exclaim, "Is Zhang Xinghe really this strong? We all awakened on the same day. How did his strength improve so rapidly?" Gan Lu nodded in deep agreement. He can effortlessly dominate such a formidable tiger leopard beast. Other second-tier beast masters and beast maidens certainly stand no chance against him either. But Chief Instructor Lin Ning said Zhang Xinghe must fight 3 battle beasts. The second one was that formidable tiger leopard beast. The third one must be a 3rd-tier battle beast, right? Gan Lu's words caused the expressions of the surrounding students to grow complex. Based on past experience, most beast masters and beast maidens only attain 3rd-tier strength after completing the intensive training camp. Zhang Xinghe was undeniably extraordinary. Whatever had happened to him meant that on just the first day of training, he seemed to possess the strength of a 3rd-tier beastmaster. If it weren't for his truly abysmal aptitude. By the time the training concluded, no one dared imagine how formidable his power might become. As the crowd buzzed with speculation about Zhang Xinghe, Chief Instructor Lin Ning on the duel platform released a 3rd battle beast from his beast ring. As before, most students remained unfamiliar with this beast. But many instructors couldn't help but show expressions of astonishment, and some even gasped aloud. Rock Armor Bear. Many students desperately wanted to ask nearby teachers and instructors what kind of beast Zhang Xinghe's opponent was. Judging by the expressions on the teachers' faces, everyone could guess that this beast was no ordinary creature. Unfortunately, their training camp had only just begun, and they hadn't yet covered the relevant knowledge about this beast. But that wasn't a problem, because Zhang Xinghe on the duel platform was a walking textbook. Soon enough, they would learn from Zhang Xinghe himself what kind of battle beast this was. Chapter 62, the chief instructor is warming up, directing the training personally. Zhang Xinghe was also somewhat surprised when he saw the rock armor bear. But he wasted no time, quickly reciting the rock armor bear's specifications. This battle beast is called the rock armor bear. It possesses great potential and 3rd-tier strength. At the 3rd-tier stage, the rock armor bear possesses strength approaching a minor peak. At this stage, its strength rivals that of an ordinary 4th-tier battle beast, while its defense surpasses most 4th-tier beasts. Consequently, many 4th-tier battle beasts may fall prey to 3rd-tier rock armor bears. Zhang Xinghe then proceeded to explain the rock armor bear's combat style and innate abilities to the group. Most battle beasts, while in stages 1 and 2, may not have awakened any innate abilities, or at least not combat-oriented ones. However, starting from the 3rd tier, the vast majority of battle beasts possess combat-type talents. The rock armor bear opposite Zhang Xinghe possessed combat talents not just one, but several. Its entire body was a dark brownish black. The moment Chief Instructor Lin Ning released the beast restraining lock from its body, the rock armor bear instantly entered combat mode. Roar! A deep, rumbling roar erupted from the rock armor bear's throat. Then a layer of gray energy swiftly enveloped its entire body at an astonishing speed. Zhang Xinghe knew this was the rock bear's innate ability, rock armor. After the gray energy swiftly covered the rock armor bear's entire body, it indeed transformed into a thick, rock-like armor. After summoning its rock armor, the rock armor bear did not immediately attack. Instead, it continued to channel energy within its body. While others might not understand what the rock armor bear was preparing to do, Zhang Xinghe knew exactly. The creature was brewing its rock armor. Rock armor was the rock armor bear's universal talent. Any rock armor bear reaching tier 3 would inevitably awaken this talent. Rock armor, however, was different. Only a select few rock armor bears could awaken the rock armor talent. Unlike the purely defensive rock armor talent, the rock armor talent offered both offense and defense. Rock armor not only grants the rock armor bear formidable defense but also bestows it with tremendous offensive power. Generally, when battling a rock armor bear, beast masters avoid triggering its rock armor talent, as the bear becomes exceptionally powerful in this state. If a rock armor bear has already activated its rock armor talent, beast masters must stall for time until the talent's duration expires before engaging it. Zhang Xinghe naturally possessed all this theoretical knowledge. However, his current strength far surpassed that of the rock armor bear, making such nuanced tactics unnecessary. This time, he planned to unleash the full power of a peak 4th tier beastmaster, engaging the rock armor bear at its absolute peak in a direct confrontation to defeat it. Below the duel platform, numerous students watched in confusion as the rock bear remained motionless after unleashing a defensive talent. Fortunately, teachers and instructors from various classes were nearby. Many students immediately approached their teachers and instructors to inquire about the situation on the arena. A crowd gathered around instructor Chen Mingbo, all seeking his insight on the rock armor bear. Chen Mingbo didn't beat around the bush, explaining concisely, the rock armor bear shows no abnormalities. It's currently channeling a combat talent called rock armor. This talent allows the bear to cover itself in thick, rock-like armor that enhances both offense and defense. A third-tier rock armor bear in rock armor state can engage most fourth-tier battle beasts and even eliminate some of them. Upon hearing this, Dong Qian couldn't help but exclaim, then Zhang Xinghe is finished. No matter how skilled he is, he couldn't possibly be a match for a fourth-tier battle beast, right? Instructor Chen Mingbo didn't answer this question. In Instructor Chen Mingbo's view, Zhang Xinghe's defeat of a second-tier tiger leopard beast was already beyond belief. How many days had it been since Zhang Xinghe's awakening? Yet he had effortlessly defeated a tiger leopard beast, one of the strongest among second-tier battle beasts. After Dong Qian and the others learned that the rock armor bear was brewing its rock armor, the other students gradually discovered what the bear was doing from their respective teachers and instructors. Yet their confusion only deepened. They couldn't understand why Zhang Xinghe, who must have known about the rock bear's rock armor brewing, hadn't intervened. If Zhang Xinghe knew the rock armor bear's intentions, why didn't he stop it? Zhang Xinghe's plan was beyond anyone's comprehension. Fortunately, they didn't need to ponder it further, for at that very moment, Rock Bear had successfully forged the rock armor. Boom! A gray energy mass erupted from the rock armor bear's entire body. Then, the vast majority of its body was completely enveloped by thick rock armor. In this state, while its speed would inevitably decrease significantly, both its attack power and defense would receive a massive boost. After summoning its rock armor, the rock bear roared and prepared to attack Zhang Xinghe. But at that moment, Chief Instructor Lin Ying suddenly intervened. Don't attack! Absorb the Earth's energy and continue strengthening the rock armor. Beast masters and battle beasts often fought in coordination. During Zhang Xinghe's previous battles against the iron bristle boar and the tiger leopard beast, Chief Instructor Lin Ying had not directed those two battle beasts. This time was different. Chief Instructor Lin Ying seemed intent on gaining deeper insight into Zhang Xinghe's capabilities, so he stepped in directly to command the rock armor bear's battle. The Earth Vein Power Absorption talent was also a rare ability possessed by the rock armor bear. Chief Instructor Lin Ying's rock armor bear was quite formidable. At the third-tier battle beast stage, it had not only mastered the rare rock armor talent but also the equally rare Earth Vein Power Absorption talent. Upon witnessing the rock armor bear activate its Earth Vein Power Absorption talent, Zhang Xinghe wasted no time and launched his attack immediately. Boom! The full might of a peak 4th-tier beast master erupted from Zhang Xinghe. Had he not wished to reveal too much of his capabilities, he might have even unleashed the formidable power of a 5th-tier beast master. As Zhang Xinghe unleashed his peak 4th-tier power, teachers and students surrounding the dual platform were stunned. For most students here, even after 6 months of intensive training, reaching 4th-tier strength remained unattainable. Among the crowd from Senior 3 Class 9, Lu Xiaodong, Wu Wei, Xin Shuai, and others stared at Zhang Xinghe with eyes brimming with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Xin Shuai muttered under his breath, "Damn it, the Zhang family is ridiculously rich. An adopted son like Zhang Xinghe gets handed so many cultivation resources just like that, letting him stack his strength up to a 4th-tier beastmaster in one go." Wu Wei felt deeply frustrated. Thankfully, Zhang Xinghe's initial talent was only F-grade. He'll max out its C-grade in his lifetime. Otherwise, we'd be stuck under this lucky bastard's feet forever. As they sighed in frustration, Zhang Xinghe clashed once more with the rock armor bear. Originally, no one had high hopes for Zhang Xinghe. But when he unleashed the power of a peak 4th-tier beastmaster, they couldn't help but take notice. Chapter 63, Forget about senior sisters, it's all about interest. As Zhang Xinghe launched his attack, the rock armor bear slammed its paw into the ground and charged forward. Swish! As they closed in, the rock bear raised its massive paw and brought it down with tremendous force toward Zhang Xinghe's head. Facing the rock armor bear's assault, Zhang Xinghe didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he directly engaged in a terrifying battle of strength with the beast. Boom! Midway through its descent, the rock bear's paw was seized by Zhang Xinghe's overwhelming grip. Even with its rock armor, the rock armor bear's strength was only at the mid-tier 4th-rank combat beast level. The power Zhang Xinghe unleashed at that moment, however, was uncompromisingly peak 4th tier. With one paw seized, the rock armor bear tried to pull it back. But Zhang Xinghe stood like a human-shaped giant robot, his strength far surpassing its own. The bare paw, firmly held by Zhang Xinghe, simply couldn't be pulled back. Zhang Xinghe knew the bear's feigned withdrawal was a ruse. Its true intent was to confuse him and launch a surprise attack with its Ground Spike Assault innate ability. Ground Spike Assault was the rock bear's standard innate ability. By channeling its power into the ground, the rock armor bear could summon 3 sharp spikes that would violently erupt from the earth, piercing through its target. Sensing the rock bear's intent, Zhang Xinghe erupted with power, grabbing one of its arms and hoisting the massive beast into the air. He then swung the massive rock bear around in the air twice before violently slamming it into the distant ground. Boom! The impact was deafening. Students and teachers near the dual platform distinctly felt it tremble. The platform itself cracked open in multiple places, sending small stones flying everywhere from the violent impact. Before the rock armor bear could rise, Zhang Xinghe charged forward once more. His battle against the rock armor bear relied purely on overwhelming power. No flashy techniques were involved. Spotting Zhang Xinghe closing in, the rock armor bear rolled smoothly across the ground, creating distance between them. Without hesitating to use its talent to launch a surprise attack with ground spikes and lock onto Zhang Xinghe, it immediately activated a talent. Bang! 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 3 sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, violently thrusting toward Zhang Xinghe. Zhang Xinghe leapt high into the air, easily evading the spikes' range. Then, with blinding speed, he charged toward the rock armor bear once more. This time, the rock armor bear again attempted to use its stone spike surprise talent to block Zhang Xinghe. But Zhang Xinghe's speed was simply too great. By the time the bear unleashed its ability, Zhang Xinghe had already charged right up to its front. Then, to the stunned student's eyes, Zhang Xinghe lifted the rock armor bear with the strength of a mighty warrior, hoisting it high before slamming it back down onto the ground. Thud! 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 A series of dull thuds quickly echoed across the duel platform. This battle between Zhang Xinghe and the rock armor bear was entirely different from his previous 2 fights. Previously, he had relied on technique, either defeating his opponents with a single move or executing a smooth combo to secure easy victories. This time, however, he adopted a visually striking, brutally straightforward combat style. The rock armor bear, possessing peak 3rd tier strength yet capable of holding its own against 4th tier beasts, finally saw stars and lost its fighting ability after being brutally slammed dozens of times by Zhang Xinghe. Witnessing Zhang Xinghe's brutal tactics, many immediately abandoned any thoughts of challenging him. They resolved that if they were to teach Zhang Xinghe a lesson, it would only be when their own cultivation surpassed his. After all, Zhang Xinghe possessed mediocre talent. Even with unlimited resources from the Zhang family, he would inevitably hit a bottleneck when attempting to break through to the 5th or 6th tier. Though they might lag behind Zhang Xinghe initially, once they surpassed him, he would never be able to overtake them again. By then, they could deal with Zhang Xinghe however they pleased. On the duel platform, Chief Instructor Lin Ning now explained to everyone why he had used 3 battle beasts to fight Zhang Xinghe. Lin Ning stated concisely, student Zhang Xinghe recently requested to participate only in assessments, not regular classes. I therefore tested his abilities through 3 comprehensive challenges. I hereby formally approve Zhang Xinghe's request. Any other students with similar aspirations are welcome to come forward and submit their own applications. After Chief Instructor Lin Ning finished speaking, everyone understood why Zhang Xinghe had appeared on the duel platform with him. Zhang Xinghe's performance on the duel platform was witnessed by all. Given his current abilities, there was indeed no need for him to continue the intensive training. Some students were now considering applying to end their training early. However, not now. At the very earliest, it would be 3 or 4 months before they felt confident enough to challenge a 3rd-tier rock armor bear or other combat beasts comparable to it. Zhang Xinghe had assumed that after passing Chief Instructor Lin Ying's assessment, he would be free to act independently. But he soon learned things weren't as he imagined. By Lin Ying's side now stood a smiling, rotund figure. Zhang Xinghe recognized him none other than the training base's deputy chief instructor, Han Xiaohu. Han Xiaohu wasn't a nickname, it was his real name. And it was a name that fit him perfectly. Han Xiaohu was the very definition of a smiling tiger. After Han Xiaohu approached, Lin Ning briefly introduced him to Zhang Xinghe. This is Deputy Chief Instructor Han Xiaohu. Students who complete the regular training early will undergo special training under his supervision. Zhang Xinghe had no idea special training even existed. He had assumed that finishing the training early meant he was free, only to find this huge pitfall waiting for him. Seeing Zhang Xinghe's gloomy expression, Han Xiaohu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't make such a sour face. Special training isn't like regular training, it's mission-based and far more meaningful. Plus, it's long-term. Even after you start college, you can still receive special training from the military department. There are already quite a few of your seniors in the military department's special training camp. Want to come with me to check it out?" This was the first time Zhang Xinghe had ever heard of the special training camp. In his previous life, he'd assumed those who finished regular training early simply went home to rest. Now he realized those elite individuals had actually entered the military department's special training camp after finishing their regular training early. Zhang Xinghe asked curiously, "Instructor Han, what exactly do they do once they enter the special training camp?" Han Xiaohu chuckled. "Well, that's a long story. We shouldn't linger on the dueling platform and disrupt the other trainees. Let's head to my office, and I'll explain everything in detail." Zhang Xinghe nodded slightly, then followed Instructor Han Xiaohu to his office to learn about the special training camp. Chapter 64, You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, could be a traitor. While Zhang Xinghe was displaying his formidable prowess on the duel platform, stunning everyone present, his assessment report had also reached Han Jinchang's hands. Lin Guangrui, who would later become a leading scientific authority in Great Xia and even globally, was currently serving as deputy director of the Dawn Base Research Institute in Nanming City, just like Han Jinchang. However, Han Jinchang and Lin Guangrui represented two extremes. Han Jinchang had achieved fame at a young age and was one of the youngest scientific geniuses in Great Xia. By the age of 29, he had already produced research findings with significant global influence. Lin Guangrui, on the other hand, was a late bloomer in the truest sense. Before the age of 50, his career had been unremarkable, with no significant scientific achievements to his name. Unlike other fields, scientific research rarely sees such late bloomers. This field relies heavily on innate talent. Those blessed with sufficient talent typically achieve notable accomplishments around the age of 35. Those lacking sufficient talent would likely spend their careers as ordinary researchers until retirement. Lin Guangrui stands as an exception. His significant scientific accomplishments, both major and minor, were achieved gradually after the age of 50. Thus, while Han Jinchang became deputy director of the Research Institute at 35, Lin Guangrui assumed the same position at 55. At this moment, Han Jinchang was not at the Research Institute but had secretly made his way to Lakeside Club. The Lakeside Club was the largest and most luxurious club in Nanming City. The city's elite generally favored this place of neon lights, wine, and extravagance. Here, there was no pressure from foreign invasions, nor any worries about daily life. Only models with skin so soft it seemed it would break at the slightest touch, and fine wines and delicacies from around the world. Lakefront Club, Private Room 7. Han Jinchang, disguised and transformed, had arrived here without incident. Han Jinchang couldn't recall how many times he'd been here, but each visit brought him immense comfort. Across from Han Jinchang on the sofa sat two people, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be around 40, refined and distinguished in bearing. His attire was impeccably tailored and refined, his hair meticulously combed. He carried an air of nobility that ordinary upbringings couldn't cultivate. Beside the middle-aged man sat a woman of about 25. The young woman was exceptionally beautiful, her features exquisitely defined and flawless. Her figure was curvaceous and graceful, every part of her body perfectly proportioned. To describe such a beauty as a maiden stepping out of a painting would be an understatement. She was simply a masterpiece, painstakingly crafted by the creator with meticulous care. Given Han Jinchang's status, he had certainly encountered many beautiful women. But upon seeing this woman, Han Jinchang felt that all the beauties he had encountered before paled into insignificance, mere commonplace women. When she appeared at Lakeside Club, the stunningly beautiful women of all backgrounds present there all paled in comparison. Even with Han Jinchang's erudition, he found himself momentarily unable to accurately describe just how beautiful and perfect this woman truly was. He could only borrow two lines from ancient poetry, like a light cloud veiling the moon, like a gentle breeze swirling snow. Though he knew it might be impolite, Han Jinchang couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Fenglong, who might this be?" Fenglong smiled faintly and replied, "This is my younger sister, Fenglong Xue. Translated into your Great Xia language, it would be something like Nangong Yumeng." The two individuals seated opposite Han Jinchang were not native humans of Deep Blue Star, but rather alien races that had invaded the planet. Yet not all alien races were hideously twisted or savagely bloodthirsty. The alien members of the Fenglong clan were all strikingly handsome men and beautiful women, nearly indistinguishable from humans. Like Fenglong Xue, Fenglong also possessed a great Xia name, Nangong Jing. Fenglong had even operated under the identity of Nangong Jing within the Great Xia for many years. Upon learning that Fenglong Xue was Fenglong Yi's sister, Han Jinchang felt a pang of regret. As one of the Windfall clan's heirs, Fenglong Yi was a strong candidate to become the clan's future leader. As the clan leader's sister, Fenglong Xue held a position of immense prestige, one utterly beyond his reach. Though he was an important pawn within the Fenglong clan, the gap between him and Fenglong Xue was simply too vast. Yet, at that very moment, Fenglong Xue spoke in a voice that was both clear and cold, yet strangely pleasing to the ear. "Within the Fenglong clan, nothing is impossible. Though this is our first meeting, I am well aware of the merits you have earned for the clan. I will soon succeed the clan's previous intelligence chief in the southern regions of the Great Xia Empire, taking charge of the clan's intelligence operations there. Provided you make sufficient contributions to the Fenglong clan, I can become your woman, serving you and fulfilling all your desires." Upon hearing Fenglong Xue's words, Han Jinchang jumped up from the sofa in fright. He apologized to Fenglong Yi and Fenglong Xue with a look of panic. "Please forgive me, both of you. My earlier words were unintentional. Seeing Miss Fenglong Xue's beauty, I couldn't help but have some disorderly thoughts." Han Jinchang was no fool, on the contrary, he possessed exceptional intelligence. Therefore, as soon as Fenglong Xue spoke, he realized she must possess some kind of mind-reading ability. His inner thoughts had been instantly discerned by Fenglong Xue. Realizing she possessed such abilities, Han Jinchang guarded his thoughts carefully, daring not to entertain any further distractions. Fenglong Yi chuckled at this moment and said, "Jinchang, you're being too formal. Given your relationship with the Fenglong clan, you needn't apologize for such matters. Our Fenglong clan operates by rules vastly different from yours in many respects. The Fenglong clan values only ability and merit, nothing else. As long as you make sufficient contributions to the clan, it's not impossible for you to have my younger sister as your woman. You've been collaborating with the Fenglong clan for a long time. You should understand that I wouldn't deceive you on this matter." After Fenglong Yi finished speaking, Han Jinchang felt a momentary sense of realization. Indeed, within the Fonglong clan, connections and background mattered. Not only ability and contribution were valued. In every past collaboration with the Fonglong clan, they had never deceived him, and he had always received the benefits he deserved. This realization ignited a surge of passion within Han Jinchang. He didn't know about women from other alien races, but the women of the Fonglong clan were like humans born on another planet. Even from Han Jinchang's professional perspective, these beings were scarcely distinguishable from humans. Moreover, Han Jinchang had slept with more than one of the Fonglong clan's female servants, who were used to reward meritorious subjects. He was absolutely well acquainted with the women of the Fonglong clan. Fonglong didn't waste much time on small talk with Han Jinchang. He cut straight to the point. Did you bring what we need this time? Chapter 65, All F-rank beast masters are hunting targets. Han Jinchang nodded and produced a data storage crystal card. This crystal card contained recent research findings from the Dawn Base Institute in Nanning City, along with detailed profiles of numerous F-rank beast masters. After handing the crystal card to Fonglong, Han Jinchang hesitated slightly before asking, Mr. Fong, why are you so interested in F-rank aptitude, especially F-rank growth-type beast masters? Initially, the Research Institute at Dawn Base did not specifically focus on studying F-rank beast masters. Later, Han Jinchang received orders from Fonglong, who instructed him to initiate research on F-rank beast masters and compile data on them. It was only under his leadership that the Dawn Base Research Institute commenced its investigation into F-rank beast masters. After conducting a series of studies on F-rank beast masters, Han Jinchang did uncover some findings, though they weren't particularly groundbreaking. The reason these findings went unnoticed was that most researchers had previously paid almost no attention to the F-rank beastmaster population. Consequently, they failed to recognize that nearly all of these beastmasters possessed relatively high growth potential. Relatively higher here meant that even the weakest F-rank beastmasters had a 10% or higher probability of advancing to E rank. In contrast, the probability of an S-rank beastmaster advancing to SS rank under normal circumstances was less than 0.1%. By comparison, the growth potential of F-rank beastmasters is over 100 times that of S-rank beastmasters. Yet such a comparison holds no real significance. Han Jinchang's new discoveries regarding F-rank beastmasters were largely of this nature. There were exceptions, though. A beastmaster possessing F-rank growth potential could exhibit greater developmental capacity than ordinary F-rank practitioners or even those with initial qualifications at other ranks. Yet in Han Jinchang's view, this discovery remained largely inconsequential. Because no matter how much growth potential an F-rank beastmaster possessed, their ultimate achievements remained inherently limited. Yet, based on Han Jinchang's understanding of Fonglong, he knew Fong would never assign him a meaningless task. Therefore, Han Jinchang concluded that F-rank beastmasters must conceal some hidden secret. Yet neither he nor any other top researcher within the Human Alliance had uncovered this secret just yet. Fonglong didn't directly answer Han Jinchang's question, but he did offer some useful information. You should know that the Fonglong clan primarily engages in two types of work. The first is conducting various research projects and inventing new products. The second is assisting other factions in completing commission tasks. The detailed research on the F-rank beastmaster is actually just another task commission the Fonglong clan accepted. It's just that the clan's higher-ups found this commission rather unique, so they also had the Fonglong clan's researchers conduct some studies on the F-rank beastmaster. As for further details, I cannot disclose them. Most others, upon hearing Fonglong's explanation, would likely dismiss it as nonsense. But Han Jinchang was well aware of the Fonglong clan's capabilities in handling assignments. The fact that the client specifically entrusted this mission to the Fonglong clan indicated that the client attached great importance to it. It was just unfortunate that he himself hadn't discovered anything particularly valuable on the F-rank beastmaster. The Fonglong clan might have uncovered something, but Fonglong had no intention of sharing it with him. After obtaining the crystal card he needed, Fonglong had no intention of lingering at the Lakeside Club. He tucked the crystal card away and addressed Han Jinchang, I'll be visiting this area less frequently going forward. Should you need anything, you can communicate with my sister. Also, General Li Kuan will be taking action against Nanning City within the next month. Stay within the city walls and exercise extreme caution. With that, Fonglong gave Han Jinchang a slight nod and departed. After Fonglong exited private room 7, Fonglongshua's voice rang out, cool and detached, from now on, I'll be handling matters here. I'll briefly outline a few rules. First, regardless of the setting, you must address me as Miss Nangong or Miss Yu Meng. Second, do not contact me proactively. I will not provide you with any means to reach me, and I will randomly decide our meeting locations. Third, the person you meet may not always be me personally, but you needn't concern yourself with that. Simply continue cooperating with the Fonglong clan as before. After a brief pause, Fonglongshua continued, the data card you gave my brother earlier, prepare one for me as well. I'll send someone to collect it in one day. Han Jinchang frowned. Miss Nangong, if someone of unknown identity suddenly contacts me, the Dawn Base personnel might suspect something is amiss. Han Jinchang was extremely cautious in his dealings. Even his disguised visit to Lakeside Club was known to Dawn Base personnel. However, the base personnel had always assumed he came to the Lakeside Club for leisure, which is why his long-term collaboration with the Fomlong clan had remained unnoticed. Fomlingshu's abilities seemed far inferior to her brother's, and she had a tendency to micromanage. To Han Jinchong, the contact method Fomlingshua proposed was utterly unreliable. He, Han Jinchong, was no ordinary citizen in Nanming City. If strangers were constantly contacting him, it would be strange if his collusion with the alien race didn't get exposed. What Han Jinchong hadn't anticipated was Fomlongshua suddenly breaking into a smile and saying, "Rest assured, the person making contact with you won't be a stranger at all. In fact, it's someone you know very well. Because that person is none other than your lover, Lin Shi." Hearing Lin Shi's name struck Han Jinchong like a thunderbolt, sending shockwaves through his heart. Lin Shi was his student, and she had become his lover during her freshman year. Through his arrangements, Lin Shi had also become a researcher at the Dawn Base Institute. Every time he visited the Lakeside Club, it was actually to meet with Lin Shi. At this very moment, Lin Shi was waiting for him in a room at Lakeside Club. He never dreamed in his wildest imagination that Lin Shi was also a member of the Fomlong clan. But the shocking revelations for Han Jinchong didn't end there. Fomlongshua continued, General Li Kuan's large-scale assault on Nanming City was merely a diversion. His true objective was to capture several high-value targets within the city. General Li Kuan's clan seems to have discovered something peculiar about F-rank beast masters. It was General Li Kuan who commissioned the Fomlong clan to investigate the employers of these F-rank beast masters. The F-rank beast masters on the crystal card you provided will soon become the Li Kuan clan's hunting targets. Of course, it's not just them. You're also on General Li Kuan's hunting list. The Fomlong clan will provide you with assistance, but under no circumstances should you reveal your connection to the Fomlong clan unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 66, You call this a special training camp? Zhang Xinghe knew there were moles within the Public Security Bureau, but he hadn't realized there were also moles within the Research Institute. What he never could have imagined was that a researcher of Han Jinchong's caliber could also be a mole. When Han Jinchong met with Fomlong Yi and Fomlong Shui, the siblings, Zhang Xinghe, staying with Han Xiuhu, gained a relatively comprehensive understanding of the special training camp. His expression twisted as he looked at Han Xiuhu and asked, Instructor Han, you call this a special training camp? It's more like a spy camp. Han Xiuhu replied awkwardly, I didn't come up with the name myself. Anyway, that's what the special training camp is. It acquires mission requests through various channels, and you members can choose which ones to take based on your own circumstances. Hearing only this much, one might mistakenly assume the special training camp was some sort of mercenary guild. But in reality, the members of the special training camp performed the work of special agents. The training the camp provided was solely to equip them to perform their jobs more effectively. Zhang Xinghe even felt the special training camp was conducting a mass audition for people from all walks of life. Ultimately, the best of the best would be selected to join some higher-level organization. Unfortunately, he had been too mediocre in his previous life. Even after realizing the true purpose of the special training camp, he had no idea what its superior organization was. In his past life, he had simply been unable to access such high-level matters. After careful consideration, Zhang Xinghe asked Han Xiuhu, so what do I need to do now? Han Xiuhu flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Now you must make your final decision. Do you wish to join the special training camp? If you choose to join, I will escort you to the camp space for training and to receive your equipment. You can choose which training modules to enroll in. If you feel you don't need training, you don't have to participate in any. However, the camp operates on a bottom-tier elimination system. The bottom 100 members in monthly mission points rankings will be dismissed from the camp. It will be extremely difficult for them to receive another invitation to return. For Zhang Xinghe, his best option was to leverage his foresight advantage to gain an edge. Just like that time in the garrison trial grounds, it was precisely because he used his foresight advantage, knowing what was about to happen, that he was able to astonish everyone. Ultimately, he even became a student of Qin Menjing, the second most powerful figure in Nanming City. However, in his previous life, he hadn't been exposed to many high-level techniques. After reaching the 5th-tier Beastmaster rank, he had no choice but to change his approach. The special training camp was an unfamiliar organization to him, but the benefits it offered were precisely what he needed. Within the special training camp, he could access all manner of diverse intelligence. He could learn things that most ordinary people, even ordinary beast masters and beast maidens, would never know. In his previous life, though he couldn't access high-level information, he'd heard plenty of rumors. With an intelligence advantage, those rumors might just prove useful. Moreover, the special training camp clearly carried an air of selection. It might serve as his stepping stone into some higher-level organization. If the camp proved unbeneficial, he could always withdraw. Whether he chose to leave voluntarily or waited to be eliminated passively, either outcome was acceptable. With that in mind, Zhang Xinghe decided to join the special training camp. He addressed Han Xiuhu, Instructor Han, I've decided to join the special training camp. What Zhang Xinghe didn't voice was the unspoken question, when exactly would Han Xiuhu take him to meet the attractive senior female trainees at the camp? Han Xiaohu remained unaware of Zhang Xinghe's inner thoughts. When Zhang Xinghe agreed to join the special training camp and participate in the program, a delighted smile spread across Han Xiaohu's face. Han Xiaohu patted Zhang Xinghe on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. I'll drive you to the training camp base right now." Zhang Xinghe nodded and left the office with Han Xiaohu. Upon reaching the parking lot, Zhang Xinghe was momentarily stunned. Pointing at the paratrooper assault vehicle before him, he asked, "Instructor Han, we're going to the training camp base in this?" The paratrooper assault vehicle could be understood as an off-road vehicle with only a chassis. Its advantage lies in allowing combat personnel aboard to engage in battle at any moment. The downside is that this thing has no defensive capabilities whatsoever. If we encounter alien races or get ambushed by beasts from afar, we'll have to rely solely on our bare bodies to endure the assault. Han Xiaohu seemed to know exactly what Zhang Xinghe was thinking. With seasoned expertise, he immediately countered, "Trust me, this is far safer than an armored vehicle." Armored vehicles easily become prime targets for alien races and beasts. These paratrooper assault vehicles, however, appear worthless to them. They'll rarely choose to attack. Though somewhat speechless at Han Xiaohu's reasoning, Zhang Xinghe found himself agreeing. Armored vehicles typically transported extremely valuable cargo. Even the energy compartments of armored vehicles contain substantial quantities of high-grade energy stones. Sometimes, armored vehicles also carried high-value targets. These high-value targets were also likely to be targeted by alien races. The alien forces invading Deep Blue Star were not a disorganized mob, but rather a vast coalition of alien warlords commanded by several major alien civilizations. Even something as absurd as kidnapping is within their capabilities. When using the paratrooper assault vehicle as transportation, as long as you aren't a high-value target yourself, you naturally needn't worry about being kidnapped by the aliens. Simply put, it's about playing your cards openly, letting the aliens know you're a target with some capability but little value. Under such circumstances, the aliens naturally wouldn't take any interest in the parachute assault vehicle. Only some less intelligent alien beasts might attack it. Zhang Xinghe didn't dwell on it further. He boarded the paratrooper assault vehicle with instructor Han Xiaohu and headed for the special training camp base. The special training camp base covered an area over 10 times larger than the regular training base. From afar, it resembled a steel mountain rising abruptly from the barren wasteland. The special training camp was bustling with activity. Since Zhang Xinghe had been personally escorted by instructor Han Xiaohu, all his registration procedures were swiftly completed. With his new status as a special training camp member, Zhang Xinghe received a substantial amount of weaponry and equipment, along with access to the camp's internal network and database. After delivering Zhang Xinghe to the special training camp and completing the formalities, Han Xiaohu didn't linger. He drove the paratrooper assault vehicle back to the training base. Zhang Xinghe had intended to explore the base first, but unexpectedly received a mission invitation. The group inviting him consisted of 3 men and 2 women. Their current mission was to apprehend a criminal. These individuals, of course, were also authorized to apprehend criminals. Because their current status was not as special training camp members, but as special operations specialists. Chapter 67, We need a decoy, and you're perfect for the job. Hey, new guy. Interested in joining us on a criminal apprehension mission? We need an inconspicuous decoy, and you fit the bill perfectly. The one inviting Zhang Xinghe to join the mission was a young man with prematurely white hair. He appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old, yet his hair was already completely white. Zhang Xinghe didn't accept the invitation outright, but he didn't refuse either. He casually inquired, "What level of power does this criminal possess? Where is he located?" Xiao Guanfei didn't hold back, answering truthfully, "He's a 5th-tier beastmaster." After Xiao Guanfei finished speaking, he and the other 4 members of the squad all turned their gaze toward Zhang Xinghe. They needed to gauge his reaction to decide whether to bring him along on their mission. Zhang Xinghe appeared harmless and fit their requirements. But if he chickened out once the operation began, they'd be in trouble. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xinghe nodded. "Alright, I agree to join this operation." A 5th-tier beastmaster posed little threat to him. He himself possessed 5th-tier strength, and in the first stage of Dragon Emperor transformation, he could unleash the combat power of a peak 6th-tier beastmaster. Being new to the camp, he wasn't yet fully familiar with its operations. By accompanying Xiao Guanfei and the others on this Special Operations Task Force mission, he would gain a clearer understanding of the training camp and his new role. Zhang Xinghe's response caught Xiao Guanfei and the others off guard. After all, Zhang Xinghe appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old. Beast masters of that age typically lack the strength to disregard threats from 5th-tier beast masters. They didn't want Zhang Xinghe to freeze up during missions, nor did they want him to have any other issues. Xiao Guanfei could only exchange glances with the other 4 members, silently seeking their opinions. Standing beside Xiao Guanfei was a young man who bore some resemblance to him, though this one did not suffer from premature graying. This was Xiao Guanfei's younger brother, Xiao Guanhao. Xiao Guanfei gave off an air of frivolity, carefree charm, and unrestrained abandon. Xiao Guanhao's first impression, however, was one of arrogance. He didn't mince words like Xiao Guanfei and asked Zhang Xinghe directly, "What's your strength level?" This manner of speaking was highly unpopular, and if one lacked sufficient strength, it was easy to get beaten up. But Xiao Guanhao's strength was undeniably sufficient. Thus, most of the time, he was the one dishing out beatings, not the one receiving them. Zhang Xinghe didn't answer Xiao Guanhao's question. Instead, he directly revealed the energy fluctuations of a 5th-tier beast master. The moment Zhang Xinghe released the energy fluctuations of a 5th-tier beast master, Xiao Guanfei and his 4 companions all wore expressions of astonishment. Xiao Guanfei chuckled, "There's always someone better out there. To think a young man like you is already a 5th-tier beast master." Xiao Guanhao grinned, giving Zhang Xinghe a thumbs up. "Impressive, very strong. We can work together from here on out." Zhang Xinghe gave a slight nod and introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Xinghe. I'm 18 years old and a combat-type 5th-tier beast master." Combat-type beast masters were a specialized branch within the profession. While all beast masters possess the ability to cultivate battle beasts and beast maidens, different practitioners may specialize in distinct growth paths. Therefore, beast masters above tier 3 are often categorized in detail. The combat-type beast master Zhang Xinghe mentioned was one such detailed classification. This meant he possessed formidable combat prowess even without relying on battle beasts or beast girls. After Zhang Xinghe introduced himself, Xiao Guanfei began his own introduction. "My name is Xiao Guanfei. I'm 26 years old. Like brother Zhang, I'm also a combat-type beastmaster." After Xiao Guanfei finished, Xiao Guanhao introduced himself. "I'm Xiao Guanhao. This white-haired guy is my older brother. I'm 25 years old and a command-type beastmaster." A command-type beast tamer meant Xiao Guanhao's combat style was chaotic and all-out. He both commands beast girls and battle beasts in combat while personally donning armor and joining the fray. The vast majority of beast masters, like Xiao Guanhao, were command-type. Combat-type beast masters, like Zhang Xinghe and Xiao Guanfei, belonged to a niche school. After the brothers Xiao Guanfei and Xiao Guanhao introduced themselves, a young man who appeared quiet and earnest stepped forward. "Hello, brother Zhang. My name is Lin Senator. I'm 24 years old and a plant-type beast master." While most beast masters cultivate combat beasts or beast girls, some choose to cultivate energy plants instead. These energy plants possessed varying degrees of intelligence and emotion, allowing them to be treated as specialized battle beasts. Zhang Xinghe rarely encountered plant-type beast masters, and he found himself intrigued by the energy plant Linsen cultivated. Following Linsen, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed entirely in white, who looked like a supermodel, walked over and casually sat down on a nearby barstool. Zhang Xinghe had seen countless beauties during this period. Yet he had to admit that the woman before him, along with another woman in the group, were both exceptionally beautiful, possessing moon-like faces and flower-like features. After settling into the barstool, Bai Yiting casually crossed her legs and began her introduction. "My name is Bai Yiting. You can call me Sister Bai or Sister Yiting. As for my age, I'd rather not say. Just guess how old you think I am." Half-jokingly, Zhang Xinghe thought to himself, "I'd say you're a 36D. But after glancing over Bai Yiting's figure, Zhang Xinghe realized he didn't need to guess anymore. She was wearing a 36D bra. The question remained, were they the real deal or a combination of technology and hard work? Not knowing her personality well, Zhang Xinghe didn't rashly try to sense her situation. Women like Lu Ao, outgoing, a master of trash talk, and a seasoned veteran were rare. But this time, Zhang Xinghe had undoubtedly made a mistake. In public, Bai Yiting was the pure, innocent maiden, but in private, she was a woman who let loose and lived it up. After knowing Bai Yiting for a while, Zhang Xinghe realized he'd never encountered anyone this fiery in either of his lifetimes. Bai Yiting continued her self-introduction as she pulled out a compact to touch up her makeup. "My innate ability is that of an S-class mermaid," she said. "Therefore, I excel more in combat within various aquatic environments than on land." After finishing, she gave Zhang Xinghe a wink and asked, "Want to see what I look like as a mermaid?" Zhang Xinghe smiled but didn't respond. At that moment, the final beauty in the group set down her juice and prepared to introduce herself. As everyone's attention shifted to the final beauty, Zhang Xinghe leaned close to Bai Yiting and whispered, "Yes." Bai Yiting chuckled, lowering her voice to match his. "Want what? Want to get laid?" Chapter 68, Never been inside, but my heart yearns for it. Though Bai Yiting kept her voice low, Zhang Xinghe caught every word of her outrageous remark. At this moment, Zhang Xinghe felt that joining this special training camp had been the right decision. The only question was whether Bai Yiting was a seasoned veteran like Lu Ao, all talk and no action, or a battle-hardened practitioner. Bai Yiting's previous questions had already been difficult for Zhang Xinghe to handle. Her final question, however, left him completely at a loss. Fortunately, the last beauty in the group had begun introducing herself, drawing Bai Yiting's attention away. She stopped teasing Zhang Xinghe. This time, Zhang Xinghe certainly didn't pretend to be proper. Back with Lu Ao, he'd accurately assessed her as a talker and pressed her relentlessly. With Bai Yiting, however, it was impossible to gauge the situation. What if Bai Yiting was actually a doer? If he provoked her, how would he ever face the empress when he got home at night? As Zhang Xinghe's mind raced with thoughts, he didn't miss the final beauty's self-introduction. Her name was Yu Meng, 26 years old, with an S-grade ice soul spirit fox talent. Unlike Bai Yating, who wore white skinny sweatpants, Bai Yating was also a leggy beauty, but she lacked standoff features. Her lower half, though form-fitting and figure-flattering, failed to capture attention. Moreover, Bai Yating wasn't wearing high heels, opting instead for a pair of white tactical combat boots. Her top, however, was quite impressive, a cropped white shirt with simple sketch-like patterns tied at the waist. Given her stunning looks and alluring figure, many would likely want to untie the knot on her shirt to see what lay beneath. Yu Meng's outfit, however, was far from Bai Yating's understated style. Her top was a light blue off-the-shoulder blouse. If it were just a basic off-the-shoulder top, it wouldn't have triggered Zhang Xinghe, Xiao Guanfei, Xiao Guanhao, and Lin Sen's crosshairs to lock onto her. Yu Meng's off-the-shoulder top, however, featured an extremely bold and fashion-forward design. Below her collarbone, it showcased extensive cutouts in semi-transparent sheer fabric. When Yu Meng wore this top, Zhang Xinghe could even see the intricate patterns on her sheer camisole underneath. Zhang Xinghe was certain that if he got close enough to Yu Meng, he'd undoubtedly catch a glimpse of some majestic, towering snow-capped mountain scenery. After briefly introducing himself to the others, the group of 6, led by Xiao Guanfei, commenced their mission. It was then that Zhang Xinghe saw the mission file. The criminal they were tasked with capturing was named Wang Jinrong. While most beast masters and beast maidens aligned with the righteous faction, fighting for justice and survival. However, a very small number of beast masters and beast maidens belonged to the unjust faction. They had no interest whatsoever in resisting invasions or defending their homelands. In their eyes, nothing existed beyond their own interests. Such beastmasters and beast maidens generally paid no heed to laws or morality. This beastmaster named Wang Jinrong was wanted for transporting hallucinogenic water. Hallucinogenic water is a drug that induces vivid illusions, easily ensnaring beastmasters and beast maidens in its delusions, making it difficult for them to break free. Unlike fine wine, however, no matter how delicious hallucinogenic water may be, it follows the adage, a drop when thirsty is like nectar, but after intoxication, another cup is worse than none. Once one reaches a certain point with fine wine, the desire to drink more typically fades. Hallucinogenic water is different. It doesn't induce intoxication. Beastmasters and beastgirls who drink it often crave more. But this substance takes a toll on both beastmasters and beastgirls. A single cup leaves them listless for a day or two after the effects wear off. Overconsumption can lead to instant death. Consequently, every year in Nanming City, there are cases of beastmasters and beastgirls dying unexpectedly from consuming too much hallucinogenic water. Both the Great Xia Empire and nations worldwide have officially banned the production and sale of hallucinogenic water. However, its presence has never vanished from the black market. Wang Jinrong, the target of Zhang Xinghe's operation, had been dealing in large quantities of hallucinogenic water on the black market. Led by Xiao Guanfei, the 6-person team swiftly returned to Nanming City's main district. They then boarded 2 black minivans bound for Lakeside Club. Zhang Xinghe, Xiao Guanfei, and Bai Yating rode in one vehicle. Xiao Guanhao, Lin Sen, and Yu Meng rode in the other. While driving, Xiao Guanfei joked with Zhang Xinghe, "Brother Zhang, have you ever been to Lakeside Club?" Under normal circumstances, a young man just over 18 like Zhang Xinghe wouldn't have been to Lakeside Club. The Lakeside Club was a paradise for older patrons. For someone of Zhang Xinghe's age, the club was too extravagant in both cost and activities. After Xiao Guanfei asked, Zhang Xinghe answered honestly, no. He had never visited Lakeside Club in either his past or present life, yet his knowledge of the place was far from limited. For many beast masters, such a place was likely a spiritual haven they could only dream of, never to be reached. Upon hearing Zhang Xinghe had never been, Bai Yating immediately protested, "How could that be? You've never visited such a wonderful place? Never mind, Sister Yating will show you around properly from now on. This place is practically my second home." Xiao Guanfei chimed in sarcastically, "Well, there is a difference. You definitely spend more time loafing around at Lakeside Club than you do actually going home." Giggle giggle giggle. Bai Yating chuckled softly, offering no rebuttal. Xiao Guanfei was right, that was exactly how she lived, and she saw nothing wrong with it. Life only comes once, so naturally she would live it her way. Zhang Xinghe, however, recognized that unlike the theoretical Lu Ao, Bai Yating was a woman of action. This struck Zhang Xinghe as a stark contrast. Most of the time, Bai Yating gave off the aura of a gentle, virtuous lady. But she wasn't refined, she was seasoned. Seasoned by countless trials and tribulations. As they spoke, Xiao Guanfei had already guided them to their destination. With practiced ease, he parked the car and retrieved a square leather case from the trunk, slinging it over his shoulder. Zhang Xinghe knew exactly what it contained, a sniper rifle case. However, the weapon inside was no ordinary sniper rifle, it was an energy weapon specifically designed to counter beast masters and beast maidens. Beast masters and beast girls below the transcendent stage would be utterly unable to withstand a single shot. At the transcendent stage, naturally, even more powerful energy weapons existed, designed specifically to target transcendent beast masters and beast maidens. After strapping on the energy weapon, Xiao Guanfei addressed Zhang Xinghe and Bai Yating, "Now it's up to you two. Especially Brother Zhang's performance. Let's see if he can fool Wang Jinlong's informant and get Wang Jinlong to step forward. Chapter 69, Hold Your Fire. We're here to discuss cooperation. Zhang Xinghe gave Qiao Guanfei a slight nod. I'll do my best. This operation was straightforward. A major client from another province had placed an order with Wang Jinlong for a batch of hallucinogenic water. Part of the transaction had already been completed. However, the buyer had been apprehended by special operations agents from another province, and the informants sent to Nanning City had been eliminated by Qiao Guanfei and his team. Zhang Xinghe's task this time was to pose as an informant sent by the buyer and make contact with Wang Jinlong's informant. If everything went smoothly, he would meet Wang Jinlong and proceed with further negotiations. Special operations agents held a slight advantage when dealing with criminals like Wang Jinlong. These operatives came from all walks of life, making it difficult for Wang Jinlong to determine whether he was actually dealing with a special operations officer. By the time he figured it out, it would likely be too late. After Qiao Guanfei departed, Zhang Xinghe and Bai Yoting entered the Lakeside Club through separate entrances. Their missions within the club differed, requiring them to split up. Zhang Xinghe's mission was to go to Private Room 37 and meet with Wang Jinlong's informant. Upon entering the Lakeside Club, Zhang Xinghe wasted no time and headed straight for Private Room 37. He knocked on the door, and sure enough, it opened. However, Zhang Xinghe noticed that there wasn't just one person inside the room. There were 6 men and 2 women, a total of 8 people. Faced with this situation, he immediately activated the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's Sacred Cannon to assess their status. After scanning them with the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's Sacred Cannon, he felt completely at ease. The 2 beast girls in the room were both E rank, possessing only first-tier strength. Clearly, due to their poor aptitude, they had chosen not to cultivate and grow, instead falling into the life of a streetwalker and working as seafood merchants. Among the 6 beast masters, 4 possessed E rank aptitude, while 2 held C rank. The 4 E rank beast masters were all at the first tier, equivalent to untrained ordinary people. The 2 C rank beast masters possessed decent strength, both being third-tier practitioners. After Zhang Xinghe entered the private room, one of the alluring women immediately protested, "Why are more people coming? With your situation, you'll have to pay extra." Hearing this, the bespectacled young man who had opened the door earlier teased, "Sis Shou, you're really obsessed with money. You can't go 3 sentences without mentioning it." Zhou Shuqing snorted coldly. "If I don't mention money, what am I doing here? Doing charity? I don't care, you're paying extra." The bespectacled young man chuckled, "This friend has a rather special status. I can't control him. You'll have to negotiate the extra charge with him yourself." Zhang Xinghe felt utterly speechless inside. He wasn't planning to eat seafood. What was he supposed to discuss with his sister Zhou? However, Zhang Xinghe quickly realized this must be a test. Among those 2 third-tier beast masters, one was likely the genuine informant, while the others were merely window dressing. If he were the buyer's informant, he'd certainly avoid unnecessary trouble at this moment. Even if he didn't plan to eat the seafood, he would have paid for the meal. At that moment, Zhou Shuqing swayed her slender waist and appeared before Zhang Xinghe. She approached and stated directly, "You heard it yourself. That Wang Peng guy sent me to collect money from you." Zhang Xinghe gave a slight nod and asked, "How much?" Zhou Shuqing hesitated slightly before replying, 5,000 credit points. Agreed. Zhang Xinghe didn't beat around the bush and immediately consented. He'd just need to return to the training camp and have the staff reimburse him. Next, Zhou Shuqing pulled out her phone and scanned Zhang Xinghe's QR code. Zhang Xinghe didn't play games with her. He scanned 5,000 credit points directly to her account. After the transaction concluded, Zhou Shuqing beamed with a broad smile and settled back onto the sofa. This time, however, the man seated to her left pulled her into his embrace, his rough hands growing restless. Another man poured himself a glass of wine and approached her, cup in hand. The beast tamer Zhou Shuqing called Wang Peng beckoned to another woman before taking a seat opposite Zhang Xinghe. Since Wang Peng possessed only an E-grade aptitude and first-tier strength, Zhang Xinghe suspected he was a decoy rather than the informant he intended to meet today. The informant he sought was likely one of the 2 taciturn third-tier beast masters. After taking his seat opposite Zhang Xinghe, Wang Peng poured himself a glass of wine and asked, "What brings you here today, friend?" Without hesitation, Zhang Xinghe replied, "To have some fun, of course." This was the secret code used when their respective insiders met. Although Wang Peng initiated the exchange, Zhang Xinghe still didn't believe Wang Peng was Wang Jinlong's mole. Wang Peng's eyes lit up at Zhang Xinghe's words. He pressed on, "What kind of fun are you looking for, friend? There's plenty of interesting stuff here at Lakeside Club." Zhang Xinghe chuckled. "I'm looking for something a bit more unique. Something you can't experience anywhere else." This time, Wang Peng laughed. He smiled at Zhang Xinghe and said, "Then you've come to the right place, friend. Let me take you to meet someone first. He'll satisfy your needs." Zhang Xinghe felt a twinge of confusion. This wasn't what he had expected. According to the information Qiao Guanfei and the others had, he was supposed to meet Wang Jinlong's contact here. Then, by following a set script, he could meet Wang Jinlong. Now he clearly needed to improvise, because Wang Ping hadn't even completed the full code exchange with him before preparing to take him somewhere else. He had always harbored doubts about whether Wang Ping was truly the other side's contact. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xing had decided to follow Wang Ping and see for himself. He nodded immediately. Please lead the way. Wang Ping seemed to have anticipated Zhang Xing's agreement. The moment Zhang spoke, he rose and led the way. Zhang Xing followed without further hesitation, leaving private room 37 together with Wang Ping. After leaving the private room, Wang Ping led Zhang Xing around the lakeside club before arriving outside another room 37. This time, Zhang Xing didn't enter the room. Instead, he asked curiously, why is there another room 37 here? Wang Ping smiled and explained, the names and numbers of the private rooms here can be customized. Strictly speaking, this is the room 37 you were meant to visit. Zhang Xing nodded slightly before pushing open the door. Upon entering, he was somewhat surprised. This time, there was only one person inside and it was someone he knew. It was none other than Zhou Shuqing. What Zhou Shuqing said next also caught Zhang Xing off guard. Zhou Shuqing cut straight to the point, I know something has happened to Boss Zhou. You're not his informant, you're an undercover agent from the Public Security Bureau. But don't rush to act just yet. I'm here to propose a partnership. Chapter 70, Delusional. Not a single credit point will be returned. Zhang Xing was genuinely astonished. Though Zhou Shuqing hadn't correctly identified his role, she clearly possessed some intelligence. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xing refrained from attacking Zhou Shuqing immediately and instead asked, if you want to cooperate, you should reveal your identity first. Zhou Shuqing nodded slightly. I'm with the Gold Diggers. You've heard of that organization, right? Zhang Xing nodded calmly. Yes. His expression remained composed, yet his inner doubts deepened. Beyond official organizations like the Garrison Headquarters, the Military Command, and the Dawn Base, certain civilian groups also fought against alien races and beasts. The Gold Diggers were one such civilian group. However, beyond hunting alien races and beasts, the Gold Diggers also engaged in other ventures. Seeing that Zhang Xing recognized the Gold Diggers, Zhou Shuqing smiled and continued, Mr. Zhao actually sent 2 informants to Nanming City, one openly and one covertly. You captured one, and we Gold Diggers captured the other. Using intelligence from that informant, we've already made contact with Boss Wang's informant ahead of time. But there was a minor setback along the way. Mr. Wang's informant has now fallen into the hands of the alien race. But don't worry. We've already pinpointed the location of Mr. Wang's hideout. Given these unforeseen circumstances, if you wish to know where Boss Wang Jinrong is hiding now, you'll have to pay us Gold Diggers for the information. After Zhou Shuqing outlined the situation, Zhang Xing rubbed his temples in frustration. It must be said that this entire affair had unfolded entirely beyond his expectations from start to finish. To put it simply, the Gold Diggers had taken on part of the work that should have been handled by security officers or special operations agents. And these guys were real jerks. After getting Wang Jinrong's address, they'd somehow managed to make his informant disappear. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xing asked, how am I supposed to trust you? Zhou Shuqing wasted no time, pulling out her phone and playing 3 videos for Zhang Xing. The first video showed Boss Zhao's undercover operative being hypnotized and controlled by a beast girl from the Gold Diggers organization, then meeting up with Wang Jinrong's informant. The second video showed Gold Diggers operatives and Wang Jinrong's mole visiting Wang Jinrong's hideout together. However, this footage had been heavily edited, with significant portions missing. The only verifiable detail was that after Wang Jinrong's informant met with the Gold Diggers, they returned to Wang Jinrong's side. The third video shows Wang Jinrong dispatching that informant on another mission, only for the informant's car to be ambushed and captured by the alien race while driving through the buffer zone. Recorded by a dashcam, the footage even captures the alien's expert kidnapping technique. Mouths covered, ropes tied, sacks pulled over heads. The entire process flows seamlessly, executed in one fluid motion. It was immediately apparent that these outsiders were seasoned kidnappers. After reviewing these 3 videos, Zhang Xing was largely convinced by Zhou Shuqing's account. Instead of bringing up the intelligence matter directly, he pulled out his phone and said to Zhou Shuqing, give me back my 5,000 credit points. The situation was complicated now, and he wasn't part of the Public Security Bureau. The special training camp didn't know how to handle this case next. They might purchase the intelligence on Wang Jinrong from Zhou Shuqing and her group, or they might not. Therefore, he naturally demanded back the 5,000 credit points he had given her not long ago. Given his current financial standing, 5,000 credit points were hardly a significant sum, but there was no reason to simply give them to Zhou Shuqing. If Zhou Shuqing were Wang Jinrong's accomplice, after Wang's demise, the 5,000 credit points she received from Zhang Xing would naturally be recovered. But now she wasn't Wang Jinrong's person, she was Gold Diggers. Even if Zhang Xing wanted to seek reimbursement from the special training camp, this matter would likely be difficult to handle. Upon hearing Zhang Xing's demand, Zhou Shuqing feigned ignorance. Credit points? I have no idea what you're talking about. Zhang Xing shot her a cold stare. Are you going to pay it back or not? Zhou Shuqing replied smugly, that money was earned through my own skills. Why should I return it? Zhang Xingha's voice carried a hint of anger. You'd better return it immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Zhou Shuqing sneered, you're a security officer, not someone like us who can break the rules. Just consider it money well spent for a lesson. Money that ends up in my hands is never coming back. Hearing this, Zhang Xingha moved like lightning, grabbing Zhou Shuqing by the throat. You dare to swindle my money, he growled. I'll snap your neck in two. Zhou Shuqing showed no fear, grinning as she retorted, go ahead and squeeze. I don't believe you'd dare. Zhang Xingha finally understood Zhou Shuqing was counting on his status as a security officer, convinced he wouldn't dare act recklessly. Unfortunately for her, he wasn't a security guard at all, he was a special operations agent, a position unknown to ordinary people. Currently, Zhang Xingha provided Xin Yuwei and the others with universal evolution energy worth 10 million credit points daily. Even though he hadn't cashed it out yet, it was hard currency that could be converted to cash anytime, anywhere. He had no worries about liquidity. Therefore, 5,000 credit points were nothing more than pocket change to him. But seeing Zhou Shuqing's smug expression, Zhang Xingha refused to let her take those 5,000 credit points so easily. He confronted her, I'm not a security officer. My status is more special than theirs. This is your last chance, give me back those 5,000 credits. Oomph. You think I'd believe? Zhou Shuqing gasped sharply before finishing her sentence. Zhang Xingha gave a cold laugh but didn't pursue her for the 5,000 credits any further. He spent those 5,000 credit points to enjoy the service, and he had already taken the initiative to enjoy it once earlier. By seeking out Zhou Shuqing for 99 more sessions, he would settle their accounts. After leaving the private room, Zhang Xingha immediately called Xiao Guanfei to explain the situation. He quickly recounted his experience at Lakeside Club to Xiao Guanfei. Xiao Guanfei was utterly stunned, having never anticipated such an incident. After instructing him to stand by, he immediately relayed the situation to others. At that moment, Zhou Shuqing emerged from the private room, clutching her chest. She glared at Zhang Xingha with murderous intent and snapped, you bastard. What I did earlier with my men was just a performance for you, a performance, do you understand? What do you think I do for a living? Zhang Xingha suddenly understood. No wonder he'd sensed something off back then, this whole gang had been putting on a show for him. Before Zhang Xingha could process it further, Zhou Shuqing gritted her teeth and demanded, pay up. It blew up. Zhang Xingha scoffed. It's not some cheap cosmetic product. Real ingredients don't just explode. Zhou Shuqing continued, her voice still gritted with anger, I don't care. You're paying. Zhang Xingha chuckled. You still have time to refund me 4,950 credit points. Otherwise, it's useless to argue, I'm definitely going to enjoy the package I paid for. This time, Zhou Shuqing was furious enough to burst a blood vessel. You're dreaming. Not a single credit point will be refunded to you, got it? Chapter 71, officially a subordinate, privately a handwarmer. Zhang Xingha paid no heed to Zhou Shuqing's venomous words. After brief interactions with her, he'd concluded that while Zhou Shuqing lacked formidable strength, she possessed remarkable efficiency. Wang Pang and his team all worked under her leadership. Whether it was the operation to apprehend the buyer's undercover contact, the mission to use that contact to connect with Wang Jinrong's informant, or subsequent actions, all were orchestrated and planned by Zhou Shuqing. This clearly demonstrated Zhou Shuqing's exceptional competence. However, Zhou Shuqing also had a major flaw. Shortly after her awakening as a beast girl, she must have suffered severe injuries, causing her meridians to become fragmented and disjointed. With her meridians in such a state, they could no longer support the circulation of energy within her body. This was why Zhou Shuqing's strength remained stagnant at the first tier. After careful consideration, Zhang Xingha began to contemplate recruiting Zhou Shuqing as his subordinate. Not only was she highly capable, but her status as a member of the Gold Diggers made her an excellent asset for Zhang Xingha. The Gold Diggers organization had a global presence. As they constantly fought on the front lines, serving as a crucial resistance force against alien races and beasts invading humanity, the Human Alliance maintained relatively good relations with them. The Alliance largely turned a blind eye to most of the Gold Diggers' activities. As long as the Gold Diggers didn't overstep too far, the Human Alliance generally wouldn't take action against them. Moreover, with members scattered across the globe, the Gold Seekers possessed an exceptionally formidable intelligence network. Take this recent incident, for example. The Special Operations Commissioner of the training camp was completely unaware that the buyer collaborating with Wang Jinrong had secretly sent an undercover operative into Nanming City. Zhou Shuqing and her team, however, possessed this intelligence and had already apprehended the buyer's undercover operative. With that thought, Zhang Xingha grabbed Zhou Shuqing and dragged her back into the private room. Xiao Guanfei and his team clearly needed time to handle this unexpected incident and wouldn't be arriving anytime soon. By the time Xiao Guanfei and the others finished reporting to the special training camp base and formulated a response plan, he would have finished his business here. What are you doing? Zhou Shuqing asked, terrified. She hadn't expected Zhang Xingha, who had been quite reasonable earlier, to suddenly become violent toward her for some unknown reason. Zhang Xingha didn't answer her question. Instead, he immediately unleashed the net flame mystic hand, reaching out to grab Zhou Shuqing. Again? Zhou Shuqing nearly lost her mind. She never imagined this security officer, Zhang Xinghe, would be so utterly unrestrained. And unlike before, when he'd roughly grabbed and squeezed her a couple times before letting go, this time Zhang Xinghe had no intention of releasing her. Zhou Shuqing desperately wanted to fight back and teach Zhang Xinghe a lesson. But as a mere Tier 1 beast maiden, she stood no chance against Zhang Xinghe, a Tier 5 beast tamer. She was like a rag doll, helplessly subjected to Zhang Xinghe's manipulation, allowing him to bend and twist her at will. At first, Zhou Shuqing had planned to use every connection at her disposal to exact brutal revenge on Zhang Xinghe afterward. Yet gradually, her thoughts began to shift. This shift wasn't because Zhang Xinghe's reckless actions had pleasured her. Rather, she unexpectedly discovered that her shattered meridians were being healed. In that moment, Zhou Shuqing could only stare blankly at Zhang Xinghe, utterly bewildered by what was happening. Her obsession with money stemmed not from genuine love for it, but from her desperate need to fund the treatment of her shattered meridians. With her meridians severely damaged, not only could she not improve her strength, but she also endured constant pain. Now, under the nourishing repair of Zhang Xinghe's purifying flame mysterious hand, some of her hidden injuries and ailments, along with her shattered meridians, were being restored. As Zhang Xinghe ceased his movements and slowly dispersed the colorless, intangible flames generated by the purging flame mystic palm, Zhou Shuqing nearly blurted out, "Don't stop." Zhang Xinghe naturally ignored her. This was merely a demonstration of his healing techniques for Zhou Shuqing. Before Zhou Shuqing fully became his subordinate, he had no intention of completely healing her. After withdrawing his palm, Zhang Xinghe gave Zhou Shuqing a once-over and teased her, "Nice texture. Pretty bouncy." Zhou Shuqing snapped, "Get lost." After scolding Zhang Xinghe, Zhou Shuqing quickly asked, "Was that technique you used earlier your Beastmaster talent?" "Yes," Zhang Xinghe nodded. Zhou Shuqing pressed further, "Then what kind of Beastmaster talent is it? Why have I never heard of it before?" On the surface, she was asking questions, but in reality, she was probing for information. If she could identify the specific Beastmaster talent Zhang Xinghe had just used, she could privately seek out a Beastmaster possessing the same ability to treat her. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Zhang Xinghe could easily discern Zhou Shuqing's true intent behind her words. He stated directly to Zhou Shuqing, "This Beastmaster talent is extremely unique. Besides me, no one else could possibly possess it." Zhou Shuqing snorted coldly, "That's just your word against mine. I don't believe you." Though she spoke thus, her thoughts diverged. After her meridian shattered, she had scoured every available resource within the Gold Diggers organization concerning meridian restoration. She was now familiar with the vast majority of meridian restoration methods. But the Beastmaster talent Zhang Xinghe had just displayed was truly unprecedented to her. This suggested Zhang Xinghe's Beastmaster talent might truly be exceptionally rare, possibly unique to him alone. Zhang Xinghe didn't bother proving the rarity of the pure flame mystic palm to Zhou Shuqing. Instead, he directly explained its detailed effects to her. "My Beastmaster talent can not only mend your shattered meridians but also heal hidden injuries within your body and unlock your evolutionary potential. Carefully sense the state within your body, and you'll understand that my words are no empty claim." Hearing Zhang Xinghe's words, Zhou Shuqing immediately began to carefully sense the state within her body. Gradually, astonishment and excitement began to spread across her stunningly beautiful face. Though she had suffered a minor setback from Zhang Xinghe's earlier reckless actions, she had gained immense benefit. And in the end, wasn't that thing just a mere ounce of flesh? If Zhang Xinghe used his Beastmaster talent on her like this every time, she could gain so many benefits. Then she hoped Zhang Xinghe would weld his hands permanently to it and never remove them. Seeing Zhou Shuqing's look of repeated astonishment, Zhang Xinghe understood that she had grasped the true power of the Beastmaster's talent, the purifying flame mystic hand. He immediately laid his cards on the table, saying to Zhou Shuqing, "I can heal your shattered meridians and the hidden injuries within your body, and awaken your evolutionary potential. But I have one demand." Without hesitation, Zhou Shuqing retorted, "Sleep with you? Or be your hand warmer?" Chapter 72, Trouble? You just don't understand Zhang Xinghe's joy. What Zhang Xinghe meant to say was that he needed Zhou Shuqing to serve as his subordinate. And that was while she still commanded the members of the Gold Diggers organization. But after Zhou Shuqing asked, Zhang Xinghe realized having her as a hand warmer sounded pretty good too. He didn't correct her misunderstanding but instead laid out his other demands. "I want you to work for me covertly without leaving the Gold Diggers, but no one else can know you're secretly working for me. You've already experienced the benefits I can offer firsthand. And I can assure you, what I can provide goes far beyond what you've seen so far. I know how to trigger multiple consecutive evolutions, allowing you to ascend to higher tier beast girls. In fact, I could even elevate you from an E-rank beast girl to a D rank right now." Zhou Shuqing's eyes widened at these words. After her recent experience, she was utterly convinced that Zhang Xinghe wasn't just making empty promises, he genuinely had the ability to deliver on certain commitments. She qualified it as some because she didn't know if Zhang Xinghe truly possessed the ability to accelerate a beast girl's evolution. Before her meridians were fully repaired, her greatest struggle was undoubtedly her inability to cultivate, grow, and enhance her strength. But now that her meridians were restored, her biggest problem was about to shift to her poor innate talent. Whether F rank or E rank, there was almost no point in expending resources or diligently cultivating. Their aptitudes were too low, making cultivation progress painfully slow and agonizing. Moreover, their chances of evolving into higher-tier beast girls were extremely slim. If everything Zhang Xing had just said could actually come true, then she might genuinely be willing to follow him wholeheartedly. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Shuqing asked hesitantly, "Can you really help me evolve into a higher-level beast girl?" This time, Zhang Xinghe didn't waste words. He simply raised his hand and pressed it against Zhou Shuqing's body. Zhou Shuqing thought he was going to use her as a hand warmer again, but this time, a strand of universal evolution energy surged forth from the palm of his hand. Upon receiving that thread of pure, universal evolution energy, Zhou Shuqing's body trembled slightly, as if electrified. After so long as a beast girl, she finally tasted the exquisite sensation of evolution. In that moment, Zhou Shuqing made her decision: she would belong to Zhang Xinghe from now on. Whether he wanted her as a hand warmer or anything else, she accepted it all. Having witnessed Zhang Xinghe's extraordinary talent as a beast master, Zhou Shuqing demonstrated her sincerity to him not with her 3060 assets, but in other ways. Zhou Shuqing stated with utmost seriousness, "Beyond being part of the Gold Diggers organization and leading a 10-person squad in Nanning City, I also work for Deputy Director Wang Shangdong of the Public Security Bureau." Zhang Xinghe was stunned. He truly hadn't expected Zhou Shuqing to be serving three masters simultaneously: the Gold Diggers, the Public Security Bureau, and him. However, the sincerity Zhou Shuqing demonstrated this time carried far more weight than any 3060 could ever offer. Even if she was merely an insignificant pawn in Wang Shangdong's hands, she had at least gained access to the upper echelons of Nanning City's Public Security Bureau. What Zhang Xinghe didn't know was that one's identity in the outside world was self-assigned. It was like someone who had used the blue modifier to make purchases claiming they had financial dealings with the big boss Ma. Zhou Shuqing didn't have direct access to Wang Shangdong either. She had access to his secretary, Chen Suya. Zhou Shuqing worked for Chen Suya, who in turn worked for Wang Shangdong. Therefore, Zhou Shuqing's claim that she was also Wang Shangdong's person wasn't entirely inaccurate. After learning about Zhou Shuqing's situation, Zhang Xinghe casually sat down on the sofa and beckoned her over. "Come here. I'll treat you." Zhou Shuqing rolled her eyes, walked over to Zhang Xinghe, and knelt directly before him. She understood her place perfectly. She could only be Zhang Xinghe's subordinate, his plaything, never his woman. Even without any other talents, based solely on the two abilities he demonstrated so far, Zhang Xinghe's future achievements were boundless. Zhang Xinghe hadn't expected Zhou Shuqing to interact with him in this manner. Yet he didn't reject her humble act of opening her heart completely to him. He was even somewhat intoxicated by it. All Zhang Xinghe could do was sigh inwardly. Is this the treatment only the wicked feudal nobility could enjoy? What Zhang Xinghe didn't realize was that his understanding was still too shallow. The pleasures of those noble lords were beyond his wildest imagination. At this moment, Zhang Xinghe didn't bother with formalities. While waiting for news from Qiao Guanfei, he used Zhou Shuqing as a hand warmer. Simultaneously, he employed his beastmaster talent from the pure flame mystic hand to repair the damaged meridians in her body. Meanwhile, Qiao Guanfei, Qiao Guanhao, Lin Xin, and the others had already regrouped. Even Bai Yuting, who had been on standby at the lakeside clubhouse, was summoned out. Upon seeing Qiao Guanfei, Bai Yuting asked angrily, "What the hell happened? How could this situation arise?" Qiao Guanhao teased his brother, "Bro, seriously. Why didn't we just have a meeting with the four of us? Sis Yuting was probably in the middle of something with her old flame when you called her for a meeting. How could she not be upset?" Finishing his sentence, Qiao Guanhao flashed his signature cocky grin and added, "Sis Yuting, you really shouldn't get upset over something like this. If it's that bad, I'll make it up to you tonight. I'm feeling incredibly energetic lately, brimming with vitality. My energy is like a furnace. I guarantee I'll make you scream yourself hoarse." Xiao Guanhao's words trailed off. A three-edged military dagger had materialized in Bai Yuting's hand, pressing against his throat. Bai Yuting then coldly declared, "If you dare say any more nonsense when I'm in a bad mood, I'll break all three of your legs." Seeing Bai Yuting's attitude, Xiao Guanfei couldn't help but rub his nose. Now he was certain his brother hadn't been exaggerating. Not long ago, Bai Yuting might have truly been soaring on cloud 9. But one phone call from him forced her to make an emergency landing back down to earth. Thankfully, that fool Qiao Guanhao had stupidly stepped forward to take the bullet for him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Qiao Guanhao getting yelled at right now, it would be him, Qiao Guanfei. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Lin Xin tried to smooth things over. "Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, I really owe Brother Zhang an apology. I was planning to let him coast and take credit for the work, but now the mission has gotten so complicated. Right now, he must be in a real bind, negotiating with those gold diggers, right? Chapter 73, How to Choose? Wasn't this putting an honest man in a bind?" Xiao Guanfei and his men all agreed that the gold diggers were no easy foes. The gold diggers' influence was so vast that its members acted with near total impunity. Zhang Xinghe, facing the gold diggers' leader alone, must be in a real bind. Indeed, Zhang Xinghe was experiencing a double headache. In fact, Zhou Shuqing was already a stunning beauty with both looks and figure. Now, with such a clear power dynamic established between them, this piece of meat delivered right to his mouth was tempting enough for Zhang Xinghe to devour in one bite. But now was clearly not the time for that. Xiao Guanfei and the others could contact him again at any moment. If he were caught misbehaving here just as Xiao Guanfei and his 4 companions arrived, it would be utterly embarrassing. Zhou Shuqing, who had been kneeling before Zhang Xinghe all along, naturally noticed the conflict in his eyes. Not only that, she noticed Zhang Xinghe staring intently at her moist, red lips. Zhou Shuqing understood that, given Zhang Xinghe's unrestrained nature, he certainly wasn't thinking of kissing her right now. If that were his intention, he wouldn't be so conflicted. What was causing Zhang Xinghe such inner turmoil must be something far more extreme. While other women might not truly grasp what Zhang Xinghe intended at that moment, Zhou Shuqing had already guessed. Sighing softly to herself, Zhou Shuqing said, "I know what you want. It's not impossible, but I need a promise from you." Zhang Xinghe was completely baffled, unable to comprehend what Zhou Shuqing was talking about. He hadn't been staring at her pearly white teeth or rosy lips, he'd merely been lost in his own thoughts. Still, he was curious, what did Zhou Shuqing think he wanted? And what promise did she want him to make? Zhang Xinghe casually picked up a can of cola from the nearby coffee table, opened it, and said, "Go ahead, what kind of promise do you want?" Zhou Shuqing thought for a moment before saying, "I hope you can help me achieve at least a C-level qualification." Is that possible? Seeing Zhou Shuqing state this request with such earnestness, Zhang Xinghe genuinely felt like laughing. Making Zhou Shuqing a C-rank beast girl would be incredibly easy for him. Of course, this was all thanks to his possession of the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon. The 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred scripture could generate incredibly pure, universal evolutionary energy. This universal evolutionary energy could bypass all limitations, helping beast girls and battle beasts enhance their qualifications. As long as Zhou Shuqing faithfully served him, becoming a C-rank beast girl was a given. He could easily elevate her to S-rank or higher. At this thought, Zhang Xinghe nodded and promised Zhou Shuqing, "As long as you strictly follow my orders and work for me, I guarantee you'll become a D-rank beast girl within 3 months and a C-rank beast girl within 6 months." This time, Zhou Shuqing was stunned. She had assumed she'd have to stay by Zhang Xinghe's side for a long time before her aptitude could possibly reach C-rank. Little did she know life could be so effortless. By currying favor with Zhang Xinghe and securing his backing, she could elevate her potential to C-rank within 6 months. With that realization, Zhou Shuqing hesitated no longer. She clenched her teeth and reached her delicate hand toward Zhang Xinghe's waist, determined to grant his wish. At the same moment, Xiao Guanfei received a response from the special training camp headquarters. Regarding this unexpected incident, the special training camp instructed them to discuss a solution among themselves and submit it. After a moment's thought, Xiao Guanfei stated, "My opinion is that we can cover the cost of purchasing this intelligence. However, after taking down Wang Jinron's hideout, we need to recover this money from Wang Jinron." The special training camp base's rules are fairly flexible. While such actions aren't permitted in principle, occasional exceptions can be made. If we submit this proposal, the base will likely approve it. What do you think? Xiao Guanhao nodded. I agree. I know other teams facing similar predicaments have used comparable methods, and the special training camp base has approved them. Our concern now isn't whether the proposal will pass, but whether we can take down Wang Jinron. If Wang Jinron meets us as originally planned, we'd only have to deal with him and his bodyguards. Now we're infiltrating his lair, which complicates things significantly. After a pause, Xiao Guanhao added, "Of course, if you want to abandon this mission, I won't object. You know I hate troublesome missions like this the most." After Xiao Guanfei and Xiao Guanhao voiced their opinions, Lin Sin responded as he always did, "I'll defer to your judgment." With that, Lin Sin said nothing more. Within this team, he had always been the quiet, unassuming type, rarely voicing his own opinions. Yu Meng, who usually spoke last, voiced her opinion first this time. "I propose abandoning the mission. Luring Wang Jinron out and hunting him down in his own lair are two entirely different matters. However, if you insist on proceeding with the mission, I will fully cooperate with your actions." Bai Yiting often clashed with Yu Meng within the team. This time, after a moment's hesitation, she spoke up, "I also suggest abandoning this mission. Surely you don't want to take a new recruit on such a dangerous operation? Or perhaps we should kick Zhang Xinghe out of the team first, then continue the mission?" After everyone voiced their opinions, the pressure fell squarely on Lin Sin. The brothers Xiao Guanfei and Xiao Guanhao both wanted to continue the mission. Bai Yiting and Yu Meng, however, did not wish to proceed. With the vote tied at 2-2, Lin Sin's decision suddenly became critically important. Lin Sin was dumbfounded. He was someone who severely lacked decisiveness. What was he supposed to do in a moment like this? Lin Sin also understood that he couldn't even abstain. With Zhang Xinghe absent, their next course of action could only be decided by the 5 of them. After wrestling with the dilemma for a long while, Lin Sin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "I'll flip a coin," he declared. "Heads means we continue the mission. Tails means we abandon it." Holy crap! Xiao Guanhao exclaimed, slapping Lin Sun hard on the shoulder. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Only you could come up with that idea. Lin Sun flashed a wide, honest grin, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. Bai Yiting watched him and snorted coldly inside. This Lin Sun was only honest on the surface. In reality, he was anything but. After tasting success with her, this supposedly hard-working, diligent guy had come looking for her almost every night for a while. Later, she grew annoyed with him and gave him a scolding, which finally reduced his visits. Her annoyance wasn't because he couldn't satisfy her, but because he was a dullard utterly boring. Chapter 74, we agreed he'd be my subordinate. What has he become now? Clink. Lin Sun casually tossed a coin from his hand. It flipped several times in midair before landing back in his palm. Xiao Guanfei glanced at the coin in Lin Sun's hand, then burst into laughter. Looks like we hawks got lucky. Time to get back to the mission. I'll first report our intention to continue the mission to the special training camp base, then head to meet up with Zhang Xinghe. Bai Yiting and Yu Meng, witnessing this outcome, had nothing more to say. Given the numerous unexpected developments, the two women, prioritizing safety, no longer wished to continue the mission. However, with Xiao Guanfei and his 4 companions being exceptionally powerful, there was little issue with them proceeding with the mission. Bai Yiting could only shoot Lin Sun a deeply frustrated glance. She then leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Don't bother looking for me for the next month. Just stew in it." Hearing this, Lin Sun's expression darkened considerably. Unlike the others, who only sought a fleeting romance with Bai Yiting without truly caring for her, he, however, genuinely liked Bai Yiting. Even knowing her history of countless romantic entanglements, he still liked her. If Bai Yiting agreed to marry him, he would do so without hesitation. He could even accept not interfering with her lifestyle after marriage. Lin Sun knew this mindset of his was utterly sick. After all, a woman like Bai Yiting simply wasn't worth giving his heart to. But he simply liked Bai Yiting. He simply loved Bai Yiting. There was no reason, cause every aspect of Bai Yiting simply felt right to him. When he was with Bai Yiting, even without any physical contact, he felt profoundly happy. Of course, Bai Yiting knew about Lin Sun's sincere affection for her. Because this fool Lin Sun had once confessed his feelings to her when drunk. But Bai Yiting only thought he was out of his mind. If Lin Sun wanted to marry a wife and live a stable life, he shouldn't have chosen her. Otherwise, he shouldn't have harbored those messy, tangled thoughts in his head. In this world, the joys and sorrows of people never truly intersect. While Lin Sun and Bai Yiting were both in a foul mood, Zhang Xinghe was feeling quite cheerful. Today, he had effectively abandoned the light for the dark, formally joining the ranks of the despicable feudal nobility. Zhou Shuqing, who had been kneeling before him, now sat on a nearby sofa with his gracious permission. Holding a bottle of mineral water, Zhou Shuqing shot Zhang Xinghe a resentful look. Although she had initiated this act of service toward Zhang Xinghe, she had no intention of letting him take such advantage. But she clearly didn't know Zhang Xinghe well enough. She had no idea that the young man before her was the type who would take advantage of any opportunity presented to him. After taking 2 more sips of water, she still felt an uncomfortable sensation in her throat. Zhou Shuqing gritted her teeth and snapped, "You're despicable. I'll never be nice to you again." Zhang Xinghe gave a cold laugh. "Watch your tone when speaking to me." After delivering this, Zhang Xinghe added another jab, "I didn't make any demands of you just now. You were the one who volunteered to do something for me." Zhou Shuqing sneered back, "Yeah, I guess I thought too highly of you. That's why I decided to give you a little taste of sweetness. Who knew? You look so well dressed and refined, but you're just a wolf in sheep's clothing. Didn't you say this was my initiative? Fine. From now on, I'll never offer you such favors voluntarily again." Zhang Xinghe remained silent, instead channeling the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon. In his palm, he condensed a thread of pitch-black, profound, and mysteriously omnipotent evolutionary energy. This thread contained only 1% of the energy he had granted to Xing Yue, Yu Linglong, and his aunt. Yet upon seeing this utterly pure thread of omnipotent evolutionary energy, Zhou Shuqing felt an overwhelming craving. This craving stemmed from both reason and instinct. Reason dictated that if her innate potential could be enhanced, it must be enhanced. Talent determined one's ceiling. If it couldn't be elevated beyond a certain stage, she would have no further room for progress. Instinctively, continuous evolution was one of the greatest desires inherent to all living beings. If eternal evolution were possible, organisms would have no need to perpetuate their genes through reproduction. Thus, upon glimpsing that sliver of universal evolutionary energy in Zhang Xinghe's hand, Zhou Shuqing felt profoundly frustrated. She could only turn her head away, deliberately avoiding that thread of universal evolutionary energy that held a fatal attraction for her. Otherwise, she knew she'd be unable to resist yielding to Zhang Xinghe, allowing that bastard to mold her however he pleased, doing whatever he wanted with her. Zhang Xinghe observed Zhou Shuqing's actions and found it secretly amusing. He also realized he had underestimated the universal evolutionary energy's allure to all living beings. Possessing the superior 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's origin, it held no allure for him whatsoever. But putting himself in their shoes, the universal evolution energy in his hands was undoubtedly an invaluable treasure to all beast girls, battle beasts, and alien races. Zhang Xingha addressed Zhou Shuqing, "Come here. I'll give you this strand of universal evolution energy." Zhou Shuqing didn't want to approach Zhang Xingha now, but she couldn't refuse the benefit he was offering her this time. She could only say with a hint of resentment, "I can come over, but don't bully me today. Our original agreement was that I'd be your subordinate. What am I to you now?" Zhang Xingha chuckled, "Then don't come over." Hearing this, Zhou Shuqing immediately grew anxious. Getting the short end of the stick was one thing, but losing the chance to obtain omni-evolution energy was another. Without hesitation, she quickly knelt before Zhang Xingha once more. Zhang Xingha chuckled inwardly. This time, he didn't toy with Zhou Shuqing. Instead, he casually fed her the universal evolution energy. Of course, he didn't forget to use her as a makeshift hand warmer while he was at it. However, the moment his hand touched her, it was like an electric shock and he snatched it back. Zhou Shuqing, of course, needed no prompting. She sprang to her feet in an instant, hastily adjusting her clothes. Then, the door to their private room swung open. Standing at the doorway were a man and a woman, both familiar to Zhang Xingha. The man was Wang Pang, Zhou Shuqing's subordinate and a member of the Gold Diggers organization. The woman was Bai Yating, who had come to negotiate with Zhou Shuqing. The special training camp headquarters had agreed to fund the purchase of intelligence regarding Wang Jinrong from Zhou Shuqing. However, funding restrictions were imposed, approving only 1 million credit points for the operation. 1 million credit points held purchasing power equivalent to 100,000 yuan on Deep Blue Star. For a case like this, the budget wasn't exactly small, but it certainly wasn't generous either, it was merely adequate. Chapter 75. This 30-70 split is not that 30-70 split. After Bai Yuting entered the private room, Wang Pang closed the door once more. This sealed off the private room from the outside world, creating two separate realms and allowing Bai Yating and Zhou Shuqing to conduct their business with peace of mind. Had Yu Meng or someone else been sent to negotiate this time? They might not have noticed anything unusual upon entering. But this time, it was Bai Yating. The moment she stepped inside, she spotted Zhang Xingha's trickery. As she casually placed a silver briefcase on the coffee table, Bai Yating's eyes darted toward the wastebasket. Seeing several tissues that appeared to have been used recently, Bai Yating understood immediately. She shot Zhang Xingha a meaningful look but said nothing more. Zhou Shuqing, feeling guilty, cut straight to the chase. Her lips parted as she offered 5 million credit points. "We'll hand over Wang Jinrong's hideout and all the intelligence from his lair, the whole package." Bai Yating shook her head. "We're not a private militia preying on criminals. We're a group of special status security officers. Our superiors only approved 500,000 credit points for our budget. Where am I supposed to find the remaining 4.5 million credit points?" Zhou Shuqing understood Bai Yating was being straightforward. Considering this deal involved security officers, Zhou Shuqing didn't plan to profit much from the intelligence itself. Her real target for profit lay in the joint operation with the security bureau. Zhou Shuqing immediately replied, 500,000 credits definitely won't cover the intelligence fee. After all, this concerns intelligence related to a major dealer like Wang Jinrong. 5 million credit points is the going rate. However, our Gold Diggers organization can provide this intelligence to you both free of charge. Naturally, our official line will be that you've already paid 500,000 credit points or more for the intelligence. Bai Yating cleared her throat and stated, the official story will be that you've already paid 2 million credit points for intelligence. Zhang Xingha froze at the words. He understood, Bai Yating and Zhou Shuqing were Special Agents Smith and Singer, respectively. Bai Yating, without spending a single credit point, dared to claim 2 million credits. As for Zhou Shuqing's demands, Zhang Xingha had no idea at this point and could only wait for her to speak. Zhou Shuqing didn't keep Zhang Xingha and Bai Yating waiting long before stating the Gold Diggers organization's request. Our Gold Diggers organization has 3 10-person teams. We hope to conduct a joint operation with your side this time. During the operation, we may acquire some spoils of war. However, once the operation concludes, we will cease all efforts to acquire spoils. After speaking, Zhou Shuqing turned her gaze toward Bai Yating, hoping she would arrange this matter. After hearing Zhou Shuqing's request, Bai Yating considered it briefly before nodding in agreement. You may collect spoils before the operation concludes. But during the operation, you must contribute both labor and effort. Additionally, while I won't interfere with other loot, the hallucinogenic water is off limits. That substance is a controlled item. If you take the hallucinogenic water this time, the next targets we apprehend might very well be members of your Gold Diggers organization. Zhou Shuqing nodded with a professional smile, placing a data card before Bai Yating. No problem. All the intel on Wang Jinrong is stored on this data crystal card. We're on standby. Just notify us before your operation and we'll coordinate our actions. Here's to a successful collaboration and many more to come. After speaking, Zhou Shuqing didn't linger in the private room and took her leave. She needed to coordinate further with her subordinates and the other 2 10-person teams from the Gold Diggers organization. After Zhou Shuqing departed, Bai Yating looked at Zhang Xinghe with a warm smile, though it was unclear what she intended to do. Bai Yating's plan was actually quite simple. She was certain Zhang Xinghe would feel guilty and inevitably blurt something out. But Bai Yating miscalculated this time. As she smiled warmly at Zhang Xinghe, he began to openly admire her without restraint. Bai Yating sighed helplessly and finally asked, "So, how much of this 2 million credit points do you plan to take?" Zhang Xinghe casually replied, "Half, of course." Bai Yating's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "You didn't lift a finger, and you want half?" Zhang Xinghe knew taking half the money was unreasonable, but he was merely teasing Bai Yating. This time, he didn't state how much he wanted. Instead, he tossed the question back at her. "Sis Yating, how much do you plan to give me?" Bai Yating had already prepared her answer to this question long ago. Without hesitation, she replied, 70-30 split. Before Zhang Xinghe could refuse, she added another sentence. "This 30-70 split isn't the same as that 30-70 split." Zhang Xinghe smiled and asked, "Sis Yating, what do you mean by that?" Bai Yating replied with a cheerful smile, "My 30-70 split means that besides giving you 30%, I'll also give you the chance to earn benefits with me in the future. Not only that, but I know nothing about your antics in the private room earlier. And you can do whatever you want to me too." Bai Yating had assumed that a young man like Zhang Xinghe would be easily dismissed once she'd laid out her terms. But to her surprise, Zhang Xinghe merely smiled silently, clearly waiting for her to continue. Bai Yating couldn't help but grow irritated. Enough is enough. Right now, I only have 1 million credit points on hand. The remaining 1 million credit points need to be applied for back at the office. You get to earn 600,000 credit points without lifting a finger. Aren't you satisfied with that? Bai Yating wasn't truly angry at this moment, she was feigning anger to secure more benefits for herself. But then, Zhang Xinghe unexpectedly stood up and walked toward her. Any other beast girl seeing this move might have felt a twinge of fear. But Bai Yating, seeing him approach, remained utterly unfazed. Not only was her strength no weaker than Zhang Xinghe's, but even if he were stronger, he wouldn't harm her. She and Zhang Xinghe had no deep-seated grudge, he wouldn't kill her outright. At worst, he might take advantage of her. When Zhang Xinghe reached Bai Yating's side, he activated the Purity Flame Mystic Hand. Extending 2 fingers, he gently touched her snow-white swan-like neck. Guided by the technique, a pink, hair-thin needle appeared in his grasp. Holding the delicate pink needle, Zhang Xinghe inquired, "What is this?" Earlier, through the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor's sacred canon, he had sensed something amiss with Bai Yating. But even with his vast knowledge, he had no idea what this pink, hair-thin needle was. Chapter 76, Basic Skills, Don't Mess Up. This is my Beastmaster talent. At that moment, Bai Yating was utterly speechless, staring wide-eyed at Zhang Xinghe. More accurately, she was staring at the needle he held between his fingers. Her expression was already one of profound astonishment, while inside, waves of shock were crashing through her mind. Instead of answering Zhang Xinghe's question, she asked him one of her own. "How did you do that?" Bai Yating's voice carried shock, excitement, and anticipation. Her inner turmoil was palpable. Zhang Xinghe made no attempt to conceal it. He casually grabbed a bottle of sparkling grape water from the nearby cabinet and explained the reason. "This is my Beastmaster talent. But these fine needles are quite peculiar." "What exactly are they?" Bai Yating didn't respond immediately, instead taking a moment to steady her emotions. Her emotional management had always been impeccable. She rarely experienced moments of complete emotional breakdown. But this incident was an exception. After striving to steady her thoughts, Bai Yating still didn't explain what was happening. Her beautiful eyes, as clear as autumn water, turned to Zhang Xinghe as she asked a question with utmost seriousness. "With your Beastmaster talent, can you strip away all these fine needles embedded within my body?" Zhang Xinghe shook his head. "This extremely peculiar substance has fused with your core essence. I can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause." His words were half truth, half lie. He could cure Bai Yating at the root, but it would be extremely troublesome. Bai Yating's current potential was that of an S-class mermaid. If she could evolve from an S-rank mermaid all the way to an SSS-rank mermaid princess, her primordial essence would undergo 2 transformations. After undergoing 2 complete metamorphoses, the fine, hair-like needles within her body would naturally vanish. However, whether using universal evolution energy to boost her, or using other cultivation materials to gradually evolve her step by step, it was quite troublesome. If Xin Yue, Yu Linglong, or Anti-Chu Yubing were facing such difficulties, he would naturally step in without hesitation. But Bai Yating and his relationship clearly hadn't reached that level yet. Moreover, the fact that he could assist beast girls and battle beasts in relatively easy evolutionary matters wasn't something best known by many. Until he possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities, he needed to maintain a relatively low profile. The only ability he could openly display at present was the Purifying Flame Mystic Hand. His high-profile use of this Beastmaster talent was solely to provide cover for the universal evolution energy. Bai Yating naturally had no idea what Zhang Xinghe was thinking. When Zhang Xinghe stated it could only address symptoms, not the root cause, Bai Yating felt a pang of disappointment. Yet she persisted, asking, is there truly no way to address the root cause? Considering Bai Yating was somewhat on his side, Zhang Xing had decided to offer her a glimmer of hope. Right now, I can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. However, if I can achieve the rank of king-level beastmaster, then I will definitely be able to cure the root cause for you. A king-level beastmaster could practically walk all over Nanming City. Once he attained that rank, he wouldn't need to tread carefully in Nanming City anymore. Revealing some of his methods wouldn't matter. Though achieving king-level beastmaster status was an extremely difficult feat. But upon hearing this news, Bai Yating truly felt a spark of hope ignite within her heart. She no longer concealed the truth from Zhang Xinghe and revealed the origin of the fine needle. Those aren't mere cowhair needles, they're threads of the love-binding charm. The love-inducing thread within me was implanted by my adoptive father. My parents died in battle against the alien race when I was very young. My foster father was my father's closest friend. Since then, I've lived with him. Hearing this, Zhang Xing had grasped that Bai Yating must have endured a profoundly tragic past. Though he didn't know what the love-inducing thread was, it clearly wasn't something good. As Bai Yating recounted her past, Zhang Xing didn't interrupt, instead becoming a patient listener. As she recounted these memories, her emotions became increasingly unstable. Her voice grew hoarse and choked with emotion. After listening intently for a while, Zhang Xing had grasped the essence of her story. Bai Yating's adoptive father was a beast. Her current reckless and unrestrained behavior was entirely his doing. Her adoptive father, He Guhong, had originally been a guardian of the Dawn at the Dawn base. During a battle against the alien race, He Guhong accidentally became infected with a love-inducing parasite thread. To rid himself of the love poison's influence, He Guhong ruthlessly transplanted the poison into Bai Yating's body. Zhang Xing has surmised that Bai Yating must possess some extraordinary quality to have prompted He Guhong to take such drastic measures. Otherwise, given He Guhong's capacity for such cruelty, he could easily have chosen any innocent victim to torment. After the love-inducing poison thread was implanted in Bai Yating, she lost control of her desires. If her inner cravings weren't immediately satisfied, she would suffer excruciating torment, both physically and spiritually. Zhang Xing had previously assumed Bai Yating was simply born this way, prone to sudden fevers at any moment. Now he realized she had been utterly ruined by her adoptive father, He Guhong. After learning of Bai Yating's tragic past, Zhang Xing nodded slightly and said, from now on, I can help you remove the love-inducing thread regularly. You can be freed from that life of depravity. Zhang Xing imagined Bai Yating would be overjoyed upon hearing this decision. But he was soon thrown off balance by Bai Yating's response. Wiping away her tears, Bai Yating flashed a seductive, bewitching gaze and said, there are reasons why I became this way. After a brief pause, she continued with words that were nothing short of shocking, but gradually, I realized I don't actually reject this life, I even find some pleasure in it. Perhaps I was born to be this kind of woman. Zhang Xinghe frowned. So you don't need me to help you periodically strip away the love bug threads, or even ultimately eradicate them so they fuse with your essence? Bai Yating immediately protested, I never said that. Zhang Xing grew even more confused, but instead of asking for clarification, he waited for Bai Yating to explain. Bai Yating soon spoke again, voicing her true thoughts. There's a difference between voluntarily being a promiscuous woman and being forced into this situation, right? This time, Zhang Xing nodded. The former scenario involved Bai Yating willingly engaging in intimate interactions with someone, while the latter was her forced compromise with just anyone to counteract the negative effects of the love-binding thread. Bai Yating didn't dwell on the matter with Zhang Xing any further. Rising from the sofa, she said, let's go. We should prepare for the operation to apprehend Wang Jinrong. As for you regularly helping me remove the love poison threads, we can discuss that again after this matter is resolved. You can make any request as long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. Chapter 77, Trouble Looms Large. In Nanming City, Wang Jinrong wasn't the only major illusionist operating. However, the others were deeply entrenched, and no opportunity to confront them had yet presented itself. In truth, Wang Jinrong himself was extremely cautious, hiding his true nature deeply. Had the Gold Diggers organization not unexpectedly intervened this time, establishing contact with Wang Jinrong ahead of schedule, then when Zhang Xinghe and his team moved, they might very well have come up empty-handed. The groundwork laid by Zhou Shuqing and others had convinced Wang Jinrong that the outside world remained peaceful and untroubled. But the outside world was far from peaceful, his doom was fast approaching. Nanming City, Northern Strategic Buffer Zone, No Man's Land. The Lawless Land was a geographical designation, with most of it situated within the Strategic Buffer Zone and a small portion within the Danger Zone. It was a gathering place for numerous outlaws and foreign merchants. The Garrison Command had launched numerous crackdowns on this area, but with little success. Criminals often receive advance warnings and flee, leaving only insignificant small fry captured by the garrison. If the garrison launched high-intensity strikes against this area, these criminals would simply relocate elsewhere. Over time, the garrison's approach to managing this lawless territory evolved into infiltration and covert surveillance. Guardians could infiltrate various criminal enterprises, even those colluding with alien factions. Moreover, the garrison's agents here gain access to intelligence that is difficult to obtain through other channels. Thus, rather than launching large-scale crackdowns, the command headquarters now directly infiltrates the lawless zone to execute targeted operations against its key leaders. Once these criminal leaders are eliminated, internal conflicts often erupt over unequal distribution of profits, frequently resolving matters without the garrison's direct intervention. Near the lawless territories lie numerous complexes. Some originated from a fallen prefecture-level city, while others were constructed by the lawless territory's inhabitants. Wang Jinrong's villa was situated within one such complex, its layout incredibly intricate. At this moment, Wang Jinrong was in the living room of his villa. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign woman lay beneath him as he indulged in unrestrained passion. This blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman was not from the Great Xia Empire, but from the Eagle Empire. Her name was Sophia, the daughter of a prominent merchant from the Eagle Empire. That Eagle Empire merchant was a close friend of Wang Jinrong. When the merchant was conducting business near the Great Xia Empire and was hunted down by enemies, he sought help from Wang Jinrong. But instead of helping, Wang Jinrong wanted to devour him whole. A conflict erupted between the two sides. With the desperate protection of several trusted confidants, the merchant managed to escape Wang Jinrong's sphere of influence. Yet his daughter, as beautiful as a flower, fell into Wang Jinrong's hands. Raymond Sophia was no innocent maiden. On her 18th birthday, she experienced her first combat encounter. Before falling into Wang Jinrong's hands, she had only dated 5 boyfriends, but the number of men she had been intimate with definitely exceeded 10. If Wang Jinrong had been handsome, Sophie would have thoroughly enjoyed this period of her life. Unfortunately, Wang Jinrong was a slightly dark-skinned, pot-bellied pig of a man, which made Sophie feel utterly disgusted. Wang Jinrong didn't just torment her once a day. At any hour, whenever he desired, he would take advantage of her, demanding whatever he wanted and behaving with utter disregard for her. Wiping sweat from his brow, Wang Jinrong asked a question with a hint of smugness. "Sophia, you've been with me for a while now. Uncle's stamina isn't any worse than those young men back in your Eagle Empire, is it?" Sophia thought to herself that among all the men she'd known, Wang Jinrong was the most useless. He could do nothing but drool all over her. Out of self-preservation, she had to put on a show of flattery and obsequiousness, otherwise, Wang Jinrong might well take action against her. Sophia witnessed Wang Jinrong bestowing one of his women as a reward to his subordinate. That woman had screamed in agony for several nights before dying in the most gruesome manner. Sophia would rather be at the mercy of this fat pig, Wang Jinrong, than meet such an end. As Sophia stood there in a daze, Wang Jinrong, deeply displeased, pinched her hard. The pinch sent a wave of pain through her, making her cry out. Sophia felt Wang Jinrong wasn't trying to leave a strawberry mark on her skin, but to crush it entirely. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingha and his group arrived at the edge of the abandoned city. This place had once been a prefecture-level city, so the terrain was extremely complex. Since Wang Jinrong's informant had been captured by the alien race, Zhou Shuqing and the others could only roughly pinpoint the general location of Wang Jinrong's lair. This was, of course, a bit of a setback. However, the operation to capture Wang Jinrong had already commenced. The group found themselves in a situation where the arrow was already on the bowstring. They had no choice but to proceed. Unable to launch a direct assault on Wang Jinrong's stronghold, they had no choice but to split into smaller units and begin searching the surrounding area. When the operation officially commenced, Zhang Xingha and Zhou Shuqing formed one team. Xiao Guanfei, Xiao Guanhao, and Yu Meng each had a member of the Gold Diggers organization assigned to them. Only Bai Yiting and Lin Sin had no Gold Diggers members with them, as the two had formed their own combat team. Zhang Xingha now understood more about Xiao Guanfei and the others. Therefore, upon seeing Bai Yiting and Lin Sin paired together, he felt quite curious. Would these two get up to something beyond their assigned tasks? More accurately, how far would they take it? Bai Yiting's personality already carried a hint of promiscuity. Under the influence of the love-inducing poison, she was even more beyond her control, abandoning all restraint. Lin Sin, on the other hand, was madly in love with Bai Yiting, even willing to die for her. With these two in the same group, whatever they did wouldn't be surprising. But unlike the dull, honest, quiet, low-key, and reserved Lin Sin, Zhang Xingha was clearly the dishonest type. Though he now walked with apparent nonchalance, Zhou Shuqing trailing behind shot him a murderous glare. Afterward, Zhou Shuqing straightened her clothes while wiping away claw marks with a wet wipe. After a flurry of activity, she finally caught up to Zhang Xingha and said with obvious frustration, "Cut out these pointless antics. And you got my clothes dirty, how am I supposed to face my subordinates now?" Zhang Xingha nodded. "Got it. Don't worry. Next time, I won't touch your clothes at all. Honestly, I don't like this feeling either, like scratching through a shoe." Chapter 78, Want to bet? I bet no alien race dares come looking for death. Get lost. Zhou Shuqing snapped, her eyes brimming with resentment. Having gained more insight into Zhang Xingha's temperament, she felt slightly bolder in her speech. Without turning his head, Zhang Xingha said, "Slap me." Zhou Shuqing froze at his words. She assumed that speaking to Zhang Xingha in such a tone under these circumstances wouldn't provoke his anger. Instead, she had overstepped her bounds. Zhang Xinghe had only coldly uttered the two words, slap me. Smack. Without hesitation, Zhou Shuqing raised her hand and struck her own fair, delicate cheek with a sharp slap. This wasn't madness. She desperately needed Zhang Xinghe to heal her damaged meridians and provide her with the opportunity for continued evolution. To her, Zhang Xinghe was her only hope. Having clearly established their superior-subordinate relationship with Zhang Xinghe, she would obey his commands. Hearing the commotion behind him, Zhang Xinghe halted his steps. Glancing at the finger marks on Zhou Shuqing's face, he remarked casually, "You really didn't hold back. You left marks on her face." This time, Zhou Shuqing remained silent. Better safe than sorry. She didn't want Zhang Xinghe picking apart her every word later. As these thoughts occupied her mind, Zhang Xinghe began treating her wounds with the purging flame mystic hand. Injuries of this severity could be healed with a single gentle stroke of the technique. After gently pinching her beautiful cheek, Zhang Xinghe added, "I wasn't testing your obedience or anything. Making you slap yourself earlier was mostly playful teasing. I didn't really mean for you to do anything." After saying this, Zhang Xinghe continued, "I won't use treating your meridians or providing you with evolutionary opportunities as an excuse to oppress you without limit. If I did, the day you no longer needed my help, you'd probably kill me first thing." Understanding Zhang Xinghe's stance, Zhou Shuqing couldn't help but snort softly. "You might as well not treat me at all. It's barely even a superficial wound." Her words weren't spoken out of spite. For while Zhang Xinghe treated her, his other hand had already lifted the hem of her clothes. 2 or 3 minutes later, the two set off again. The finger marks on Zhou Shuqing's face had completely vanished, yet she felt no joy whatsoever. As they walked on, Zhang Xinghe's left arm encircled her slender waist, while his right hand roamed freely. Zhou Shuqing snapped irritably, "This place is still a buffer zone very close to the danger zone. How dare you be so reckless? Aren't you afraid of encountering alien races?" Zhang Xinghe chuckled, "Powerful alien races rarely appear here, and it's highly unlikely they'd target this area." Zhang Xinghe knew the lawless lands well. The interests of the alien races here were no less than those of the criminals in the lawless lands. Thus, in his previous life, alien races had never launched attacks on the lawless land. However, after walking for a while, Zhang Xinghe stopped his reckless behavior. Zhou Shuqing breathed a sigh of relief. "That's more like it. There are quite a few alien races active in this area. We really could run into one." Zhang Xinghe shook his head. "It's not that I'm afraid of encountering outsiders. In my view, the probability of us running into various criminals is far greater than the probability of encountering outsiders." Zhou Shuqing blinked, then smiled brightly. "How about we make a bet?" Zhang Xinghe asked with interest, "What's the wager?" Zhou Shuqing replied with utmost seriousness, "A bet on whether we'll encounter any alien races this time." "What if we do?" Zhang Xinghe pressed. Without hesitation, Zhou Shuqing answered, "If we encounter an alien race, you're not allowed to touch me until I evolve from E rank to D rank." Zhang Xinghe nodded. "Agreed. But if we don't encounter any alien races, you'll need to provide me with the full suite of services we had in that private room last time during this period." Zhou Shuqing pouted indignantly, "No way. That's way too unfair to me. Not only would you show me no tenderness, you wouldn't even treat me like your subordinate." Zhou Shuqing felt that when she had served Zhang Xinghe in the private room last time, he hadn't treated her like a human at all. Zhang Xinghe smiled. "Didn't you say this is a buffer zone close to the danger area? Then it should be easy for alien races to appear here." Hearing this, Zhou Shuqing hesitated. Logically, this place was indeed prone to alien species, which worked against them. Her odds of winning the wager with Zhang Xinghe were overwhelmingly in her favor. What Zhou Shuqing didn't know was that if they headed in the opposite direction, they would absolutely encounter alien races. Because the vast expanse in that direction was entirely within the alien race's sphere of influence. As for the direction they were currently heading, it belonged to the lawless territory of criminal gangs. The alien race and these criminal factions maintained a tacit understanding. Under normal circumstances, neither would venture into the other's territory. Even when negotiations, transactions, or any form of cooperation were required, they would be conducted on the black market within the lawless territory. Zhang Xinghe was well aware of these details. Zhou Shuqing, though the leader of a 10-person squad within the Nanming City Gold Rush organization, she wasn't particularly well versed in the inner workings of Nanming City. Having arrived in Nanming City only recently, she was unaware of the unspoken rules of the lawless zone rules that remained largely hidden from outsiders. After careful consideration, Zhou Shuqing still believed her odds of winning were high, so she agreed. "Fine, I'll take your bet." Zhou Shuqing reasoned that what followed would either bring her a period of comfort or a period of discomfort. She wasn't suffering terribly now, but she certainly wasn't comfortable either. If she won this bet, she could simply wait to reap benefits from Zhang Xinghe in the coming days. If she lost, she'd accept defeat gracefully and serve this despicable Zhang Xinghe well, doing whatever it took to keep him happy. If Zhang Xinghe was happy and satisfied, he might even offer her more help. Zhang Xinghe had no idea what Zhou Shuqing was thinking. But now, they had indeed run into some trouble. However, it wasn't an alien race they'd encountered, but a group of outlaws. These men had been lying in wait ahead, preparing to ambush Zhang Xinghe and Zhou Shuqing. But when Zhang Xinghe suddenly halted his steps and stopped moving forward, they all revealed themselves. The group of criminals attempting to ambush Zhang Xinghe and his companion numbered 5 in total. When they suddenly appeared, Zhang Xinghe remained unfazed, but Zhou Shuqing grew extremely tense. After staring at the 5 beast masters across from them, Zhou Shuqing lowered her voice and said, "They're Firewolf's men. Don't provoke them for now. Firewolf's men usually only seek money, not blood. As long as you're willing to pay the toll, they generally won't resort to violence." Chapter 79, Strength varies among 6th-tier practitioners, and I am the strongest. As Zhou Shuqing and Zhang Xinghe were explaining these individuals' affiliations, a member of the Firewolf organization across from them spoke up. The man's gaze toward Zhou Shuqing was thick with greed, clearly harboring strong intentions toward her. In the lawless land, women were not scarce. But beautiful women, especially those with stunning figures, were scarce resources anywhere. A woman like Zhou Shuqing, beautiful, curvaceous, and possessing a unique, alluring charm, was even rarer. Duanshen stared at Zhou Shuqing, sizing her up from head to toe before speaking bluntly, "Leave this woman and all your possessions behind, then get out. Our patience is limited. If you haven't left by the time I count to 10, you won't be walking out alive." Duanshen didn't give Zhang Xinghe much time to think before starting the count. 1. Zhou Shuqing never imagined her beauty would land her in trouble again. The Firewolf gang wanted both her money and her body. Zhou Shuqing hurriedly whispered into Zhang Xinghe's ear, "They outnumber us. We should retreat first. I can summon the rest of the Gold Diggers organization. Then, with our numbers against theirs, we'll deal with these 5 scoundrels properly." Zhou Shuqing had 9 subordinates under her command. She could also summon the other 2 10-person squads from the Gold Diggers organization. Given a little time to prepare, she could overwhelm the Firewolf organization members with superior numbers. Not necessary. Zhang Xinghe casually dismissed Zhou Shuqing's suggestion, his gaze turning icy as he watched the Firewolf members across from them counting their weapons. They likely believed they had him and Zhou Shuqing cornered. Now, one by one, they fixed their unrestrained gazes on Zhou Shuqing. If Zhou Shuqing fell into the hands of these men, her fate would be grim indeed. Duanshen and the others from the Firewolf organization couldn't help but chuckle when they saw Zhang Xinghe seemingly intent on taking on all 5 of them alone. They had dared to ambush Zhang Xinghe and Zhou Shuqing precisely because they had already assessed that the pair's abilities were nothing to fear. The energy fluctuations emanating from Zhou Shuqing were extremely faint, confirming she was definitely only at the 1st tier. Zhang Xinghe's energy fluctuations were stronger, likely reaching the 5th tier level. But Duanshan was a 6th tier powerhouse, and the remaining 4 included 1 6th tier and 3 5th tier practitioners. Even if Zhang Xinghe was an exceptionally powerful 5th tier beastmaster, he had no choice but to accept defeat in this situation. If he tried to fight back, death was the only outcome awaiting him. Once certain Zhang Xinghe intended to attack, Duanshan ceased counting and immediately released his battle beast from the beast ring, engaging Zhang Xinghe in combat. "All of you, attack. Kill this brat, then bring that woman back for us to enjoy." Duanshan didn't hold back when he attacked, immediately ordering the other 4 to join him. "Take this brat down." The remaining 4 members of the Firewolf organization wasted no time, unleashing their own battle beasts to assault Zhang Xinghe. With the Firewolf organization's numerical advantage and 2 6th-tier beast masters among them, when facing the Firewolf organization members, Zhang Xinghe held nothing back. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar erupted into the sky. In the next instant, he unleashed the first transformation of the Dragon Emperor. Pure, surging dragon energy swirled relentlessly around his body. A pitch-black halberd soon materialized in his grasp. Zhang Xinghe's power instantly surged from a 5th-tier beastmaster to the peak of a 6th-tier beastmaster. Beyond the overwhelming aura of the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor's war spear in his grasp, another transformation occurred within Zhang Xinghe. His eyes had transformed into dazzling golden pupils. At that moment, the fastest 5th-tier war beast, a tiger-striped hyena, materialized before Zhang Xinghe. As it closed in, a metallic golden sheen flashed across its forelimbs. It clearly intended to unleash its innate tiger claw ability, aiming to rip Zhang Xinghe open. Not only was the striped hyena exceptionally swift in movement, but its attack speed was also astonishingly fast. One moment it had materialized before Zhang Xinghe. The next instant, it was already poised to rip him open. However, Zhang Xinghe's speed surpassed even that of the tiger-striped hyena. Swish! Before the 5th-tier tiger-striped hyena could make its next move, the Dragon Emperor war spear in Zhang Xinghe's hand flashed with black light, sweeping furiously toward the striped hyena. In that life-or-death instant, the striped hyena suddenly raised its golden claws, clashing head-on with Zhang Xinghe's Dragon Emperor war spear. Snap! Yet its golden claws proved utterly fragile against the Dragon Emperor's war spear. The moment they collided, the golden claws once as lustrous as jade and crystal instantly cracked. Then, before the spotted hyena's horrified gaze, they shattered completely. These claws, capable of effortlessly slicing through steel plates, proved as fragile as glass against the Dragon Emperor's war spear. After shattering the golden claws, Zhang Xingha's Black Dragon War Spear continued its relentless assault toward the striped hyena. Thud! The black spear tip swept across the striped hyena's body. Its body proved no more resilient than its primary weapon, the golden claws. With a single strike, Zhang Xingha severed its head, ending its life instantly. What? Duan Chen and the others were stunned speechless upon witnessing this scene. None of them had anticipated such an outcome. At that moment, Zhang Xingha seemed to be in some peculiar state. In this state, he possessed the terrifying strength of a peak 6th tier beast master. However, Duan Chen did not fear Zhang Xingha because of this. Even if Zhang Xingha had temporarily unleashed peak 6th tier power, their side still had two 6th tier practitioners. Zhang Xingha appeared to be a combat-oriented beast master who hadn't cultivated a powerful battle beast. Therefore, they held not only a numerical advantage in beast masters but also an advantage in combat beasts. All 5 of them were command-type beast masters with full combat beasts, boasting a total of 27 combat beasts. Even if they suffered an early setback and Zhang Xingha took down one of their 5th-tier striped hyenas, they still had 26 battle beasts at their disposal. Zhang Xingha had no idea what Duan Chen was thinking. He was deeply intoxicated by the overwhelming power unleashed by the Dragon Emperor's first transformation. If Duan Chen and his group believed him to be merely an ordinary peak 6th-tier beast master, they were gravely mistaken. In the Dragon Emperor's first transformation state, every aspect of his power reached the pinnacle of 6th tier. Thus, he was not an ordinary peak 6th tier beast master, but the strongest 6th tier combat unit. Even when facing other peak 6th tier beast masters, beast maidens, or alien races, they could very well be taken down in just 2 or 3 exchanges. Of course, Duan Chen had no way of knowing this. Had he known, the moment Zhang Xingha entered the Dragon Emperor first transformation state, he would have fled for his life. Yet at this moment, Duan Chen and his group did not flee. Under Duan Chen's command, the 5 beast masters, including himself, along with 26 battle beasts, had already surrounded Zhang Xingha completely. Chapter 80, A Bunch of Traitors. No match for us. It was often extremely difficult for a beast master to fight against overwhelming odds, especially before reaching the transcendent realm. A 6th tier beast master, at full strength, could contract no more than 6 beast girls or 6 battle beasts. Facing multiple 6th tier beast masters puts them in a precarious situation. Zhang Xingha's situation now seemed even more perilous than that of other 6th tier beast masters specializing in command, for he had yet to summon even a single battle beast to aid him in combat. To Duan Chen and his group, this appeared to be a stroke of luck. With no battle beasts or beast girls by Zhang Xingha's side, they closed in on him. The talent Zhang Xingha possessed, the ability to suddenly unleash the power of a higher tier within a short span, was indeed formidable. But with 26 battle beasts and 5 beast tamers against Zhang Xingha alone, their numerical advantage was overwhelming. In Duan Chen's eyes, Zhang Xingha was already a dead man. Everything he did now was merely the desperate struggle of a trapped beast. Not far away, Zhou Shuqing watched Zhang Xingha being surrounded and felt an intense wave of anxiety wash over her. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone to call for backup. She felt Zhang Xingha was being too impulsive. In a situation like this, the wisest course of action would be to retreat and find a way to stall. Instead, Zhang Xingha charged headlong into the fray without a word. Not only that, but he had instantly killed one of the enemy's war beasts in the first exchange, leaving no room for compromise. Now, Zhou Shuqing could only silently pray that Zhang Xingha could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Otherwise, they were truly in trouble. However, Zhou Shuqing quickly halted her attempt to call for help. Deep shock spread across her eyes, for at that very moment, Zhang Xingha's figure flickered, with speed so astonishing it defied belief. He instantly materialized before a 6th-rank beastmaster. Thud! Zhang Xingha swung his spear, unleashing a fierce horizontal strike with the jet-black Dragon Emperor War Spear in his grasp. The 6th-tier beastmaster of the Firewolf organization had barely begun to prepare to block Zhang Xingha's attack when the world before his eyes began to spin wildly. His fate proved scarcely better than that of the 5th-tier hyena beast slain by Zhang Xingha earlier, perhaps even worse. Many dominance-type beastmasters relied too heavily on their beasts, neglecting their own growth. Their beasts might be formidable, but they themselves became massive vulnerabilities on the battlefield. As the 6th-tier beastmaster's head flew backward, the 3 beasts bound to his contract instantly suffered critical injuries and perished on the spot. The 3 beasts that died instantly had clearly been bound to this beastmaster by slave contracts. With the beastmaster's death, they perished instantly. The other 3 severely injured beasts had signed conventional beastmaster contracts. Following the master's death, they would suffer severe injuries but not perish immediately. The sight of Zhang Xingha instantly slaying a 6th-tier beastmaster with a single spear strike left Zhou Shuqing standing not far behind him, so utterly stunned she forgot to think. Even witnessing it firsthand, Zhou Shuqing still found the event utterly unbelievable. Having interacted with Zhang Xingha twice,
She was absolutely certain he was a 5th-tier beastmaster. Yet now, Zhang Xinghe slaughtered a 6th-tier beastmaster with the ease of butchering pigs and dogs. At that moment, Zhou Shuqing finally understood why Zhang Xinghe had chosen to act directly. He genuinely didn't regard the Fire Wolf organization's members as anything more than worthless trash. The ensuing battle proved Zhou Shuqing's assessment entirely correct. After eliminating one 6th-tier beastmaster, Zhang Xinghe swung his halberd again, bringing it down with devastating force on a 5th-tier beastmaster. The 6th-tier beastmaster earlier had at least managed some reaction when Zhang Xinghe's attack came. This 5th-tier beastmaster, however, was utterly helpless. Before he could even register what was happening, Zhang Xinghe's halberd cleaved him clean in two. Even Duan Chen and his two companions, with their dog brains, finally realized they'd bitten off more than they could chew. Run! Duan Chen yelled, making a break for it first. The remaining two 5th-tier beastmasters reacted just as swiftly. They didn't even need Duan Chen's warning, they were already planning their escape. The moment Duan Chen spoke, they scattered in opposite directions, fleeing for their lives. As they fled, Duan Chen also chose a direction to escape. However, the direction he chose was not arbitrary, it was straight toward Zhou Shuqing's location. Duan Chen intended for the 6 battle beasts he had contracted to slightly obstruct Zhang Xinghe. He sprinted toward Zhou Shuqing's location, grabbing her as he went. The relationship between Zhou Shuqing and Zhang Xinghe seemed to be more than just that of a beast girl and her tamer. By capturing her, he could use her as leverage against Zhang Xinghe if he pursued, thereby securing his own survival. If he chose to flee directly, Zhang Xinghe's lightning-fast speed would guarantee he'd be caught and killed. As the junior leader of the 5-member Firewolf squad, Duan Chen demonstrated quick wit in this critical moment. But unfortunately, the gap in strength between them and Zhang Xinghe was simply too vast. When Duan Chen and his 2 men chose to flee, Zhang Xinghe did not immediately pursue them. His target was the closest 5th-tier beastmaster. Zhang Xinghe's figure flickered twice in succession before materializing behind this 5th-rank beastmaster. This 5th-tier beastmaster possessed some skill. The instant Zhang Xinghe drew near, he fused with a 5th-tier long-haired turtle battle beast. After activating the beast fusion technique, a thick layer of blue-green scales instantly covered the beastmaster's body. Waves of blue light flickered across the scales, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities. But it was only seemingly so. When Zhang Xinghe's Dragon Emperor Warspear transformed into a cold gleam and thrust forward, the layers of green light and blue-green scales proved as fragile as paper before the spear's might. Without a hint of hesitation, the Dragon Emperor's Warspear tore through every defense the Beastmaster had, crushing them like rotten wood. Amidst the Beastmaster's agonized screams, it shattered his heart clean through. After dispatching him with ruthless efficiency, Zhang Xinghe continued his pursuit of another 5th-tier Beastmaster. Watching this unfold from afar, Zhou Shuqing was utterly dumbfounded. She was utterly defenseless now. While Zhang Xinghe pursued those 2 5th-tier Beastmasters, Duan Chen headed straight for her location. She couldn't even defeat a 2nd-tier Beastmaster. Now she was expected to take on a 6th-tier one? Wasn't this a death sentence? As Duan Chen closed in, despair washed over Zhou Shuqing. Of course, she desperately wanted to flee. But how could a mere Tier 1 Beast Maiden possibly escape a Tier 6 Beastmaster? Zhou Shuqing sensed that Duan Chan's rapid approach meant he either intended to capture her as a hostage or kill her in a fit of rage. Whichever option Duan Chen chose, it was clearly disastrous for her. Chapter 81, The Black Dragon's illusion was indeed powerful, but what was the cost? As Duan Chen appeared 5 paces away from Zhou Shuqing, Zhang Xinghe finished off another 5th-tier Beastmaster. As Duan Chen appeared 3 paces away from Zhou Shuqing, his face twisted in a savage grin. Zhang Xinghe turned to come to her rescue. Duan Chen had been terrified moments earlier when Zhang Xinghe abandoned his 2 subordinates to pursue him directly. Given Zhang Xinghe's speed, if he had truly intended to kill him, Duan Chen would never have had the chance to take Zhou Shuqing hostage. Now, however, his 2 unfortunate subordinates had created that opportunity for him. While Zhang Xinghe was pursuing the 2 men, Duan Chen was now mere inches away from Zhou Shuqing. Duan Chen had made up his mind, after taking Zhou Shuqing hostage, he would bring her to the Firewolf organization's lair. Zhang Xinghe had killed his 4 subordinates and so many battle beasts. Such a heavy loss demanded compensation from the woman by Zhang Xinghe's side. Not only would he take Zhou Shuqing for himself, but he would also let the other brothers of the Firewolf organization share in the pleasure. Zhou Shuqing had no idea that such a vicious thought was forming in Duan Chen's mind, but the maniacal grin in Duan Chen's eyes already filled her with dread. The current Duan Chen resembled a raving lunatic. No one could predict what insane act he might commit in the next moment. Just as Duan Chen was certain Zhou Shuqing would inevitably fall into his hands, he suddenly noticed a look of surprise flicker across Zhou Shuqing's face. Her gaze shifted away from him and toward the space behind him. Duan Chen didn't believe Zhang Xinghe could have closed such a vast distance in the blink of an eye to pursue him. Yet instinctively,
He turned to look. Then he saw that Zhang Xinghe's figure had vanished. In its place stood the phantom of a 5-clawed black dragon. This phantom black dragon with 5 claws was composed entirely of pure energy. In this state, Zhang Xinghe's speed was beyond comprehension. He reached behind Duan Chen in less than the blink of an eye. When Duan Chen turned around, his gaze locked with the dragon's head, a strikingly lifelike, dazzling golden pupil. "Spare me!" Duan Chen's heart trembled violently, his voice shaking as he cried out. But Zhang Xinghe had no intention of sparing him. The dragon's jaws snapped open, spewing forth a torrent of black flames. Roar! When confronted by the void black flames spewed from the black dragon's phantom form, Duan Chen felt as though he'd been plunged into boiling oil like a fragment of snow. He didn't even have time to scream before the void flames consumed him, reducing him to ashes bit by bit. Zhang Xinghe's current state represented the peak power achievable before advancing to the first tier of Dragon Emperor. In this state, he could slaughter any number of 6th-tier beast masters like Duan Chen without batting an eye. However, transforming into the Black Dragon Phantom came at a cost. The price, though not severe, was a brief loss of control. Just moments before, Zhou Shuqing had been secretly relieved that Zhang Xinghe had arrived at the last possible second to save her life. Yet the very next moment, she was utterly dumbfounded. Though Zhang Xinghe had returned to human form from his Black Dragon projection, his dazzling, defiant golden pupils remained. Not only that, but a vast amount of pure Black Dragon energy surged from Zhang Xinghe's body, enveloping her. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Shuqing found herself trapped within a pitch-black sphere formed from Black Dragon energy. Chains formed from the Black Dragon energy swiftly bound her, trapping her completely. Zhang Xinghe's figure then materialized before her, tackling her to the ground. Zhou Shuqing had always believed that her body, soul, and everything about her would eventually belong entirely to Zhang Xinghe, but she never imagined this day would come so swiftly and so absurdly. Amidst the dragon energy's chaos, Zhang Xinghe showed Zhou Shuqing what true beauty in the beast meant. At the same time, Bai Yuting and Lin Sin were also searching for the location of Wang Jinrong's lair. Lin Sin followed behind Bai Yuting, several times hesitating to speak. As if she had eyes in the back of her head, Bai Yuting knew Lin Sin wanted to speak with her. Not only did she know he wanted to speak, but she also knew exactly what he wanted to say. As Bai Yuting walked forward, she communicated with Lin Sin without turning her head. "You're probably thinking we should find a place to rest, right? After all, this place is so vast, we won't be able to search it all in a short time." "Yes." Lin Sin nodded stiffly, his voice barely a whisper, yet his voice carried a distinct edge of agitation. Bai Yuting snorted coldly and continued walking ahead. Her voice soon echoed from the front. "What's there to rest for? We're both at the 6th tier. What's a little distance like this? Or are you thinking of doing something else with me during our break?" This time, Lin San's reply wasn't as smooth as before. He even began to stammer. I. Seeing him stammer for so long without making sense, Bai Yuting gave a coy smile and said, "You don't really want to rest. You just want to use it as an excuse to do something pleasurable for both of us, right?" "Right." Lin San had been too embarrassed to speak earlier, but now that Bai Yuting had laid it out so plainly, there was no need for further pretense. After voicing his true thoughts, the gaze he cast upon Bai Yuting grew intensely heated. Bai Yuting continued with a smile. "You used to love rejecting me, didn't you? Why are you being so proactive now?" Lin San didn't respond. Bai Yuting was stating the truth. In the beginning, he hadn't been outwardly honest while harboring ulterior motives. Instead, he'd always been consistent in his words and actions, but encountering a woman like Bai Yuting could make even the most honest person lose their integrity. Lin San sighed and said, "I've always known deep down that what I'm doing is wrong." "Oh," Bai Yuting hummed, waiting for Lin San to continue. Walking forward, Lin San spoke with a melancholy expression. "I shouldn't have crossed the line of normal friendship with you unless you agreed to marry me someday in the future." Giggle giggle giggle. Bai Yuting let out a string of soft laughter. After laughing for a moment, she seemed to take a playful interest in teasing Lin San. "You want me to marry you as your wife, so you can be the only one to sleep with me and keep me from other men, right? Well, I'll never let you have your way. I'm going to find a man to accompany me right now." After saying this, Bai Yuting added, "Although I won't let you touch me this time, I can let you watch. Do you want to watch?" Lin San shook his head. "Don't do this. I really don't want you to." Bai Yuting chuckled softly. "So what if I do? What are you to me? What right do you have to control me?" Lin San was rendered speechless by the question. But fortunately, Xiao Guanfei came to his rescue. Xiao Guanfei had somehow wandered over and overheard Bai Yuting teasing Lin San. He smiled and said, "Silly wife, Lin San is my best friend. That makes him your uncle. You should listen to your uncle once in a while." Chapter 82, What good is an apology? You won't change anyway. Bai Yuting hadn't expected that while she was happily teasing Lin San, that annoying pest Xiao Guanfei would suddenly jump in. But Bai Yating wasn't one to be easily provoked by words. After Xiao Guanfei teased her, she immediately turned the tables on him. Xiao Guanfei, you're not the only one calling me wifey. You all call me wifey, so whose wife am I exactly? Or am I everyone's wife? Xiao Guanfei knew that if he got into a back and forth with Bai Yating over this, they'd never stop bickering. He cut straight to the chase. Those gold diggers guys are nothing but trouble. The intel they're feeding us is unreliable. We won't be able to pinpoint Wang Jinlong's hideout anytime soon. Put. Bai Yating saw right through Xiao Guanfei's attempt to change the subject. It was basically an admission of defeat. Considering their mission at hand, she held her tongue for the moment. After a moment's thought, Bai Yating said, "We haven't found anything on our end. What about yours?" Xiao Guanfei shook his head. "Me, Xiao Guanhao, and Yu Meng haven't found any valuable leads either. Not sure about Zhang Xingha's progress. I'll send him a message." With that, Xiao Guanfei pulled out his phone and sent Zhang Xingha a message. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message, Zhang Xingha briefly updated Xiao Guanfei on his situation. Then Zhang Xingha proceeded to continue apologizing to Zhou Shuqing. Logically speaking, in their relationship, he was the master and Zhou Shuqing was the servant. No matter what he did to her, he shouldn't have to apologize. But this time, he could only pat Zhou Shuqing's back, wipe her tears, and offer soothing words of apology all at once. There was no other way this time. He had truly gone too far. At that moment, Zhou Shuqing could barely stand and had to sit on his lap, quietly sobbing and coughing. Zhang Xingha apologized. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Zhou Shuqing replied through her tears. "What good is an apology? You won't change. You'll do it again next time." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Shuqing began coughing again. An unbearable sensation in her throat made her cough uncontrollably. Not only that, but her entire body ached, her back, her waist, everywhere. Anyone unaware might think she'd been beaten by Zhang Xingha. Faced with Zhou Shuqing's reproach, Zhang Xingha could only remain silent. There was nothing he could do. Zhou Shuqing's words were likely true. He couldn't guarantee how he would react the next time the dragon energy spiraled out of control. After comforting Zhou Shuqing for a while, Zhang Xingha glanced at her slightly damp, sticky hair and made a suggestion. "Let's call it a day. We'll find a nearby inn to rest. Xiao Guanfei and the others haven't found any useful clues either. You can freshen up and get a good night's rest." Zhou Shuqing glanced at her hair and retorted petulantly, "I won't wash up. Let your colleagues admire your masterpiece." Zhang Xingha chuckled at her words. "That's not up to you." With that, he swept Zhou Shuqing up in a horizontal embrace and headed back toward the scene of the earlier struggle. He planned to clean up the mess before taking her to a nearby hotel to rest. "Put me down. I don't want you carrying me." Still fuming, Zhou Shuqing demanded to be put down the moment Zhang Xingha lifted her. This time, Zhang Xingha didn't refuse. He set Zhou Shuqing down and continued walking ahead on his own. Standing on the ground, Zhou Shuqing felt her legs were still weak. Even now. Ugh. Zhou Shuqing tried to take a step, but the pain made her suck in a sharp breath. Zhang Xingha couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. He never did anything without purpose. His decision to carry Zhou Shuqing earlier had been a calculated move. Seeing Zhang Xingha's smile, Zhou Shuqing gritted her teeth and snapped. "You have the nerve to laugh? This is all you're doing. I'm not moving another inch. I'll just stay here and let the beasts devour me." As soon as she finished speaking, her body grew light once more, carried by Zhang Xingha's arms. Zhang Xingha's voice reached her ears. "What kind of beast is bold enough to snatch food from my jaws?" Hearing Zhang Xingha's words, Zhou Shuqing couldn't help but smile faintly, but her expression quickly turned alarmed as she grabbed Zhang Xingha's hand, scolding him playfully. "What are you doing? I'm telling you, I'll be covered in bruises tomorrow, and I'll suffer for days afterward. It's all your fault." Zhang Xingha replied in a rare gentle tone. "I know, that's why I plan to use the purifying flame mystic hand to treat you." Zhou Shuqing snorted lightly. "So I guess this is a blessing in disguise?" Zhang Xingha's talent as a beast master, known as the purifying flame mystic hand, was exceptionally potent. Each time he used it, it helped nourish her meridians, repair bodily damage, stimulate evolutionary potential, and burn away accumulated impurities within her body. When treated by the purifying flame mystic hand, Zhou Shuqing found the experience utterly blissful. Zhang Xingha, too, found it deeply satisfying. He needed to tread carefully with Aunt Chu Yubing and the Empress. Otherwise, whether it was Aunt Chu Yubing or the Jade Linglong Empress, either could turn against him if pushed beyond a certain limit. Even if they didn't turn against him now, they might do so at some point in the future. To avoid trouble, he had to carefully manage his boundaries with both Auntie Chu Yubing and Empress Yulinglong. As for campus beauty Xin Yue, he couldn't force himself on her and take her outright. The process of building an ambiguous relationship with Xin Yue was, in itself, an immensely enjoyable journey, taking her step by step, bit by bit, In short, he wouldn't miss out on any of the exquisite experiences she could offer. Zhou Shuqing was different. He saw her as a loyal subordinate, a secretary, and an outlet for all his primal instincts. At present, Zhou Shuqing wasn't even his beast girl, and he had no immediate plans to sign a beastmaster contract with her. Beyond that, he still needed to contract Lu Ao, the blossoming branch-bearing fruit, his sister-in-law, Xin Yadong, and teacher by Wei, the woman who had first awakened his sense of purity. Before becoming an extraordinary realm beastmaster, his contract slots were simply insufficient. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xinghe realized he'd been rather cruel to Zhou Shuqing. Moreover, Zhou Shuqing occupied an irreplaceable niche in his life that neither Shen Xiaohua nor the others could fill. He really ought to treat Zhou Shuqing better. The thought of bullying Shen Yue the way he bullied Zhou Shuqing made him feel utterly unable to bring himself to do it. With this thought, Zhang Xinghe leaned in and planted a tender kiss on Zhou Shuqing's lovely cheek. Zhou Shuqing gave a soft snort and asked, "What now?" Zhang Xinghe casually replied, "Considering you occupy an irreplaceable niche in my life, I've decided to treat you better from now on." Hearing this, Zhou Shuqing felt a bit uneasy, yet she couldn't help but feel happy. It meant she could reap more benefits from Zhang Xinghe going forward. After that, Zhang Xinghe began chatting casually with Zhou Shuqing, their conversation meandering without much direction. After a while, he carried Zhou Shuqing to the entrance of an inn in the lawless land, preparing to check in. Chapter 83, Final Chapter, the decade-long Imperial Realm Grand Scheme. Conducting legitimate business in the lawless land seemed utterly absurd. Yet, the lawless land was indeed home to numerous merchants engaged in legitimate trade. It was just that all services here, much like certain tourist attractions, came with prices at least 10 times the normal rate. The inn where Zhang Xinghe and Zhou Shuqing stayed was slightly better. The proprietor of this establishment was something of an anomaly in the lawless land. A night's stay here costs 20,000 credit points, a mere 200% of what you'd pay at a regular inn. Such pricing was exceptionally rare in the lawless land. Indeed, no other lodging in the entire region offered comparable rates. However, staying here required signing a pledge, never resort to violence within the premises. Furthermore, should anyone resort to violence within its walls, all guests were required to join the proprietor in collectively confronting the troublemaker. Zhang Xinghe had visited this inn in his previous life, so he understood its rules well. Watching Zhang Xinghe navigate the check-in process with such familiarity, Zhou Shuqing couldn't help but ask curiously after everything was settled, "You seem to come here often. You're very familiar with the place? But given your age, you shouldn't be visiting this place so often." "I suppose so," Zhang Xinghe replied with a non-committal answer. He had answered that he did indeed visit this place often, but he didn't explain why someone his age would be a regular here. After bringing Zhou Shuqing into the room, Zhang Xinghe carried her into the bathroom. Once they stood in the bathroom, Zhou Shuqing looked at Zhang Xinghe with suspicion in her eyes. "Why aren't you leaving? Don't tell me you're going to bathe with me?" Zhang Xinghe chuckled. "You got it right." Zhou Shuqing rolled her eyes and said nothing more. She didn't believe Zhang Xinghe was like an infinite fire weapon with no skill cooldowns. But Zhou Shuqing hadn't anticipated that Zhang Xinghe possessed more than one skill. By now, Zhang Xinghe had begun washing his hands meticulously, scrubbing each finger exceptionally clean. Even if Zhou Shuqing hadn't realized it earlier, she certainly understood now that Zhang Xinghe possessed more than one skill. Zhang Xinghe didn't keep fooling around with Zhou Shuqing. After showering in the bathroom, he made his way to the living room. So far, everything had been going smoothly for him. All he needed to do now was maintain this momentum. A full 25 years still lay ahead before that cataclysmic battle. With such ample time, the possibilities before him were undoubtedly vast. The destinies of countless individuals would be altered by his choices. Zhang Xinghe's initial plan was to cultivate a group of powerful SSSR tier battle beasts, pursuing the path of a command-type beast master. After personally experiencing the overwhelming might of the Dragon Emperor's first transformation, he naturally changed his mind. If he could advance smoothly all the way to the 9th stage of the Dragon Emperor transformation, his power would absolutely surpass that of any max-level SSS-grade beast master, battle beast, or beast girl. Therefore, it would be necessary to trouble Aunt Chu Yubing once more. With her assistance, he needed to swiftly replace the conventional Beastmaster's origin within him with the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor origin. Once he possessed the complete 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor origin, he could cultivate to the 9th transformation of the Dragon Emperor in an extremely short time. Beyond his own urgent need for advancement, his Aunt Chu Yubing, the Jade Linglong Empress, campus beauty Xin Yue, sister-in-law Xin Yatong, as well as Lu Ao and Zhou Shuqing, all required enhancement. Zhang Xinghe resolved to crystallize a portion of the universal evolution energy. He would then acquire large quantities of energy stones through the black market and other channels. Universal evolution energy enabled war beasts and beast maidens to continuously evolve, but it could not increase their actual combat strength.
His 10,000 paths Dragon Emperor origin followed the same principle. It could significantly enhance his innate talent but couldn't simultaneously boost his combat prowess, with rapidly improving aptitude. If abundant growth resources like energy stones could be supplied without limit, he and his core interest group could achieve rapid advancement. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xinghe resolved to seek out someone. That person was none other than his teacher, Deputy Commander Qin Menjing. However, he couldn't appear in his true form to meet Qin Menjing and discuss cooperation. Leveraging intelligence from his past life and the mystical properties of the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor's sacred canon, he could condense a small black dragon shadow clone to negotiate with Deputy Commander Qin Menjing. Before long, a miniature black dragon shadow emerged from Zhang Xinghe's room. Within this shadow form resided 11 units of universal evolution energy. Zhang Xinghe intended to ask Deputy Commander Qin Menjing to assist in selling 10 portions of the universal evolution energy. The remaining portion would naturally serve as Deputy Commander Qin Menjing's compensation. Once this channel was established, he would no longer need to worry about cultivation resources. He would use the 10,000 paths Dragon Emperor's origin to enhance his own innate talent while employing the universal evolution energy to boost the potential of his beast girls and future contracted battle beasts. Finally, he would use the unlimited supply of energy stones to train relentlessly and enhance his strength. By strictly following this plan, it wouldn't take long before his strength and influence reached astonishing heights. As Zhang Xinghe continued laying his strategic pieces within the room, the Black Dragon Phantom he had dispatched successfully made contact with Qin Menjing. He now remotely controlled the miniature Black Dragon's Phantom, using 3 pieces of intelligence to capture Qin Menjing's attention. The 3 pieces of intelligence are as follows. A deputy chief of the Public Security Bureau is a mole. The beast girl who crashed into the History Museum of Nanming First High School is a powerhouse surpassing the king class. The final piece of intelligence was that the ancient dragon treasure, which the high-ranking officials of Nanming City had been desperately searching for, was now in his possession. While others might not grasp or prioritize the significance of these 3 pieces of intelligence Zhang Xinghe revealed, but as the second in command of Nanming City, Qin Menjing naturally understood the immense value of these revelations. The first 2 pieces of intelligence were genuine, and upon witnessing the miniature Black Dragon's phantom image remotely controlled by Zhang Xinghe, Qin Menjing concluded that the 3rd piece of intelligence he mentioned was likely accurate as well. After a moment's thought, Qin Menjing looked at the Black Dragon Phantom Zhang Xinghe controlled remotely and asked, "State your identity and purpose." The Black Dragon's Phantom smiled and spoke in the deep, resonant voice characteristic of the Dragon Clan. "My identity is irrelevant to our cooperation. As for my purpose, I can share that with you. I can provide you with most of the intelligence support regarding Nanming City, as well as intelligence support concerning the evolution of battle beasts and beast girls. What I require of you is to sell me universal evolution energy." As the Black Dragon's Phantom finished speaking, 11 units of universal evolution energy materialized before Qin Menjing. Before Qin Menjing could ask, the Black Dragon's Phantom continued, "These 10 universal evolution energies are worth 100 million. I need you to sell them for me and convert the proceeds entirely into energy stones. The extra universal evolution energy is my payment to you. This arrangement can be a long-term partnership." Qin Menjing pondered for a moment before nodding. Deal. Though she couldn't discern the identity of the person behind the Black Dragon's shadow, this partnership benefited both her and Nanming City. After Qin Menjing agreed, Zhang Xinghe, who remotely controlled the Black Dragon's Phantom, was naturally overjoyed. Moving forward, as long as he followed his pre-arranged plan, within half a year to a year, he would ascend to the pinnacle of Nanming City. In about 3 years, he could sweep across the Tiannan province like Lu Qingtian. Finally, with another decade or so, he would reach the Emperor realm, perhaps even shatter its shackles and ascend directly to the God realm. Thus, when that world-shattering war erupted 25 years hence, he could obliterate all alien races with a casual laugh.